Chapter 1. Kill Me for Revenge. This book is complex. Perhaps it's best to set aside your thoughts for now. In the realm of Tianqian, Qin Nianchu found himself imprisoned in a dim and damp dungeon. Heavy shackles of mysterious iron bound his wrists, and the bones of his body were pierced by iron hooks. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Nianchu gasped for breath, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, his once handsome features obscured by his long, grizzled hair. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed. Dressed in crimson, Feng Ruolin appeared before Qin Nianchu. A red birthmark adorned her brow, and her beauty was breathtaking. The aura she exuded caused the very space around her to tremble. Qin Nianchu lifted his head, a look of concern in his eyes. You must transcend your tribulation quickly. Only by killing me can you ensure your success. Feng Ruolin's expression was icy, her gaze toward Qin Nianchu filled with hatred, yet tinged with complexity. Do you wish for a swift end? Did you ever consider your actions when you slaughtered the 18 members of my Feng family, annihilated the villagers of Xiaolin, and decimated my Bixiao sect? Qin Nianchu forced a smile. Isn't that precisely what you desire? By killing me, you avenge them, ascend as the Empress, and eradicate this villain, earning the admiration of the world. Impudent! Do you presume to guide my actions? Once I transcend and become an Empress, I shall refine your soul, condemning you to eternal damnation. Feng Ruolin's fury was palpable, her killing intent causing her hair to dance wildly. Upon hearing these words, Qin Nianchu sighed softly within. He had been in this world for 3 centuries, and Feng Ruolin had harbored hatred for him for just as long. He understood the depth of her resentment, yet he could not explain. If he did not allow Feng Ruolin to ruthlessly end his life during her tribulation, achieving the ultimate state of emotional detachment, her 9 absolute evil body would never transform into the 9 Yin sacred body, rendering 300 years of effort futile. The 9 absolute evil body instilled fear in the hearts of the people of Tianqian. Those possessing such a physique would inevitably become bloodthirsty demons. When Qin Nianchu first realized this, he proclaimed her to be a 9 Yin sacred body, concealing the truth until now. For 300 years, he scoured the vast land of Tianqian, ultimately discovering this method in ancient texts. To achieve the ultimate emotional detachment, one must slay the person with whom they share the deepest bond during their tribulation to ascend. In Tianqian, the person with whom Feng Ruolin shared the deepest bond was none other than Qin Nianchu himself. At this moment, Qin Nianchu yearned for death, having lost all hope for the future. He was not a native of Tianqian since his unexpected crossing into this realm. He had traversed 8 similar worlds. 8 worlds, filled with partings and deaths, had left Qin Nianchu desensitized to the affections of many, now only wishing to sacrifice his life for Feng Ruolin's sake. In the dungeon, Feng Ruolin's aura began to subside. I offer you a chance. If you are willing to repent and acknowledge your wrongs, and spend the rest of your days in front of my parents' spirit tablets, daily atoning for your sins, I may allow you to survive. After 300 years of companionship, Qin Nianchu's meticulous care for her had made it impossible for Feng Ruolin to remain entirely unfeeling. If circumstances permitted, she too did not wish to end Qin Nianchu's life. Qin Nianchu shook his head. His heart was set on death, and he would not acknowledge his faults. Unaware of your own fate, with a cold snort, Feng Ruolin raised her hand, a phantom grasp targeting Qin Nianchu's neck, leaving claw marks upon his skin. As her power surged forth, Qin Nianchu's pallid skin began to crack, blood oozing relentlessly. This would amplify his pain, subjecting him to excruciating torment. Since 3 months prior, when Feng Ruolin had secretly perfected her cultivation technique, she had begun to inflict torment upon Qin Nianchu. The daily agony had rendered him numb, yet the relentless pain still brought him to the brink of despair. Qin Nianchu's features contorted in agony, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Feng Ruolin, however, erupted into raucous laughter, her cheeks flushed with a hint of exhilaration. It appears you truly are at your limit. You couldn't even endure for a quarter of an hour this time. Casting a complicated glance at Qin Nianchu, Feng Ruolin flicked her crimson sleeves and vanished from the dungeon, leaving Qin Nianchu kneeling on the ground. Emerging from a dungeon, Feng Ruolin entered a chamber adorned with numerous spirit tablets. She knelt before the tablets, Her voice choked with emotion as she murmured, "Father, Mother, I shall soon avenge you. Just let him survive for 2 more days, and then I will certainly." Fong Ruolin's lips trembled. The words of her desire to kill Qin Nianchu lodged deep within her throat, refusing to escape. Falling to the ground in anguish, she cried out, "Father, Mother, was it truly him? Was it really Qin Nianchu who killed you? 300 years had passed. If he coveted my 9 sacred body, he had never laid a hand upon me. He cared for me, protected me, and showed me kindness, yet he never harmed me. But why did he choose this path? Why did he slaughter everyone I held dear? I wish to avenge you, yet I cannot bring myself to do it." By the river's edge, she had discovered Qin Nianchu, who had just crossed over from the previous world. Under her attentive care, Qin Nianchu recovered swiftly, and the Fong family grew fond of him. Fong Ruolin taught Qin Nianchu to read and write, enabling him to quickly master the language of Tianqian. From time to time, he would perform tricks, bringing joy and laughter to Fong Ruolin. On her 12th birthday, Fong Ruolin made a wish, blushing as she approached Qin Nianchu. "Nianchu Gij, will you marry me when I come of age?" Fong Ruolin waited shyly for Qin Nianchu's response. But the scene shifted when she regained consciousness. The Fong family lay lifeless, strewn across the ground. Qin Nianchu stood amidst the carnage, bloodied and terrifying. Fong Ruolin, in shock, gazed around her. The family that had once been filled with laughter was now a collection of cold corpses. Trembling, she turned to the man standing in the pool of blood. "Nianchu Gij, why did you do this?" Chapter 2. 300 Years of Memories. Qin Nianchu turned, gazing indifferently at Fong Ruolin. "You are the 9 sacred body. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. From this moment forth, you will follow me, and I shall take you as my disciple, imparting to you the methods of cultivation. Once you attain sufficient power, I shall claim your bloodline." At merely 12 years old, Fong Ruolin clenched her fists in trembling resolve. She did not understand the significance of the 9 sacred body, but she knew that to seek vengeance, she must follow Qin Nianchu's path of cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and 8 years flew by. By the time Fong Ruolin turned 20, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty. As she walked through the streets, onlookers often remarked that she and Qin Nianchu were a perfect match. Had it not been for the blood feud, the meticulous care Qin Nianchu had shown Fong Ruolin over the years nearly caused her to forget that he was her father's murderer. However, the news of the 9 sacred body leaked, and both she and Qin Nianchu became targets of pursuit by those in the martial world. To escape, Qin Nianchu took Fong Ruolin to a remote village known as Xiaolin. They concealed their identities and lived among the villagers for 4 years. Qin Nianchu hunted, while Fong Ruolin sewed. They resembled a married couple. The villagers treated them with kindness, sharing everything they had. Fong Ruolin had come to see Xiaolin as her home. But one day, Fong Ruolin fell gravely ill. In desperation, Qin Nianchu climbed the mountain to gather herbs. When Fong Ruolin finally stepped out of the thatched hut, she was met with the horrifying sight of Qin Nianchu standing amidst a mountain of corpses, bloodied machete in hand. That scene brought back memories of the massacre of the Fong family, and her pupils dilated as she cried out, "Why? Why did you kill them? You monster! Demon! I will kill you!" Fong Ruolin charged at Qin Nianchu in fury. Yet, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. With a single move, Qin Nianchu subdued her. From that day forth, they ceased to frequent populated areas. Qin Nianchu led Fong Ruolin through the wilderness of Tianqian. Over the subsequent decades, they traversed nearly every corner of the realm. After leaving Xiaolin, Fong Ruolin devoted herself to rigorous training, no longer speaking to Qin Nianchu. Yet, each time she made progress in her cultivation, she sought out Qin Nianchu for sparring, and with each bout, she felt her distance from him narrowing, the prospect of revenge growing ever closer. Years passed once more. Qin Nianchu brought Fong Ruolin to the Bixiao sect. He declared, "To fully realize your 9 sacred body, you must become an inner disciple of Bixiao sect and cultivate the forgetting emotion technique." Fong Ruolin remained silent and entered Bixiao sect. Her extraordinary talent quickly earned her a place as an inner disciple, where she not only learned the forgetting emotion technique, but also gained access to the Zongjin Pavilion to study even more profound skills. Just as she believed she could devote herself to her studies at Bixiao sect, Qin Nianchu descended upon her like a nightmare. Awakening from her meditation, she sensed a foul odor of blood, her instincts flaring with dread. As she searched the premises, she stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of her fellow disciples. When Feng Ruolin reached the main hall, she found Qin Nianchu gripping the sect master Bixiao. The master, filled with terror, pointed a trembling finger at her. Words seemed to escape her lips, yet Feng Ruolin could not decipher them in time, left only to witness Qin Nianchu snap the sect leader's neck with chilling precision. Once more, as she beheld Qin Nianchu take the life of someone dear to her, Feng Ruolin strained to suppress the fury swelling within her heart. In a hoarse voice, she inquired, "What is the reason this time? You have mastered the forgetting emotion technique. They have become devoid of value. I wish not for the matter of your nine sacred body to be disclosed," Qin Nianchu replied, his tone remaining as indifferent as ever. In the ensuing years, Qin Nianchu and Feng Ruolin retreated into the depths of the mountains to cultivate in solitude. Feng Ruolin concealed her own cultivation, secretly practicing the arts she had learned from the hidden gold pavilion. Thus, 2 centuries slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout these years, Qin Nianchu tended to her every need, though they exchanged not a word. An unspoken understanding had formed between them. Everything she wore and used was crafted by Qin Nianchu's own hands. Yet, such acts of care could not extinguish the hatred that burned within her. At last, Feng Ruolin's clandestine studies bore fruit. As was her custom, she sought to spar with Qin Nianchu. Feng Ruolin was aware that Qin Nianchu never fought her with true seriousness. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed her power, inflicting grave injury upon Qin Nianchu. Subsequently, she stripped him of his cultivation and imprisoned him within a dungeon, subjecting him to relentless torment day after day. 3 centuries of memories unfolded like a fleeting dream. The following day, as tears glistened in her eyes upon awakening from slumber, Feng Ruolin sensed an ominous presence. She raised her gaze to the window, where dark clouds loomed overhead, interspersed with flickers of lightning. Feng Ruolin's brow furrowed in concern. This tribulation cloud has arrived 2 days earlier than anticipated. She soared into the mountains, standing amidst the void. The fearsome tribulation cloud caught the attention of powerful figures across the Tianxian continent, who converged upon the mountains and valleys, cloaked in secrecy. Should Feng Ruolin succeed, she would become the sole emperor-level powerhouse of the Tianxian continent. As the tribulation cloud thickened, a thunderous roar echoed forth, and bolts of calamity struck down like arms of fury. Feng Ruolin's gaze remained icy. With a mere flick of her hand, she dispersed the descending bolts. The numerous observers gasped in astonishment. "I never anticipated the 9's sacred body to be so formidable. If she attains the emperor realm, shall we not be compelled to bow before a woman henceforth? There must not be an emperor realm within the Tianxian continent." Boom! The lightning struck once more. Amidst the cacophony, those concealed in the mountains began to gather their strength in silence. Chapter 3. The Supreme Forgetting of Emotions and the 9's Sacred Body. 8 bolts of heavenly thunder fell in succession. Feng Ruolin effortlessly dispersed the calamity thunder with a mere flick. Her gaze was piercing as she scanned the hidden masters lurking in the shadows of the forest, a faint, cold smile playing on her lips. Just as everyone believed Feng Ruolin would smoothly transcend her tribulation and ascend to the throne of an emperor. A sudden, terrifying pressure descended from the sky. A black hole began to form above the calamity clouds, and in an instant, the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder was drawn into the abyss from within the black hole. Ghostly wails echoed, and malevolent spirits lurked within. A tremendous suction force suddenly swept across the entire mountain range, uprooting countless stones and towering trees, all of which were quickly consumed by the black hole. At the moment the black hole appeared, Qin Nianchu in the dungeon suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, filled with determination, fixed upon the direction of Feng Ruolin's tribulation, as if he could pierce through layers of obstruction. The void demon? How could it manifest here? This is bad. Linear is in danger. Qin Nianchu's expression turned grave. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a vast expanse of stars shimmered within the previously hollow and murky depths. In the next instant, the shackles binding him shattered. Qin Nianchu soared into the air, breaking through the dungeon, racing towards Feng Ruolin. Beneath the black hole, Fong Roland's countenance was serious. She had never encountered such an unusual tribulation. Standing beneath the black hole, she felt the horrifying pull as if her very soul were being torn away. Even though she sensed she had reached the Emperor realm, she had to exert all her strength to resist. A bloodthirsty, killing intent surged within her mind, seemingly breaking through her rationality, preventing her from concentrating. Suddenly, several malevolent spirits emerged from the black hole, wrapping themselves around Fong Roland, attempting to drag her into the abyss. The hidden masters in the forest noticed this scene, and one of them shouted, "Now is the time!" Countless flying swords and spear techniques surged towards Fong Roland. "How audacious!" Fong Roland bellowed in anger, preparing to channel her power to resist. However, a sudden, excruciating pain in her head rendered her unable to perform her techniques, as if someone were contesting control over her body. Just as the attacks from the masters were about to strike Fong Roland, Qin Nianchu suddenly positioned himself in front of her. He spread his arms wide, conjuring a barrier that thwarted all assaults. "It's the demon Qin Nianchu. Wasn't it said that Fong Roland had killed him? They are master and disciple, colluding together. If we do not eliminate them today, it will be our doom." The masters exerted their strength once more, unleashing a barrage of lethal techniques. Yet beneath Qin Nianchu's barrier, their efforts were utterly futile. Qin Nianchu gazed at the black hole above, his expression solemn. He could not comprehend how the void demon, which had only existed in his world, had manifested in the Tianxian continent. According to his memory, the only way for the void sky to dissipate was to absorb enough energy. Linear. "Are you all right?" But in the next moment, a sharp sword erupted from his heart. Fong Roland stood behind him, her blood-red eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Her voice was frigid. "You concealed your cultivation from me. You must die." After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Nianchu's eyes revealed a look of understanding. With a powerful tremor, the barrier transformed into a shockwave, obliterating the attacks of the masters and sweeping through the forest. Qin Nianchu staggered back, clutching his chest, and turned to look at Fong Roland with deep affection. He reached out, wishing to touch her face, but his fingertips could not reach her cheek. As life force waned, the malevolent spirits coiled around him, dragging him toward the black hole. "Take care of yourself." With that final phrase, Qin Nianchu left behind a serene smile as he was drawn into the black hole, which subsequently vanished. Fong Roland stood dazed, her eyes gradually losing their blood-red hue, returning to clarity. When she had personally slain Qin Nianchu, the supreme forgetting of emotions had reached its pinnacle. The Nine's sacred body transcended the tribulation, becoming unparalleled in the Tianxian continent, ascending to the peak of existence. Suspended in the void, Fong Roland exuded a terrifying pressure, the power of the Emperor realm compelling those around her to instinctively bow in submission. The masters who had originally attacked her now revealed despair in their eyes. Congratulations to the Empress for successfully transcending the tribulation, uniting the Tianxian for millennia to come. As one person shouted the proclamation. The multitude knelt in unison, chanting. Yet, confusion flickered in Fong Roland's gaze. She sensed a transformation within her body, but the rising cultivation brought her no joy. "I have avenged myself. I should be elated, so I feel such anguish," Fong Roland murmured, suddenly clutching her head. Feeling as if some seal within her mind had shattered. "Is this a memory seal? Who cast it upon me? Could it be Qin Nianchu?" Visions from her 12th birthday flooded her mind. The Fong family courtyard was adorned with lanterns, and the table was laden with delicacies, all her favorites. Her parents and relatives presented her with birthday gifts. After making a birthday wish, she approached Qin Nianchu. "Nianchu Gij, will you marry me when I come of age?" Qin Nianchu ruffled her hair. "Of course, as long as you don't despise me then, I will marry you." Hearing this, a ripple surged in Fong Roland's heart. He had indeed promised her. But what of it? "That scoundrel killed my family. He deserves no pity." Fong Roland knew she was about to witness the most heart-wrenching scene. Suddenly, the 12-year-old version of herself, under Qin Nianchu's gentle touch, had her eyes turned blood-red. To her astonishment, she raised her hand and struck Qin Nianchu away. He crashed against the surrounding wall, his fate unknown. The recollections continued. The commotion from 12-year-old Fong Ruolin striking Qin Nianchu caught the attention of the Fong family. A cousin, 3 years her senior, approached. Lin, what happened to you? With a swift motion, Fong Ruolin pierced her cousin's chest. Gasps of horror filled the air. Her cousin's parents rushed over to Lin. What are you doing? Why did you harm your cousin? My daughter. What has happened to her? The response was Fong Ruolin's emotionless wave of her hand. Blood sprayed forth as her cousin's parents had their heads severed cleanly from their bodies. The memories pressed on. Fong Ruolin's father hurried over, gripping her shoulders. Daughter, what's wrong? Please don't scare me. Yet 12-year-old Fong Ruolin remained expressionless as she tightened her grip around her father's neck. A sharp crack echoing as his head drooped to the side. In the present, Fong Ruolin clutched her head, screaming in despair. No, this cannot be true. Impossible. How could I have killed my father? In the memories. The Zhang family recoiled in terror at the scene. Only her mother rushed forward. In the present, Fong Ruolin cried out in despair. Don't come closer. Mother, stay back. She isn't me. You will die. Her voice was piercing, yet it bore no weight. Her mother still approached, embracing the young Fong Ruolin tightly, only to have a hand pierce through her back. The slaughter continued, in the span of a mere incense stick's burning time. The Fong family was nearly annihilated by the 12-year-old Fong Ruolin. Even those who hid could not escape. Just as she finished slaughtering her family, preparing to step out and massacre the townsfolk, Qin Nianchu crawled up from beneath the collapsed wall. He formed a strange hand seal and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Fong Ruolin, and with a swift strike to her nape, the young Fong Ruolin fell unconscious. When she awoke, she found Qin Nianchu standing among the dismembered bodies, bloodied and terrifying. Fong Ruolin was rendered speechless, her expression blank as she asked, Nianchu Gij, why did you do this? In the present, Fong Ruolin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Qin Nianchu bore this sin for her? Why did he never tell me? This cannot be true. Impossible. How could I have killed my own parents? Slaughtered those who loved me in the Fong family? It must be the work of Qin Nianchu. Even in death, he will not let me go. He has tampered with my memories, even if my family was not killed by him. He still deserves death. He slaughtered everyone in Xiaolin village. Fong Ruolin struggled to convince herself. She had achieved the Emperor realm. How could external influences still sway her? Yet the sealed memories continued to unfold. Chapter 4. The sealed memories. The scene shifted to Qin Nianchu, bringing Fong Ruolin to Xiaolin village. There stood the familiar thatched cottage, with a raincoat she had woven herself hanging on the wall. The 4 years spent in Xiaolin village were perhaps the most carefree of Fong Ruolin's life, following the massacre of her family. She had nothing to worry about, no need to cultivate. Under Qin Nianchu's tender care, she even contemplated abandoning her hatred for the Fong family to stay with him. In the vision, Qin Nianchu gently covered Fong Ruolin with a blanket. As a cultivator, such a situation should not have occurred. Qin Nianchu stepped outside. With a village chief's voice echoed, Are you really going to gather herbs in the poisonous forest? It's far too dangerous. Those who enter never return. Don't go. Let us take Lin to the town another day. The town's doctor cannot cure her illness. It will be fine. I will be careful. The poisonous forest. Fong Ruolin recalled the villagers mentioning it deep in the mountains, where even beasts and birds dared not approach. It was said that a master had entered once but never returned. Fong Ruolin felt a sense of unease, not wanting Qin Nianchu to go. She believed she could endure. However, her increasingly heavy body rendered her speechless. In the present, Fong Ruolin laughed maniacally. Hypocritical. Pretext. He merely wishes to conceal his slaughter of the people of Xiaolin village, no matter what. He remains a demon, and I can only resent my initial folly in being beguiled by his facade, which led me to neglect my cultivation and resulted in the tragic fate of the villagers of Xiaolin. Yet in the next moment, the scene shifts. Fong Ruolin rises from her bed, her expression devoid of emotion, save for her blood-red eyes. She steps outside, her crimson gaze coldly surveying the inhabitants of Xiaolin, and no sooner has she spoken than the village chief is abruptly severed in a diagonal cut, his blood splattering across Fong Ruolin's face. The reality of Fong Ruolin stands frozen. She clutches her head, her eyes wide with horror. Impossible. Did I kill the village chief? How could I possess such a memory? One by one, the villagers, noticing Roland's abnormality, approach her. Yet they are met with Fong Roland's merciless slaughter. In a fleeting moment, the villagers are decimated. Ultimately, Fong Roland strides toward a small girl of 7 or 8 years. The girl, weeping, collapses to the ground, retreating as she holds out her toy. Sister Roland, please don't kill me. I made a bamboo dragonfly to play with you. Blood tinges the scene red. No. In reality. Fong Roland clutches her head and screams in anguish. It cannot be. This is not real. Not real. She seems on the verge of madness, crashing heavily to the ground. Fong Roland, in a frenzy, lunges at Qin Nianchu, seizing a woodcutter's knife and striking it upon his shoulder. Qin Nianchu gazes at Fong Roland. His eyes filled with sorrow, he raises his hand, a gentle light emanating from it, resting on Fong Roland's forehead. Instantly, the deranged Fong Roland succumbs to a deep slumber. In reality, Fong Roland repeatedly bangs her head against the ground. No. Impossible. It was Qin Nianchu who altered my memories. He coveted my Jiao Yin Sheng Ti and has delayed his plans by living too long in Xiaolin village. It must be so. Suddenly, an elder's voice echoes through her memories. You know she is the Jiao Sha Ti, not the Jiao Yin Sheng Ti. I have always known. Yet, you cannot change anything. Every cycle, she will be consumed by the bloodthirsty slaughter of the Jiao Sha Ti, and only by drinking blood can she be made to cease. If she remains in this world, it will bring disaster to the realm. She is my disciple, my kin in this world. I must protect her at all costs. If the entire Tianxian continent stands against her, I shall stand against the entire Tianxian. I will bear the sins she creates, but you will become a despised demon among the people. Each eruption of the Jiao Sha Ti will only strengthen her cultivation at that time. Even you will be unable to protect yourself. That Ti matters not. I believe there must be a way to resolve Roland's Jiao Sha Ti, even if I must tread upon the entire Tianxian continent. I shall not give up. During this time, I shall watch over her, ensuring she does not bring harm to others. If she truly becomes uncontrollable, I will accompany her to the underworld. Alas, the elder sighs deeply. Upon hearing this dialogue in her memories, Fong Roland's eyes grow vacant. I am the Jiao Sha Ti. How could this be? I am clearly the Jiao Yin Sheng Ti. Fong Roland, in disbelief, inspect her body, convinced of her status as the Jiao Yin Sheng Ti. You are deceiving me. It must be a trick, sweet words to lead me to the Baishao Gate, intending to utilize the completion of the Jiao Yin Sheng Ti for his own ends. Qin Nianchu, may you suffer a wretched fate. Even now, you continue to torment me. Why? Fong Roland screams in rage, her voice crashing through the mountains like a tidal wave. The hidden experts surrounding her are left reeling. Their eardrums shattered. The memory shifts once more. Time seems to have passed another cycle. In a cave, Qin Nianchu holds Fong Roland, appearing as if they share an intimate bond. In reality, Fong Roland's eyes are filled with confusion. She does not recall ever being this close to Qin Nianchu. All she remembers is that after leaving Xiaolin village, she began cultivating diligently, eager for vengeance. Upon closer inspection, she realizes that the Fong Roland in her memories has blood-red eyes. She clings to Qin Nianchu's neck, greedily drinking his blood. Qin Nianchu gently embraces Fong Roland. Be good, do not fear. Drink a little more, and you will feel better soon. Fong Roland trembles in reality. She murmurs to herself, could it be that I truly am the Jiao Sha Ti? Has he always used this method to restrain my loss of control? Have I been drinking his blood all along? Time in the memories flows onward, and Qin Nianchu has repeatedly resorted to the same method to suppress the outbursts of the Jiao Sha Ti, until one day, after Fong Roland drank his blood, she fell into unconsciousness. Qin Nianchu's voice resounds. Roland, I have finally found a method. As long as you learn the Wangqing Juat by Shao Gate, during your tribulation to become an emperor, achieving Taishang Wangqing will completely transform your Jiao Sha Ti into a Jiao Yin Sheng Ti. The chance is slim, but I will ensure your success. In reality, Fong Roland's gaze is clouded. He wants me to learn the Wangqing Juat by Shao Gate, not to help me perfect my jiu in sheng ti. The Fang Ruolin who learned the Wangqing Ju knows full well that to achieve Taishang Wangqing, the necessary condition is to personally slay the person to whom she is most deeply bound. That person is Qin Nianchu. Fang Ruolin's lips tremble as she whispers in disbelief. Is everything he did merely to allow me to kill him without restraint? To make me hate him? What are the people at by Shao Gate? Fang Ruolin, with a final glimmer of hope, gazes in her memories. At Qin Nianchu's behest, Fang Ruolin entered by Shao Gate. The escalating cultivation allowed her to easily master any technique. She quickly distinguished herself within her sect, becoming the direct disciple of the sect leader, earning the qualification to learn the Wangqing Ju. The scene depicts Fang Ruolin exiting the Cangjin Pavilion and retreating into seclusion to cultivate. The successive breakthroughs of the Wangqing Ju lead to a surge in her cultivation. Yet the rapid ascent triggers a backlash from the Jiuju Shati. In her cultivation, Fang Ruolin loses herself, unleashing a massacre within the Baishao sect. Once dear brothers and sisters fall one by one beneath her blade. Even the sect leader is no match for her single strike. Next comes the familiar scene. Awakening, Fang Ruolin looks upon the corpses of her fellow disciples, until she arrives at the main hall, where she sees Qin Nianchu, who has rushed in to support the severely injured sect leader. The sect leader gazes up at Fang Ruolin, raising a trembling arm to point in fury. Should it is a demon? Jiuju Shati, Qin Nianchu, having sensed Fang Ruolin's presence, does not hesitate to snap the sect leader's neck. Fang Ruolin hoarsely queries, "What was this for? You have learned the Wangqing Ju. They're no longer of any use to you that I do not wish for your Jiuyin Shangti to be exposed." Qin Nianchu's words remain indifferent. In reality, Fang Ruolin's eyes grow vacant, as the events of her memories crash against her soul. She cannot accept it, yet the truth becomes increasingly clear. The sealed memories continue. As time passes, despite having learned the Wangqing Ju, Fang Ruolin remains unable to restrain the Jiuju Shati. Every 12 years, it is still Qin Nianchu who uses his blood to suppress the outbursts of the Jiuju Shati. Even the most recent instance occurred just 3 months ago in a bloodthirsty state. Fang Ruolin continues to consume Qin Nianchu's blood, but a gentle voice echoes, "Ruolin, with your current cultivation, you could easily kill me. The time is near. I hope you do not blame me. You must take care of yourself from now on." In reality, Fang Ruolin's lips tremble. He always knew. He deliberately lost to me. The scene shifts to when Fang Ruolin has perfected her technique and seeks to spar with Qin Nianchu. She senses a decline in his aura. At this moment, she realizes she has an advantage for a surprise attack. Taking advantage of the sparring match in which Qin Nianchu holds back, Fang Ruolin severely injures him, crippling his cultivation and imprisoning him. How apparent the flaw! It is only then that Fang Ruolin understands that all of Qin Nianchu's actions were deliberate. Qin Nianchu seeks death, all to fulfill her, yet she did not kill him, but rather tormented him for 3 months. Chapter 5. Master, I was wrong. Boom. In reality, a loud explosion resonates within Fang Ruolin's mind. She raises her head, tears streaming down her face. "I understand now. I understand all. Qin Nianchu, Master, why were you so foolish? Why? The one who deserves to die is me. Master." Fang Ruolin's anguish spirals into madness. She never imagined that she was the truly wicked one. While Qin Nianchu bore all her sins, 300 years of companionship, 300 years of meticulous care, as hatred dissipates, an endless tide of love and remorse floods Fang Ruolin. She raises her trembling hands, gazing skyward at the place where the black hole vanished. Heaven, what have I done? I killed him with my own hands. I killed the one I loved most in this world. A heart-wrenching cry. Qin Nianchu, why did you deceive me? You deceived me for 300 years. Why could you so easily end all, heartlessly leaving me? You promised to protect me for a lifetime. The revelation of the truth crashes against Fang Ruolin's soul with brutal force. Thinking of Qin Nianchu being drawn into the black hole, still wearing a worried smile, Fang Ruolin feels her heart shatter into countless pieces. Fang Ruolin covers her face, weeping bitterly, then bursts into wild laughter. Mad, frenzied, She pounds repeatedly upon her chest, yet cannot alleviate the excruciating pain. Roland has realized her error. Roland no longer wishes to be an empress. All she desires is you. Fong Roland kneels upon the ground, her long hair cascading down like a cuckoo weeping blood. Amid her sorrowful sobs, her once jet-black hair turns white, strand by strand. Her resolve crumbles. Fong Roland's cultivation plummets. The lurking figures around her realize this is an unprecedented opportunity. Together, let us slay the demonists. Hundreds of skilled fighters surged forth from the wilderness. Fong Roland lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with a terrifying intensity. You have harmed my master. You all must die. A blood-red mist erupted from Fong Roland, swirling violently around her, reducing everything in its path to mere dust. The assailants, even in their final moments, could hardly fathom the horror of the Nine's sacred body ascending to the throne. Even with diminished power, it was still fearsome as the dust settled around them. It was unclear how long she had wept. Fong Roland resolutely raised her head. Master, I shall join you now. She lifted her delicate hand, prepared to end her own life. Suddenly, the space where the black hole had vanished trembled once more with a terrifying force. As the fabric of space tore apart, a resplendent and breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged. She hovered in the air, inhaling deeply. It is the scent of my master. Has he been here? The woman noticed Fong Roland on the ground and, in an instant, appeared before her. You bear my master's scent. Tell me, where is he? Get lost? I know nothing of this master. Stop bothering me. Fong Roland flung her sleeve, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy, which, however, vanished under the woman's radiant presence. The woman scrutinized Fong Roland, undeterred by her formidable aura, as she approached step by step. You carry my master's spiritual mark. You must have met him. Who is your master? Realizing the woman's extraordinary nature, Fong Roland merely wished to dismiss her and reunite with her master. My master is called Qin Nianchu. Do you know him? The woman inquired. Nianchu? You know my master? Fong Roland exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. That's wonderful. You truly know him. Where has he gone? His lingering essence is unmistakably present here. The woman's excitement was palpable. Fong Roland's expression turned sorrowful. It is my fault. I have killed my master. You may as well end my life. Impossible. The woman's sudden outburst of power left Fong Roland in shock. How could one of your cultivation possibly harm my master, if he were truly dead? Why would the spiritual mark on you remain? The series of pointed questions from the woman caused Fong Roland to reveal a glimmer of hope after a moment of bewilderment. She quickly sensed within herself the spiritual mark left by Qin Nianchu when he sealed his memories. If he were truly dead, that mark should have vanished. Fong Roland grasped the woman's hand urgently. Are you saying my master is not dead? Where is he? The woman, taken aback that Fong Roland could grasp her hand, exhibited a flicker of surprise in her eyes. That is what I should be asking you. Why master was wounded by me and subsequently drawn into a black hole. He did not die, but was transported elsewhere. A black hole? Damn it, could it be another spatial rift? The woman's brow furrowed in concern. Fong Roland pressed on. What do you mean by spatial rift? You are truly bothersome. Do not delay me in finding my master. He is likely not in this world anymore. Not in this world? Then where is he? Do not question me. Am I not searching for him? How dare you injure my master and allow him to fall into a black hole? I ought to kill you. I know I deserve death, but what matters now is finding my master. I still carry his spiritual mark. I will accompany you, and we will surely find him. Let us hope so. With your strength, you should be able to traverse the void, in the 3,000 worlds. We shall search one by one. As she spoke, the woman raised her hand, tearing open the space before her and stepping through. Fong Roland took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. Master, even across the myriad realms, I shall find you. Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu, pulled into the black hole, felt his soul drifting through countless worlds, as if his millennia of experiences were but a dream. Drowsily, he opened his eyes, only to hear a cold voice. Qin Nianchu, stop sending me flowers. You are so annoying. I have made it clear that I, Su Kexin, do not like you and will never be with you. In the classroom of Jiangsheng Academy, Qin Nianchu raised his head groggily from the desk. Before him lay a handful of shattered roses. Numerous classmates surrounded him, their gazes fixed on a particular spot. Before Qin Nianchu stood a beautiful girl with fair skin and an exquisite figure, yet her enchanting eyes were filled with disdain as they regarded him. The surrounding students began to murmur among themselves. Only the school beauty, Su, would speak to Qin Xiao like that at IS, she rejecting his advances again. This isn't the first or second time. I heard Qin Xiao gifted Su Kexin a top-tier spiritual artifact worth 50 million. Even 7th-tier martial arts masters covet such a treasure. Has Su turned him down again? Ah, Qin Xiao is too infatuated with Su Kexin. If it were me, I would have thrown myself at him long ago. You, spare me. Su Kexin listened to the gossip, a hint of smugness on her face. The Qin family's young master, whom they could not catch, was merely a dog at her beck and call. Qin Nianchu's expression was one of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. The classroom's desks and chairs, the multimedia blackboard, and the classmates snapping photos with their phones. Suddenly, the familiar scenes filled him with astonishment. Am I back on Blue Star? This is Jiangcheng Academy. He quickly seized the arm of a nearby student, asking urgently, what year is it now? Qin Xiao, it is now the year 2024 on Blue Star. 2024, I have returned 3 years in the past. Despite having traversed 9 worlds and experienced millennia, Qin Nianchu clearly remembered the events that would unfold 3 years hence. The overwhelming invasion of the outer demons. Humanity on the brink of extinction. The Qin family would fight valiantly against the invaders, only to be betrayed by their own, leading to their downfall. Qin Nianchu hastily checked his cultivation. The wound in his chest, pierced by Feng Ruolin, had healed. The insights of the Emperor's realm remained, as did the knowledge of the divine-level celestial master and the various skills of mechanical ascension. He retained a clear memory of divine-level magic spells and the understanding he had gained from the 9 worlds. Yet his frail body was still that of the powerless waste he had been before Dada, right? Everything he possessed in the Tianxian world had been taken by Ruolin. However, it seemed that the heavenly Tao of Blue Star had some issues. Why was he so severely suppressed? Was it due to his weak body limiting his cultivation? Without cultivation, he could wield no power whatsoever, as he pondered, yet another disdainful voice pierced through. Qin Nianchu, do not think that threatening my father with a marriage proposal will make me want to be with you. It only makes me hate you more. Before him stood Su Kexin, her expression icy. Qin Nianchu frowned slightly. He recalled how he had pursued Su Kexin for 5 long years, regarded by others as a shameless sycophant, desperately groveling for her affection. Eventually, when Su Kexin's family faced financial troubles, her father had seized the opportunity to demand that Qin Nianchu provide 10 billion to rescue their family from crisis in exchange for a marriage agreement. Qin Nianchu had not only complied with the demand, but had also offered a substantial betrothal gift. Yet, Su Kexin had never cared for him. The man she truly loved was a genius from Jiangcheng Academy. Taking advantage of her affections, she relentlessly provoked Qin Nianchu's limits. The Qin family held an extraordinary status on Blue Star, with several martial saints among them and numerous top-tier experts at the 9th rank. Since the invasion by outer demons centuries ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star had allowed the Qin family to rise to prominence, defending against the outer realms. They were one of the most powerful families on Blue Star. Yet, Qin Nianchu was perceived as a weakling incapable of martial cultivation, a disgrace to the family, labeled as a waste by society. Nevertheless, the Qin family still wished to cherish him. Jiangxing Academy only accepted the most talented individuals. To pursue Su Kexin, Qin Nianchu had forced the Qin family to leverage their connections and financial resources to gain admission. Yet, reflecting on everything now, what was Su Kexin truly worth? She possessed some talent. But compared to the geniuses he had encountered across the 9 worlds, she was utterly insignificant. The Su family was merely an ordinary clan, barely able to establish themselves in Jiangcheng thanks to Qin Nianchu's connections. While Su Kexin shamelessly accepted the benefits he provided, she cruelly rejected him. In the end, she used the resources gifted by Qin Nianchu to cultivate her own preferred genius into a martial saint. 3 years later, when the outer demons invaded, the Su family conspired with the genius to destroy the Qin family without regard for Blue Star's safety. He remembered how he had picked up the flowers and desperately pleaded for a favor. Now, very well, let us annul the engagement, Qin Nianchu declared coldly. What did you say? You dare to break off our engagement. Su Kexin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Nianchu. Chapter 6. Very well. I swear, Qin Nianchu replied with firm conviction. Why would I not dare? Even if you wish to marry me now, I shall not take you. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Kexin. Listen well. Tomorrow I will personally go to the Su family to dissolve the engagement. Su Kexin was left speechless, and the surrounding onlookers were equally stunned. Did I hear that correctly? Qin Xiao, who has pursued Su goddess for 5 years, is actually taking the initiative to break off the engagement? No mistake. Everyone heard it. This has become interesting. It seems Qin Xiao has finally awakened. Let us see what Su Kexin will do now. Su Kexin's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. She had previously used the threat of breaking off the engagement to manipulate Qin Nianchu, but he had always caved in, obediently yielding to her whims. More submissive than a dog. What kind of game was being played today? However, she dared not truly withdraw from the engagement with Qin Nianchu, as her Su family's conglomerate relied on the Qin family to weather their current difficulties. Su Kexin took a deep breath and said, Qin Nianchu, I know you are speaking in anger, but your behavior has become increasingly excessive lately. Apologize to me now, and I shall not hold it against you. Qin Nianchu replied coldly, yes. Soon as these words left her lips, a stir rippled through the surrounding classmates. The Su family's rise to the status of a near first-tier family was largely due to Qin Nianchu's support. If the Qin family severed ties, the Su family would become nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Yet, Su Kexin remained oblivious, believing their family's ascendance was solely due to her father's efforts, and that they were merely facing a temporary setback. Now that Qin Nianchu sought to withdraw from the marriage, it presented the perfect opportunity for her father to save face, allowing her to be with the one she truly loved. She coldly declared, Qin Nianchu, you must understand that you are unworthy of me. Ending this engagement would be a sign of your self-awareness. Were it not for your Qin family background, I would not even spare you a glance. I, Su Kexin, seek a true paragon of excellence. You think too highly of yourself. It is you, this shameless wretch, who is unworthy of me, Qin Nianchu retorted without reservation. You insolent wretch, what did you say? Su Kexin glared at Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu immediately shot back. Did I call you a wretch? Is that not the truth? Everyone witnessed how well I treated you, yet you used the resources I provided to support a pretty boy. Qin Nianchu, do you wish to die? Su Kexin threatened furiously. She was a first-tier martial artist, and it would be all too easy to teach someone of Qin Nianchu's lack of cultivation a lesson. At that moment, a magnetic voice interrupted. Kexin, are you all right? A handsome young man strode into the room. With starry eyes and sword-like brows, his tall stature was the kind that captivated women's gazes. The surrounding classmates inquired. Who is he? Quite handsome. That's Yi Tianxiang, the top freshman at Jiangxing Academy, a genius born of humble origins, already at the 4th-tier Kaiyang realm. 4th-tier martial artist? That's impressive. Even some seniors nearing graduation barely reached that level. Su Kexin's heart swelled with joy upon hearing the murmurs among her peers. This was the kind of genius she deserved. Why, Yi Tianxiang stepped forward through the crowd, positioning himself protectively behind Su Kexin. She immediately feigned innocence, saying, Tianxiang, he is bullying me. Why, Yi Tianxiang shot a cold glare at Qin Nianchu, his voice laced with threat. Kexin does not like you. You should cease your harassment. That's the heir of the Qin family. You ought to possess some self-awareness. Oh, the pretty boy has arrived. Truly, it is a case of shameless wretch and a dog destined for eternity. Qin Nianchu remarked sarcastically, suppressing a murderous intent in her eyes. This Yi Tianxiang had cultivated himself into a martial saint with the resources she had provided to Su Kexin. In 3 years, during the invasion of the outer demons, when the Qin family would be severely weakened. He would unite with the Lin family to bring about their downfall. The blood feud was etched deeply in her heart. However, as a new student showcasing remarkable talent, he had garnered the favor of various powerful figures within the academy, and eliminating him now would only invite unnecessary trouble from the Qin family. Qin Nianchu, you seek death. Yi Tianxiang unleashed the pressure of a 4th-tier martial artist. Any ordinary person without cultivation would be terrified to the point of losing control. Yet at first glance, Qin Nianchu displayed no reaction whatsoever. She scoffed, a dog biting El Dongbin. If you are so enamored with that shameless wretch, then I shall grant your wish. With that, Qin Nianchu pointed skyward, proclaiming, I, Qin Nianchu, swear to the heavens that from this day forth, the Qin family shall have no further ties to the Su family. Should I ever harbor even a modicum of affection for Su Kexin, may my cultivation stagnate, and may I be struck by heavenly retribution daily. As the oath was uttered, Qin Nianchu felt a surge of vitality envelop her. The surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment. Wow, a heavenly oath! Qin Xiao is serious this time. It was evident that Qin Xiao had truly given up on Su Kexin. Such a heavenly oath, once violated, would invite divine punishment, seeing Qin Nianchu swear. Su Kexin beamed as she took Yi Tianxiang's arm, saying, You dare to swear to the heavens? Wonderful! I can finally rid myself of this vile nuisance. In Yi Tianxiang's mind, with Qin Nianchu severing ties with Su Kexin. He could rightfully pursue a relationship with her, openly utilizing the Su family's resources for his cultivation. Given his talent, becoming a martial saint was merely a matter of time. Who would he have to fear then? Qin Nianchu laughed derisively. Little did Yi Tianxiang know that the Su family support was, in fact, derived from the Qin family. At that moment, Su Kexin presented a ring radiating with the aura of a spiritual artifact. Affectionately offering it to Yi Tianxiang. Tianxiang, this is a high-grade spiritual artifact I prepared for you to can conjure a barrier to withstand attacks from those below the 7th tier, and even withstand a few blows from 9th tier attacks. Upon seeing the ring, Yi Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such a protective treasure, he could finally explore the secret realms he had discovered in the wild. Chapter 7. Insult you? I merely stated the facts. Qin Nianchu glanced at the high-grade spiritual artifact in Su Kexin's hand, unable to suppress a derisive snicker. What was this woman flaunting? Did she think she could parade around with his gift in front of him? If that were the case, Qin Nianchu was even less inclined to allow Yi Tianxiang to possess it. The surrounding classmates were stunned by Su Kexin's audacity. She wished to sever ties with Qin Nianchu while still reaping the benefits of the Qin family. All while engaging in flirtation with Yi Tianxiang, turn around and accuse Qin Nianchu of shamelessness. Was she not acting like a whore demanding a monument? In my opinion, Su Kexin simply could not bear to part with the advantages afforded by the Qin family. Who would be willing to part with such things? Just the high-grade spiritual artifact recently gifted by Qin Xiao alone was noteworthy. It was rumored that the betrothal gifts from the Qin family could sustain a master at the 8th tier. Tisk. Having received so much, she still sought more from the Qin family. Truly shameless. The comments from the surrounding classmates caused Su Kexin's complexion to shift between shades of green and white. Yi Tianxiang's eyes glimmered with delight. If it was being directly gifted to him, then what did he have to worry about? Qin Nianchu cast a cold glance at Yi Tianxiang. I assume you mean you certainly do not wish to return it? Yi Tianxiang chuckled. The item was gifted to me by Kexin. If it were to be returned, it would be to her. There is no obligation to you to, Su Kexin quickly added, Yes, I intended to return it. But I have already gifted it to Tianxiang. Qin Xiao is truly unfortunate to encounter such shameless individuals. Silence. Yi Tianxiang's furious shout darkened the expressions of the surrounding classmates. This high-grade spiritual artifact was of utmost importance to him, and he absolutely would not return it. Qin Nianchu shook her head in mockery. She was thoroughly amused by the shamelessness of this couple. Did they think they could play games in her presence? Were they truly so desperate? They could act shamelessly, but she was not obliged to remain silent. Tianxiang, let us leave and ignore her. Su Kexin tugged at Yi Tianxiang, wishing to depart. Qin Nianchu spoke slowly. Are you certain you can utilize this spiritual artifact? There are incantation restrictions on it. Without knowing the unlocking incantation, it is merely a trinket. Previously, in an attempt to win Su Kexin's favor, Qin Nianchu had revealed the unlocking incantation to her after she had expressed anger. In this life, however, she had not divulged. Tianxiang's expression darkened. He hurriedly attempted to activate the artifact, only to discover that he indeed could not. He approached Qin Nianchu with a grim face. Tell me the incantation. Fool! Qin Nianchu regarded Yi Tianxiang with a look of disdain. Yi Tianxiang's face flushed with anger as he seized Qin Nianchu by the collar. Do you dare insult me? Am I insulting you? I merely stated a fact, Qin Nianchu replied, her expression still mocking. Yi Tianxiang unleashed a powerful aura, causing weaker classmates to retreat in haste, while those who remained still broke out in cold sweat. Yet, when they glanced at Qin Nianchu, despite being grasped by the collar, her expression remained unchanged. Yi Tianxiang's fourth-tier martial prowess was indeed formidable among their peers, but to Qin Nianchu, even the might of an emperor in his prime was nothing but a triviality. The pressure he emitted felt like a mere tickle. Yi Tianxiang looked at Qin Nianchu in confusion, pondering how she displayed no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that she felt no pressure due to her lack of cultivation? As he contemplated, he raised his fist. Qin Nianchu, tell me the incantation, or I shall not be lenient. The surrounding classmates widened their eyes in shock at Yi Tianxiang intended to strike Qin Shao. With no cultivation to speak of, was he not merely inviting humiliation to attack someone without martial skill? It was truly disgraceful. They would never claim to be from Jiangqing Academy again. Qin Nianchu raised an eyebrow. Yi Tianxiang, did you hear that? Is it not disgraceful to strike someone without cultivation? And what of it? You insulted me and bullied Kexin. It is only right that I teach you a lesson. However, I now offer you an opportunity. Tell me the incantation, and I shall let you go, Yi Tianxiang proclaimed pompously. Qin Nianchu smiled faintly, raising her fingers to count down. 3, 2, 1. Yi Tianxiang was puzzled by the countdown. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped him. Presumptuous! You dare lay a hand on my family's heir! A burly man clad in a black suit appeared suddenly beside Qin Nianchu. And no one saw him move. Yet Yi Tianxiang was suddenly sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. Yi Tianxiang clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A seventh-tier master. Why would a master of your caliber act against me? Do you not fear ridicule from outsiders? The man in the black suit replied coldly. Nonsense. You have wounded me, young master. Were it not for the confines of Jiangqing Academy, I would take your life. With a tone of guilt, he glanced at Qin Nianchu and said, Young master, it is my failure to protect you. Please punish me. Uncle Ke interjected. It is of no consequence. In fact, your arrival is quite timely. Qin Nianchu smiled lightly, flicking the collar that Yi Tianxiang had just grasped before stepping closer to him. You may lay hands upon me. A student devoid of cultivation. Yet what would happen if my Uncle Ke were to retaliate against you? Yi Tianxiang retorted angrily. Qin Nianchu, I am under protection within Jiangqing Academy. Should he attack me, the academy will hunt him down. Is that so? Qin Nianchu replied, her gaze filled with pity. You seem unaware that students like myself, lacking in cultivation, are often safeguarded by bodyguards dispatched by our families, specifically to guard against individuals like you who harbor ill intentions. Qin Ke is indeed the adept sent by the Qin family to remain by Qin Nianchu's side. Drawing nearer to Yi Tianxiang, he whispered, Moreover, I await your move. We are permitted to bring bodyguards into the academy. Yet there exists a rule. Bodyguards must never strike students unless provoked. However, there are exceptions. For instance, if I am threatened, and in such a case if my bodyguard inadvertently kills you, it would simply be your misfortune. A murderous intent flickered in Qin Nianchu's eyes as she stood and addressed her fellow classmates. You all witnessed it. Yi Tianxiang threatened me first, attempted to seize my high-grade spirit artifact, and even plotted to harm me. Thus, should my bodyguard strike him down, it would be a justifiable act of self-defense. Yi Tianxiang's eyes widened in terror. Could it be that Qin Nianchu truly intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate him? Several classmates nodded in agreement. One student, allied with the Qin family, exclaimed, Indeed, young Master Qin, we all saw it. I shall testify on your behalf. Yi Tianxiang quickly shouted, No, I did not intend to harm you. Su Kexin, you must say something to help me. Su Kexin stepped in front of Yi Tianxiang, her voice laced with fury. Qin Nianchu, if you harm Brother Tianxiang, I shall never forgive you for the rest of my life. Chapter 8. What if I bully you? Qin Nianchu rolled her eyes in exasperation. How melodramatic. Very well then, don't forgive me. Uncle Ke, upon receiving the command, narrowed his eyes coldly and slightly raised his hand, the pressure of a seventh-grade master enveloping Yi Tianxiang. The pallor of Yi Tianxiang's face deepened. Su Kexin looked at Qin Nianchu in disbelief. Are you truly daring to disregard my words? Have you thought this through, Qin Nianchu? If you command your bodyguard to cease, I may consider preserving our engagement and attempt to date you. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again. In Su Kexin's view, Qin Nianchu's animosity towards Yi Tianxiang stemmed entirely from her. Implicitly, she believed that her concessions were solely to protect Yi Tianxiang. Su Kexin's intentions were genuine. Qin Nianchu sighed in resignation. Classmate Su, what gives you such confidence? I have just sworn an oath. Do you wish for me to defy the heavens? Her voice turned icy. Now, step aside, or I shall strike you down as well. Qin Kuei cast a surprised glance at Qin Nianchu, pondering the sudden change in his young master's demeanor. Previously, he had always acquiesced to Su Kexin's every whim, never daring to retort. Even when he had delivered flowers and spirit artifacts, he had feared Su Kexin's disapproval, opting to leave first to avoid suspicion. Could it be that his young master had finally awakened to reality? This was excellent news, as it would prevent him from being manipulated by a scheming woman. With a grim expression, Qin Kuei advanced towards Yi Tianxiang. Su Kexin's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to anger. Despite her compromises, Qin Nianchu was still ungrateful. Seeing that Su Kexin could not sway Qin Nianchu, despair filled Yi Tianxiang's heart. As the seventh-grade master approached, he hastily cried out, I was wrong. Qin Nianchu, I apologize. I should not have threatened you, nor seize your belongings, that I will return them at once. I implore you to spare me. Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu was momentarily stunned, as were the surrounding classmates. Only Su Kexin regarded Yi Tianxiang with admiration. Thinking, this is the man I like, Qin Nianchu incredulously asked, Are you apologizing to me, begging for mercy? He never anticipated that Yi Tianxiang, a paragon of excellence, would plead for forgiveness in his memory. This man should belong to the type that would rather die than bow. Shouldn't he be defiantly awaiting Uncle Kuei's retribution, perhaps shouting, Kill me or spare me. 20 years from now, I shall rise again. Upon hearing Qin Nianchu's inquiry, Yi Tianxiang believed his demeanor was insufficiently respectful and hastily knelt. Saying, Yes, Qin Nianchu, I apologize. Please forgive me. I will return your belongings. He held the high-grade spirit artifact above his head with trembling hands. The classmates around them laughed derisively at Yi Tianxiang. Oh, look! The top-ranking student of the new cohort is kneeling. Weren't you just so defiant a moment ago? Quick, take a photo. It's breaking news. The first-year top student, a fourth-grade warrior, is kneeling to beg for forgiveness from a student devoid of cultivation. Yi Tianxiang buried his head, gritting his teeth, his eyes seething with humiliation as he inwardly cursed Qin Nianchu. As long as the green hills remain, I need not fear the lack of firewood. Qin Nianchu, I shall remember this. Su Kexin quickly interjected, Qin Nianchu, Brother Tianxiang has already apologized. What more do you want? Do you truly wish for me to never speak to you again? Qin Nianchu pinched her cheek, contemplating the situation. Su Kexin's theatrics were of little concern, yet Yi Tianxiang's unexpected submission made her reluctant to command Qin Kuei to strike. Otherwise, it would lead to troublesome repercussions from Jiangxing Academy. Yet, she was acutely aware that allowing Yi Tianxiang to remain would pose a risk. Even if she could not eliminate him, she must ensure he could not stir up any turmoil. What? Yi Tianxiang exclaimed in horror. Lifting his head, he had painstakingly cultivated for 20 years to achieve his current fourth-grade prowess. To cripple his cultivation would render him akin to a corpse. Yi Tianxiang's face flushed with anger. Qin Nianchu, I've already apologized. Do not push your luck. What if I bully you? If you have the ability, then bully me in return. Qin Nianchu's voice dripped with mockery. Very well, Qin Nianchu. I shall fight you. Yi Tianxiang attempted to rise, but the pressure from the seventh-grade master forced him back to his knees. As Qin Kuei prepared to act, a sharp voice rang out. Who dares to commit violence within Jiangxing Academy? A woman of striking grace burst into the classroom, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Tianxiang. Countering the pressure exerted by Qin Kuei was teacher Lu Rushuang. Isn't teacher Lu in the midst of a lesson? What brings her here? Are you not aware? upon hearing that Yi Tianxiang has become the top student of the new cohort. Teacher Lu has already designated him as her personal disciple. She rushed here upon sensing his peril. Even clad in training attire, Lu Rushuang's well-proportioned figure and the allure of a mature woman left many young students captivated. "Teacher Lu, save me," Yi Tianxiang exclaimed, as if grasping a lifeline. Upon seeing Yi Tianxiang's bloodied lip, Lu Rushuang's eyes filled with concern, swiftly turning to glare at Qin Kuei. "What are you doing? Why are you harming my student?" Qin Nianchu furrowed her brow at Lu Rushuang's arrival. The time wasted thus far was more than sufficient for them to send word of the situation. She recalled how Lu Rushuang had doted on Yi Tianxiang, showering him with resources after he won the academy competition, ultimately leading to their open relationship once he achieved the title of martial saint. Qin Nianchu frowned, realizing yet another pair of dogs had emerged. Had she known, she would have resolved this quickly. Now, eliminating Yi Tianxiang might prove challenging. Seeing the tension between Lu Rushuang and Qin Kuei, Qin Nianchu smiled faintly. "Teacher Lu, we have not harmed Yi Tianxiang. Rather, he attempted to harm me and seized my belongings, prompting my bodyguard to step in for my protection." "You?" Lu Rushuang exclaimed, her gaze full of disdain. The useless young master of the Qin family? Having risen from humble beginnings to attain the 7th grade master level, she held a deep disdain for individuals like Qin Nianchu, who were born into wealth without merit at all. "It seems Teacher Lu remembers me." Qin Nianchu replied with a slight smile. With a scoff of derision, Qin Nianchu retorted, "Teacher Lu, it appears you have misrepresented the situation. All present witness that it was Yi Tianxiang who initiated the aggression. I acted solely in self-defense. Then why did you not confront him directly, instead allowing your bodyguard to intervene?" Lu Rushuang questioned coldly. Qin Nianchu felt a wave of frustration. Indeed, women associated with Yi Tianxiang seemed to lack common sense. "Teacher Lu, it is well known that I possess no cultivation. Do you wish for me to compete with a 4th grade warrior? Your lack of cultivation is solely due to your own incompetence." Lu Rushuang shot back without hesitation. Qin Nianchu laughed derisively. "Then why not seek out a martial saint to practice against?" Laughter erupted among the surrounding classmates. "What are you laughing at? I see Qin Nianchu bullying others. What else do you see?" Under Lu Rushuang's imposing presence, the students fell silent. Su Kexin seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. "Teacher Lu, you are absolutely correct. It is indeed Qin Nianchu who, relying on her bodyguard's 7th grade strength, is bullying brother Tianxiang, and they intend to cripple his cultivation." At these words, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Rushuang's eyes. "If that is the case, Tianxiang, I shall demand justice on your behalf. Qin Nianchu, sever an arm and kneel to Yi Tianxiang, and I shall spare your life." Chapter 9. Wretched woman Qin Nianchu rubbed her temples, feeling exasperated. Could a mere 7th grade master truly threaten the heir of the Qin family? As Qin Kuei, a peak 7th tier master, stood nearby, Lu Rushi had only just entered the 7th tier. Upon hearing this, a wave of murderous intent surged from Qin Kuei, causing the temperature in the entire classroom to drop several degrees. "Impertinence! Do you truly believe that the Qin family is without defenders? How dare you threaten our young master? This is Jiangchang Academy, where such audacity is intolerable." As she sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Kuei, Lu Rushi recognized her disadvantage. However, Jiangchang Academy was her greatest support. No one could dare to resort to violence within its walls, not even a martial sage. The academy was safeguarded by its own martial sages. And should anyone dare to cause chaos within, the masters of Jiangchang Academy would pursue them to the death. Qin Kuei thundered. "Jiangchang Academy is also a place where reason prevails. If you harm our young master, not only will I slay the wretch behind you, but I shall also flay you alive. You dare? Do you genuinely believe that there is no one in Jiangchang Academy? Both of us are 7th tier, and in a real confrontation, the outcome is uncertain," Lu Rushi proclaimed arrogantly, hands on her hips. "You, a mere early 7th tier flower nurtured in a greenhouse, are hardly comparable to someone like me who has battled in the outer domains. Were it not for my injuries sustained in the fight against the celestial demons, I could extinguish your kind with a single strike." Qin Kuei's words resounded with bravado. Lu Rushi scoffed coldly. And what of it? Our academy is under the protection of a martial sage. Your kind need not even require a full strike. Half a strike would suffice to eliminate you. Qin Nianchu, you better sever an arm and kneel to apologize. Qin Nianchu replied indifferently, Lu Rushi, if I show you respect by calling you Teacher Lu, then in disrespect, I shall call you a foul woman. What did you say? Lu Rushi glared back. What's your rush? I haven't finished speaking yet. Despite lacking any cultivation, an invisible aura radiated from Qin Nianchu, rivaling that of a 7th-tier master. The presence of a martial sage at Jianchang Academy served to protect students from harm, not to enable wrongdoing. Whether the academy's martial sage would intervene against her was still uncertain. You dare? Your Qin family's martial sages are stationed in the outer realms. How can they abandon their posts? Lu Rushi exclaimed in shock. Jiancheng Academy housed only one martial sage, while the Qin family had 3. However, the Qin family's martial sages were bound by their duties in the outer realms, thus unable to attend to matters in Jiancheng. Should anything happen to Qin Nianchu, how could the martial sages claim to protect their own kin while neglecting their duty in the outer realms? Just watch me, Qin Nianchu retorted defiantly. Outsiders refrained from causing chaos within Jiancheng Academy due to the countless masters that had come before. The Qin family had risen 1,000 years ago, cultivating numerous experts, surpassing even Jiancheng Academy, where many graduates served under the Qin family. If a real fight broke out, Jiancheng Academy would find itself at a disadvantage. However, such a scenario was unlikely to occur. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Rushi's forehead, and a look of trepidation entered her eyes as she realized she was unable to gain any upper hand against a mere youth. Teacher Lu, it's fine. I'm all right, Yi Qianxiang weakly interjected. Lu Rushi immediately reined in her aura, using the opportunity to step down, turning to support Yi Qianxiang. Since you are not pursuing this matter further, let today's incident be forgotten. Should it arise again in the future, I will risk my life to seek justice for you. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Let us leave, Yi Qianxiang replied, gratitude flashing in his eyes. As he exited the classroom, a look of resentment crossed his face. Should all go as planned, these betrothal gifts would become resources bestowed upon him by Su Kexin. He was on the verge of advancing from a 4th tier to a 5th-tier warrior, needing only a final push. With these resources, Yi Qianxiang was confident he could stand out in this year's academy competition. Now that he had lost the high-grade spirit weapon and resources, he wondered if he could still diligently cultivate his way into the Jade Balance realm. Yi Qianxiang suppressed his resentment towards Qin Nianchu, thinking, just wait, when I achieve martial sage status, I will surely crush you into dust. You better survive until then. Initially, Qin Nianchu had not cared much for the betrothal gifts meant for the Su family. However, he suddenly recalled that among those gifts were dozens of 7th-tier spirit crystals and some rare treasures. Otherwise, they would have been wasted on Yi Qianxiang. The Qin family had no shortage of such items. They had previously fed Qin Nianchu with rare treasures without understanding their proper use. It was fortuitous that upon his arrival in this world, Qin Nianchu had received the legacy of the Pill Saint. Utilizing the betrothal gifts meant for Su Kexin to refine pills and strengthen himself was an excellent plan. Speaking of which, the academy competition was just a month away if all went as expected. Yi Qianxiang would secure first place and gain the favor of various influential figures, further solidifying his background. Qin Nianchu realized he needed to act swiftly to intercept him. Allowing Yi Qianxiang to grow stronger would only provide him with the opportunity to betray the Qin family 3 years later. Qin Nianchu stifled his excitement. For over 1,000 years, he had been plagued by regret. If only he had been strong enough back then, his father and uncles would not have met such tragic ends. He would not have had to watch helplessly as Yi Qianxiang and the Su family launched a surprise attack on the Qin family. Qin Nianchu was eager to reunite with them. Upon returning to the Qin family estate, 2 Qin family youths stood at the entrance, acting as guards. This familiar banter had once been a part of Qin Nianchu's daily life, that he had always been kind-hearted, earning the affection of everyone in the Qin family. Excited, Qin Nianchu approached the 2 guards, grasping their hands. Dazhuang, Erzwang, it's so good to see you. From now on, it's my turn to protect you. In the past, Dazhuang and Erzwang had suffered grievous injuries while protecting him at the hands of Yi Tianxiang. Such events would never happen again. Dazhuang and Erzwang looked at each other in confusion as Qin Nianchu entered the house. What has gotten into the young master? Could it be that he was rejected by Su Kexin again, leaving him disheartened? Following closely behind, Qin Kuei remarked indifferently, "The young master has vowed to sever ties with Su Kexin and will visit the Su family tomorrow to return the betrothal gifts." What? Is that true? Surely the young master isn't suffering a mental breakdown from the rejection. No, has he finally woken up to reality? The entire city of Jiangxing was aware of Qin Nianchu's infatuation with Su Kexin, and everyone could see that she was merely using him, except for Qin Nianchu himself, who remained oblivious. Qin Kuei chided lightly, "Focus on your duties and refrain from idle chatter," as Qin Nianchu entered the house. An imposing elder sat in a chair, perusing battle reports, his brow furrowed as if the situation on the front lines was dire. Qin Jinfeng paused momentarily, affectionately ruffling Qin Nianchu's hair. "Petit, 20 years of age. Why do you still act like a child? Did someone bully you at school, and now you've come to your uncle to cry? Not that I just missed you." Qin Nianchu shook his head, composing himself before parting from his uncle. The Qin family members were all iron-willed warriors, and such displays of sentimentality were unwelcome. After a millennium, burdened with guilt, Qin Nianchu could not help but embrace Qin Jinfeng in the past, when the external demons invaded. The aged Qin Jinfeng had burned his life force to fend them off, ultimately meeting a tragic end at their hands, which had bought the Qin family a sliver of hope. Even now, the memory of that scene pierced Qin Nianchu's heart with pain. Qin Jinfeng smiled. "Nianchu, when did you become so sentimental? Didn't we just see each other this morning? What is it? Did someone at school give you a hard time? Are you seeking your uncle's help for revenge? Or did that girl from the Su family give you the cold shoulder again?" Neither. Qin Nianchu shook his head, suddenly recalling that his uncle had not been well since returning from the outer battlefield. Among the 9 realms, having received the legacy of the Pill Saint, Qin Nianchu was quite adept in medicine. Instinctively, he reached out to check his uncle's pulse. Upon examination, Qin Nianchu's expression turned grave. "Uncle, your health." Chapter 10. Alchemy. Qin Nianchu managed a forced smile. Upon checking, he discovered that Qin Jinfeng's injuries were far worse than just the fall from being a half-step martial sage. An inexplicable force was continuously eroding his body. No wonder, when facing a group of 8th-tier celestial demons with only his 9th-tier strength, he had to burn his life force to resist. Sustaining an attack from a saint-level celestial demon was no small matter. Yet, this required him to possess at least the cultivation of an 8th-tier Grandmaster. As for the auxiliary treasures, there was no need for concern. The Qin family had ample resources. "Uncle, you must take good care of yourself. Do not overexert yourself. With your current strength, if you can protect your essence, there is still hope for recovery," Qin Nianchu advised earnestly. Qin Jinfeng stared at Qin Nianchu in astonishment, pondering how his nephew, who possessed no cultivation, could possibly understand his physical condition. "What is going on with this nephew of mine today?" Qin Jinfeng turned to Qin Kuei. "What has transpired at the school?" Qin Kuei recounted everything that had occurred at the academy in detail to Qin Jinfeng. Furrowing his brow, Qin Jinfeng remarked, "What audacity from Lu Rushi. Does she believe that just because her master is the vice principal of Jiangxing Academy, she can provoke the Qin family with her mere 9th-tier initial strength? Nianchu, you did well today that if she dares to act against you, I will be the first to confront them." Qin Nianchu smiled gratefully. "Thank you, uncle." Qin Jinfeng continued, "As for the Su family engagement, if it is to be terminated, then so be it. Your uncles have never favored that girl. It was only because you liked her that we had no choice." Qin Nianchu's 5th uncle, Qin Jinshan, though slightly weaker, still possessed 9th-tier Grandmaster strength. His 2nd uncle, father, and 4th uncle were all martial sages. Qin Nianchu had only met his father in person 3 times since his birth. The rest were through holographic video calls. Qin Nianchu nodded. "All right, by the way, uncle, I would like to request a few items that you have any 7th-tier spirit crystals, 7th-tier Xian Jade Marrow, 7th-tier Fire Spirit Grass, and Fire Lava Rock. Indeed, there are some, but such items are rather scarce." "You will need to inquire?" Qin Jinfeng asked, puzzled. The ninth grade materials are quite rare. I will inform your father to keep an eye out. However, Nianchu, what do you need these items for? You cannot possibly utilize them at this moment. Can you? Do not aim too high. Mishandling these items could be perilous. Even without cultivation, the Qin family can protect you for a lifetime, Qin Jinfeng cautioned. Uncle, you need not worry that I shall not misuse them. I am quite aware of my limitations. Please have my father prepare the items I mentioned earlier. I promise to surprise you when the time comes. Qin Nianchu replied with a smile. He had no intention of revealing the matter of his reincarnation to outsiders. It was beyond explanation, and until he was fully prepared, it would only serve to increase his worries. Very well. As long as you are prudent, Qin Jinfeng said as he handed Qin Nianchu a spatial ring. Inside, besides the 7th grade materials that Qin Nianchu required, there were other items as well. However, it seemed that time was of the essence. The skills he could recall from memory all required spiritual energy. And Qin Nianchu needed to hasten his cultivation. Uncle, I shall take my leave to rest now. Kuai Shu, I would appreciate your assistance, Qin Nianchu said, slightly bowing before instructing Qin Kuai to follow him. Once back in his room, Qin Nianchu took out the items he needed, preparing to concoct pills. The memories from 9 worlds had taught him that if one could not rely on their own cultivation, then one must resort to pills. With sufficient resources, one could elevate themselves to the 9th grade Tianshu realm through pill consumption alone. Kuai Shu, do you have anything heat-resistant? Qin Nianchu asked with a smile. Qin Kuai produced a cauldron-like object. Will this suffice? I fashioned it from the skull of an 8th grade fire-type celestial demon. After defeating it, I often used it to cook hot pot in the outer realms. Qin Nianchu smirked slightly that IT should be useful. Initially, he had been somewhat concerned that the medicinal properties of materials from different worlds varied, making it impossible to concoct pills using methods from a previous world. However, he had worried unnecessarily. The effects of the items he sought were fundamentally the same, with the only difference being their nomenclature, in the 9 worlds he traversed, aside from the variations in power systems. Many things were essentially similar. With everything prepared, Qin Nianchu turned serious and instructed Qin Kuai. Kuai Shu, I currently lack cultivation and will require your prowess to control the flame. Once we begin, you must utilize the fire spirit grass and the fiery rock to maintain a temperature of 2,000 degrees in this cauldron. Please do not let your guard down. Is that understood? Huh. But is that truly possible? What exactly are you planning to do, young master? Qin Kuai asked, bewildered. Concocting pills. Qin Nianchu replied with a mysterious smile. He had initially intended to ask his uncle for assistance. But given his uncle's current physical condition, it was best not to exert his cultivation. Fortunately, Qin Kuai was his personal bodyguard, and he could put him to good use. Let us commence, Qin Nianchu commanded. Qin Kuai placed his hands beside the cauldron and began channeling his energy. The skull of the celestial demon erupted into searing flames as the fire spirit grass and fiery rock took effect. The flames converged within the cauldron, transforming into a brilliant blue fire. Donning heat-resistant gloves, Qin Nianchu took a deep breath and focused intently on the cauldron. With no cultivation to rely on, he had to depend solely on his physical prowess. But he was fortunate to have Qin Kuai's assistance. Possessing the legacy of the pill saint, even without cultivation, Qin Nianchu could guide others in pill concoction, and the results would not be significantly inferior. Moreover, he had a clear process for the pills he was crafting, which were relatively simple in the alchemical arts. Noting that the time was right, he added several 7th grade spirit crystals and Xian Yu Sui to the cauldron. Under the 2,000-degree heat, the impurities of the 2 materials separated and began to merge into small spheres. Qin Kuai, maintaining the temperature in the cauldron, was wide-eyed, having fought in the outer realms for years. He had never anticipated that these 2 items could combine. Qin Nianchu covered the cauldron, which now resembled a fireball radiating blue light. Qin Kuai curiously inquired, Young master, how long must we maintain this? Approximately an hour. Kuai Shu, you cannot slack off. The success of this endeavor rests on you. Qin Nianchu replied, Qin Kuai's eyes widened. He had to maintain this furnace for an hour with his 7th grade cultivation. Would this not exhaust him completely? Qin Nianchu reassured him. Once the fire spirit grass and fiery rock begin to release energy, you merely need to maintain the temperature. You are not required to sustain the 2,000-degree heat with your cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Kuai exhaled in relief. An hour later, he was drenched in sweat, finding it no simple task to keep the temperature constant. Qin Nianchu eagerly lifted the lid and began counting. 1, 2, 3.11, far fewer than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, having 11 7th-grade solidifying pills without cultivation was still commendable. Kuai Shu, please assist me in retrieving them. Qin Nianchu instructed. 2,000 degrees. Qin Kuai deftly scooped up the 11 solidifying pills with his hand. Qin Nianchu quickly fetched a plate to receive them. 11 pills, each the size of mung beans, emitted a gentle glow. Not bad. They're not quite perfect, but of good quality. Kuai Shu, have one, Qin Nianchu offered, extending the plate towards Qin Kuai. The pills had just been made and were still quite hot, making Qin Nianchu hesitant to touch them. Eat one. What purpose could that serve? Qin Kuai queried with skepticism. Qin Nianchu smiled gently. You will understand after eating one that his gaze bore a hint of a small test subject. Very well, it won't kill me, Qin Kuai thought, steeling himself as he took a pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, he felt as though warm water was cascading over him. The spiritual energy he had just depleted was restored in an instant, and the foundational losses he had sustained began to show signs of recovery. What is this? Qin Kuai stammered, astonished and speechless. The 7th-grade solidifying pill has restorative properties for spiritual energy and can enhance cultivation. It feels rather effective, does it not? Qin Nianchu asked with a beaming smile. Young master, may I have another? Qin Kuai inquired tentatively. He could hardly believe that Qin Nianchu had crafted such an extraordinary item with merely 7th-grade spirit crystals and Xian Yu Sui. Restorative elixirs existed on Blue Star, known as gene restoration serums, which were expensive and produced in limited quantities down on the outer battlefield. One could only receive a single bottle after a month. If Qin Nianchu could mass-produce this item for the warriors on the outer battlefield, it would be exhilarating to think that while both sides were exhausted, their side could regain full spiritual energy with a single pill. The potential reduction in casualties was immeasurable. Of course, feel free to have another. Qin Nianchu gestured for Qin Kuai to consume another pill. Qin Kuai carefully took one and swallowed it, his eyes widening in astonishment as he quickly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Given that he had been injured in the outer realm, recovering was no easy feat, but now it seemed he had a significant opportunity. He hesitated, glancing at the remaining pills in Qin Nianchu's plate, longing to try once more. Having consumed 2 of the 11 pills, he felt a twinge of greed for such a wondrous item. Young master, this is astonishing. How did you learn to concoct pills? Qin Kuai asked, incredulous. Qin Nianchu smiled mysteriously. I recently learned from a book, so I decided to give it a try. To my surprise, it proved effective. Once I secure the ability to craft 8th-grade pills, I shall assist you in recovering your cultivation. Qin Kuai was momentarily taken aback. He really was being treated as a test subject. However, he set aside his concerns, for the pills were undeniably effective. Kuai Shu, I now require your protection. Should I find myself unable to endure the effects of this pill, you must assist me in guiding the excess spiritual energy away. Qin Nianchu solemnly instructed before settling into a cross-legged posture. Before Qin Kuai could offer another word of caution, Qin Nianchu had already swallowed a pill. Chapter 11. Just 1st grade? The 7th-grade solidifying pill, in theory, could elevate an individual without cultivation to around the 6th grade. Provided their body could withstand it, that if they could not endure the power of the pill, they would face a catastrophic explosion. With the academy competition approaching, Qin Nianchu needed to suppress Yi Tianxiang's cultivation level. He believed that the 6th grade was within the range he could endure, making it a calculated risk worth taking. Armed with the memories of 9 worlds and the legacy of the pill saint, he aimed to craft perfect 7th-grade pills and subsequently break through to the 7th grade with relative ease. Qin Nianchu's hesitation to concoct pills above the 7th grade stemmed from the need for meticulous control. It was not something that could be accomplished through mere guidance from the sidelines, that a moment's inattention could lead to an explosion, wasting precious materials and posing a threat to his safety. Thus, he had refrained from seeking assistance from experts in the Qin family who possessed 8th-grade cultivation or higher. Having just consumed 2 pills, Qin Kuai understood the immense spiritual energy contained within. It was far beyond what an individual without cultivation could bear. Young master, you are being reckless. Yet, Qin Nianchu swallowed a pill and awaited its effects, remaining unresponsive for several seconds. After a moment, he opened his eyes. His expression peculiar. Qin Kuai rushed to inquire, "Young master, are you all right? Is it not absorbable?" Qin Nianchu shook his head, inspecting a pill. "There is no issue. It is indeed a high-quality 7th-grade solidifying pill. Why is there no effect? It feels akin to consuming a placebo. As he spoke, Qin Nianchu tossed another pill into his mouth. Qin Kuai's eyes widened in alarm. "Young master, please do not act rashly." This time, Qin Nianchu felt a warm current in his dantian after swallowing the pill. But it quickly dissipated. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the remaining 7 pills and decided to swallow them all at once. And why goodness! "Young master, you have gone mad," Qin Kuai exclaimed, his face pale, realizing it was too late to pry open Qin Nianchu's mouth to retrieve the pills. He hastily pressed both hands against Qin Nianchu's back, fully prepared to channel the surging spiritual energy. After consuming 9 7th-grade elixirs, Qin Nianchu finally felt a warm current filling his entire being from the dantian. His meridians and muscles were continuously reinforced under the relentless flow of spiritual power. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the ethereal silver light coalescing in his palm, a sight that left him both amused and exasperated. Qin Kuai, filled with delight, inquired, "Young master, have you entered the realm? A 1st-grade martial artist?" Qin Nianchu managed a wry smile. Indeed, a 1st-grade IT was rather laughable that 9 7th-grade elixirs had only elevated him to a 1st-grade martial artist. Surely, this would provoke much mirth. Qin Kuai clasped his fists in respect. "Congratulations, young master. Your attainment of the hidden Yuan realm surpasses 70% of the populace on Blue Star Continent. Many may spend their entire lives without achieving such a level, remaining mere ordinary martial artists." Although the resurgence of spiritual artifacts on Blue Star had accelerated martial cultivation, entering the 1st grade still required significant talent. The enrollment criteria for the martial arts department at Jiangchang Academy mandated at least a 1st-grade martial artist. Once one reached the 1st grade, they could manipulate 100 units of spiritual energy and employ the most rudimentary combat techniques. Qin Kuai gazed at Qin Nianchu in astonishment, recalling how Qin Nianchu had once been deemed physically frail, destined never to practice martial arts, let alone reach the realm. That I must quickly convey this joyous news to the master, Qin Kuai declared, beginning to exit. "Uncle K, wait, please conceal this matter for the time being. Regarding the elixirs, once I am prepared, I will personally inform my uncle," Qin Nianchu urged. The most ordinary guards of the Qin family were already 5th-grade martial artists, and those from the combat department were at least 6th grade. It would be quite embarrassing for him, a young master, to be merely a 1st grade. "Very well, young master, shall we continue refining elixirs?" Qin Kuai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Naturally, the more elixirs capable of restoring spiritual energy, the better. After Qin Kuai departed, Qin Nianchu meticulously examined his own condition. The advantage of attaining the 1st grade was the ability to utilize spiritual energy for introspection. However, upon inspection, Qin Nianchu was taken aback. He was far from the feeble physique that could not cultivate. According to the ancient texts he had discovered in Tianxian continent, his body belonged to the chaotic sacred body. During his time in Tianxian, he had been able to harness powers from other worlds, disregarding the condition of his body. Though the name sounded impressive, the energy required to cultivate the chaotic sacred body was hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person. It was no wonder that 9 7th-grade elixirs had only allowed him to attain the 1st grade. Furthermore, absorbing such a vast amount of spiritual energy would not inherently make Qin Nianchu stronger than others at the same level. The energy would reside within his body until the chaotic sacred body was fully activated. Once activated, those with the chaotic sacred body, provided they could develop smoothly, were destined to become supreme beings, capable of mastering the laws of heaven. However, if one were to be ambushed midway, the energy stored within would become a boon for others. In Tianxian, a chaotic sacred body that had not ascended to emperor status was regarded as a treasure boy, even more coveted than those with the 9 sacred body. To activate the chaotic sacred body, The prerequisite was to cultivate alongside someone who had fully developed their nine sacred body. With this thought, Qin Nianchu found himself reminiscing about Feng Ruolin. Of course, this was not out of desire for dual cultivation, but rather concern for his female disciples' well-being in Tianxian. She had attained full mastery of the nine sacred body and ascended to emperor status. She must now be a being of utmost superiority in Tianxian, impervious to harm. Take care of yourself, Liner, Qin Nianchu sighed softly. Meanwhile, on a verdant planet, a rift appeared in the air as Feng Ruolin and a woman clad in radiant light emerged. Appearing somewhat fatigued, Feng Ruolin furrowed her brow. We've searched over 100 worlds. Do you truly believe we can find him, Master? The luminous woman tightened her frown. Do not inquire of me. I have always searched in this manner. Moreover, your body still bears the spiritual mark of the Master, which should allow you to sense his location more acutely. Master, why so endearing? What is your relationship with my master? Feng Ruolin's frustration mounted as misfortune persisted. Should you refer to him as master, you may as well call me mistress, the radiant woman replied with a faint smile. Not a chance. If you continue to take liberties with my master, I shall not hold back. Feng Ruolin declared, her aura intensifying. The luminous woman stepped back slightly. Very well. I, too, seek a worthy opponent. I have yet to settle the score with you for wounding the master. You, wretched disciple, I shall ensure you face justice. Without further ado, Feng Ruolin raised her hand, unleashing a blood-red hand that resembled a mountain towards the luminous woman. In response, the radiant woman swirled her long sleeves, sending forth dozens of resplendent clouds to counterattack. The collision of energies sent shockwaves that ravaged the entire planet. The surrounding lush vegetation was instantly flattened, the heavens darkened, and mountains shifted. The entire planet trembled as it succumbed to the terrifying clash of two imperial-level beings. If this battle continued, the planet itself would surely shatter. Two immortal lords. Cease your conflict. This planet cannot withstand your energies. I implore you, for the sake of all living beings, to show mercy at that moment. A courageous elder in the tribulation stage approached, trembling. The luminous woman inquired with a smile. Tell me, have you seen my master, Qin Nianchu? As she spoke, she conjured an image of Qin Nianchu as a scholar. This is the esteemed Qin. The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Feng Ruolin, upon hearing this, swiftly appeared before the elder. You have seen my master? Chapter 12. The visit to withdraw the betrothal gift. The elder's eyes reflected fear. Yes, I have seen him, but the esteemed Qin left this realm 500 years ago, having shattered the void. What? He has already departed. Do you possess anything left behind by the master? The luminous woman asked anxiously. The elder hesitated slightly, reluctantly producing an exquisite brush. This is the Tianqing brush that the esteemed Qin left for me, urging me to take on the responsibility of all living beings. Feng Ruolin's eyes flickered with anticipation as she reached out to take it. But in the blink of an eye, the Tianqing brush was already in the luminous woman's grasp. She inhaled deeply, savoring its scent, her eyes filled with ecstasy. It bears the master's essence. Feng Ruolin, feeling somewhat displeased at not obtaining Qin Nianchu's belongings, retorted, How shameless of you to seize something from a junior. The elder, feeling slightly bemused, realized that, despite being a figure of high esteem on this planet due to his tribulation stage cultivation, he was still regarded as a junior before these two young women who appeared to be in their early 20s. The luminous woman smiled faintly. Fear not, I shall not take it without recompense. Here is a longevity pill, crafted by the master himself, capable of extending your life by 1,000 years. And this is a protective jade, impervious to any below the imperial level. With your talent, surviving for 1,000 years to ascend is not an impossible feat. The elder gratefully accepted the items, continuously expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. I am deeply indebted to you, fair maiden. Feng Ruolin inquired, Can these items help locate our Master-S world? The luminous woman shook her head. The time that has passed has rendered the marks left by the master on this brush too faint. We must search each world one by one. Yao Zhuangzuan. Blue Star. The two women urged, Speak of all you know. They exchanged glances, Realizing another woman was searching for the master, the luminous woman swiftly tore through the void. We must hasten to Blue Star. We cannot allow any other women to reach him first. Fong Roland followed closely behind her into the void. As the space stabilized, the elder finally let out a sigh of relief. On Blue Star, a furious roar erupted from the Su family villa. You have called off the engagement with young Master Qin, and even forced him to swear an oath. Su Kexin, standing beside her father Su Changfeng, was taken aback by his outburst. Her previously bright eyes now brimmed with grievance, and she blinked a few times, as if on the verge of tears. Dad, why are you so fierce? I never intended to marry Qin Nianchu. He is merely a useless scion relying on his family, and there is no future to be seen with him. Su Changfeng felt utterly exhausted. His beloved daughter was beyond reproach. Su Kexin, with a sense of righteousness, continued, we've already spent the money. What is there to return? He offered it willingly. No one forced him. Besides, the Qin family may be strong now, but what of the future, once the older generation is gone? They will only be waiting to be devoured. If I marry him, I might even be dragged down by them. I should marry a genius, someone with great prospects. I could see this. Su Kexin's cheeks flushed slightly as she thought of Yi Tianxiang's handsome visage. Feeling a sense of security whenever she was with him, Yu Changfeng suddenly found his daughter's reasoning compelling. Sighing, daughter, you do not understand. The Qin family still possesses many experts. We cannot afford to offend them. Su Kexin replied earnestly, Father, you are now at the pinnacle of the 8th grade Grandmaster level, merely a step away from the 9th grade Martial Sovereign. Once you achieve the 9th grade, what is there to fear from them? Other families will rush to offer us gifts. What are the minor troubles of the group compared to that? Tianxiang is different. His master is a half-step martial saint, and the Academy's vice president is also a martial saint. Should trouble arise, they will surely come to our aid. Moreover, Teacher Liu has mentioned that with Tianxiang's talent, he will undoubtedly become a martial saint within 5 years. Is it not better for my husband to be a future martial saint? When the time comes, my father will also achieve the status of a martial saint. Are the martial saints of the Su family truly inferior to those of the Qin family, with the martial saints safeguarding our Su clan? Can we not aspire to be a first-rate family, perhaps even surpassing the Qin family? Su Changfeng increasingly found himself in agreement with his daughter's reasoning that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank martial venerable, a figure of considerable strength in Jiang City. Over the years, he had heard tales of martial saints, but had yet to encounter one. Even if he did, they ought to show him some respect. Regrettably, the Su family had, under the protection of the Qin family, become rather insular, simplifying their understanding of what it meant to be a martial saint. Were it not for Qin Nianchu's care, Su Changfeng might not even be alive today. In Blue Star, those above the 7th rank were required to serve in foreign realms, for durations ranging from 6 months to potentially permanent postings. This was a perilous endeavor, battling against the celestial demons with a high mortality rate. It was precisely because the experts of Blue Star were willing to risk their lives against the celestial demons that the safety of the ordinary populace was preserved. Su Changfeng pondered. Since that is the case, I shall not pressure you, my daughter. Tomorrow, when Qin Nianchu arrives, I will withdraw the marriage proposal. However, you must seize the opportunity with Yi Tianxiang and ensure that this chance does not slip away. Understood, Dad. I won't allow brother Tianxiang to be taken by another woman. Su Kexin replied with a bright smile. The following day, laughter echoed from the Qin family residence as Qin Nianchu's 5th uncle, Qin Zhanshan, boisterously exclaimed, Ha Nianchu, I'm so delighted you've decided to break off the engagement with the Su family. What does it matter if a man has no wife? What is that girl Su Kexin worth? If you desire companionship, 5th uncle will take you to find some delicate young ladies. Qin Zhanshan, in his 40s, donned a flamboyant shirt and exuded a robe charm, being the most irreverent among the Qin family. Qin Zhanfeng admonished, Old 5, behave yourself. If you corrupt Nianchu, our 3rd brother will surely give you a thrashing when we go to the foreign realm. Qin Zhanshan waved his hand dismissively. Elder brother, I am quite serious. Nianchu is already 20. It is time for her to contribute to the Qin family lineage. Talented beauties are hard to come by, while unremarkable young girls are plentiful. It would be advantageous for the Qin family to have more children. I cannot be 40 and still single, can I? In Blue Star, the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it was to bear offspring. That be why the time of Qin Nianchu's generation, he was the only child, making him exceedingly cherished within the Qin family. Qin Nianchu smirked. Fifth uncle, let us first attend to business at the Su family. All right, if that old rascal of the Su family dares to trouble you, I shall kick him. The group arrived at the gates of the Su family. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nianchu smiled and said, Fifth uncle, please wait outside. I wish to assess the situation at the Su family first. Accompanied by Qin Kuei, Qin Nianchu stepped into the Su residence, where she immediately spotted Su Changfeng seated at the head of the table. Su Kexin stood nearby, casting a scornful glance at Qin Nianchu. Su Changfeng slightly emanated the aura of an 8th-rank grandmaster and coldly inquired, Nianchu, dear niece, what brings you to the Su family? He assumed Qin Nianchu lacked cultivation. With his grandmaster's pressure, even an ordinary person would be rendered speechless. Hoping to intimidate her into retreating, Qin Kuei furrowed his brow and stepped forward, shielding Qin Nianchu from the pressure released by Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng smirked mockingly, intending to use Qin Kuei as an example. Is this how you speak to your elders, Qin Nianchu? Where is your Qin family upbringing? Just yesterday, I thought Kexin's agreement to break off the engagement was a sign of her immaturity. Now it seems that decision was exceedingly wise. I hereby consent to the dissolution of the engagement. In just a few sentences, Su Changfeng shifted the blame onto Qin Nianchu. Since you agree, then return the betrothal gifts. Qin Nianchu replied nonchalantly. Ha. The matter of the betrothal gifts is a different story. You humiliated Kexin yesterday. You owe my daughter an apology. Su Changfeng's tone hardened, simultaneously intensifying his aura. Qin Kuei was already sweating profusely. Had he not regained some of his foundation last night, he might have struggled to withstand it. With her father backing her, Su Kexin boldly declared, Yes, you must apologize to me, and also to Brother Tianxiang. Show your sincerity by gifting him a high-quality spirit artifact. As for the return of the betrothal gifts, don't even think about it. Qin Nianchu smirked. Are you both foolish? You want me to apologize and show sincerity? Do you even have the audacity to demand that? Impudent. Su Changfeng bellowed, his sleeves billowing as if caught in a tempest. The aura of an 8th-rank grandmaster swept down like a fierce wave, enveloping Qin Nianchu. Qin Kuei struggled to shield Qin Nianchu, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng felt a swell of pride. His peak 8th-rank strength was an absolute dominance over them. Yet, when he gazed at Qin Nianchu, he was astonished to see her remaining unfazed, as if untouched by his imposing presence. He furrowed his brow, increasing the pressure upon her, hoping to humiliate her. At that moment, Qin Nianchu formed a seal with her hands behind her back. This was a spell she had learned in another world, requiring only a modicum of cultivation to call forth the energies of heaven and earth. Although this spell could not withstand the attacks of an 8th-rank expert, it could shield Qin Nianchu from harm under such pressure. Seeing her continued mockery, Su Changfeng's irritation flared. Qin Nianchu, kneel and apologize to my daughter. Otherwise, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Qin family today. Chapter 13. Are you bullying me? Su Changfeng, who do you think you are, a toad? Does the young master of the Qin family need your guidance? Accompanied by a cold snort, a powerful aura surged through the entrance. The entire Su family's living room felt as if it had been struck by a hurricane. Furniture flying about, and even the servants were tossed around like leaves in a storm. Only Qin Nianchu and her companion remained unscathed. The once imposing Su Changfeng felt as if he had been struck by a freight train, hurtling backward until he crashed into the marble wall behind him, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Qin Jianshan strolled into the room. Standing before Qin Nianchu, Su Changfeng clutched his chest, his complexion pale. 9th-rank martial venerable. Qin Jianshan cast a glance at Su Changfeng. No wonder you are so arrogant. It seems you are nearing the 9th rank. You have certainly profited from the Qin family these past years. However, even if you are at the peak of the 8th-rank grandmaster, there's a distinct difference from the 9th-rank martial venerable I could incapacitate you with but a flick of my finger. Su Changfeng incredulously asked, Why are you in Jiang City? Experts like you should be in foreign realms. In his view, having a 7th-rank grandmaster as a bodyguard for Qin Nianchu was already quite impressive. The experts of the Qin family should be dutifully combating the celestial demons in the foreign realms. With his strength, it would be easy to subdue Qin Nianchu. Qin Jianshan barked a command, and the pressure of the ninth-rank Marshal Venerable forced Su Changfeng to his knees, struggling to endure it. Witnessing her father's suffering, Su Kexin shouted urgently, "Stop! Qin Nianchu, make him stop. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Qin Nianchu replied with a smirk, "Fifth uncle, that's enough. Let him breathe, that we still have matters to discuss." Qin Jianshan withdrew his pressure and stood behind Qin Nianchu with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Kexin's eyes darted about, realizing that Qin Nianchu cared for her after all. Otherwise, she would not have been so compliant. Glancing at her injured father, she gritted her teeth and said, "Qin Nianchu, the engagement need not be dissolved. But you must apologize to my father, and you must provide resources to heal his injuries." Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu quickly responded, "No, you mustn't misunderstand. The marriage must be annulled. I refuse to defy the heavenly mandate." Su Kexin looked at Qin Nianchu with a wronged expression. "What do you want from me? Must you bully me? You were never like this before, even if you were jealous of brother Tianxiang. There should have been a limit. You are now hurting my father, who will also be your father-in-law." Qin Nianchu slapped her forehead in exasperation, wondering if her past affections had led Su Kexin to believe that even her vows to the heavens were not taken seriously. How had she ever found herself attracted to such a dim-witted woman? In terms of beauty, she paled in comparison to the disciples and maidens from the 9 worlds he had encountered. In terms of strength, she was vastly inferior. Su Kexin merely possessed some talent, having relied on the abundant resources he provided to reach the first-rank hidden origin realm, which allowed her entry into Jiang City Academy. Su Changfeng was equally taken aback. He had thought Qin Nianchu, who had previously been obedient to his daughter, was merely putting on a show, not realizing he was serious. Now, severely injured, he wondered when he would be able to break through to the 9th-rank Marshal Venerable. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Nianchu, even if you're angry about the engagement, you should have some restraint in your actions. It's not that we can't negotiate. We are to be family after all. Is it appropriate for you to injure me so severely?" Qin Nianchu sighed, realizing that like father, like daughter, if the daughter was foolish, surely the father was equally so. Having reached this point in the conversation, could they truly become family? She scoffed. "You wish to consider me family? At the outset, you would make things exceedingly difficult for me. I was merely joking. I had no intention of truly harming you." Su Changfeng stammered an explanation, his eyes darting. Qin Nianchu waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. I have no desire to engage in further discussions. Su Kexin, bring forth the marriage contract and tear it apart. Are you truly going to break off the engagement? Do you not regret it?" Su Kexin asked in astonishment. "Of course I regret it." Upon hearing this, Su Kexin's expression reflected a realization of sorts. Yet Qin Nianchu's words were not finished. "I regret ever getting engaged to you. You troublesome harlot. Hurry up." Su Kexin's face fell, turning ashen. She furrowed her brows and produced the marriage certificate. "Qin Nianchu, I initially intended merely to gauge the depth of your affections for me. However, since it is you who wishes to annul our engagement, do not blame me. Given your transgression against my father, I shall never forgive you. Hurry up." Qin Nianchu urged. Su Kexin gritted her teeth and tore the marriage contract apart before Qin Nianchu. "Are you satisfied now? Shouldn't you both leave at once?" Qin Nianchu, with a smile that was neither sincere nor mocking, reminded her. "Have you forgotten something? Yesterday, I kindly reminded you to return the betrothal gifts today, along with the 10 billion yuan you received for your family. Qin Nianchu, you are the one calling off the engagement. How dare you demand I return the betrothal gifts?" Su Kexin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Nianchu shot her a disdainful glance and turned to Qin Jianshan, fifth uncle. Qin Jianshan, understanding the gravity of the situation, unleashed a wave of pressure upon Su Changfeng and his daughter. "Did you not hear? Return the betrothal gifts and the 10 billion yuan. Hand them over immediately, or I shall strip you of your martial prowess. I will return it, but we cannot gather the 10 billion yuan at this moment," Su Changfeng croaked, struggling to comply. Reluctantly, he removed a spatial ring from his hand, within which lay the betrothal gifts. heavenly materials, and earthly treasures that constituted a significant portion of his family's resources. Su Changfeng had intended to use these resources to elevate his status to a ninth-grade martial master and thereby elevate his family's standing to that of a first-tier family. Now, however, the strength of the Su family was set to plummet. Qin Nianchu inspected the contents of the ring, revealing a satisfied expression. Indeed, there were numerous valuable items among the betrothal gifts he had initially bestowed upon the Su family, including some rare ninth-grade resources and a plethora of 7th and 8th grade treasures. Upon returning, he could refine several batches of 7th grade solidifying essence pills, regardless of the toll it took on his chaotic saint body. Even if it required dozens of times more spiritual energy, he resolved to consume pills of the 7th grade. Is there a connection between these two things? Qin Nianchu asked, bewildered. Qin Nianchu, I hold you entirely responsible for everything. Why do you not reflect upon your own actions? It has been 5 years. Have you ever sought the root of the issues? Your current bullying of my family leaves us with no possibility of reconciliation. Is this what you desire? Su Kexin questioned vehemently, as though she were the most wounded party. Qin Nianchu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to form a rebuttal. I have reflected thoroughly. You are a wretched person unworthy of me. Thus we have come to an end. It would be best if we severed all ties, and you have 7 days to gather the remaining 10 billion yuan to return to me. Su Kexin, upon hearing this, burst into derisive laughter. Again with this. You have done this more than once. Is this your ploy of feigned retreat? Next, will you find other women to play the part of your girlfriend to provoke me? Do you honestly believe I would grovel before you for 10 billion yuan? The more you act this way, the more I loathe you. I desire your genuine affection, not these petty schemes. Qin Nianchu felt a headache coming on. How could this woman be so unreasonable? Even when he had devoted himself completely to her in the past, Su Kexin had never treated him with kindness. I could see that moment. Yi Qianxiang appeared suddenly at the entrance of the Su residence, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the chaos within the hall. Without hesitation, he rushed in to support Su Kexin, his eyes filled with concern. Kexin, what has happened? Are you all right? Upon seeing Yi Qianxiang, Su Kexin's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, and she pointed at Qin Nianchu. Brother Qianxiang, Qin Nianchu is bullying me. Witnessing the one he cherished in distress, Yi Qianxiang's eyes reddened with fury, glaring at Qin Nianchu. Are you even a man? Laying hands on a woman, are you a man? Living off others? Qin Nianchu retorted. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Qin Nianchu, do you believe that your family's influence grants you the right to act with impunity? Do you possess any humanity or respect for the law? I do as I please. What of it? Qin Nianchu mocked. This statement nearly drove Yi Qianxiang to the brink of bloodshed. He released Su Kexin and stood up defiantly, pointing accusingly at Qin Nianchu. I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 14. A duel? Qin Nianchu asked incredulously. You wish to duel me? Are you afraid? Yi Qianxiang demanded fiercely. Upon hearing this, Qin Ke and Qin Jinshan burst into mocking laughter. Qin Jinshan taunted, Kid, why don't we duel instead? Yi Qianxiang's complexion shifted between pale and green as he attempted to justify himself. This is unrelated to cultivation. It is merely a duel between men. Indeed, it has nothing to do with cultivation. How about we engage in a duel of men? Qin Jinshan chimed in. Meanwhile, Su Changfeng wore an expression of discomfort. It was disgraceful for a 4th-grade martial artist to challenge a non-cultivator like Qin Nianchu to a duel. Even if he won, it would be a hollow victory. Although it was evident that Yi Qianxiang cared deeply for Su Kexin, it resembled an adult bullying a child, as Su Kexin gazed adoringly at Yi Qianxiang. Realizing that only he would protect her, without hesitation in such a moment, Yi Qianxiang gritted his teeth. He certainly did not dare to accept a duel with Qin Jinshan and redirected his challenge at Qin Nianchu. Do you dare to duel me? I want to even use my cultivation. Qin Nianchu laughed derisively. Yi Qianxiang, I finally understand why they say you can achieve martial saint status. A person without shame is invincible, with your level of shamelessness. You could accomplish far more than just becoming a martial saint. Enough nonsense. You are merely afraid. You dare to bully women but lack the courage to face me in an honorable duel. You truly bring shame to your family. Yi Tianxiang angrily provoked. Outrageous. With your lack of dignity, why should my nephew agree to your unreasonable demands? If you have the guts, first duel with me, then challenge Nianchu. Qin Nianchu shouted angrily, his ninth-grade pressure enveloping Yi Tianxiang. Yi Tianxiang immediately found himself unable to withstand the pressure, sinking to his knees. His face reddened with indignation, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to rise. Fifth uncle, do not bully him. I shall accept, Qin Nianchu suddenly stated nonchalantly. Qin Nianchu was taken aback, retracting his pressure as he looked at Qin Nianchu in bewilderment. Nephew, you agreed? This is unnecessary. You possess no cultivation, and he is clearly bullying you. Even without his cultivation, his physical prowess far exceeds yours, I am aware, but if he cannot defeat me even under these conditions, would that not be even more humiliating? Qin Nianchu replied with a smile. Yi Tianxiang's heart soared with joy upon hearing that Qin Nianchu truly dared to accept the challenge. It was evident that a wastrel like Qin Nianchu was devoid of rational thought. Believing that he, a fourth-grade martial artist, could not defeat a non-cultivator, a sinister glint flickered in Yi Tianxiang's eyes as he felt his own power surging. Qin Nianchu, a man of honor, keeps his word. Since we are to duel in a fair manner, let fate decide our lives. No outsiders may interfere. In Blue Star, duels are protected by law. Once agreed upon, no one may intervene. Yi Tianxiang thought grimly to himself that while he could not best Qin Nianchu's bodyguard, surely he could overpower him. Daring to accept a duel, he intended for the Qin family to witness him ending Qin Nianchu's life. Yi Tianxiang's heart was set on murder. Coincidentally, Qin Nianchu also wished to eliminate Yi Tianxiang through this duel. Yi Tianxiang's displayed talent had garnered the favor of many teachers at Jiangqing Academy. Should he secretly eliminate this threat, it was unlikely Jiangqing Academy would pursue the matter that a duel would grant him a legitimate cause to kill Yi Tianxiang, and the Academy would not dare to intervene. However, having just reached the first-grade level, he felt uncertain about facing Yi Tianxiang, who was at the fourth-grade level at this moment. Yi Tianxiang stepped forward, his aura surging. Qin Nianchu, let us commence this honorable duel right now. Su Kexin gazed at him with fervent eyes. Brother Tianxiang, go for it. You can definitely win. Teach Qin Nianchu a proper lesson. Wait. Unexpectedly, Qin Nianchu raised a hand. Who said I am ready to duel you now? Su Kexin was taken aback, angrily retorting. Qin Nianchu, have you no shame? You just agreed, and now you backtrack? Yi Tianxiang scoffed. Qin Nianchu, you are a man of no integrity. The entire Jiangqing will mock you. Dragging your family's name through the mud, Yi Tianxiang was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, pressing Qin Nianchu for a duel. You wish to duel? 3 days from now at Jiangqing Academy. Before all the faculty and students, I shall duel you. Very well. I grant you 3 days. If you do not dare to show up, you will be the disgrace. Yi Tianxiang readily accepted that a public duel at Jiangqing Academy aligned perfectly with his intentions. He would publicly humiliate Qin Nianchu, repaying him double for the previous insults. Moreover, should he accidentally kill Qin Nianchu in front of the gathered faculty and students, the Qin family would dare not retaliate. Qin Nianchu, since you seek your own demise, I shall facilitate it for you. When the time comes, I will be your grandfather. Qin Nianchu retorted. Yi Tianxiang hesitated for a moment before coldly stating, sharp-tongued as ever. We shall settle this matter of life and death 3 days hence. Accompanied by Qin Nianchu's laughter, Qin Nianchu and his group departed from the Su residence. Su Kexin approached Yi Tianxiang, her brow furrowed with concern. Brother Tianxiang, why not force him to duel immediately? Does this not give him 3 extra days to devise some scheme or even flee? Yi Tianxiang confidently replied, Kexin, worry not, I in the face of absolute strength. All schemes are but jokes. Qin Nianchu has no cultivation. To kill him, I need only lift a finger as for fleeing. He need not fear that the Qin family will become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangqing. Let him attempt to flee. If he dares, Su Changfeng stood up, clutching his chest. I am merely concerned that the Qin family might provide him with some protective treasures that could prove troublesome for you. Yi Tianxiang chuckled confidently. Uncle, rest assured, I will certainly prevent him from utilizing such items. Su Changfeng nodded. Very well, then I shall rely on you to help us vent our frustrations in 3 days. I have some resources here that I will do my utmost to assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxiang was overjoyed and immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you. Uncle Dut, I will not disappoint your expectations. Su Changfeng smiled with satisfaction. My daughter has always spoken highly of you. I hope you will take good care of Kexin in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Kexin's face flushed crimson. Why? Yi Qianxiang gazed tenderly at the girl beside him and solemnly assured, Uncle, you can rest easy. I will never let Kexin down. Meanwhile, as Qin Nianchu stepped out of the Su family residence, Qin Zhanshan anxiously inquired, Nianchu, you truly need not agree to duel him. With your lack of cultivation, how can you possibly contend with a fourth-tier brat? It is plainly a case of bullying. Qin Nianchu chuckled lightly. Fifth uncle, do not worry. How could I allow anyone to bully me? After all, I still have 3 days, do I not? What can 3 days accomplish? Perhaps I should inform your elder brother to find an excuse for you to retreat to the front lines? Qin Zhanshan pondered. Qin Nianchu shook her head. Fifth uncle, having accepted the challenge, I must certainly face him. I cannot allow others to ridicule the Qin family. Have no fear, I am confident. Seeing Qin Nianchu's resolute demeanor, Qin Zhanshan refrained from further persuasion. Though his eyes were filled with concern, he silently resolved to accompany her during the duel, for he could not allow Yi Qianxiang to harm Qin Nianchu, even at the risk of breaking the rules. Uncle K, come with me, Qin Nianchu commanded. Qin Kuei's eyes brightened, naturally aware that the young master intended to refine pills, and no wonder the young master was so confident in accepting the duel. With the 7-tier solidifying essence pills he was refining, coupled with a few protective treasures, even if he could not defeat Yi Qianxiang, he could at least outlast him. Chapter 15. Consuming pills to reach tier 3, Qin Nianchu extracted the betrothal gifts from her spatial ring and organized them meticulously before her. Several types of 7-tier materials were piled high in front of her. I must have lost my mind to offer so many items to the Su family. Qin Nianchu grimaced, then turned to Qin Ke with a gaze akin to that of a shepherd watching over a lamb. Uncle K, I shall need your assistance. Qin Kuei stepped back. Young master, must we refine all of these? Qin Nianchu smiled brightly. Of course, I have only 3 days. I must do everything possible to enhance my cultivation. Let us refine 3 batches of solidifying essence pills first to sustain your stamina, and then we shall forge ahead and complete the rest, shall we? Qin Kuei struggled to suppress a smile, feeling as if the young master regarded him as a mere beast of burden. Nevertheless, he resolved to give his all. After all, the young master would surely not neglect his rewards for the ensuing duration. Qin Nianchu immersed herself in the art of pill refinement. The 7-tier solidifying essence pill followed a standardized process, and after refining several batches, Qin Kuei gradually mastered the technique. Subsequently, he procured 2 heat-resistant crucibles, establishing 3 simultaneous production lines. Although the quality of the pills lacked the meticulous precision of Qin Nianchu's craftsmanship, the emphasis was on quantity. As batch after batch of pills emerged, the 7-tier solidifying essence pills piled up before Qin Nianchu like a small mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, elder brother, in 3 days, Nianchu is to duel a 4th-tier brat at the academy. What? This is utterly chaotic. Nianchu lacks cultivation. Is this not an outright case of bullying? How could you allow her to agree? Qin Jintian scolded. Qin Zhanshan furrowed his brow. I did not foresee that Nianchu would accept. The Su family has already publicized this matter, and likely everyone in Jiangcheng is aware. Indeed. Elder brother, I share your sentiments. Qin Zhanshan nodded. Qin Jintian remained unconvinced. What about Nianchu? Should we not persuade her to withdraw? Nianchu stated that this concerns the reputation of our Qin family, and she will not back down. She has since retreated into seclusion and instructed us not to disturb her. Seclusion? What good will that do? Her body is incapable of cultivating. Can she truly ascend to the 4th tier in 3 days? Qin Jintian questioned, bewildered. Qin Zhanshan shrugged. I do not know. I merely feel that Nianchu seems different from before. I feel the same, yet I cannot pinpoint what has changed. Qin Jintian admitted, equally perplexed. After a long night had passed, Qin Kuei slumped before Qin Nianchu. Young master, are all the pills ready? After refining dozens of batches, even with the aid of the 7-tier solidifying essence pills, he felt on the verge of exhaustion. However, he had also reaped numerous benefits, enhancing his control over his spiritual energy. Through constant familiarity with the formulas, even without Qin Nianchu's guidance, he could now refine 7-tier solidifying essence pills. Qin Nianchu surveyed the hundreds of 7-tier solidifying essence pills before her with satisfaction. Uncle K, you should take a rest. Once you have, I shall begin consuming pills. All of them? Qin Kuei's eyes widened. Even he would not dare to consume them all at once. Qin Nianchu grinned and proceeded to grab a large handful, tossing them into her mouth. Even in a world where Qin Nianchu inherited the legacy of the pill sage, 7-tier solidifying essence pills were exceedingly rare. Now, however, she consumed them as if they were popcorn. After swallowing a handful, she found the taste rather pleasant, albeit lacking in flavor. As vast quantities of solidifying essence pills were absorbed, Qin Nianchu's cultivation began to rise, from the completion of Tier 1 to the peak of Tier 1, then advancing to the initial stage of Tier 2, and subsequently reaching the completion and peak of Tier 2. Eventually, she halted at the completion of Tier 3 martial artist, witnessing Qin Nianchu's successive breakthroughs. Qin Kuei's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Practitioners across Blue Star cultivated step by step. It was nearly unheard of for anyone to surpass a major realm in a single day. Even those from prominent families required time to digest and absorb precious spiritual herbs to achieve gradual breakthroughs. Yet, Qin Nianchu had ascended 2 major realms within a single day. It was madness. Qin Nianchu had nearly shattered Qin Kuei's understanding of martial cultivation, leaving him with the sensation that his decades of arduous training had amounted to naught, had the pills not run out. Qin Nianchu's cultivation would surely have continued to climb. Why endure the hardships of training when one could simply consume pills? Humans of Blue Star have produced countless 9th-tier Tianqian warriors to confront the heavenly demons from other realms, exhausting them until their demise. Yet, with her cultivation now at Tier 3, Qin Nianchu felt far from optimistic. The chaotic sacred body was akin to an insatiable abyss. After consuming over 107-tier solidifying essence pills, she had only reached Tier 3. The demand for spiritual energy would increase exponentially from here on out. Even the wealthy Qin family could not sustain such consumption. Moreover, these were merely 7-tier pills. What are the 8-tier or 9-tier in the future? Where would she procure such materials? Indeed, perhaps I am destined to remain unconnected to martial cultivation, Qin Kuei tentatively suggested. Young master, you have reached Tier 3? Qin Nianchu nodded. Yes, that shall suffice for today. You should rest well. Qin Kuei hesitated. Young master, I have a thought. Now that I understand how to refine 7-tier solidifying essence pills, could I produce them for the disciples of our Qin family? Qin Nianchu smiled. Uncle Kuei, I know what you are thinking. You wish to use pills to create a batch of warriors, do you not? Are you aware of the folly in such haste? Martial cultivation requires a steady, step-by-step approach. Warriors forged solely through pills, despite their spiritual energy, lack true combat prowess, and risk establishing an unstable foundation, making future advancements exceedingly difficult. Qin Kuei responded earnestly. I understand. But on the outer battlefield, there are some warriors with poor aptitude who can only achieve Tier 6 throughout their lives. If we could elevate them to Tier 7, their chances of survival on the battlefield would significantly increase. Qin Nianchu pondered momentarily. Uncle Kuei, you raise a valid point. Let us see if there are suitable pills that can enhance cultivation without damaging their foundations. You may refine several more batches of 7-tier solidifying essence pills when time permits. But do not publicize this. Understood? Such vital resources must remain within our Qin family's grasp. I, Qin Kuei, swear before the heavens. I am a Qin family member in life and a Qin family ghost in death. I shall remain steadfastly loyal to the young master, and should I betray this oath, may I face obliteration. Qin Kuei promptly established a solemn oath. He had not anticipated that Qin Nianchu would entrust him with a method of refining 7-tier solidifying essence pills. Such invaluable resources could potentially elevate a family to prominence. His heart swelled with an impulse to dedicate himself entirely to Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu, however, was taken aback by Qin Kuei's immediate oath. Unable to offer counsel in time, Enlisting Qin Kuei's help with pill refinement was merely for convenience. To her, 7-tier solidifying essence pills were not particularly significant. Seeing Qin Nianchu deep in thought, Qin Kuei anxiously inquired, "Young master, are you worried about tomorrow's duel? If you wish, I could gather more materials for 7-tier pills from the family head and refine several more batches of solidifying essence pills to bolster your strength." No need at why Yi Tianxiang is merely at the peak of Tier 4, that although I have only attained Tier 3 completion, I am confident in my ability to win against him, Qin Nianchu replied nonchalantly. With her Tier 3 completion, she could harness 2,000 units of spiritual energy. However, with the memories of 9 worlds, coupled with certain seals and techniques to channel the energies of heaven and earth, amplifying her combat power several times over was not a daunting task. Why Yi Tianxiang, at his peak, could access 4,000 units of spiritual energy. For Qin Nianchu, achieving a combat power of 1.5 times her spiritual energy with the battle skills she could currently utilize would already be formidable. While there was a risk involved for her, it was manageable, especially with the support of the 7-tier solidifying essence pills for recovery. He currently harbors no desire to indulge in drugs any longer. Having consumed hundreds, he feels satiated, yet still yearns for an ascension, fearing that he may have overindulged to the point where further elevation becomes unattainable. Qin Kuei, however, is profoundly concerned. "Young master, you have just expressed that the enhancement from pills would render your foundation unstable. And moreover, your cultivation surpasses mine. That it is nearly impossible to triumph in cross-boundary challenges within martial arts. Your actions are exceedingly reckless. Do not worry. I cannot lose. Besides, if I truly find myself in peril, I have you all, do I not?" Qin Nianchu replied with a confident smile. Despite Qin Kuei's lingering apprehension, he could not shake the inexplicable trust he felt towards his young master. Meanwhile, in the void, a petite girl clad in a white robe wielded a banner, vanquishing several external realm demons. "What an unsightly thing," she muttered, puffing her cheeks. Suddenly, she twitched her nose, her eyes sparkling as she revealed her small tiger-like teeth. "It is the master's scent." "Master, wait for me. Xiaoro is coming." Chapter 16. One strike to annihilate you in the Su family's training chamber. Yi Tianxiang reined in his aura, then opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. The imposing presence of a 5th-grade martial artist emanated forth. His meridians and blood once again solidified, and his controllable spiritual power reached 8,000 units. Why? Yi Tianxiang gazed at his powerful hands, the enhanced strength instilling within him a sense of invincibility. In comparison, Qin Nianchu appeared merely as a jester. "Congratulations! I did not expect you to break through so swiftly," came the voice of Su Changfeng at the entrance. He regarded Yi Tianxiang with admiration, believing that with the boy's talent, he would undoubtedly become a martial saint within 5 years. Su Changfeng felt certain that his daughter had indeed found a man of immense potential, in comparison to Yi Tianxiang. Qin Nianchu was truly insignificant. It would not be surprising if the Su family were to rely on Yi Tianxiang to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Su Changfeng's presence also made Yi Tianxiang acutely aware of his own weaknesses. He was merely at the 5th grade, while Su Changfeng stood at the peak of the 8th grade. He politely clasped his fists. "It is thanks to Uncle Su's assistance that I was able to break through to the 5th grade. I shall never forget your great kindness. There is no need for such formality. We are family now. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask," Su Changfeng assured, seizing the opportunity to foster a bond. Beside him, Su Kexin beamed with joy. "Brother Tianxiang, my father is truly looking out for you. Did he not mention you were in need of a protective artifact? He spent 20 million to procure one for you." As she spoke, Su Kexin stepped forward to present a ring. Though it cannot compare to the superior spiritual weapon that scoundrel Qin Nianchu provided, it is still quite valuable. I hope you find it useful. Yi Tianxiang accepted the ring and took Su Kexin's hand. What Kexin gives is the finest. Even celestial artifacts cannot surpass it. As Su Kexin's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Yi Tianxiang turned his gaze to Su Changfeng. "Uncle Su, you have been too generous. When I achieve the rank of martial saint, I will surely repay your great kindness." Su Kexin, blushing, inquired, "And how do you intend to repay me?" Yi Tianxiang clasped Su Kexin's hand to his chest. May I offer you my heart? How annoying! As long as you hold me in your heart, that is sufficient, Su Kexin replied bashfully. Leaning against Yi Tianxiang's Yu Changfeng, observing from the side, felt like a mere light bulb, and he laughed heartily. All right, my daughter, allow Tianxiang to solidify his cultivation for a while longer. You can celebrate after he triumphs in his duel against Qin Nianchu tomorrow. He perceived his daughter's eager desire for intimacy, and had he not been present, the two youngsters might have ignited a passionate flame. Yet, as the family head, Su Changfeng maintained a level of prudence, deciding it best to wait until the affairs of the Qin family were resolved. The next day, at Jiangqing Academy, under the Su family's deliberate promotion, the entire Jiangqing was abuzz with news of the duel between Qin Nianchu, the young master of the Qin family, and Yi Tianxiang, the genius from a humble background. The narrative of a passionate feud ignited by love unfolded, as Yi Tianxiang, in a bid to protect his beloved, boldly challenged Qin Nianchu to a duel, even against a 9th-grade expert. His handsome visage, exceptional talent, and unwavering vow to safeguard his beloved endeared him to numerous young women at the academy, while Qin Nianchu's notorious reputation overshadowed his lack of cultivation. At this moment, Yi Tianxiang stood in the center of the playground, poised like a towering pine, with students gathered around the perimeter, eagerly awaiting the duel. Lu Ruo Shuang, as Yi Tianxiang's mentor, quickly discerned that her disciple had indeed broken through to the 5th grade. A cold smile graced her lips as she thought of that waste from the Qin family. Yi Tianxiang had easily dispatched him even at the 4th grade, let alone now at the 5th. Soon, it would be a spectacle to witness how Qin Nianchu would meet his demise. Nearby, an elder approached slowly, his deep-set eyes emanating a restrained aura. Ruo Shuang, during the duel, ensure you keep a watchful eye. Do not let things escalate. Let your disciple vent his frustrations, and that shall suffice. Yes, master, I shall be vigilant, Lu Ruo Shuang replied respectfully. Before her stood her master, Zheng Yuanxian, a formidable figure at the threshold of martial saint. However, Lu Ruo Shuang understood well that for Yi Tianxiang to relent, it would require Qin Nianchu's demise. The boy had publicly humiliated her. His death was hardly regrettable. After all, it was a legitimate duel. And should Qin Nianchu perish at Yi Tianxiang's hands, the Qin family would scarcely dare to voice any objections, as commotion ensued. Lu Ruo Shuang's gaze fell upon Qin Nianchu, who entered the playground with a nonchalant expression, accompanied solely by Qin Kuei. After signaling Qin Kuei to wait aside, Qin Nianchu approached Yi Tianxiang. Yi Tianxiang's eyes flickered. You have arrived. I did not wish to come, Qin Nianchu retorted, pouting that he surveyed the scene. Surprised at the magnitude of the spectacle. Should things escalate, he feared some matters would become difficult to conceal. Yi Tianxiang scoffed coldly. It is too late for regrets, Qin Nianchu sighed. May I keep one hand? There is no opportunity left. If anything is to remain, it shall be your life, Yi Tianxiang bellowed, unleashing the aura of a 5th-grade martial artist. In an instant, his sleeves billowed without wind, and dust swirled around him. Surrounding students and teachers widened their eyes in astonishment that Yi Tianxiang had indeed reached the 5th grade. True genius was undeniable. Qin Nianchu's demise seemed inevitable. Yet, Qin Nianchu stood calmly before Yi Tianxiang, his expression remaining unchanged in the face of the latter's 5th-grade aura. The onlookers gasped once more. Wasn't Qin Nianchu devoid of cultivation? How could he remain steadfast before such power? Wait, look! It seems Qin Nianchu has cultivation. Qin Nianchu formed a hand seal, surrounding himself with a protective light shield, revealing his cultivation level while simultaneously shielding himself from harm. Lu Ruo Shuang furrowed her brow. How is this possible? Was he not incapable of cultivation? How does he possess the strength of a 3rd-grade martial artist? At that moment, Qin Jinshan, who had quietly entered the academy, stared incredulously at his nephew. What the hell? Nianchu has reached the 3rd grade. How could that be? Has he been secretly given heavenly materials and treasures by my brother during his 3-day seclusion? Amidst the astonishment of those around, Yi Tianxiang sneered. No wonder you remain so composed. As a 3rd-grade martial artist, you are indeed formidable among newcomers. However, your fate is sealed, for today you shall undoubtedly perish. Qin Nianchu found it all rather tedious. Despite Yi Tianxiang's fifth-grade prowess, it was hardly impressive to him that in the realm of Blue Star, martial arts reign supreme. Cultivation directly enhances one's spiritual power in Blue Star. All techniques rely on spiritual power as their foundation, and under equal cultivation levels, unorthodox paths cannot compete with martial arts. Yet, the martial arts available on Blue Star were scarcely potent, even in cultivation. One could not unleash formidable power. It was akin to possessing an AK-47, yet only being able to use it as a blunt instrument. Though Qin Nianchu was merely at the 3rd grade, he wielded a firearm loaded with bullets that he spoke softly. I did not wish to come. It is merely that you are destined to lose. I had intended to spare your arm, but since you seek to retain your life, so be it. If you are so intent on death, I shall oblige. Why? Yi Tianxiang burst into laughter. A mere 3rd grade dares to claim my life? This is the most ludicrous jest I have heard in my lifetime. Yet your 3rd grade cultivation is fortuitous. It prevents others from claiming I bully a powerless waste. You dare to speak of shame? Are you not the one who claims to be invincible without a shred of dignity? Qin Nianchu retorted sarcastically. Yi Tianxiang's cold chuckle resonated as he raised a finger, proclaiming in a voice that echoed throughout the campus. One strike. Watch as I annihilate you with a single blow. Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity of a single strike. Let commence, Qin Nianchu replied, shaking his shoulders. Yi Tianxiang suddenly leaped backward, creating a distance of 10 meters between himself and Qin Nianchu. He steadied his stance, drawing his right fist to his waist. An invisible wave of energy gradually coalesced around his right fist. This was his strongest strike since breaking through to the 5th grade. A perfect opportunity to test his strength against Qin Nianchu. Simultaneously, Yi Tianxiang understood that if he did not seize this chance to annihilate Qin Nianchu with a single blow, it would become increasingly difficult to eliminate him later. He could not risk Qin Nianchu plotting revenge after sustaining injury. Dragon soars and breaks. With his charge complete, Yi Tianxiang roared. His right fist surged forward, carrying immense power in the air. The force took the form of a roaring dragon. Hurtling towards Qin Nianchu, the ground of the academy's playground cracked beneath the path of the dragon's passage. Not good. Damn it. Qin Kuei and the hidden Qin Jinshan gasped in horror, astonished at Yi Tianxiang's ability to unleash such a powerful strike. With the strength of a 5th grade novice, he had executed an attack equivalent to that of a 5th grade peak martial artist. This strike unleashed an impact of 1.5 times the usual strength, delivering a staggering 12,000 units of spiritual power. However, Yi Tianxiang was too close to Qin Nianchu. It was too late for them to intervene and protect him. Beside them, Lu Ruo Shuang's eyes glinted with malice. Qin Nianchu, meet your demise. Chapter 17. What kind of trick is this? Once again, we turn our attention to Qin Nianchu, who appears utterly dumbfounded by Yi Tianxiang's strikes, standing motionless in place, just as it seemed that Qin Nianchu was about to be obliterated by Yi Tianxiang's attack. He suddenly raised both hands and swiftly formed a seal before his chest. Shun Luo Tianzheng. With Qin Nianchu's spiritual energy as the catalyst, an invisible force enveloped the surroundings. Yi Tianxiang's dragon-soaring fist was instantly repelled, crashing into the ground nearby and leaving a substantial crater. The area fell into an eerie silence. Some had anticipated that Qin Nianchu would be directly annihilated, while others thought he might dodge the blow. Yet no one had imagined he would remain stationary and deflect Yi Tianxiang's lethal attack. How could this be possible? This thought echoed in the minds of all present. Even if Qin Nianchu possessed 3rd-tier cultivation, how could he possibly repel an attack from a 5th-tier master? Impossible. Such a scenario would be more believable in reverse. Qin Kuei and Qin Jinshan, who had initially prepared a rush in for assistance, halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with disbelief. Exchanging a glance, they came together. Qin Jinshan asked curiously, "What is happening?" Qin Kuei shrugged, "I have no idea." The surprises Qin Nianchu had brought him over the past few days were overwhelming. On the playground, Yi Tianxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Had it not been for the pit left by his dragon-soaring fist, he might have believed he was dreaming. In disbelief, he asked, What kind of trick is this?" "A trick? You may call it that if you wish," Qin Nianchu replied nonchalantly. In truth, This technique was accurately referred to as ninjutsu, something he had learned during his traversal to the sixth world. In that realm, spiritual energy was referred to as chakra or spell power, but by utilizing the 9-character true words to form seals, one could harness the energies of heaven and earth, manifesting various professions such as ninja, sorcerer, and onmyoji. However, by that time, Qin Nianchu had already mastered several forms of power, rendering this ninjutsu a mere complication of simpler concepts, and he had not paid it much heed. The greater the consumption of spiritual energy, the more substantial the energy from heaven and earth that could be summoned. Currently, Qin Nianchu was employing a condensed version of ninjutsu. The sixth world had been the one he spent the least time in, and he soon shattered the void to the seventh world. He had not anticipated that the powers from the sixth world would prove suitable for his current use. Regrettably, due to his brief stay, he only remembered a few ninjutsu techniques, but a sudden longing washed over him for the clever little maid he had taken in during his time in the sixth world. She had memorized all the seals and incantations, and had she been present, she could have taught him a tea that moment. A girl wearing glasses and clutching books, preparing to enter the classroom, brightened at the sight. Initially uninterested in the duel between Qin Nianchu and Yi Tianxiang, she decided to stay after witnessing Qin Nianchu's seal that deflected Yi Tianxiang's attack. Qin Nianchu teased, "Yi Tianxiang, one move down. Shall we continue? You bastard. Do you think I can't kill you just because you pulled some tricks?" "Die!" Yi Tianxiang shouted, veins bulging on his forehead as he stomped the ground and charged at Qin Nianchu. Outside the arena, a teacher commented, "Qin Nianchu must be using a protective treasure bestowed by the Qin family. Such items ought to consume significant spiritual energy. If Yi Tianxiang opts for close combat, Qin Nianchu will undoubtedly be beaten to a pulp." The Qin family did not withhold protective treasures from Qin Nianchu. Rather, his cultivation was too low to utilize many of them. As he observed Yi Tianxiang's aggressive approach, Qin Nianchu narrowed his eyes and smiled. There's another technique that complements Shenluo Tianjin. In the span of 3 seconds, Yi Tianxiang would reach Qin Nianchu. Unperturbed, Qin Nianchu took an additional 2 seconds to form another intricate seal, Dibao Tianxing, as Yi Tianxiang's fist was about to strike Qin Nianchu's face. A powerful force suddenly tugged at him from behind. Yi Tianxiang's eyes widened in shock as his body was uncontrollably drawn back 10 meters. Then, numerous stones began to levitate around him, rapidly coalescing into a stone sphere roughly 2 meters in diameter. The surroundings fell silent once more. Regardless of whether they were martial arts students or from other departments, none had witnessed such an unusual technique before. Only the bespectacled girl observed this scene with a fervent gleam in her eyes. Lu Rushuang stared at the stone sphere on the playground, her fists clenched. Impossible! How could Tianxiang be trapped by a mere third-tier kid? This must be some kind of sorcery. With a thunderous crash, the stone sphere shattered, leaving Yi Tianxiang half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Had he not advanced to 5th tier, he might have been trapped within that sphere. He glared at Qin Nianchu, seething with rage, in the face of absolute power. "All your tricks are mere jester's antics. I'm at the 5th tier Yuhing realm. How could I possibly be outmatched by a trifling 3rd tier? Those techniques must consume a lot of spiritual energy. Let us see how long you can last." Qin Nianchu tilted his head in contemplation. This technique consumes about 200 units of spiritual energy per use, and I can utilize it 8 more times. He had no intention of relying solely on this technique to defeat Yi Tianxiang. "Then I'll take you down with 8 moves," Yi Tianxiang roared, preparing to unleash his killing blow once more. Qin Nianchu scoffed. "Wasn't it just 1 move before? Now you need 8? Shouldn't you be begging for mercy soon? Shut up! You will die," Yi Tianxiang shouted, launching his dragon soaring break once more. Shenluo Tianjin. Qin Nianchu formed another seal, and once again, the dragon soaring break was deflected aside. "Can't you use some other technique? The same move is ineffective against me," Qin Nianchu mocked. Yi Tianxiang was so furious he nearly spat blood. "Qin Nianchu, I will kill you!" With a furious roar, he charged forward. Halfway there, seeing Qin Nianchu forming another seal, his eyelids twitched. Dibao Tianxing, as expected, Yi Tianxiang was once again pulled 10 meters away and sealed within the stone sphere. Emerging from a sphere, his expression darkened. His ranged attacks have been deflected, and his close-quarter strikes have been absorbed and sealed. All of this required a substantial amount of spiritual energy. If this continued, he would be the first to succumb before Qin Nianchu's energy ran out. Alright, so this is how we're playing it. Since you 1T move, a 1T either, Yi Tianxiang shouted. Qin Nianchu, I've attacked 4 times now. It's your turn. The surrounding students exchanged odd glances. Was he really trying to reason? Or did he feel powerless, thinking he couldn't defeat him? Qin Nianchu laughed. Humph, I'll let you have a few moves. Lest others say I'm bullying you. Yi Tianxiang snorted coldly, causing a stir among the students as they realized Yi Tianxiang was a 5th-tier martial artist while Qin Nianchu was merely 3rd tier. In a duel between a 5th tier and a 3rd tier, how could it not be considered bullying? Wait a minute. Based on the current situation, it seemed that Yi Tianxiang was the one being bullied. He hadn't even touched the hem of Qin Nianchu's clothes and was already in a sorry state. Fine then. Now it's my turn to attack, but don't blame me if you end up dead. Qin Nianchu said, flashing an innocent smile. Yi Tianxiang's eyes gleamed with malice that he believed that as long as Qin Nianchu initiated an attack, he wouldn't have time to form seals. Even if he did, how can mere 3rd tier's attack possibly harm a 5th tier? He would seize the opportunity to counterattack. He was 5th tier. There was no way he could lose to a trifling 3rd tier warrior. Such a scenario was inconceivable on the entire Blue Star. Chapter 18. Unlimited techniques. The duel between a 5th tier and a 3rd tier warrior did not initially attract the attention of the experts at Jiangqing Academy. However, as Qin Nianchu unleashed Shenluo Tianzheng and Dibao Tianxing, some teachers began to take notice. Daisy's instructor remarked, what Qin Nianchu is using doesn't seem like martial arts. Could it be magic? A burly teacher with bulging muscles inquired of a woman wearing a deep blue-pointed hat. Daisy shook her head. Mr. Xiong, it doesn't appear so. Although he just employed a spell resembling a 4th-tier earth magic, magic requires incantations to communicate with elemental spirits. It resembles the earth spirit technique from cultivation. An elder dressed in a green Taoist robe, with a serious expression, responded, this is not cultivation. Such a large earthen sphere would require at least foundational cultivation. I have practiced cultivation for half my life and have only reached the golden core stage. How could someone so young possibly achieve foundational cultivation? Since the resurgence of spiritual energy 1,000 years ago, various abilities have bloomed and flourished, and Qin Nianchu may be utilizing some obscure power. Let us observe a bit longer. Qin Nianchu walked slowly toward Yi Tianxiang. Considering someone like you, who lacks limits, I suddenly thought of a technique that would suit you perfectly. Yi Tianxiang was entirely focused on Qin Nianchu. Oblivious to his words, his attention was solely on the distance between them. There were no signs of seals. Excellent. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. As Qin Nianchu approached within 2 meters, Yi Tianxiang's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed a fierce barrage. Qin Nianchu, meet your demise. Qin Nianchu needed 2 seconds to form the seal for Shenluo Tianzheng at this distance, and it was evidently not enough time. Boom! A gust of air surged forth. Did it hit? The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. Had Qin Nianchu willingly taken Yi Tianxiang's punch? Could his 3rd-tier cultivation withstand Yi Tianxiang's blows? Look closely. Something strange was happening. At that moment, Qin Nianchu had raised his right hand without anyone noticing, his middle finger resting horizontally on his index finger, with the other fingers curled into a peculiar gesture. Unlimited technique. Yi Tianxiang's eyes were filled with terror and confusion. He was certain that he had struck Qin Nianchu, yet she displayed no reaction whatsoever. Moreover, her gesture appeared peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his fist was still some distance away from her, and no matter how hard Yi Tianxiang exerted himself, he could not breach that gap, as though an invisible barrier shielded Qin Nianchu. What kind of sorcery is this? Yi Tianxiang seethed with indignation. Qin Nianchu, with a radiant smile, elucidated, this is no sorcery. The unlimited, limitless technique is precisely tailored to counter someone of your limitless nature. Allow me to clarify. Until my spiritual energy is depleted, none of your attacks can touch me, and the distance between us can be infinitely diminished. Impossible. How can a mere 3rd-grade practitioner withstand my assault? Yi Tianxiang could hardly fathom it. Yet, reality was unfolding before his very eyes. Furthermore, this unlimited, limitless technique had another application. Qin Nianchu grinned widely, that a sense of foreboding washed over Yi Tianxiang. He watched as she stepped forward once more, and he felt an overwhelming force propelling him backward. In no way, I cannot possibly lose to you in strength. Yi Tianxiang roared in fury. He steadied himself, transforming his fists into palms to brace against the onslaught. Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu, with her right hand raised and a smile gracing her lips, continued to advance. Impossible! Yi Tianxiang bellowed, his veins bulging as his garments shredded instantaneously. His legs carved a trench into the ground. Yet his body was uncontrollably forced backward. The surrounding classmates were left in a state of astonishment. Good heavens! Are they truly competing in strength? The 5th grade Yi Tianxiang is being bested by the 3rd grade Qin Nianchu? Is this the Qin family's secret technique? Can they truly challenge 2 ranks above? As Yi Tianxiang was relentlessly driven backward, he soon found himself at the edge of the playground's wall, leaning against the solid barrier. He managed to hold his ground for a moment, but soon his form began to sink into the wall itself. Impossible! Impossible! This cannot be happening! Yi Tianxiang howled in rage. He could not accept that his 5th grade prowess was being utterly suppressed by the mere 3rd grade Qin Nianchu. You truly are one who doesn't shed tears until faced with the coffin. Very well, I never intended to spare you. Qin Nianchu chuckled, suddenly taking a bold step forward at what Yi Tianxiang felt as though he had been struck by an invisible force. Pressing him against the wall, his hands were forced apart, and his handsome face contorted under the pressure. If this continued, he might very well be crushed. From afar, Su Kexin, witnessing her beloved being overpowered, felt a piercing pain in her heart, and she shouted without a second thought, Tianxiang Gij, don't give up. You can win. Yi Tianxiang had established his reputation too well. Following her rallying cry, the surrounding girls joined in unison. Go. Tianxiang Senior, Tianxiang Ji, you will definitely win. Tianxiang Ji, hold on. Don't let that scoundrel best you. The chorus of encouragement echoed around him. Qin Nianchu cast a sidelong glance, smiling as she remarked, Yi Tianxiang, it seems you have quite the appeal among the ladies. But what shall you do now? I will not lose. Absolutely not. Yi Tianxiang gritted his teeth, struggling against the mounting pressure. Bolstered by the support of the numerous girls, he felt an unprecedented surge of determination. Amidst the crowd cheering him on, one boy, unable to contain himself, called out to his girlfriend, What are you shouting about? What's wrong with cheering for Yi Tianxiang? Should I let that scoundrel Qin Nianchu win? The girl retorted angrily. The boy shot back with annoyance. You're just following the crowd. Qin Nianchu is a scoundrel. You've been misled. He's the most devoted person. He's pursued Su Kexin for 5 years, while she, a green tea bitch, has been stringing him along, reaping the benefits from the Qin family and propping up Yi Tianxiang. The pretty boy, that's nonsense. Wasn't he had said that Yi Tianxiang fought Qin Nianchu to protect Su Kexin? Protect? Nonsense. He is probably just angry that he can't obtain any benefits from the Qin family and is lashing out. Besides, how dare he challenge a 3rd grade practitioner with his 5th grade cultivation? It's clearly an attempt to bully Qin Nianchu. Yet he didn't expect to be on the receiving end of a beating. Are you sure? The classmates from martial art class 4 were all aware of the situation. That if you don't believe me, go ask around. The girl, ever the gossip, fueled by the sight of her friends cheering for Yi Tianxiang, began to elaborate on the details. Moments later, the tide began to turn at why Yi Tianxiang was secretly gathering his strength. Though he was unsure of the technique Qin Nianchu was employing to suppress him, he was confident that a 3rd grade's spiritual energy could never surpass his own, that he believed that Qin Nianchu's formidable technique could not last much longer. He merely needed to wait for her energy to be depleted before launching his counterattack. With so many supporters from the school behind him, he could not afford to give up. Why Yi Tianxiang focused on the voices of encouragement from the crowd, yearning to hear their rallying cries once more. Qin Nianchu, crush him! A voice rang out. Why Yi Tianxiang paused, momentarily bewildered, thinking he had misheard. Were they actually urging him to kill Qin Nianchu? Qin Nianchu, kill Yi Tianxiang. That pretty boy must be vanquished. Shameless couple. This time, Yi Tianxiang clearly understood, and a wave of blood surged to his throat. What was happening? Hadn't they just been cheering for him? Su Kexin, upon hearing the shouts, also refrained from further encouragement for Yi Tianxiang. Qin Nianchu raised an eyebrow, equally puzzled. Why had the girls who were cheering for Yi Tianxiang suddenly turn against him? Yi Tianxiang trembled with rage. He struggled to regain his composure, lest he succumb to his emotions before he could retaliate. Suddenly, he felt a slight reduction in pressure, and he steadied himself against the wall. Qin Nianchu was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the unlimited limitless technique was a spell that continuously consumed spiritual energy. As long as he was within the limits of the technique, he could infinitely compress the distance between himself and others. Having already expended 2 rounds of the technique, his energy had dwindled to only 1,200 points, and maintaining it any longer would deplete his resources entirely. Yi Tianxiang clenched his fists, a cruel glint in his eyes, as he glared at the Qin Nianchu standing before him. Your energy is gone. I assent it. Now it's my turn to attack. Prepare to meet your demise. His fists gripped tightly. A fierce aura erupted from his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Chapter 19. No energy left? I have drugs. The surrounding classmates observed as Yi Tianxiang unleashed his aura, exclaiming, Look, Yi Tianxiang is about to counterattack. Qin Nianchu must be out of energy. I knew it. How could a 3rd-grade practitioner possibly overcome a 5th-grade one? It's an impossible feat. Yi Tianxiang's expression morphed into one of excitement and savagery. After being humiliated for so long, he had awaited this moment. In front of the entire school, he would force Qin Nianchu to suffer. Qin Nianchu merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed as he remarked, Oh, out of energy. However, we never said anything about not using drugs in our duel, did we? What? As Yi Tianxiang stood there, momentarily stunned, Qin Nianchu retrieved a 7th-grade, solidifying essence pill and tossed it into his mouth. With a smile plastered across his face, he raised his hand to cast the spell once more, the unlimited limitless technique. Buzz! The overwhelming pressure bore down on Yi Tianxiang once again, forcing him against the wall. His face contorted in agony. Why? How do you still possess spiritual energy? Is it so strange? If your energy is depleted, just use drugs, right? Qin Nianchu mocked with a smirk. Drugs? Yi Tianxiang momentarily faltered, then roared in fury. I refuse to accept this. Just because you're a member of the Qin family, they would dare to give you such a precious gene restoration agent. Indeed, being a rich 2nd generation has its perks. He had no intention of explaining the 7th-grade, solidifying essence pill to an idiot, allowing him to mistakenly believe it was a gene restoration agent. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Yi Tianxiang howled, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted. Under the pressure of Qin Nianchu's unlimited limitless technique, defeat was merely a matter of time. In front of numerous teachers and students, him, a 5th-grade practitioner, losing to a 3rd-grade one would forever prevent Yi Tianxiang from holding his head high. Under immense pressure, Yi Tianxiang unleashed his latent potential once more, and a powerful aura radiated from his entire being. His arm muscles swelling to more than double their size, and veins that seemed ready to burst coursed across his body. With relentless determination, he pushed back against the pressure of the unlimited limitless technique. As he exerted himself, the wall behind him shattered once more, granting him a fraction of movement space. Qin Nianchu sensed the shift as well. With Yi Tianxiang's resistance, his own spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his low cultivation level limited his control over the energy. Otherwise, he would have long since crushed Yi Tianxiang. Qin Nianchu, feeling somewhat bored, pouted as he retrieved a few more 7th-grade, solidifying essence pills and prepared to consume them. That should do it. I've had my fun. Now you can die. Qin Nianchu said indifferently, his gaze sharpening as he increased his energy output. Boom! The powerful pressure enveloped Yi Tianxiang once more. The minuscule space he had just gained was obliterated, and he was once again pinned against the wall like a mere puppet. His limbs spread out, and his bones began to crack under the strain. Fear flickered in Yi Tianxiang's eyes as he sensed the looming specter of death approaching. Master, save me! At this moment, Yi Tianxiang could no longer concern himself with victory or defeat, and could only muster all his strength to shout. Lu Rulong's expression changed drastically upon hearing his voice, and she rushed forward. Bastard! Release my disciple! Ignoring the rules of the duel, this woman brazenly launched a punch at Qin Nianchu. Teacher Lu, what are you doing? Several teachers around quickly shouted to stop her. Lu Rulong, having already developed murderous intent, would not relent. The punch of a seventh-tier master, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled toward Qin Nianchu. How could Qin Nianchu, merely a third tier, withstand an attack from a seventh tier? Wretch, you dare. By the time Qin Nianchu noticed, it was too late. He could only rush forward with all his might to block the blow. Although Yi Tianxiang's features were distorted from the pressure, a cruel smile flickered in his eyes as he watched Lu Rulong unleash a deadly strike at Qin Nianchu. So what if I lose? You shall still die. It was over. Zheng Yanqian's face turned pale upon discovering that his disciple had violated the rules and attacked Qin Nianchu. If Qin Nianchu were to perish, the Jiangqing Academy would face relentless retribution from the Qin family. Even the three martial saints of the Qin family might abandon their defenses in foreign lands and directly assault Jiangqing Academy. Boom! Lu Rulong's punch, unsurprisingly, collided with Qin Nianchu that a cloud of dust swirled around them. Qin Nianchu stood frozen. Then his expression turned furious, the aura of a ninth-tier martial artist surging forth. Wretch, I will kill you. Qin Nianchu's eyes bulged with rage. The entire Qin family had only this one descendant, Qin Nianchu, their precious treasure. How could he bear to face the Qin family after allowing her to be killed under his protection? He felt he could only atone for this by slaying Lu Rulong, the instigator. Seeing her attack land on Qin Nianchu, Lu Rulong's eyes sparkled with joy. She thought that Tianxiang must be safe now. However, a sudden surge of murderous intent caused her expression to change dramatically. She wanted to flee, but found herself rooted to the ground, unable to move under the power of a ninth tier. Knowing she was doomed, Lu Rulong shouted, Tianxiang, wait until you become a martial saint to avenge me. Master, Yi Tianxiang cried out hoarsely. Lu Rulong closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Yet suddenly, the surroundings seemed to quiet down. Upon looking closely, Zheng Yuanqian had raised his hand to block Qin Nianchu's attack. Lu Rulong's eyes filled with surprise. Master, her master, Zheng Yuanqian, was a half-step martial saint, and even though Qin Nianchu was a ninth tier, he was no match for him. Old fool, do you wish to oppose the Qin family? Qin Nianchu bellowed. Zheng Yuanqian, I will handle the mistakes made by my disciple. I ask you to give me some face, and I will definitely provide an explanation to the Qin family. Zheng Yuanqian replied coldly, "Oh, hell with your face. Get lost. This wretch must die today, or I will wash Jiangqing Academy in blood." Qin Nianchu roared. Zheng Yuanqian's face also turned icy. Qin Nianchu, I am trying to have a proper discussion with you. If you act recklessly, I will subdue you. Damn it, I will fight you to the end today. Qin Nianchu's aura continued to swell. Qin Kuei also arrived beside Qin Nianchu. His failure to protect Qin Nianchu had left him seething with anger. Meanwhile, several teachers from the academy gathered around Zheng Yuanqian. Mr. Qin, please remain calm. Mr. Qin, please trust that the school will provide you with an explanation. Mr. Qin, it is meaningless to fight now. These teachers seemed to be mediating, yet each had subtly prepared their own powers. Wait, look quickly. Qin Nianchu is not dead. As the dust settled, a teacher pointed towards the wall. Cough, cough. Qin Nianchu waved his hand, dispersing the dust around him. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he was unharmed, even maintaining his right hand in a sealing position. Yi Tianxiang remained pinned against the wall, but the pressure had significantly lessened at why Yi Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? How can a third tier withstand a seventh tier's attack? Chapter 20. Protecting the Young? Upon discovering that Qin Nianchu was still alive, Qin Nianchu immediately dashed to his side, embracing Qin Nianchu and inspecting him closely. Nianchu, are you all right? You scare me to death. Do you feel any discomfort? Seeing Qin Nianchu approach, Qin Nianchu canceled the limitless technique. His meager spiritual energy could not prevent a ninth-tier martial artist from approaching, especially since this was his fifth uncle. Yi Tianxiang fell to the ground, his expression complex. Qin Nianchu smiled brightly. It's fine. He then took out a jade pendant-like spiritual artifact, its luster somewhat I am. Why Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened upon hearing this. This spiritual artifact should have belonged to him. Speaking of which, Su Kexin had also gifted him a protective spiritual artifact, but he had not brought it along in order to deal with Qin Nianchu. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Qin Nianchu looked coldly at Yi Tianxiang. Fifth uncle, please step aside. My duel with him is not over yet. No. I concede. Yi Tianxiang hesitated for a moment before decisively giving up. He understood that if this continued, Qin Nianchu would surely find a way to kill him. He intentionally raised his voice for those around to hear, ensuring that Qin Nianchu had no reason to attack him further. The surrounding students erupted in astonishment. Why Yi Tianxiang lost? A fifth-tier loss to a third-tier. This is simply unbelievable. How embarrassing. And this one claims to be the top of the freshmen. Did he cultivate by merely feeding on fodder? The chorus of ridicule left Yi Tianxiang's expression fluctuating between dark and light. The facts were laid bare before him, and he could not refute them. Yet he remained deeply unconvinced in Yi Tianxiang's view. Qin Nianchu's victory was entirely due to the resources of the Qin family. The peculiar techniques he employed, the pills he consumed to replenish his spiritual energy, were all gifts from the Qin family's treasures. His own fifth-tier cultivation was earned through relentless effort. How could he possibly be outmatched by a third tier? It was simply unfortunate. Once he explored that secret realm in the wild and found a treasure suitable for himself, he would surely crush Qin Nianchu beneath his heel. Upon hearing Yi Tianxiang's words, Qin Nianchu's gaze turned mocking. Concede? How could you concede? Did you not say it would be to the death? Yi Tianxiang's complexion shifted between blue and white. I concede. I will no longer approach Su Kexin at that moment. Su Kexin, who was walking over with her jacket, stopped in her tracks, her face paling. Her emotions surged. Qin Nianchu, you bastard! Are you doing this to make Tianxiang leave me? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Even if Tianxiang leaves me, I will not be with you. Yi Tianxiang looked at Su Kexin with guilt. Kexin. I'm sorry, I lost. You should be with Qin Nianchu. No. That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. Qin Nianchu hastily clarified. This simply wouldn't do that moment. Zheng Yuanxian and others also approached. Lu Rulong anxiously pulled Yi Tianxiang into her embrace. Tianxiang, are you all right? Teacher, I'm fine. I'm just sorry for embarrassing you. Why Yi Tianxiang appeared like a wronged little girl. Lu Rulong glared at Qin Nianchu. You won. Are you satisfied? Tianxiang has already given up his beloved. What more do you want? No. This is absolutely unacceptable. Qin Nianchu quickly waved his hands. What exactly do you want? Lu Rulong asked sternly. Qin Nianchu hurriedly replied. Firstly, you two must be together and well. My duel with you is not to make you leave. Su Kexin. Why Yi Tianxiang glared. Qin Nianchu, are you insulting me? Insulting is one thing, and dueling is another. How could I break up a couple? How about this? From now on, whenever you see me, just take a detour. Do not abandon Su Kexin because of this. Qin Nianchu hastily explained. Su Kexin's expression brightened upon hearing this, thinking that this was indeed the Qin Nianchu who had been fawning over her for 5 years. How could he not align with her wishes? She slightly raised her chin. This is not bad, although I don't know how you managed to win against Tianxiang, given how obedient you've been this time. I won't hold it against you, and we can continue being friends. Saying this, she quickly draped her jacket over Yi Tianxiang. The fact that the top freshman and the wealthy heir had fought because of her would surely give Su Kexin something to gloat about for a long time. All right, you can say whatever you want. Qin Nianchu was too lazy to explain. Zheng Yuanxian smiled. Mr. Qin, now that Qin Nianchu is fine, can we consider the earlier misunderstanding resolved? Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu shot him a glare. Resolved? On what grounds? It was my own skill that prevented me from being killed. What if that wretched woman had succeeded in her sneak attack? Bastard! What did you say? Lu Rulong glared back. Qin Jinshan stood protectively in front of Qin Nianchu. What are you shouting about? You wretched woman! Have you been given face? At this moment, Zheng Yuanxian acted as a peacemaker. Mr. Qin, let's discuss this calmly. Qin Nianchu is still here to study at the academy, and a strained relationship benefits no one. Qin Nianchu scoffed, asking, Vice Principal Zheng, are you implying that I took a punch for nothing? I was in a duel with Yi Tianxiang. It was Lu Rulong who broke the rules and attacked me. Is the prestigious Jiangcheng Academy truly so protective of its own? Lu Rulong boasted, confident with her half-step martial saint teacher present, not taking Qin Nianchu seriously at all. Qin Nianchu replied, Sure, you can strike me with a punch at your 7th tier cultivation. and I shall let Uncle Kuei strike you with a punch at the same 7th-tier cultivation, and we will consider this matter settled. Who fears whom? We are all masters, as if I could not withstand a single punch. Lu Rushuang cast a disdainful glance. Zheng Yuanxian hesitated for a moment. Since that's the case, it's settled then. Let student Qin's bodyguard deliver a punch, and I hope that afterward we won't pursue this matter further. Of course, I also hope everyone knows when to stop. Jiangxing Academy was at a disadvantage in this situation, and Zheng Yuanxian could only take the opportunity to retreat. Qin Nianchu turned to Qin Kuei and said, Uncle Kuei, I'll leave this matter to you. You must deliver that punch with great care. Qin Kuei cracked his knuckles, saying, Young master, rest assured, I've endured this foul woman for far too long. Yi Tianxiang cast a worried glance at Lu Rushuang. Teacher Lu, be careful. He felt immense gratitude. Had it not been for Lu Rushuang, he would have been crushed just moments ago. Lu Rushuang nodded and created some distance, while the surrounding teachers also stepped back. Lu Rushuang assumed a stance and confidently declared, I am ready to... A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Kuei's mouth, and after gathering a bit of strength, he unleashed a punch with a resounding force. A massive shadow of a fist transformed into a ferocious tiger, crashing towards Lu Rushuang. The surrounding teachers were taken aback by the solidity of Qin Kuei's strike. Was this the power of an 8th grade? No, it was the pinnacle of 7th grade. How could his punch be so solid, comparable to an 8th grade grandmaster's attack? Would Lu teacher be able to withstand this move? Qin Jinshan was also somewhat surprised by the ferocity of Qin Kuei's punch. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Kuei's cultivation had advanced. Had his foundation been restored? Only Qin Kuei himself knew that the refinement of his cultivation was entirely due to the alchemical practices of the past few days. An ambush on the young master? Prepare to meet your end. Did you really think I was joking when I said I would obliterate you? Lu Rushuang's expression changed dramatically as she faced the incoming strike. She had assumed their cultivations were comparable. Even if Qin Kuei was slightly stronger, she believed she could withstand it. Yet this attack filled her with a sense of imminent death. Lu Rushuang summoned all her strength to resist. But as her hands met the punch, her sleeves began to tear apart, leaving only some undergarments intact. The splendid view was obscured by the turbulent fist's light. Lu Rushuang let out a roar. Expending every ounce of her energy, the skin on her arms cracked incessantly. She could not hold on any longer. Despair filled Lu Rushuang's eyes. Despite being at the same 7th grade, she couldn't even withstand a single strike. Was this the difference wrought by life and death training? Enough! Zheng Yuanxian shouted angrily and rushed forward, deflecting Qin Kuei's attack with a single hand. With a thunderous explosion, the hard ground of the schoolyard was blasted into a large crater. Zheng Yuanxian supported the exhausted Lu Rushuang, while Yi Tianxiang hurriedly draped his jacket over her shoulders. Lu Rushuang looked at Zheng Yuanxian with a pitiful gaze. Master, I am useless. Zheng Yuanxian felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Lu Rushuang's disheveled state. Glaring at Qin Kuei, is the Qin family so petty? You merely said to deliver a punch. Must you go all out? Qin Nianchu scoffed. Vice Principal Zheng, did that foul woman not strike with lethal intent when I was in the duel? Moreover, Uncle Kuei merely threw a casual punch. Had he truly intended to kill, that foul woman would already be dead. Zheng Yuanxian, aware of his own shortcomings, snorted coldly. Humph. Since that's the case, let this matter end here. Furthermore, Qin Nianchu, since you have cultivated, do not bring bodyguards into the academy again. I hope you train diligently for the great competition in half a month and the subsequent trials. Qin Nianchu waved his hand and turned to leave. Though Qin Kuei couldn't match Zheng Yuanxian in strength, he didn't hold back his tongue. Ha, trash. Jiangxing Academy is just like this. Zheng Yuanxian and the others wore somber expressions. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxiang took over supporting Lu Rushuang from Zheng Yuanxian and with unwavering determination said, Teacher Lu, rest assured, I will avenge this grievance for you. Why Yi Tianxiang was eager to explore the secret realm he had discovered in the wild. If he could inherit some great figure's legacy and fortune, he wouldn't fear Qin Nianchu. Just wait, Qin Nianchu. I, Yi Tianxiang, am a genius. I will surely trample you beneath my feet. Chapter 21. The front line is tightening. This is a long story. An elder dreaming. A servant stepped forward and said, "Young master." "Fifth uncle, the family head has received battle reports. The front line is tightening, and he has already gone to reinforce." "What?" "Those damned demons are causing trouble again." "All right, I'm on my way." Qin Nianchu frowned. The Qin family had guarded the outer domain for generations. With the defense against the demons being their foremost responsibility, he still wanted to convey something to Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu smiled. "Fifth uncle, rest assured, I can take care of myself. And besides, there's Uncle Kue with me. By the way, Uncle Kue, do you have any solidifying essence pills left?" Qin Kue produced a small vial and handed it to Qin Nianchu. "Fifth uncle, there are about 50 in here." Qin Nianchu took the vial and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Such a rare treasure." Qin Nianchu's eyes lit up that in the outer domain battlefield, possessing such items is akin to having an extra life. Qin Nianchu nodded gravely. "Fifth uncle, my elder uncle's health is quite serious. If we can avoid him participating in battle, please do so. Once I digest the great figure's inheritance, I will have the means to treat his condition. Understood? I will definitely convey your words." Qin Nianchu looked sternly at Qin Ke. "Qin Ke, while I'm away, you must protect the young master with your life." "Yes, fifth uncle, rest assured. If anything happens to the young master, I will take my own life as penance." Qin Kue vowed earnestly. Qin Nianchu did not linger and quickly departed. However, Qin Nianchu felt a bit anxious in his memories. It seemed that such events had not occurred before. Why was the front line suddenly tightening? Could it be due to his rebirth, altering the original timeline? It appeared he needed to hasten his cultivation to the end of the semester. Students with 5th grade cultivation or above would have the opportunity to train in the outer domain, which would provide a chance to observe the situation there. After resting for a night at the Qin family, Qin Kue refined several batches of elixirs. Although Qin Nianchu consumed quite a bit, his cultivation remained stagnant at the peak of 3rd grade. Continuing with 7th grade solidifying essence pills seemed unlikely to yield any improvement. However, although he had the materials for 8th grade solidifying essence pills, he could not refine them at all. The next day, Qin Nianchu arrived at the academy. Several classmates quickly gathered around him. "Brother Qin, you're amazing. I didn't expect you'd be so low-key, already a 3rd grade warrior, and we had no idea. Brother Qin, how did you cultivate? Teach us. In my opinion, you deserve the title of the top freshman." Qin Nianchu responded with a cheerful smile. When he had no cultivation, there were already a few classmates he was close to. Now that his 3rd grade cultivation had been revealed, even more people flocked to him. But at that moment, a mocking voice broke through the crowd. "The top freshman is determined by cultivation level. Yi Tianxiang is 5th grade, and how can he be first with just a 3rd grade?" Yi Tianxiang, born into a humble family, was admired by many students from similar backgrounds due to his 5th grade cultivation. One of Qin Nianchu's classmates immediately retorted, "How can you say that? Even with Yi Tianxiang's 5th grade cultivation, he couldn't defeat our brother Qin's 3rd grade cultivation. What face does he have to claim the title of top freshman?" A gaunt boy stood up. "Do you have any idea how Qin Nianchu won? Are you all so blind? How did he win? He won fair and square. We only saw Yi Tianxiang being pressed down by young Master Qin. And you dare to say he won fair and square? A 3rd grade without cheating could defeat a 5th grade? Our brother Xiang said it clearly. Qin Nianchu wins entirely due to the treasures and genetic serum provided by the Qin family. Otherwise, even 10 Qin Niancus wouldn't be enough for him. Losing is losing. Stop making excuses. Can't you take a loss? What the hell? Who's afraid of who? Let us compare skills. Come on. Who has scared?" Qin Nianchu, however, remained unfazed and calmly said, "All right. Enough of this. The outcome is already clear. What is there to argue about? If Yi Tianxiang is dissatisfied, let him come to me directly. What is the point of shouting here?" Those around Qin Nianchu immediately echoed, "Exactly. Why are you yelling? If you have the guts, call Yi Tianxiang over Oh, right. Yi Tianxiang is too afraid to come. He lost to brother Qin and will have to walk around with his tail between his legs from now on." Laughter erupted around them. "You can't say that about brother Tianxiang." At that moment, Su Kexin could no longer hold back and stood up, slamming the table. The classmates surrounding Qin Nianchu immediately fell silent. After all, everyone knew about Qin Nianchu's infatuation with Su Kexin for 5 years. If there were any lingering feelings, it would surely offend him. Su Kexin approached Qin Nianchu. You need to apologize to Brother Tianxiang immediately. Qin Nianchu rolled his eyes at Su Kexin. What are you saying? I didn't insult Yi Tianxiang. Why should I apologize? Besides, Yi Tianxiang isn't even here. Why are you making a fuss? Qin Nianchu, even if you didn't insult him. This situation arose because of you, and you should apologize. That Su Kexin stubbornly glared at Qin Nianchu. You all are so boring. Why are you so eager to defend him when Yi Tianxiang isn't even here? Qin Nianchu felt a bit irritable. His dismissive attitude immediately angered Su Kexin as she pointed a finger at him. Qin Nianchu, I command you to apologize immediately. Get lost. Qin Nianchu had no intention of giving her face. Su Kexin's eyes filled with tears of grievance. Qin Nianchu, how dare you treat me this way? Just then, Yi Tianxiang's voice rang out as he approached Su Kexin with concern. Kexin, are you all right? Su Kexin shook her head in frustration, exclaiming, No, he is utterly despicable. He speaks ill of you behind your back, and when I confront him, he lashes out at me. Why, Yi Tianxiang's eyes blazed with anger as he retorted. Qin Nianchu, let us not involve women in our affairs. Am I dragging her into this? She approached me seeking trouble, and everyone witnessed it. Qin Nianchu replied impatiently, raising an eyebrow. Why, Yi Tianxiang, what audacity do you have to appear before me? Have you forgotten how you guaranteed your defeat during our duel? Qin Nianchu, do not be so smug. We shall soon engage in battle again. In a fair duel, you are no match for me. Yi Tianxiang declared angrily that a classmate beside Qin Nianchu scoffed. Yi Tianxiang, how dare you speak of fairness? Challenging someone of the 3rd rank with your 5th rank. Have you no shame? If I were you and lost, I would have found a hole to hide in. Why? Yi Tianxiang narrowed his eyes slightly, emanating an aura of menace. The presence of a 5th rank warrior was enough to intimidate most of their classmates. Noticing this, Qin Nianchu frowned. Yi Tianxiang, do not flaunt your power here. If you are unsatisfied, let us duel immediately. Humph, Qin Nianchu, rest assured, I will indeed duel you again, but not at this moment, Yi Tianxiang replied before turning to leave. Could it be that he intends to venture into the secret realm in the next few days? Wait a moment. With this thought, Qin Nianchu called out to Yi Tianxiang, stepping in front of him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, remember what you said during our duel. Avoid me when you see me, lest you become a laughingstock among our classmates. Qin, this fellow is far too arrogant. You truly ought to teach him a lesson. A classmate indignantly remarked. Qin Nianchu merely smiled. Unconcerned, for just moments ago, he had inscribed a tracking rune on Yi Tianxiang's clothing. As soon as Yi Tianxiang left the school, Qin Nianchu would be able to locate him. Searching for treasures in the secret realm, he would soon find himself as someone else's pawn. Chapter 22. You must take responsibility for me. As soon as Yi Tianxiang departed, Su Kexin angrily scolded. You drove Brother Tianxiang away. Are you satisfied? What kind of scoundrel are you that any girl would ever like you? At that moment, a gentle female voice echoed from the classroom door. May I ask if Qin Nianchu is present? The students turned to see a girl in a light blue dress, wearing glasses and holding books, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her stunning beauty captivating the attention of the boys in the classroom. Oh my, it's Lin Wanner, the genius of the magic department. I heard she's already a 5th-tier high mage. Why has she come to find Qin Nianchu? Could it be that Qin Nianchu has developed a relationship with Lin Wanner and abandoned Su Kexin? That makes sense. Su Kexin cannot be compared to Lin Wanner at all. Su Kexin did not expect that her words would attract a beauty on par with herself to seek out Qin Nianchu. What does it have to do with you? What brings you from the magic department to our martial arts department? Su Kexin replied coldly. Lin Wanner frowned, directly ignoring Su Kexin, and addressed Qin Nianchu. Qin, do you have a moment to talk? Ah, I suppose I can, Qin Nianchu replied, scratching his nose, unsure of any prior connection with Lin Wanner. As far as he remembered, Lin Wanner was simply beautiful, a genius in the magic department. Well-versed in knowledge, and it was said she could already cast 5th-tier spells. The Lin family also had a martial saint who maintained a good relationship with Qin Nianchu's family. There had even been discussions of a potential union between the two families. However, at that time, Qin Nianchu had eyes only for Su Kexin and had rejected the proposal without hesitation. Now, seeing Lin Wanner, Qin Nianchu could not fathom why he had foolishly pursued Su Kexin for 5 years. Lin Wanner's appearance, background, and strength matched or surpassed Su Kexin. Wouldn't marrying such an exceptional girl be more appealing? Would it be convenient for you to step outside and chat with me? Lin Wanner asked politely. Sure, Qin Nianchu agreed, rising to leave, as Su Kexin blocked his path. You're not allowed to go. What does it matter to you? Qin Nianchu retorted, sidestepping her and exiting. The surrounding classmates immediately began to gossip. It seems Qin has a complicated relationship with Lin Wanner. They had heard that Lin Wanner was typically quite aloof and had never actively interacted with anyone, yet she was evidently not immune to Qin Nianchu's charm. If I were Qin, I would undoubtedly choose Lin Wanner. Su Kexin felt her teeth grind in frustration upon hearing her classmates chatter to her. Even if Qin Nianchu no longer fawned over her, he had no right to pursue other women. Wait, this must be his deliberate attempt to provoke her. She sought out Yi Tianxiang, and he brought Lin Wanner to play a part. Does he think it would make me care? Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu and Lin Wanner had reached a corner of the corridor. He wondered if his impressive performance during the duel with Yi Tianxiang had caught her attention, and if she was now seeking to express her feelings that if he agreed, perhaps it would put an end to Su Kexin's incessant harassment. Qin, I wanted to ask you about the techniques you used during yesterday's duel. I think that should be fine. Qin Nianchu scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had lost track of the details. Yes, I carefully observed the 3 techniques you employed. They're neither martial skills nor magic. What are they? Lin Wanner attempted to mimic one of the gestures, surprisingly managing to grasp the gist. That could be referred to as incantation. Qin Nianchu explained that in Blue Star, there was no ninjutsu. The closest equivalent was incantation. However, very few people studied the power system related to incantations, and they were generally classified under the category of extraordinary abilities within the academy. Incantation, Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled. I have also researched incantations, but I have never encountered techniques like yours, and your gestures are what are known as seals, right? I once read about them in ancient texts. Could you teach me? Well, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but it's quite complex and you want to be able to grasp it right away. Qin Nianchu deferred. Lin Wanner said earnestly, I understand. You wouldn't casually teach someone such a powerful ability that allows for challenging above one's rank. State your conditions. What conditions could I possibly propose? It's just rather complicated. Qin Nianchu chuckled awkwardly, mainly because he had spent too little time in the 6th world and had forgotten the foundational knowledge. Without it, advanced incantations were unmanageable. Lin Wanner bit her lip, seemingly making a decision. How about this, Qin? You have already broken off your engagement with Su Kexin, correct? If you are willing, I could marry you to... Surely not. It's just incantation. Isn't your magic quite sufficient? Qin Nianchu asked in surprise. Lin Wanner shook her head, replying seriously, even magic cannot challenge above one's rank, but incantation shows me a possibility. Our parents fought in the outer realms. If I can master this ability, it would increase their chances of success against the celestial demons out there. Qin Nianchu admired Lin Wanner's perspective, but felt overwhelmed. Lin, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's that I genuinely cannot, if I marry you and become your wife. We would be family, and your abilities would not be considered as divulged, Lin Wanner said earnestly. Qin Nianchu's face turned awkward. That is not the issue at all. Besides, I'm not pursuing romantic relations at the moment. Not pursuing romantic relations? Lin Wanner frowned, hesitating before replying. All right, if you're not interested in me, I have 2 brothers. Both are quite handsome. One is 7th-tier master with a robust physique, the other an A-class wind elemental user. Refined and elegant. They should be able to meet your expectations. Her words made Qin Nianchu blink in surprise, and once he processed it, he replied with a bemused expression, Lin, you misunderstand. When I said I'm not pursuing romantic relations, I meant I'm not considering marriage at present. It doesn't imply my preferences are abnormal, that I still like women. Then why won't you marry me? Am I not as good as Su Kexin? Lin Wanner asked, somewhat displeased. You are undoubtedly 1,000 times more outstanding than Su Kexin. It's just that we truly haven't reached that point yet. Seeing Lin Wanner about to speak again, Qin Nianchu demonstrated the hand seals for the 9-character incantation. This is the 9-character incantation. Familiarize yourself with the sealing gestures first. The most fundamental aspect of using incantations is mastering the seals. Practice these poses diligently, and when you can complete them all in a second, come back to me, and I will continue to instruct you, all right?" As these words left his mouth, the classmates in the room looked on in astonishment at the two. Gestures, instruction, some imaginative students already began to envision inappropriate scenarios. Indeed, Qin Nianchu and Lin Wanner's relationship must be more than it seemed. Su Kexin stared at Qin Nianchu in disbelief. "You too, actually." "Qin Nianchu, you are too much. Were you merely pretending to break off our engagement to avoid my interference?" Lin Wanner disregarded the others. Fixated on Qin Nianchu, "I learned very quickly. When will you teach me the new gestures? If it's inconvenient at school, I can come to your home to Hearing Lin Wanner's jumbled words, he hurriedly turned around to cover her mouth. "What are you rambling about? So many people are listening. Don't you care about your own reputation? So, can we continue the lessons?" Lin Wanner pushed Qin Nianchu's hand away, blinking at him. Teach. I'll teach you right away. Follow me," Qin Nianchu said with an exasperated expression. Lin Wanner was making every effort, yet still could not master the sealing gestures within 2 seconds. Qin Nianchu explained, "When initiating the resonance of spiritual power through hand seals, the unit of time is 1 second. The more resonant hand seals produced within this duration, the greater the power of the technique. That can't you teach something simpler first?" Lin Wanner furrowed her brows, feeling fatigued after just half an hour of practice. Her hands were cramping. Qin Nianchu, equally helpless, lamented that it wasn't for lack of desire to teach, but rather a matter of forgetfulness. He recalled that there had once been simpler techniques akin to the Great Fireball technique and Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. But alas, they had slipped from his memory. Moreover, Lin Wanner's talent was truly astonishing. Within merely half an hour, she had grasped the fundamentals. With a couple more days of practice, she might very well be able to unleash the Shinto Tenjin, a ninjutsu reserved for shadow-level ninjas in the 6th world, akin to a 7th-tier master in Blue Star. Suddenly, Qin Nianchu sensed the mark he had left on Yi Tianxiang departing from the school. He furrowed his brow and said, "Classmate Lin, focus on your practice without rushing for results. Completing the hand seals in order is crucial, and you must also attune your spiritual power to sense. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave." Lin Wanner nodded. Although her face bore signs of exhaustion, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The challenge of tackling something new and difficult invigorated her. Reminiscent of her initial encounters with magical incantations, Qin Nianchu then followed the mark to the wilderness. After several hours of wandering, he finally arrived before a cave. Chapter 23. The Secret Realm. Yi Tianxiang stood before a mountain wall. Raising his hand to press a mechanism on a stone block on the left, causing a stone door to open. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly entered through the stone door. Qin Nianchu emerged from behind a large tree in the distance, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I never imagined such a concealed secret realm would be discovered by him. This fellow not only possessed remarkable talent, but also extraordinary fortune. Could he possibly be a child of destiny? Having traversed 9 worlds, Qin Nianchu knew that every world would nurture a child of destiny during times of calamity, characterized by exceptional talent, extraordinary luck, and an uncanny ability to survive. All of Yi Tianxiang's attributes aligned perfectly with this description. Qin Nianchu casually approached, finding a mechanism on the left wall. As the stone door opened, he stepped inside. After traversing a relatively short passage, he was met with 5 diverging paths, and he could vaguely sense the terrifying dangers lurking within 4 of them. Even if someone were fortunate enough to find the entrance, they would likely suffer heavy losses upon reaching this point. Sensing Yi Tianxiang's location, Qin Nianchu selected one of the openings and proceeded within. After walking approximately 100 meters, he encountered a hazy light screen ahead. Qin Nianchu frowned. The mark he had left on Yi Tianxiang had abruptly ceased here. It appeared that this light screen possessed a blocking effect against tracking. Uncertain of what lay within, Qin Nianchu heightened his vigilance. The moment he stepped into the light screen, he felt a terrifying force emanating from all directions. Buzz! Qin Nianchu immediately unleashed his unlimited technique. However, his 3rd-tier spiritual power was depleted in an instant. Just as this force threatened to crush him into fragments, a resounding crash echoed. The protective barrier shattered, and the encroaching force dissipated. The defensive spiritual artifact on Qin Nianchu's person dimmed considerably, appearing as though it could withstand only one more blow. Qin Nianchu frowned slightly, and oh wonder, Yi Tianxiang sought this protective artifact. It was likely meant to guard against the traps here. However, how had he entered without acquiring this artifact? Observing the ground, Qin Nianchu noticed fragments of some spiritual artifacts and a pool of fresh blood. He pondered, I see now, he must have obtained a lesser defensive artifact, but it couldn't withstand the previous attack, resulting in its destruction and his serious injury. Nonetheless, Yi Tianxiang was indeed a difficult opponent to eliminate. Even the trap that had just triggered could likely have obliterated a 7th-tier master instantly. Continuing further, the surroundings were evidently well maintained. The smooth walls were illuminated by energy sources made from spiritual crystals, and the floor was laid with uniformly sized marble tiles. Upon closer inspection, Qin Nianchu noticed some murals adorning the walls. He was in no rush to find Yi Tianxiang and drew closer to examine the murals. It seemed that he had also studied the techniques of the celestial demon, leading to some form of mutation. Had he imprisoned himself? Qin Nianchu was taken aback by the final mural. It depicted a man transforming into a celestial demon, subsequently locking himself away within a cage. If that were the case, this secret realm could be exceedingly perilous, perhaps even housing a celestial demon within. At that moment, Yi Tianxiang's arrogant voice echoed, the top-tier immortal artifact. The Zawushi 7-star blade, along with the sacred level technique, the Thunder Dragon art, plus this endless bounty of spiritual crystals and jade. How could I not become a martial saint? Qin Nianchu, just wait. I will surely grind you to dust. Are you now intent on seeking me out for a contest of prowess and a duel to the death? Qin Nianchu's voice resonated coolly. Naturally, I followed you in. Qin Nianchu chuckled, though Yi Tianxiang stared at him in disbelief. How is that possible? How did you know I would seek out the secret realm? I never told anyone, not even Teacher Liu. In his greed for the treasures, Yi Tianxiang had chosen to venture alone, revealing nothing to anyone. Qin Nianchu shrugged. Is it my fault? Who told you to flaunt your intentions so ostentatiously just before you arrived before me, as if you were about to uncover some wondrous treasure to eliminate me? Naturally, I had to be on guard. Despicable villain. Yi Tianxiang spat in fury, but then a glimmer of delight crossed his face. It's even better that you came along. If I kill you here, no one will know. Kill me? Do you possess the capability? Qin Nianchu replied dismissively with a smile. As he spoke, Yi Tianxiang brandished a crude blade embedded with 7 brilliant gemstones. Channeling his energy, the Zawushi 7-star blade emitted a sharp blade aura. Qin Nianchu felt a pang of apprehension. After all, Yi Tianxiang wielded an immortal artifact, and its offensive power was undoubtedly formidable, not to mention the unknown effects of the 7 gemstones. Very well, let's get started then. Without further ado, Qin Nianchu began forming hand seals. Yi Tianxiang's expression shifted dramatically as he swung his long blade, unleashing a 3-meter-long blade aura directly towards Qin Nianchu. In but a second, the blade aura was upon him, leaving him no time to complete his hand seals. Yi Tianxiang's eyes gleamed with triumph. Convinced he could cleave Qin Nianchu in two unexpectedly, Qin Nianchu raised his left hand. Unlimited technique. The blade aura halted just above Qin Nianchu's head, unable to advance further. However, this did not negate the blade aura's potency. The immortal artifact attack was fierce, and Qin Nianchu's spiritual power was rapidly depleting. He quickly retrieved a 7th-tier solidifying essence pill from his spatial ring and tossed it into his mouth. Then, with a single hand, he completed another hand seal. Shinto Tenjin. Bang. The blade aura above him was deflected away. Yi Tianxiang stared at Qin Nianchu in disbelief, astonished that he could perform hand seals with one hand. Before he could react, Qin Nianchu completed yet another hand seal. Earth Explosion Star. Damn it. Yi Tianxiang cursed furiously as a tremendous force of attraction surged forth. Surrounding him, a multitude of stones suddenly enveloped him into a stone sphere. Yet in the very next second, Yi Tianxiang shattered the stone sphere and emerged. Such a technique won't work on me. With an immortal artifact in hand, you cannot trap me. Yi Tianxiang, his hair standing on end, prepared to strike down Qin Nianchu with the Zawushi 7-star blade. flying thunder god technique. Yi Tianxiang heard this voice and looked up to find Qin Nianchu had vanished. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck from behind, and he was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily against the hard stone wall. Even with an immortal artifact, what does it matter? Qin Nianchu's mocking voice echoed from his original position behind Yi Tianxiang, his right hand still poised in the stance of the unlimited technique. Yi Tianxiang was stunned, unable to comprehend how Qin Nianchu had moved behind him so swiftly. He was only a third-tier martial artist. How could his speed surpass the limits of Yi Tianxiang's perception? What kind of sorcery did you employ? Yi Tianxiang demanded angrily. Sorcery? Explaining to an idiot like you is pointless. Qin Nianchu shot him a derisive smile before activating the flying thunder god technique once more. In Yi Tianxiang's eyes, Qin Nianchu vanished again, only for another force to strike from behind, sending him crashing into the stone wall once more. Chapter 24. 8th Level Celestial Demon, the Flying Thunder God Technique. Also known as the Instant Body Technique, boasted a speed akin to teleportation, far beyond what a mere 5th-tier Yi Tianxiang could hope to perceive. However, the conditions for activating the Flying Thunder God Technique were quite stringent, requiring a mark of the technique. In the classroom earlier, Qin Nianchu had been unable to recall the basic tracking mark, so he had placed the mark of the Flying Thunder God Technique on Yi Tianxiang instead, and it had proven useful. Having sustained severe injuries from the onset, Yi Tianxiang struggled to rise, coughing up blood in the process. His expression turned frantic. I refuse to believe it. How can you, a mere third tier, be this formidable? Yi Tianxiang gripped the Zuwushi 7-star blade and began to slash wildly. Waves of sharp blade auras surged through the cavernous space, observing Yi Tianxiang's erratic behavior. Qin Nianchu furrowed his brow, resorting to the Shinto Tenjin for defense, deflecting the errant blade auras one after another. The secret realm trembled as Yi Tianxiang wreaked havoc, teetering on the brink of collapse. With several blade auras shattering 2 crystal orbs, it seemed that some seal within the secret realm was beginning to fracture. You fool! Do you wish to be buried alongside this secret realm? Qin Nianchu berated, activating the Flying Thunder God Technique once more. In an instant, he appeared behind Yi Tianxiang, seizing the Zuwushi 7-star blade from his grasp. Yi Tianxiang, having been blasted away once more, stood up with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with rage. Qin Nianchu, I'll fight you to the death. Even if I perish, I will drag you down with me. He was about to unleash a powerful strike with all his remaining spiritual energy. Suddenly, Yi Tianxiang felt an emptiness in his hands, only to discover that his Zuwushi Qixing knife had inexplicably found its way into Qin Nianchu's grasp. Return my celestial artifact. Yi Tianxiang's eyes widened in fury. Return it to you? Is that even possible? Does it bear your name? Qin Nianchu teased with a mocking smile. That moment, a colossal fist burst through the wall, sending Qin Nianchu crashing heavily into the mountainside. Yi Tianxiang gazed in disbelief at the spot where the fist had emerged as a gigantic hand began to clear away the surrounding debris. A withered, grotesque head protruded from the crevice in the wall, and as it merely peeked out, it emitted a chilling roar. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, causing one's very soul to tremble. Yi Tianxiang clutched his ears, his eardrums having already shattered upon the sound arrival. He stared vacantly at the monster crawling from the opening. Was this an otherworldly demon? An 8th-grade one? How could that be? Yi Tianxiang was filled with skepticism as he surveyed the scene before him. Yet the reality was undeniable that a demon, which should have been confined to the outer realms, had manifested within this secret domain. Humanity had no rationale when faced with such a near archenemy. The encounter would end in either death or survival. However, with his 5th-grade cultivation, Yi Tianxiang possessed no means to contend with an 8th-grade demon. He had no desire to engage further and turned to flee as for Qin Nianchu. If she were to perish at the hands of the demon, it would be unfortunate, yet he lamented the loss of that superior celestial artifact. The demon had noticed Yi Tianxiang and intended to pursue him, but it seemed to be ensnared. It continued to claw at the surrounding stones as the secret realm began to tremble violently, the mountainside crumbling around them. Just as Yi Tianxiang, ragged and disheveled, escaped the secret realm, he witnessed the mountain collapsing behind him. Though he had lost his celestial artifact, he was fortunate to have acquired the techniques and a wealth of resources. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qianxiang hastily made his escape. Moments later, Qin Nianchu emerged from the rubble, clutching the Zawushi Qixing knife that had fallen to the ground, coughing violently as the remnants of her superior protective spirit artifact shattered around her. That was close. Had it not been for the protective artifact, she would have been crushed. Qin Nianchu swallowed a 7th grade solidifying essence pill to restore her spiritual energy, intending to use the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue Yi Tianxiang, only to find that the mark had exceeded its range. With her current cultivation level, she could not ignore distance to activate the technique. Has he fled? Qin Nianchu furrowed her brow. Suddenly, she sensed a terrifying pressure. Looking up, she saw the shattered mountains vibrating and a massive, withered arm breaking through the debris. Following that, a sharp, grotesque head emerged, attached to a body that had decayed to mere bones, the demon, reminiscent of a ghoul. Sprawled amidst the shattered mountainside, its size nearly that of half a basketball court. Demon! Qin Nianchu's expression grew grave. Like Yi Tianxiang, she could hardly believe that a demon had appeared near Jiang City. If this demon were permitted to roam into nearby towns, the defenseless populace would face a gruesome slaughter. At this moment, Qin Nianchu found herself hoping that Yi Tianxiang would escape swiftly. Now, she was left to delay this demon by herself. Narrowing her eyes, she regarded the demon atop the mountain. Coincidentally, the demon also turned its gaze toward Qin Nianchu, its bloodthirsty eyes seeming to have discovered delectable prey. The bitter smile crossed Qin Nianchu's lips. It seemed that now, even if she wished to flee, escape was no longer an option. An 8th grade demon. Could she contend with it? The demon on the mountainside adjusted its position, using the corpses beneath it, turning toward Qin Nianchu. Suddenly, it exerted its limbs with force, sending a barrage of tumbling boulders hurtling towards her. There was no choice but to fight. Qin Nianchu tossed all the remaining 7th grade solidifying essence pills from a ring into her mouth, simultaneously forming seals with her hands that hold off this demon. She had no choice but to employ the complete version of the Earth Explosion Star. Just as she completed the seals, her 3rd grade spiritual energy was instantly drained. The sudden emptiness of her energy left Qin Nianchu dizzy, yet any moment of carelessness could result in being devoured by the demon. She bit her tongue to maintain her focus, swallowing the solidifying essence pills one after another. Her spiritual energy was momentarily restored only to be drained again, a sensation that felt worse than death. Although the Earth Explosion Star was activated, the gravitational pull it generated could not prevent the demon from advancing toward Qin Nianchu. With the energy from dozens of 7th grade solidifying essence pills exhausted, Qin Nianchu was nearly depleted, helplessly watching as the demon closed in, its gaping maw ready to strike. Crack! The demon's jaws clamped down emptily, the sound of teeth colliding echoing sharply. With enough energy gathered, the Earth Explosion Star finally unleashed its power, its formidable attraction forcing the demon to retreat. The demon clawed at the ground desperately, carving deep trenches as it struggled. Its toothy maw snapped repeatedly, resembling a rabid dog tethered before her. The cacophony of clashing teeth was deafening. At this moment, Qin Nianchu had no strength left. If the demon drew any closer, she would surely watch her head bitten off. Yet, the demon was being dragged backward by the Earth Explosion Star's gravitational force, its futile attempts to claw at the ground yielding no results. As fragments of the mountainside began to levitate, they swiftly enveloped the demon, forming an enormous stone sphere. If her energy had been sufficient, Qin Nianchu could have crushed her enemy outright, but for now, she could only trap the demon, unable to slay it. Hopefully, this would buy time for the guard team to arrive. Now devoid of strength, and having consumed all her solidifying essence pills, Qin Nianchu collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a violent crashing sound erupted. The demon, trapped within the stone sphere, was relentlessly pounding against it. After several impacts, cracks began to form on the surface of the sphere. Qin Nianchu's expression hardened. She had not anticipated that the 8th grade demon would be so formidable, rendering the Earth Explosion Star ineffective at containment. With another heavy crash, the stone sphere shattered. The demon landed heavily on the mountainside, appearing weary and battered. Yet, it did not take long for the demon to sluggishly rise, letting out a piercing roar directed at Qin Nianchu. Chapter 25. Luo Xiaoyu, damn it. Qin Nianchu could only curse in frustration. Was she truly destined to perish here today? Suddenly, an even more formidable claw broke through the mountainside, pressing down upon the demon's form. Following that, a demon of over twice its size emerged, swiftly tearing apart the 8th grade demon and swallowing it whole. 2 demons. Qin Nianchu exclaimed, the images on the stone wall, the captured demons and the masters transformed into demons. Damn it, this plot twist wasn't part of the original story. Had she inadvertently shattered a seal during her earlier battle with Yi Tianxiang, releasing them? Qin Nianchu felt a wave of vexation wash over him. It seemed that the Chosen One was indeed difficult to kill, resulting in such unforeseen developments. If only she possessed the cultivation of the 9th world, this pathetic demon would have been easily dispatched with a single strike. Yet now, it appeared that she was the one facing imminent death. The freshly emerged demon had attained a terrifying 9th grade power and, after consuming the 8th grade demon, had set its sights on Qin Nianchu. Its head turned, and with its massive frame, it charged toward her. Qin Nianchu's eyes filled with resentment. Was she truly to meet her end here, with the hope of altering a future 3 years hence slipping away? Was this the price for attempting to kill the Chosen One, facing the backlash of destiny? No. She had worked too hard to return. Even if it meant defying destiny, she would seize control of her fate. With a determined gaze, Qin Nianchu stood up, knowing she had not exhausted all her trump cards. Without spiritual energy, she could ignite her life force. Even if she could not slay this demon, she could at least inflict serious harm. Qin Nianchu's gaze hardened as she bit her fingertip, inscribing an arcane rune upon her palm. Just as she prepared to chant the incantation, a delicate, youthful voice rang out. Knock. The voice, despite its youthfulness, resonated with the weight of thunder. Accompanied by an air of authority, a gigantic white fox head emerged from the void, exuding a divine aura of grandeur. Its massive jaws opened to reveal gleaming white fangs. Boom, with a snap of its jaws. The 9th grade demon was swiftly consumed, vanishing into the void. Had it not been for the severed limbs of the demon scattered about, it would seem as if the enormous fox had never appeared at all. This is a Shikigami, a 9-tailed celestial fox. Qin Nianchu thought, somewhat astonished, by all accounts. Such power should not exist within the Blue Star. Not far away, a petite girl who appeared to be around 10 years old held a white yin-yang banner in her left hand, while her right hand formed an elegant gesture, her gaze fixed upon the position where the 9th grade demon had been. Master, Luo Xiaoyu has finally found you. The little girl leaped from a distance of 10 meters, landing securely in Qin Nianchu's embrace. Holding the small girl, Qin Nianchu felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Luo Xiaoyu, how did you end up here? Qin Nianchu stuttered, taken aback. This little girl was a slave he had purchased in the 6th world, Tianyin continent. Yet, Qin Nianchu had never regarded her as a slave. He had granted her freedom and taught her cultivation. To his surprise, Luo Xiaoyu had exceptional talent, rapidly becoming a yin-yang master in a short time. Akin to Feng Roland from the Tianxin continent, Luo Xiaoyu extended her trembling hand to touch Qin Nianchu's cheek, her large eyes welling with tears. Master, Xiaoyu has searched so hard for you. I finally found you. Found me? It has been 600 years since I left the Tianyin continent, hasn't it? Qin Nianchu replied, astonished. Luo Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yes, Master has been away for 600 years, 8 months, 13 days, and 12 hours. Xiaoyu has thought of you every moment. At last, heaven has allowed me to find you. Qin Nianchu affectionately ruffled Luo Xiaoyu's hair. You've worked hard, but I recall you were already grown. Why do you still look like a child? It's not that I dislike it, but I feel your appearance is too young, that if we become too close, others might think there's something amiss. As Qin Nianchu spoke, Luo Xiaoyu had already reverted to her original form. A strikingly beautiful woman, standing an impressive height of 1.8 meters, leaned against Qin Nianchu. The once diminutive robe scarcely enveloped her exquisite figure. Qin Nianchu stole a fleeting glance, nearly causing a nosebleed. He hastily remarked, the mature version of Luo Xiaoyu possesses an incredibly alluring figure. Even after traversing through 9 realms, I find it somewhat hard to resist. Master, is it not said that men are fond of women with pronounced curves? Luo Xiaoro gazed at him with sultry eyes, drawing closer and whispering sweetly, almost breaking Qin Nianchu's composure. It is not that I dislike it. Rather, it invites misunderstanding. Moreover, your attire is far too snug. It would be best if you retained your youthful appearance. Qin Nianchu explained awkwardly, unable to avert his gaze. Very well. As long as Master is pleased, I shall transform into whatever you desire. With a flick of her wrist, the yin-yang banner morphed into a delicate bracelet adorning her arm. Qin Nianchu sighed as he observed the adorable little girl before him. Xiaoro, I truly did not expect you to come here. What of the Tianyin continent? Master is far more important than Tianyin continent. I have vowed never to part from you, and wherever you go, I shall follow. Besides, I have entrusted the yin-yang master's teachings to my disciple. I am now Linglong Tian. Even in my absence, all is well. Master, you must not abandon me. It was not easy for me to find you, Luo Xiaoro implored, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Fear not. I would never cast you aside. Since you have come, let us remain together. Qin Nianchu smiled, affectionately ruffling Luo Xiaoro's hair. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoro's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Qin Nianchu. Master, how has your cultivation diminished so? You were once stronger than the Tian master. With a hint of resignation, Qin Nianchu replied, that is a long story that I do not possess any cultivation at present. I must start anew, not worry. Xiaoro will protect Master. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall fight them fiercely, she declared, shaking her little fist. Qin Nianchu smiled with gratitude, realizing that the seemingly unassuming girl he had inadvertently purchased on the Tianyin continent was now capable of saving his life. Considering Luo Xiaoro's current cultivation level, she had likely surpassed the martial saint realm, making her a formidable presence on the battlefield. By the way, Xiaoro, did you encounter those Tianma on your way here? Qin Nianchu inquired solemnly. Yes, those hideous creatures are called Tianma. Yes, I encountered them. They ambushed me on my way, but I dispatched them all. Master, am I not impressive? Luo Xiaoro tilted her head, eagerly awaiting praise. Indeed, you are formidable. However, do you have confidence in eliminating all the Tianma on this planet? Qin Nianchu regarded her earnestly. Upon hearing this question, Luo Xiaoro frowned slightly before expressing her regret. Master, there are some powerful adversaries among the Tianma. Had I been on Tianyin continent, I would have been confident in defeating them. However, after traversing hundreds of worlds, my spell power has diminished significantly, and it seems I cannot replenish it here on Blue Star. I cannot guarantee I can eliminate them all. Qin Nianchu furrowed his brow at her words. Since his rebirth, he had sensed something amiss with the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, but his current lack of cultivation hindered his ability to perceive it fully. Luo Xiaoro's inability to restore her spell power was likely related to this as well. Furthermore, if even Luo Xiaoro found the Tianma challenging, their realm was likely on par with the Emperor level. Previously, he had thought the martial saint realm was impressive, but there were levels beyond it, and even the Emperor realm was not the final destination, that if there were such powerful beings among the Tianma. The battlefield beyond the realms would be perilous indeed. Reflecting on this, Qin Nianchu's expression grew grave. Xiaoro, how much spell power do you have remaining? I can summon divine-grade Shikigami about 3 times, and I can use shadow-level ninjutsu dozens of times. Unfortunately, I lack the power to unleash the ultimate Susanoo. Otherwise, I could have cleaved that Tianma you mentioned in one blow, Luo Xiaoro said, her head drooping in disappointment. Qin Nianchu's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. That is sufficient. With such combat prowess, the Tianma will certainly regard you with trepidation. From now on, Xiaoro, you are not to act without my command. Holding a trump card in hand bears greater weight. And it is imperative to elevate one's own cultivation promptly to possess the strength to contend with the Tianma. Understood, Master. Luo Xiaoro nodded solemnly. Suddenly, a growl echoed from her stomach, and she looked at Qin Nianchu with anticipation. Master, I'm hungry. Please prepare a meal for me. It has been ages since I tasted your cooking. Qin Nianchu glanced at the shattered mountainside, stowed away the Ziyuking knife into his spatial ring. and then departed with Luo. An hour later, Yi Tianxiang, accompanied by Zheng Yuanxian and a host of guard from Jiangcheng, arrived at the secret realm. What they found were only the severed limbs of the Tianma and remnants of the collapsed mountainside. Zheng Yuanxian stepped forward to pick up a severed limb, his expression grave. Indeed, this is a Tianmo.B by the looks of it. It must be at least level 9. But who could have slain this level 9 Tianma? Was Qianxiang or anyone else here? Level 9. I only saw level 8 Tianma. Yi Tianxiang replied, somewhat taken aback. The academy trained students to become warriors for the outer realms, and naturally, they were taught to discern the levels of Tianma. Zheng Yuanxian frowned. You cannot even distinguish between level 8 and level 9. If you misreport military intelligence on the battlefield, it could lead to a court-martial. Yi Tianxiang lowered his head to explain. Never mind. Since the Tianma has been slain, there is no need to pursue the matter further. Who else was with you? There was Qin Nianchu. We were competing for a treasure, Yi Tianxiang replied. Qin Nianchu? Where is he? Zheng Yiqian's tone turned serious. Why Yi Tianxiang shook his head. I do not know, but I fear he may be in grave danger. As he spoke, Yi Tianxiang felt a surge of exhilaration. If it was Qin Nianchu who had slain the level 9 Tianma, Yi Tianxiang would never believe it. Now that they could not find him, it was likely that he had been taken down by the Tianma. This was indeed a cause for celebration. I'm fine. Do not worry. That Tianma should no longer pose a threat. Qin Nianchu smiled. It is a relief to hear that the young master is unharmed. Fifth master entrusted you to me, and I cannot allow any mishaps to befall you. Zheng Yuanxian said, noticing the little girl following Qin Nianchu. Who is this young lady? Young lady. I am. Luo Xiaoro raised an eyebrow, about to assert her age, but was silenced by Qin Nianchu's hand over her mouth. Uncle K, this is Luo Xiaoro. You may consider her my adopted sister. She will be living with us from now on. By the way, please assist her in obtaining identification when convenient. Though somewhat surprised, Zheng Yuanxian did not question Qin Nianchu's intentions. Miss Xiaoro, I am Qin Kue. You may call me Uncle Kue. I look forward to your guidance. Luo Xiaoro, adopting a mature demeanor, nodded. Thank you, Uncle Kue. I shall look after you. This girl only displayed her childlike innocence in front of Qin Nianchu. In the presence of others, she exuded an air of authority. It is worth noting that on the Tianin continent of the Sixth World, even the oldest elders would address Luo Xiaoro as Linglong Tianzuan. Zheng Yuanxian smirked, finding Qin Nianchu's choice of sister quite amusing. Welcome Luo Xiaoro. Qin Nianchu naturally took to the kitchen himself. Zheng Yuanxian was astounded to witness Qin Nianchu's culinary skills. It was akin to seeing a ghost. After guarding the Qin family for over 20 years, he had never heard of the young master being adept in the kitchen. In fact, he had once nearly set the kitchen ablaze while attempting to fry an egg. When Qin Nianchu presented a feast, Zheng Yuanxian was astonished to discover that Qin Nianchu's cooking surpassed even that of the family chef. Zheng Yuanxian increasingly felt that this young master was an enigma. Was he always hiding his talents, deliberately presenting himself as a fool? Pondering this was unnecessary, as he was about to help himself to another bowl of rice when he noticed that Luo Xiaoro had already devoured an entire banquet. Zheng Yuanxian stared in disbelief at the empty plates that had once held enough food for 5 people. Had this little girl truly consumed it all? Unfazed by such thoughts, Luo Xiaoro relished the long-awaited meal prepared by her master. After finishing the tableful of dishes, she looked at Qin Nianchu, still craving more. Later, let us have a midnight snack. I'll prepare a barbecue for you. Don't eat so much at once. You won't go hungry with me around. Qin Nianchu chuckled. Having been sold into slavery after the massacre of her family, Luo Xiaoro had endured relentless bullying and hardship, often going hungry. She had once thought life was devoid of hope until Qin Nianchu appeared and purchased her freedom. She vividly remembered his words. I grant you your freedom. You may choose to leave or follow me. Rest assured, I will not let you go hungry. Those words bound Luo Xiaoro to Qin Nianchu, and she was resolutely loyal to him. Let's take a moment to rest. I will show you your room, Qin Nianchu said. Okay. Luo Xiaoro nodded and followed closely behind Qin Nianchu. The superior-grade celestial weapon was exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud and severing hair with ease. However, Mere sharpness alone did not qualify it as a superior-grade celestial weapon. Qin Nianchu examined it from various angles. She found no abnormalities aside from the 7 brilliant gemstones embedded in the blade, which exuded an enigmatic aura at that moment. A pair of delicate arms wrapped around Qin Nianchu's waist from behind. Qin Nianchu set down the Su Kexin Dao and smiled, saying, "Wasn't I just telling you to take a bath and get some proper rest? Traversing through so many worlds must be exhausting." "Right." Luo Xiaoro pressed herself against Qin Nianchu's back and shook her head. "As long as I can see my master, I do not tire. What I fear most is that when my cursed power is depleted, I may not have the chance to see you again, that I wish to stay by your side, never to part in the days to come." Qin Nianchu turned to look at Luo Xiaoro. Her gaze gentle. "Xiaoro, my dear, this is the world I inhabit, and it is also where my home lies. As long as you do not wish to leave, you may stay here indefinitely." "Thank you, master." Luo Xiaoro could not contain her joy and planted a kiss on Qin Nianchu's forehead, her face flushing as she nestled into his embrace. Regardless of the hundreds of years she had lived, in front of Qin Nianchu, she would forever remain that 10-year-old girl, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed. Luo Xiaoro glanced at the Su Kexin Dao on the ground. "Master, are you studying this blade?" "Xiaoro, can you discern the issues with this blade?" Qin Nianchu inquired. Luo Xiaoro nodded and effortlessly lifted the several hundred-pound blade. "Yes. This blade stores the techniques of its former master within the 7 gemstones. It primarily requires the infusion of curse power to be wielded, but its strongest technique, Agio, only possesses 1% of its power and can only be used once." Agio is the nickname of Luo Xiaoro's divine-level Shikigami, the nine-tailed fox. Qin Nianchu was somewhat astonished. 1% of the nine-tailed fox's power equated to a full 4 strike from an ordinary martial saint, which, if utilized well, could indeed turn the tide of battle. However, Luo Xiaoro scrutinized the Su Kexin Dao with a hint of disdain. "This is merely an ordinary weapon and cannot compare to the yin-yang banner you crafted for me, master. Moreover, this blade requires a corresponding technique to unleash its full potential. Otherwise, it is rather unimpressive." Qin Nianchu furrowed her brows, recalling that the accompanying Lei Long Ju had likely been taken by Yi Tianxiang. Without this weapon, the power of Lei Long Ju, even if practiced, would likely be significantly diminished. Speaking of which, Qin Nianchu vaguely remembered that in her previous life, when Yi Tianxiang slaughtered the Qin family, his Su Kexin Dao could unleash earth-shattering might. But now, that moment, Luo Xiaoro suddenly turned her gaze toward the window, furrowing her brow. "Master, does this world possess ninjutsu? I sense someone wielding shadow-level ninjutsu. Someone is employing shadow-level ninjutsu." Qin Nianchu was taken aback and, upon realizing, her expression changed drastically. "Not good. Quickly, follow me." Chapter 27. You pretentious fool in Jiangcheng, the Lin family. The eldest brother, Lin Shulai, and the second brother, Lin Shihao, were engaged in conversation about matters at the academy, when suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from Lin Wanner's bedroom. The two brothers' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed toward Lin Wanner's room. The once scholarly atmosphere of the girl's chamber was now in shambles. Little sister, Lin Shulai, and Lin Shihao anxiously attempted to approach, only to be repelled by an invisible force. What on earth is happening? Is little sister experimenting with magic again? We must rescue her at once. Lin Shulai focused his energy to shield himself, but found himself utterly unable to advance. Centered around Lin Wanner, a 10-meter radius had been entirely repelled. As if surrounded by an invisible barrier, what magic is this? Even I, a 7th-grade master, cannot approach. Beside him, Lin Shihao utilized wind-based powers to protect himself, but similarly could not draw closer. Lin Shulai frowned. I refuse to believe this. He intensified his efforts to force his way in. Yet as he took a step, Lin Wanner's face contorted in pain, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Keep an eye on little sister. I'll rush to the academy and find a magic instructor. Lin Shihao frantically activated his wind-based abilities and dashed toward the academy as a prodigious student within the magical department. Lin Wanner was highly valued by the academy. Upon hearing of her peril, Zheng Yuanqian, who was listening to Yi Tianxiang's report, quickly summoned the magical instructor, Daisy, to come immediately. Daisy, donning a deep blue magical hat, anxiously surveyed Lin Wanner, reaching out to touch the barrier, only to be repelled. Daisy's brow furrowed. Though I sense Wanner is maintaining this barrier, this is not magic, and I have no inkling of what is. Perhaps the barrier will dissipate once Wanner's mental energy is exhausted, or maybe. Lin Shulai urgently pressed, or maybe what? Daisy, please finish your thought. I do not understand this type of magic, but it is possible that once Wanner's mental energy is depleted, it will begin consuming her life force, which means, Daisy sighed, such a talented student like Lin Wanner facing an untimely demise would be an immense loss. Lin Shulai slammed his fist into the wall, leaving cracks in its wake. There truly no other way. Are we to merely watch as our little sister perishes? No way. I will break through this barrier by force if necessary to save her. Don't. Daisy hurriedly implored Lin Shulai. The barrier will repel anything attempting to approach. Forcing your way and will only accelerate Wanner's mental energy depletion and hasten her death. As she spoke, Daisy turned to Zheng Yuanxian. Vice Principal, do you have any solutions? Zheng Yuanxian shook his head. I have no insights either, but the principal is still in seclusion and cannot be summoned. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxiang, observing intently, wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Having fought against Qin Nianchu, he could discern that this barrier was indeed the effect of the Shinra Tensei technique. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Principal, teacher, this appears to be the jutsu known as Shinra Tensei, previously used by Qin Nianchu. Daisy's face lit up with realization. Of course, that felt so familiar. This is indeed the technique Qin Nianchu employed during your duel. With that, Lin Shulai immediately turned to Lin Shihao. Second brother, hurry and bring Qin Nianchu here. No need to go to S. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Yi Tianxiang awkwardly explained, Today I encountered a level 9 celestial demon in the wild. After exhausting all my power to withstand a blow, I barely escaped with my life. Qin Nianchu was trapped and should have already perished. Level 9 celestial demon. Lin Shulai's expression turned horrified. Even he would have only faced death if confronted with a level 9 celestial demon. Let alone Qin Nianchu. The only hope for saving Lin Wanner was extinguished. Were they to simply leave it to fate? Yi Tianxiang, do you have a way? If you can save Wanner, our Lin family will certainly express our profound gratitude. Lin Shihao watched Yi Tianxiang anxiously. To him. Yi Tianxiang's ability to withstand a strike from a level 9 celestial demon and having dueled with Qin Nianchu indicated he was extraordinary. If he could save Lin Wanner, the Lin family could forge a connection with him. I'll give it ATRY.ITS. He pity Qin Nianchu is dead. Otherwise, he would have been more confident. Why Yi Tianxiang hesitated. He certainly sought to gain favor with the Lin family. Lin Wanner's beauty rivaled Su Kexin's, and saving her would be a twofold gain. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out at Why Yi Tianxiang, you pretentious fool. Even if you die, I shall not far away. Qin Nianchu stepped down from the spirit-powered vehicle, with Qin Kuei and Luo Xiaoro following closely behind. Luo Xiaoro's curse power was too valuable to waste, hence driving was the fastest option in the wake of the spiritual energy resurgence. Technology had advanced rapidly, now producing powerful exosuits and mechs powered by spirit crystals. The Qin family's spirit-powered vehicle was naturally of the highest quality, its speed rivaling that of a 7th-grade Tianji realm expert. Approaching the crowd, Qin Nianchu coldly declared, You all scurried away from a celestial demon faster than a dog. Yet you have the audacity to boast about withstanding a blow and escaping with your life. Can you save Lin Wanner? Do you even understand this jutsu? You must be wishing for her demise. Yi Tianxiang stared at Qin Nianchu in disbelief. Are you human or ghost? How can you still be alive? Shall I give you a wake-up call? Qin Nianchu raised his hand threateningly. Faced with being publicly exposed, Yi Tianxiang's face flushed with embarrassment. Try if you dare. Lin Shihao shot Yi Tianxiang an admonishing glare. Interrupting, young Master Qin, if you have a solution, please save Wanner at once. Initially, he had some goodwill toward Yi Tianxiang, but after Qin Nianchu's rebuke, he was filled with disdain. Rest assured, this incident arose because of me. I will undoubtedly save her. Qin Nianchu approached the edge of the barrier, confirming it was indeed Shinra Tensei. However, he could not fathom how Lin Wanner could possibly execute this ninjutsu, in the sixth world. The Tianyin continent. This ninjutsu was considered forbidden level, with numerous restrictions on its execution. Even Qin Nianchu's limitless technique required the talent of the six eyes. Such intricate control techniques were beyond even Luo Xiaoro, who had mastered all the curse seals. Thus, Qin Nianchu believed that even if he taught Lin Wanner the sealing method, she would not be able to wield it. Yet the reality before him made Qin Nianchu's expression grim. Suddenly, within the barrier, Lin Wanner emitted a pained cry, her hair visibly turning white at an alarming pace. Daisy anxiously exclaimed, "Wainer has exhausted her mental energy. This technique is siphoning her life force away. Qin, you must think of a solution quickly. Step aside, I have a plan." Qin Nianchu produced several seventh-grade solidifying elixirs and placed them into his mouth. He cautiously approached the boundary surrounding Lin Wanner, attuning himself to the intensity of her incantation. Utilizing his delicate control, he synchronized with Lin Wanner's spell. However, Qin Nianchu's current cultivation was insufficient, and this intricate synchronization demanded significant effort from him. Within mere seconds, sweat drenched his brow. Observing the focused Qin Nianchu, Yi Tianxiang's gaze shifted, and he suddenly remarked with a mocking tone, "Everyone can see that Lin Wanner is in this state because of Qin Nianchu. If anything happens to her, it has nothing to do with us." Upon hearing these words, Luo Xiaoro shot him a glare, knowing that Qin Nianchu was concentrating and could not be disturbed at why Yi Tianxiang felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. More terrifying than any demon he had ever encountered, he trembled, cold sweat soaking his back, his face paling instantly. Just then, Qin Nianchu's brow relaxed as he successfully synchronized, the boundaries of their spells gradually merging. He slowly stepped inside. Chapter 28. In public, he went down. Upon entering the barrier, Qin Nianchu discovered that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Unlike Qin Nianchu, who could utilize precise control to activate a condensed version of the godly destruction technique, Lin Wanner lacked the same ability. Were it not for her status as a high-level mage, she might have been completely drained by now. Her hair had turned completely white, and her skin was visibly aging, a clear indication of her lost vitality. Qin Nianchu furrowed his brow. If this was how he awakened Lin Wanner, she would surely resent him. Nevertheless, he resolved to save her to the very end. However, would her two elder brothers object to his actions? Just as the two were pondering the meaning behind Qin Nianchu's gaze, he embraced Lin Wanner and pressed his lips against hers. What is he doing?" Lin Shiheo's expression turned to one of shock. Lin Shulai clenched his fists. "Bastard! How dare you take advantage of my little sister at a time like this? When he comes out, I'll tear him apart." "See, I told you, Qin Nianchu is a scoundrel who preys on the vulnerable," Yi Tianxiang shouted, reveling in the moment. "What are you all shouting about? Nianchu is saving this young lady. Stop distracting him," Luo Xiaoro rebuked with dissatisfaction. On their journey, Qin Nianchu had instructed her not to call him master in front of others. Being able to address him so affectionately filled her heart with joy. Yet witnessing Qin Nianchu kissing Lin Wanner made her cheeks puff up in indignation. After all, she had followed her master for over 100 years without ever tasting his lips, and here this girl had gotten there first. Qin Nianchu, meanwhile, was using the kiss to transfer the spiritual energy of the 7th grade, solidifying elixirs from his mouth to Lin Wanner. By employing a reciprocal supply of spiritual energy, he aimed to establish a connection with her spell. As time passed, Lin Wanner's long hair began to regain its black hue, and her skin returned to its original elasticity. With a surge of energy, the spell was concluded. Qin Nianchu kissed her earnestly, controlling the spiritual energy to nourish Lin Wanner's body, as he certainly did not want her to be left with any lingering ailments. With the restoration of her mental and spiritual energy, Lin Wanner slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with a handsome face before her. "I asked that." "Qin Nianchu?" Lin Wanner felt a bit dazed, then suddenly realized, "Is he kissing me?" Her eyes widened in shock, her cheeks flushed crimson. Seeing that Qin Nianchu had no intention of releasing her, she, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, bit down hard on his lip. Qin Nianchu winced and let go of Lin Wanner, covering his lips. "Why did you bite me?" "What are you doing?" Lin Wanner exclaimed, her eyes wide as she finally noticed the crowd surrounding them. Lin Shihao stepped forward with concern. Wanner, are you all right? What just happened? Lin Wanner seemed to have forgotten the recent events, turning to her second brother with a frown. Second brother, why didn't you stop Qin Nianchu from kissing me? Lin Shihao managed a rueful smile. We couldn't stop him even if we wanted to. You should try to remember what just transpired. Lin Wanner paused for a moment. I recall practicing the spell Qin Nianchu taught me. I could complete it in 2 seconds, but I couldn't activate it. I felt a flaw in the connection of the spell's spiritual energy, so I attempted to link them using my mental energy. And then Lin Wanner glanced at her shattered chamber and, filled with excitement, asked, did I succeed? You did succeed, but you almost lost your life in the process. Did you save me? Lin Wanner inquired, astonished. What do you think? Qin Nianchu retorted. Lin Wanner turned away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But you shouldn't have kissed me in front of so many people. Zheng Yuanxian, observing Qin Nianchu, remarked, Qin, please come to my office tomorrow to provide a detailed account of your encounter with the demon. Understood. Qin Nianchu waved his hand dismissively. Daisy then approached Lin Wanner, taking her hand and admonishing, Wanner, in the future, do not recklessly use unfamiliar magical spells. It was truly frightening. I almost thought I was going to lose you. Rest assured, Teacher Daisy, I won't do it again. Lin Wanner said, casting a disgruntled glare at Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu shrugged. I'm not to blame for this. After providing the necessary instructions, Zheng Yuanxian departed with Yi Tianxiang, who appeared as if he had just been fished out of a pool. Even as he left, Yi Tianxiang remained bewildered by the overwhelming pressure he had felt. Qin Nianchu spoke seriously to Lin Wanner. All right, I understand. Thank you. Lin Wanner said, her face flushed as she suddenly found it difficult to meet his gaze. Lin Shihao also expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Qin, we owe you a great deal tonight. We'll tidy up the house and properly thank you another day. On their way home, Qin Kuei asked with concern, Young master, did you truly encounter a demon? Yes, I did. The demon was taken care of by a passing expert, so I am unharmed. Qin Nianchu fabricated an excuse. Smiling brightly at Luo Xiaoro as he spoke, he doubted Qin Kuei would believe that it was Luo Xiaoro who had vanquished the demon. Thank heavens, young master, you're safe. If anything had happened to you, I would have had to pay with my life. Qin Kuei said, visibly relieved, though he sensed that Qin Nianchu was concealing something. No, Xiaoro, do not provoke him. Qin Nianchu quickly admonished, it was not that he feared retaliation from the academy. Rather, he felt the backlash of the heavenly will when he had contemplated killing Yi Tianxiang earlier. Luo Xiaoro was not from this world. If she were to act against Yi Tianxiang, the repercussions would likely be far more severe. Understood, whatever you say, master. Seeing Qin Nianchu's serious expression, Luo Xiaoro felt a bit wronged, fiddling with her fingers. Qin Nianchu comforted her, Xiaoro, I know you care about me. For now, let him live. When the time is right, I will deal with him myself. The next day, when Qin Nianchu went to school, Luo Xiaoro wished to accompany him, but was dissuaded. Upon arriving at the academy, Qin Nianchu was summoned to the vice principal's office. Regarding the matter of the demon, he concocted a fabricated story to pass through. After exiting the principal's office, Yi Tianxiang leaned against the wall, taunting, You're quite lucky, surviving an encounter with a demon. Luckier than you. Qin Nianchu scoffed, mocking, Have you forgotten about the time you took the long way around? Do you still have the face to stand before me? Qin Nianchu, I don't want to waste words with you. Return the Zawushi 7-star blade. Yi Tianxiang stepped forward, extending his hand. Chapter 29. Stealing? Qin Nianchu played with the Zawushi 7-star blade. Return it. Why should I give you my belongings? Qin Nianchu, that is the item you snatched from me. How can you shamelessly claim it as yours? Yi Tianxiang exclaimed, his eyes fervent as he gazed at the blade. After learning the Thunder Dragon technique, he discovered it was perfectly tailored for him. However, without the Zawushi 7-star blade, he could only harness a third of its potential. Had treasures of the secret realm belonged to the capable? If you're so skilled, why couldn't you keep it for yourself? Qin Nianchu teased with a grin. Yi Tianxiang took a deep breath, trying to calm his fury. Fine. If the Zawushi 7-star blade is of no use to you, I'll offer you 5 9th-grade spirit crystals in exchange. Oh, it seems you have quite the bounty. Offering 5 9th-grade spirit crystals is impressive, but I'm not interested in trading. Qin Nianchu replied with a playful smile. Don't go too far, Qin Nianchu. I can offer you 10 ninth-grade spirit crystals, which is substantial for you, and besides, you have no use for the Zawushi 7-star blade. Yi Tianxiang insisted, his tone anxious. 1 ninth-grade spirit crystal was already a considerable fortune on Blue Star, equivalent to a modest goal. Even Su Kexin's family could only produce 1 or 2 ninth-grade spirit crystals at most. He had acquired 12 ninth-grade spirit crystals in total from the secret realm. And parting with 10 was a significant sacrifice. Had our 10 ninth-grade spirit crystals a lot. I'm not lacking in money. I simply need a kitchen knife at home. Qin Nianchu provoked Yi Tianxiang further. Yi Tianxiang's face turned pale with anger. Had it not been for the Academy's prohibition against private combat, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Qin Nianchu on the spot. Tianxiang go. There you are. I've been searching everywhere for you, suddenly chimed Su Kexin, her expression brightening as she approached. However, upon spotting Qin Nianchu, her demeanor shifted to one of disdain. What are you doing here? What else with the knife? Are you threatening Tianxiang Ge behind my back? Don't forget your oath to Tian Dao, fool. Qin Nianchu muttered under his breath before turning to leave, reluctant to engage further with such a dim-witted woman. Su Kexin let out a cold laugh. Have I exposed you? Are you angry now? Tianxiang Ge, we're not afraid of him. I just learned that their family's 9th-grade grandmaster has gone to the outer realms. Qin Nianchu's family only has a 7th-grade master at most, and he wouldn't dare come to school. That why Yi Tianxiang glared at Qin Nianchu's retreating figure. That knife in his hand is mine. Su Kexin stormed after Qin Nianchu. Back at his seat, Qin Nianchu had already stored the Zawushi 7 stars knife in his spatial ring that a male student approached him. Qin Xiao, there are new mechas at the mecha shop. Shall we go try them out tonight? The young man, named Wang Qian, was a 2nd-grade warrior and had a good relationship with Qin Nianchu. The Wang family had many members serving under the Qin family in the Outer Realms. Back when Qin Nianchu lacked cultivation, they often visited the mecha shop together for simulated combat. Not going recently. There is too much on my plate, Qin Nianchu replied with a smile. Improving my cultivation is my top priority. I don't have the mood to play. Seeing the situation, Wang Qian stepped aside, choosing not to press further. Stop wasting my time, Qin Nianchu. I order you to hand over the knife. Su Kexin's voice rang out coldly. Qin Nianchu suddenly produced the knife and placed it on the table. The knife is right here. If you have the guts, take it. Su Kexin shot him a glare and attempted to seize the knife with her 1st-grade cultivation. But it remained unmoved. Frustrated, she sneered, Qin Nianchu, how shameless can you be? The young master of the Qin family actually stole from Tianxiang Ge. Stole? Qin Nianchu replied incredulously. You can't defeat Tianxiang Ge, so what else could it be but theft? Su Kexin challenged. Wang Qian interjected, unable to hold back. Su, we all saw the duel. It was Yi Tianxiang who lost to Qin Xiao. Su Kexin retorted angrily. That was just Qin Nianchu playing dirty. How could Tianxiang Ge, a 5th-grade warrior, possibly lose? Now Qin Nianchu is stealing Tianxiang Ji's weapon to weaken him. Qin Nianchu laughed coldly. You should ask Yi Tianxiang how this knife ended up in my hands, and no need to ask. Yi Tianxiang said as he strode into the classroom. The students around them gasped in surprise. Could it be that Qin Xiao really did steal Yi Tianxiang's knife? It was hard to believe. Who would have thought the young master of the Qin family would resort to such petty theft? Does Qin Xiao really need to steal such a worthless item? Who do you look down on? Qin Nianchu's popularity meant that there were naturally voices defending him. Why Yi Tianxiang's face darkened. This is a high-grade immortal weapon. Qin Nianchu, return the knife to me. I don't want to escalate this. Hearing this, the students behind Yi Tianxiang quickly chimed in. Did you hear that? It's a high-grade immortal weapon. It's only natural for Qin Nianchu to feel greedy and steal it. Those standing behind Qin Nianchu fell silent. Even high-grade grandmasters coveted high-grade immortal weapons, let alone them. One student snickered. How laughable. Is Qin Nianchu really going to use the Demon Lord as an excuse? With our current cultivation, who can survive before the Demon Lord? Escaping would be considered good luck. Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. But you're right about one thing. Yi Tianxiang only survived by running away. Qin Nianchu shot back, his sharp gaze silencing the speaker. Su Kexin scoffed. Stop boasting, Qin Nianchu. Quickly return the knife to Tianxiang Ge, or I will let the entire school know you are a thief. Yes, regardless of how eloquently you speak. It has still stolen, echoed several students in agreement. Qin Nianchu smirked disdainfully. Then let me ask you, how much do you think this knife is worth? A high-grade immortal weapon is worth at least 5 ninth-grade spirit crystals. 5? How about 10? Just last week, a high-grade immortal weapon sold for 10 ninth-grade spirit crystals at the Jiangxing auction. As he spoke, Qin Nianchu produced 20 ninth-grade spirit crystals, their brilliant blue light dazzling. The students from humble backgrounds gaped in disbelief. Some of them might never acquire even a single ninth-grade spirit crystal in their lifetimes. Qin Nianchu turned to Wang Qian and the others, saying, "Here, each of you can take one." Wang Qian's eyes widened. "Qin Xiao, are you giving us ninth-grade spirit crystals?" Qin Nianchu shrugged nonchalantly. "Yeah, take them and cultivate well. May you all achieve mastery soon." "Thank you, Qin Xiao. From now on, you're my big brother. Whoever speaks ill of you will have to answer to me first." Wang Qian grinned, quickly storing his spirit crystal away. The others followed suit, expressing their gratitude. 10 individuals took 10 crystals, and Qin Nianchu pocketed the remainder. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxiang's followers could only watch with red-rimmed eyes. Even Su Kexin wore an envious expression that why Yi Tianxiang's temples throbbed. After receiving a legacy from a powerful figure, he had only 12 spirit crystals. Yet here was Qin Nianchu, casually displaying 20. Why was it that such a genius was born into a humble family, while a good-for-nothing like Qin Nianchu appeared among the elite? Yi Tianxiang clenched his fists, frustration evident on his face. Wang Qian stepped forward. Given Qin Xiao's wealth, how could he possibly steal? With his status, why would he even bother? You're all just casting baseless accusations. In my opinion, it's Yi Tianxiang who's incompetent and wants to monopolize this high-grade immortal weapon, which is why he's framing Qin Xiao. Now, those on Yi Tianxiang's side found themselves a loss for words. How could someone who could easily produce 29th-grade spirit crystals be a thief? Surely he could just buy one. Could it be that Qin Xiao was truly being wronged? They had encountered the Demon Lord, and Yi Tianxiang fled, leading to the high-grade immortal weapon falling into Qin Xiao's hands. Support for Qin Nianchu began to swell among Yi Tianxiang's peers. Why Yi Tianxiang shot a glare at the speaker, then fixed a cold gaze on Qin Nianchu, that if you refuse to cooperate, then I will take matters into my own hands, that I'll give you one last chance. Return the knife to me. Qin Nianchu rose to his feet as well. The surrounding students quickly backed away, sensing the tension between the two. Why Yi Tianxiang exuded a formidable aura, revealing that he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade. Qin Nianchu was taken aback, marveling at Yi Tianxiang's rapid progress. In just one night, he was on the verge of breaking through to a major realm. In contrast, he himself remained at the peak of the 3rd grade. Return the Zawushi 7 Stars knife to me, or I will stop at nothing to reclaim it. For Yi Tianxiang, the knife was of utmost importance, and he was willing to fight Qin Nianchu for it. Just as Yi Tianxiang was gathering his spiritual power to strike, a sudden incantation echoed from the classroom door. "Spirit of the earth, heed my call. Bind to one before me." Upon the completion of the chant, 2 massive arms of earth emerged from beneath Yi Tianxiang's feet, ensnaring his legs and rendering him immobile. 5th grade earth magic, earth binding technique. Why Yi Tianxiang found himself momentarily incapacitated. Lin Wanner stood with her wand, her almond-shaped eyes ablaze with anger. "What are you doing, Miss Lin?" Yi Tianxiang demanded, bewildered. "What are you doing? Why are you bullying student Qin?" Lin Wanner approached, wand in hand. "This is none of your business. Release the magic now." Yi Tianxiang ordered. "Qin Nianchu saved my life, so it is my business." Lin Wanner retorted defiantly that I'll release the magic, but only if you leave. Lin Wanner stood her ground. Why Yi Tianxiang narrowed his eyes, a murderous glint flashing within that he summoned his energy, forcibly extricating his legs from the earthen grip. "Miss Lin, this is between me and Qin Nianchu. You'd best not interfere. Otherwise, even as a 5th grade high mage, you are still no match for me." Unfazed by Yi Tianxiang's threat, Lin Wanner shot back. "Is being a 5th grade so impressive? Why not call my brother to explain some sense to you?" At this, Yi Tianxiang's pupils constricted slightly. Lin Shulai was a 7th grade grandmaster, and he was no match for him. After threatening her, Yi Tianxiang turned and left. Once Yi Tianxiang had departed, Lin Wanner approached Qin Nianchu. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Honestly, we didn't need to step in. I was just about to help Yi Tianxiang see his true self. Qin Nianchu replied with a smile. Truly, you are quite the character that I saved you. And rather than expressing gratitude, you act as if I am superfluous. Lin Wanner pouted. Very well, I thank you. Yes, there's something you need from me. Qin Nianchu shrugged at him. You mentioned that you would take responsibility for me. If you have time now, we should have an earnest discussion. Lin Wanner spoke somewhat shyly. Meanwhile, Su Kexin, who had not yet left, widened her eyes in disbelief. Qin Nianchu, when did you two become an item? Qin Nianchu shot her a glare. What business is it of yours? Your little pretty boy has left. Shouldn't you be chasing after him? Su Kexin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Qin Nianchu, I knew you would pull such a stunt, collaborating with Lin Wanner to deliberately provoke me, right? Tell me Lin Wanner is your girlfriend? How did I want to be fooled? The more you act like this, the more I dislike you. You can't compare to Tianxiang Ge. With that, Su Kexin dashed out of the classroom. Lin Wanner looked blankly at Su Kexin's retreating figure. What is wrong with her? She is just a bit unwell. Let it be. Qin Nianchu rolled his eyes that he truly hadn't expected that Su Kexin still fancied herself as being in her good graces. Then shall we step outside to talk? Lin Wanner said, her face flushed. All right, Qin Nianchu nodded, then turned to Wang Qian. Please tidy up the classroom, and oh problem, young Master Qin. You and Miss Lin have a good chat. I'll help you ask for leave when the teacher arrives. Wang Qian replied with a cheeky grin. Qin Nianchu led Lin Wanner to a corner. With her back to him, Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment before turning around and saying earnestly, You need to take responsibility for me. I know that I promised I would teach you, but isn't it splendid that you're studying magic? Why delve into sorcery? Qin Nianchu said with a hint of exasperation that I've already told you the reason. Lin Wanner replied, slightly serious, it about battling above your level. That stems from your insufficient understanding of magical studies. Many high-level spells possess devastating power, as long as you have sufficient mental strength. Overcoming a challenge is quite feasible. After all, a magician is akin to a cannon. Qin Nianchu spoke earnestly that I understand, but being a magician requires talent. Not everyone possesses elemental affinity. However, sorcery is different. It can still be activated through spiritual energy. And you're a martial cultivator, aren't you? Do you understand magic better than I do? Lin Wanner questioned skeptically to me. I only have a basic understanding that I can teach you sorcery when I have the time. But let me reiterate, practice must be conducted under safe conditions. Qin Nianchu diverted the topic. He remembered many divine-level spell incantations, but dared not disclose them to Lin Wanner. Otherwise, if she recklessly attempted to practice them, the divine magic could easily drain her energy, leaving no time for rescue. Okay, I understand, but you still need to take responsibility for me. As she spoke, Lin Wanner averted her gaze, her toes tracing circles on the ground. Didn't I already agree? What more responsibility do you want? Qin Nianchu asked, puzzled. You kissed me in front of everyone last night, so that you must take responsibility for me. Lin Wanner's cheeks instantly turned crimson. What? How can that be considered a kiss? I did it to save you. It was merely a transfer of spiritual energy through our lips, Qin Nianchu explained, but you stuck out your tongue. Why did you do that? You took my first kiss. Lin Wanner's voice was scarcely above a whisper, her face as red as a ripe apple. Stuck out my tongue, did I? Are you saying that sticking out one's tongue counts as kissing? Qin Nianchu looked utterly bewildered. Yes. Lin Wanner nodded, her face flushed. Qin Nianchu felt his head spinning. He truly could not recall whether he had extended his tongue or not. Let us reason this out. You had your first kiss, and so did I. So we're even that I saved you, and you shouldn't repay kindness with enmity, all right? Repay kindness with enmity? Lin Wanner appeared confused. Just then, the class bell rang. Class is starting. I must take my leave. Let us continue this conversation another day. Qin Nianchu made an excuse to exit. Qin Nianchu, you scoundrel. Lin Wanner stomped her foot in frustration. She sighed inwardly, lamenting how difficult it was to bear the burden of a beauteous grace. After all, he was bound for bloodshed in the outer realms. How could he allow a woman to hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade? A burly male teacher entered the room. He was named Xiao Hu, a 7th-grade master and a suitor of Lu Rua Shuang. After casting a serious glance at Qin Nianchu, he announced, according to the directives from the school leaders, starting next week, there will be a grand competition at the academy. The top 100 will receive rewards, with the top 10 receiving high-quality celestial artifacts, A-grade vibrating gold weapons, and advanced martial arts techniques as prizes that I encourage all students to strive diligently, but do not aim too high. In my opinion, it is already commendable if anyone among you enters the top 100. The class erupted in excitement at the mention of prizes, only to be doused with cold water. Nonetheless, it made sense. They were freshmen, and the highest-ranked student in the class was still Qin Nianchu, a third-grade warrior. Although Yi Tianxiang was a fifth-grade warrior, he did not belong to their class. Moreover, many upperclassmen in the academy held rankings above fifth grade. Furthermore, the grand competition would include students from other departments, meaning their martial arts department would face off against students from the magic, cultivation, and special abilities departments. With such a myriad of power systems, simply avoiding elimination in the first round would be a blessing. All right, silence. Next, we shall continue our lecture on the theoretical knowledge of second-grade warriors. Xiao Hu paused, glancing in a particular direction. Qin Nianchu, step outside. Why? One could not allow him to have it easy. It was unexpected that teacher Xiao would order him out. I guess your disregard for your teacher is sufficient reason. Xiao, who said coldly. Qin Nianchu furrowed his brow. Since the theoretical knowledge was of no use to him, he simply stood up and exited the classroom. As he stepped outside, he spotted Yi Tianxiang stealthily climbing over the wall from the playground. Qin Nianchu raised an eyebrow, pondering what scheme Yi Tianxiang was concocting this time. After exiting the school, Yi Tianxiang stealthily approached a fish stall at a suburban market. A hefty man clad in black rubber pants was wielding a cleaver, expertly filleting fish with swift and precise movements. Yi Tianxiang spoke earnestly. Bossimo, I'm in a mood for fish. Chapter 31. You've taken too many of my furs with a sense of aimlessness. Qin Nianchu wandered about the academy. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fierce shouts accompanying a punching practice. Following the noise, he found a boy dressed in a tight green outfit with a mushroom haircut, repeatedly throwing punches in an open area. His gaze was resolute, and with each punch, he seemed to exert all his strength, drenched in sweat. Qin Nianchu found it peculiar that during class hours, students were either in their classrooms or training grounds. How could one boy be practicing punches in this corner? Not wanting to disturb the boy's intense focus, Qin Nianchu remained silent. Just then, a woman's voice called out, "Qin, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he saw Teacher Daisy, wearing a deep blue-pointed hat and a long dress. Perhaps due to her long association with the arcane arts, she exuded an air of erudition that was quite endearing. "Hello, Teacher Daisy," Qin Nianchu greeted politely. In his memory, when the celestial demons invaded Jiangcheng, Teacher Daisy had protected the students by sacrificing herself to unleash a divine-level spell, Meteor Fire Rain, but she had perished in the process. She was well-liked by the students, a teacher deserving of respect. "Qin, it should be Teacher Qiao conducting the class for your fourth-grade students right now. Why are you out here? Skipping class is not acceptable," Daisy gently admonished. Qin Nianchu chuckled wryly. "Teacher Daisy, it's not that I'm skipping class. I was thrown out by Teacher Qiao for being disrespectful." "Thrown out? I see. Thank you, Teacher Daisy, but there's really no need. By the way, who is that boy?" Qin Nianchu decided to shift the topic rather than dwell on the matter. "His name is Li Shinka. Like you, he is a freshman at level 24, but he has barely reached the first-grade warrior realm. His talent is quite lacking. According to the Academy's rules, he should not have been admitted, but he trains tirelessly every day, and the principal made an exception for him. However, no class wanted a burden like him. So he trains alone." Daisy sighed. "He is the most diligent student I've ever seen, but it's a pity that without talent, no amount of training will suffice. Indeed, it is quite regrettable." Qin Nianchu nodded. However, he recalled that in the Tianyin continent, there existed a training method known as body techniques, which might suit the boy well. Yet with no prior connection, he felt no obligation to assist him. By the way, "Qin, could you explain the principles of your sorcery to me? I spoke to the teachers in the special abilities department, but they were also unclear. Have you discovered a new power system?" Daisy inquired with curiosity. "Actually, it's quite similar to chanting magic. Magic communicates with elemental spirits through chanting and mental strength, while sorcery uses seals to communicate with the energies of heaven and earth. There are many restrictions for casting high-intensity sorcery. While magic only requires knowledge of the incantations and sufficient mental strength, Qin Nianchu explained, I eagerly anticipate witnessing your enchanting sorcery shine brilliantly during the academy competition. Qin classmate, best of luck. After Daisy offered words of encouragement to Qin Nianchu, she took her leave. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The sounds of Li Shunke's training persisted, seemingly impervious to the distractions surrounding him. Suddenly, two figures obstructed his path. Qin Nianchu looked up and smiled, inquiring, Brother Shulai, Brother Shuhai, what brings you to me? After exchanging glances, Lin Shulai and Lin Shuhai turned their attention back to her. Lin Shuhai warmly grasped Qin Nianchu's hand, saying, Qin Xiao, let us settle matters amicably. My brother and I are exceedingly grateful for your rescue of Wanner. Should anyone trouble you at school, simply inform us. Absolutely, our fathers are comrades, and our bond is akin to that of brothers. There is no need for such formality, Qin Nianchu replied with a hearty laugh. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Shuli's tone shifted. However, brothers keep accounts clear. You bullied Wanner and made her cry. How shall we address this? As he spoke, Lin Shulai emanated the aura of a 7th-tier master. Lin Shuhai also summoned wind elements to surround himself. Wanner cried. There must be some misunderstanding, Qin Nianchu said, forcing a smile. He had initially thought the two brothers were here to express gratitude, not to seek retribution for Lin Wanner. Indeed, Wanner cried, most sorrowfully. I've never seen her in such distress before. And one dares to bully our little sister. Qin Nianchu, just tell us how you intend to resolve this. The two clenched their fists, smiles on their faces, yet their eyes glinted with a fierce determination, as if they were ready to dismember Qin Nianchu in retaliation for Lin Wanner. There must be a misunderstanding. How could I possibly bully Lin classmate? Qin Nianchu retreated, attempting to clarify he hadn't anticipated that these two brothers were such devoted protectors of their sister. He sought an opportunity to flee, but unexpectedly. Lin Shulai swiftly appeared behind him. Lin Shuhai went so far as to bind Qin Nianchu with his wind abilities. The brothers bore no ill intent, and Qin Nianchu was reluctant to engage in a fight with them. Moreover, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against these two skilled fighters without exerting himself. Lin Shuhai grinned maliciously and asked, What now? Shall we bind him and hand him over to Wanner for her to deal with? Didn't little sister say she never wanted to see him again? Or perhaps we could just hang him from the flagpole on the playground to relieve her grievances? Isn't that a bit excessive? After all, he did save Wanner, Qin Nianchu thought, feeling overwhelmed by their proposed treatment. He contemplated using his limitless sorcery to break free and escape. Just then, Lin Wanner's voice rang out. Elder brother, second brother. What are you doing? With a tone of feigned anger, Lin Wanner hurried over, positioning herself protectively behind Qin Nianchu. Lin Shuhai explained, Little sister, you were crying and calling Qin Nianchu a scoundrel earlier. We merely sought to help you vent your frustrations. He is a scoundrel, and all boys are scoundrels, but I never asked you to make things difficult for him. If you bully Qin classmate, I will never speak to you again, Lin Wanner retorted angrily. No, we absolutely did not harm him, Lin Shuhai quickly assured, releasing his binds. Lin Shulai wrapped an arm around Qin Nianchu, saying, Not at all. We are on very good terms. We were merely chatting, weren't we, Qin Xiao? Feeling the pressure of Lin Shuli's grip, Qin Nianchu forced a smile. Indeed, Brother Shuhai and Brother Shulai did not bully me. We were simply engaged in casual conversation. All is well, but I have matters to discuss with Qin Nianchu, Lin Wanner said, her expression disapproving as she glared at the two. I just remembered that I need to train with my elder brother to secure a good position in the academy competition. Lin Shuhai interjected. Yes, we are still devising new tactical combinations, Lin Shulai added, both brothers hastily covering their embarrassment as they departed. Once they were gone, Lin Wanner turned earnestly to Qin Nianchu. I did not send them to trouble you. I know. In truth, I envy you for having two brothers who care for you so deeply. Qin Nianchu smiled nonchalantly. However, that does not mean I'm not upset. You are the first boy to make me cry. You took away my first kiss, and you have robbed me of too many firsts. Even if you do not take responsibility, I will not let you off lightly, Lin Wanner stated seriously, locking her gaze on Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu slapped his forehead, Lin, classmate, some things should not be spoken of in this manner. Fortunately, no one else heard, or it would lead to misunderstandings. IT matters not. I do not hold grudges, but listen well. Qin Nianchu, I, Lin Wan'er, am resolute. Even if you do not accept me, I shall have no other man but you. With that solemn declaration, Lin Wan'er cast a lingering glance at Qin Nianchu before turning to leave. Left in place, Qin Nianchu chuckled wryly, pondering whether that was a confession. Lin Wan'er was indeed quite persistent. Having achieved the level of a high-level sorceress at such a young age, her unwavering determination must have played a significant role in her accomplishments. Qin Nianchu was not well acquainted with Lin Wan'er and remained oblivious to the depth of her obsession. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled her situation clearly as fragments of memory coalesced. Qin Nianchu exclaimed, "Damn, she is Yi Tianxiang's woman." Chapter 32. Luo Xiaoro shouldering it all suddenly. Qin Nianchu recalled that Lin Wan'er had once lost to Yi Tianxiang during the academy competition and had thereafter harbored feelings for him. However, Lin Wan'er had maintained a low profile, choosing to remain in the shadows as Yi Tianxiang's partner. During the invasion of the demonic forces, she had stood with his harem, casting spells to combat the adversaries. Now it seemed that this young girl had developed feelings for him? No, the academy competition had yet to commence. What if Lin Wan'er lost to Yi Tianxiang in their match and fell under his sway? Such a wonderful woman should not be allowed to be taken by Yi Tianxiang. Qin Nianchu pondered whether he should take the initiative and foster a closer connection with Lin Wan'er. After much anticipation, school finally ended. As Qin Nianchu exited the school, he found Qin Kuei waiting with Luo Xiaoro in a sleek, newly released, elongated Lincoln at the school gate, drawing envious glances from the surrounding students. Just then, Su Kexin also emerged from the school gates, hesitating as she spotted Qin Nianchu's car. However, Qin Nianchu did not even glance away as he entered the vehicle. The moment he settled into the car, Luo Xiaoro leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Master, I've missed you so much. I truly do not want to be apart from you. Even if you go to school tomorrow, I want to accompany you. Perhaps Uncle Kei can devise a way to arrange for you to enroll." Qin Nianchu mused, feeling slightly helpless at Luo Xiaoro's clinginess. Yes, just promise me. Master, no need for Uncle Kuei's help. I have my own ways to attend your school, Luo Xiaoro replied with a mysterious smile. At that moment, at the school gate, Yi Tianxiang halted his bicycle before Su Kexin. Despite the advanced technology of Blue Star, bicycles still existed, as they remained a popular sport. The price of ordinary bicycles was quite reasonable for impoverished students. Yi Tianxiang flashed a charming smile. Su Kexin joyfully nodded and sat on the back seat of the bicycle. Just then, Lin Wan'er emerged. Lin Wan'er paused for a moment, her eyes sparkling with surprise, and happily took a seat. Su Kexin observed the scene with a sarcastic remark. "I would rather sit on a bicycle and smile than sit in a Lincoln and cry." She thought to herself that Qin Nianchu must be feeling jealous upon seeing her on Yi Tianxiang's bicycle, deliberately inviting Lin Wan'er into his car, as he surely wished for her to join too. Bang! To her astonishment, the Lincoln's door shut decisively. Su Kexin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Nianchu to close the door so efficiently after Lin Wan'er entered. "Is everything all right, Kexin?" Yi Tianxiang inquired, puzzled. "Nothing. Let's go." Tianxiang, Su Kexin forced a smile as he pedaled away with her. Meanwhile, upon entering the car, Lin Wan'er immediately noticed Luo Xiaoro. During the previous night's incident, Lin Wan'er had been too anxious to notice Luo Xiaoro's presence. Now, captivated by Luo Xiaoro's adorable appearance, she exclaimed, "Little sister, you are so cute. What is your name?" "Cut it out." Luo Xiaoro swiftly delivered a light smack to the back of Lin Wan'er's head. The audacity of this woman, who had taken her master's first kiss, daring to engage her in conversation. "Who is this little sister?" Lin Wan'er asked, her curiosity piqued. "She is my sister. Just call her Xiaoro." "Xiaoro, you should address her as sister," Qin Nianchu instructed, gently guiding Luo Xiaoro to look at Lin Wan'er. "Sister." Luo Xiaoro pouted, reluctantly complying. Yes, you are too adorable. Come here, let sister give you a hug and buy you some candy," Lin Wan'er cooed, her affection overflowing as she pinched Luo Xiaoro's cheeks, completely oblivious to Qin Nianchu's presence. Luo Xiaoro's expression turned one of dismay. She had lived for centuries, yet was being treated like a pet by a girl. Though she longed to protest, Qin Nianchu silenced her with a mere glance. Thus, Luo Xiaoro endured Lin Wanner's affections throughout the journey, feeling as though her life was in turmoil. When it was finally time to get out of the car, Lin Wanner continued to shower her with kisses. With eyes sparkling, Lin Wanner gazed at Luo Xiaoro. Luo Xiaoro slammed the door shut, urging, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Qin Nianchu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Luo Xiaoro, resembling a disgruntled kitten. Having shouldered the entirety of their awkward interactions on the way back, Luo Xiaoro cast a mournful gaze at Qin Nianchu, her silence speaking volumes. Qin Nianchu, with a resigned smile, replied, All right. Who could resist your charm? It's only natural that Lin Wanner likes you. Henceforth, I shall never ride in the same vehicle as that woman. Never." Luo Xiaoro declared fiercely, revealing her little tiger teeth. Suddenly, a sharp break caused the two inside the car to sway. Qin Nianchu frowned and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Young master, someone has collapsed in the middle of the road ahead. I'll go take a look." "All right, see if they're injured and if they need to be taken to the hospital." Qin Nianchu nodded. Luo Xiaoro then turned her attention to the window on the other side, saying, "Master, something seems amiss." As she spoke, the person who had fallen suddenly got up, slapped Qin Kuei, and turned to flee. "You scoundrel, stop right there." Qin Kuei immediately gave chase. As a dignified seventh-tier master, how could he tolerate being struck without reason? The two moved with great speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He said flatly, "Come out. Your attempt to lure my bodyguards away is clearly aimed at me." Just then, three grim-faced men emerged from behind the trees. As they exuded a menacing aura, it became evident that two were seventh-tier masters and one was an eighth-tier grandmaster. Qin Nianchu chuckled indifferently. "To deal with a mere third-tier warrior like me, this show of force is quite excessive, don't you think?" One seventh-tier master coldly stated, "Qin Nianchu, I offer you two choices. Either hand over your spatial ring and scram, or we eliminate you and take it from your corpse." Qin Nianchu laughed. "So you merely intend to rob me? Or is there someone behind this urging you to eliminate me? Quit the nonsense. If you wish to live, leave the spatial ring," commanded another seventh-tier master. Qin Nianchu smirked disdainfully. "Allow me to present you with two options as well. First, tell me who sent you to deal with me, and leave after severing an arm. Second, I will eliminate you and extract the memories from your souls to seek out the mastermind myself." The three masters were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Preposterous! You, a mere third-tier warrior, dare to claim you could defeat us?" Qin Nianchu smiled slightly. "Who said I intended to fight you? Your opponent is her." With that, he pushed Luo Xiaoro in front of the three. Chapter 33. Six-armed Azura Luo Xiaoro had been agitated by Lin Wanner all the way, and now, with pent-up frustration, she found herself face-to-face with these unfortunate foes. "Excellent. I was just itching for a fight. Come at me all at once. I'll make it quick for you." Luo Xiaoro grinned mischievously, showing her little tiger teeth, though her demeanor lacked any real threat. The three masters, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter. Unable to contain themselves, the esteemed young master of the Qin family dares to use a little girl as a shield. "I thought all of you from the Qin family were men. How utterly ridiculous. What can a little girl possibly do? Why not shout that Qin Nianchu is a cowardly scoundrel, and we'll let you go." As these words were spoken, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Luo Xiaoro's expression turned icy. Her right hand poised above her left fist as she murmured, "Barrier." As her voice resonated, a layer of dark red light expanded, swiftly enveloping an area of 100 meters, isolating it from the outside world. Sensing this terrifying power, the three masters' expressions changed, gazing at Luo Xiaoro in shock. Her voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. "You may look down upon me, but dare to insult my master, and you shall pay for your sins." With her right hand, she grasped a yellow talisman. Return to life, all-encompassing Vajra, fierce demonic barriers, six-armed Azura, arise. As the talisman ignited, a dark mist began to swirl in the air, unleashing a chaotic aura. Qin Nianchu observed this scene with a look of pity. These three men had clearly brought trouble upon themselves. Had they chosen to engage directly, their demise might have been swifter. However, With Xiaoro unleashing the barrier, it would not be so simple to perish, especially with the summoning of the six-armed Azura. The three assassins seemed to realize this, their expressions turning grave. Something off. Charge! Subdue this girl first. The two seventh-tier masters lunged forward simultaneously. Yet as they approached, two massive arms emerged from the mist, seizing them. What is this? A celestial demon. Boss, save me. The two struggled within the grasp of the arms, exerting all their strength, but their hands did not budge. As the mist dissipated, a towering figure over 5 meters tall manifested before them. The Azura, with its fierce gaze and fangs, was adorned in dark gold, boasting 6 arms that exuded a palpable chaotic energy. The 8th-tier Grandmaster was utterly stunned upon witnessing the 6-armed Azura. In his reckoning, he had no idea what manner creature this was. What manner of monster is this? Luo Xiaoro coldly commanded. Xiao Lu, they have insulted my master. Teach them a proper lesson. With a roar, the 6-armed Azura hurled the two 7th-tier masters to the ground. The sound of crashing echoed as the earth was pounded into craters. The two 7th-tier masters could hardly fathom that after arduous cultivation, they would be treated like rag dolls in mere moments. They were left on the brink of consciousness in the presence of the 6-armed Azura. Their status as 7th-tier masters seemed like a cruel joke. Stop! The 8th-tier master, witnessing the torment of his comrades, was filled with rage. Luo Xiaoro pointed. Xiao Lu, there's still one left. Don't forget. The 6-armed Azura's eyes, like bronze bells, locked onto the 8th-tier master, who felt a shiver run down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Release my brothers, otherwise I will annihilate you all." In response, the 6-armed Azura's massive fist came crashing down. Arrogant, do you truly believe that I, an 8th-tier Grandmaster, am a mere decoration? The 8th-tier master steadied his stance, channeling his immense spiritual energy into his right fist. Raging mountain smash. Confident in this strike, he recalled how he had once felled a celestial demon of equal rank in the outer battlefield with this very blow. It was known that celestial demons of equal rank often required 2 or 3 warriors to subdue. This creature before him appeared formidable. Could it truly surpass a celestial demon? However, as their fists collided, the 8th-tier master felt an overwhelming force that shattered his bones in an instant. The 6-armed Azura effortlessly sent him crashing into the ground. By the time the Azura lifted him with 2 fingers, the 8th-tier master was gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. No, T can't be. How could such a monster exist? His eyes hollow, the 8th-tier master lamented his decades of arduous cultivation. Having reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier, even against a martial sage, he believed he could endure a blow or two. Yet, before this creature, he found himself utterly powerless, sensing that it had barely exerted any effort. Could it be that this monster's strength surpassed that of a martial sage? And as for the girl who summoned it, despair washed over the 8th-tier master as he realized the magnitude of the foe he had provoked. When accepting the mission, it had been stated that Qin Nianchu was accompanied solely by a 7th-tier master. Luo Xiaoro's cold voice broke through. Xiao Lu, these 3 scoundrels are yours to deal with. Upon receiving the command, the 6-armed Azura opened its toothy maw. The 8th-tier Grandmaster was unceremoniously tossed inside. As the sound of bones crunching echoed, the 2 remaining half-conscious figures displayed expressions of sheer terror. Yellowish liquid streaming down their legs as they frantically pleaded, I was wrong. Please don't eat us. It was Mo Lao. Mo Lao sent us to kill Qin Nianchu." Yet Luo Xiaoro showed no mercy. The 2 remaining men soon met the same fate within the 6-armed Azura's jaws. Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu remained impassive, finding no cruelty in Luo Xiaoro's actions. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Had the roles been reversed, would they have spared him? He approached the 6-armed Azura and remarked, Xiao Lu, you've grown quite a lot. The 6-armed Azura immediately turned its gaze, and before it could roar, Luo Xiaoro sprang up and delivered a playful smack to its head, exclaiming, Are you trying to get yourself killed? He is the master. The 6-armed Azura's eyes widened in understanding, and upon recognizing Qin Nianchu, it crouched like a puppy, nuzzling against him. One could faintly sense its trembling. Luo Xiaoro quickly explained. Master, Xiao Lu hasn't seen you in ages. He didn't recognize you at first. Is everything all right? What about Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba? Qin Nianchu inquired. Xiao Jia was seen in the wild earlier. Master, have you forgotten? Xiao Qi had a terrible temper and was accidentally killed by your palm. Xiao Ba sends his regards. He wants he come out since the space here is too cramped. Luo Xiaoro replied with a cute smile. Qin Nianchu nodded. First, you deserve commendation for isolating this area with a barrier to prevent outside interference. However, to summon Xiao Lu for a few 7th and 8th tier opponents seems like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Your curse energy cannot be replenished. This is a waste. After bowing to Qin Nianchu, the 6-armed Azura dissipated into smoke, and the dark red barrier faded in an instant. Apart from the several craters left in the ground, it was as if nothing had transpired. Young master, are you all right? Until the crimson mist dissipated, Qin Nianchu and his companion remained obscured from view. Upon noticing the several craters formed on the ground, Qin Kuei's pupils constricted ever so slightly. However, he was acutely aware of his own identity. There were matters that Qin Nianchu chose not to disclose, and he would not pry into them. After the vehicle departed, upon returning to the Qin residence, Luo Xiaoro exclaimed her hunger and demanded sustenance, to which Qin Kuei responded with a beaming smile as he made arrangements. Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu retrieved his phone and observed a message from Lin Wanner that no need to be polite, it was merely on my way. Is that so? When will you teach me sorcery? Could you start with some simple, practical spells? Upon reading this, Qin Nianchu felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach. He had forgotten the basic ninjutsu. Suddenly, he glanced at Luo Xiaoro, who was gleefully flaunting her chicken leg, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Rest assured, even if I do not teach you, you will find someone who will. Then it's settled. You must take responsibility for me, sticking out tongue and smiling. Indeed. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner, nestled in her meticulously arranged bedroom, clutched her phone and muttered, that scoundrel Qin Nianchu. Does he truly understand what I mean by responsibility? On the other hand, Qin Nianchu called out to Luo Xiaoro, Xiaoro, if I were to ask you to teach someone ninjutsu, would there be an issue? Master, you found out? Luo Xiaoro, who had just opened her mouth to perform a comedic act, paused momentarily. Noticing her messy eating habits, Qin Nianchu couldn't help but frown. You are a girl. Could you not eat so sloppily? It's not my fault. The food in this world is too delicious. I haven't had a proper meal in centuries while drifting about. As she spoke, Luo Xiaoro took a hearty bite, finishing off the roasted pig's mouth. What were you just saying I knew? Qin Nianchu asked, somewhat puzzled. Luo Xiaoro grinned, revealing her small tiger teeth. Oh, nothing much. I was merely saying that Master asked me to teach ninjutsu, right? No problem at all. I will arrange it well. Fine, as long as you can manage it. I just mean to teach something simple. Qin Nianchu nodded, not dwelling on it further. After returning, he needed to hasten the enhancement of his cultivation. Yi Tianxiang was already nearing the 6th rank, while he remained at the 3rd. It was truly embarrassing. Chapter 34. The price must increase on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, where human presence was sparse and jagged rocks abounded. Yi Tianxiang absorbed 7 7th-rank spirit crystals. Releasing a long breath, he always sought out deserted places to ensure his safety during breakthroughs. Initial stage of 6th-rank martial artist. Yi Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the entirety of Jiangcheng, his speed of advancement was likely unparalleled. That a 20-year-old 6th-rank martial artist was indeed a rarity in the annals of Blue Star's history, and this was still not his limit. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. An impressive 50,000 units of spiritual energy, whereas even peak 6th-rank martial artists typically possessed only 30,000. Coupled with the Thunder Dragon technique learned in the Secret Realm, he could now easily inflict double damage. With the Su Kexin blade, he could unleash quintuple damage. With Yi Tianxiang's extraordinary talent, his control over spiritual energy units rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence and immediately grew alert that the stout man clad in black leather pants, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and an unkempt beard, emerged. Congratulations, it's only been a few hours. And you've already reached the 6th rank. Your talent is truly extraordinary in Jiangcheng, isn't it? Thank you. Bossimo, have you brought what I requested? Yi Tianxiang inquired with a smile, though a hint of wariness lingered in his eyes. As his cultivation advanced, he became increasingly aware of Boss Mo's formidable nature. This man, despite his disheveled appearance, exuded a pressure that surpassed even that of Vice Principal Zheng Yuanqian. Could it be that Boss Missouri was also a martial saint? Boss Missouri flicked the cigarette but to the ground and stamped it out. Did you not claim that only a 7th rank master was around Qin Nianchu? Yet all 3 of my men have perished. All of them dead? Yi Tianxiang furrowed his brow. Bossimo, I should have warned you. That kid Qin Nianchu is rather peculiar. If you merely send some lowly figures to bother him, it would likely be a death sentence. 2 7th ranks and 1 8th rank. Do you think you could survive if they surrounded you? Boss Mo asked darkly. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiang's pupils contracted slightly. He could hardly fathom how Qin Nianchu could survive such an onslaught, let alone retaliate. Could it be that a martial saint was secretly protecting him? Hadn't the Qin family's martial saints all gone to the outer realms? Yi Tianxiang's expression grew tense. What do we do now? Are we exposed? Boss Mo shook his head, his voice hoarse, unclear. There were no traces left at the scene. However, I will take revenge for my fallen brothers. What exactly do you mean, Boss Mo? Yi Tianxiang asked gravely. My meaning is that the price must increase. Qin Nianchu must be treated as a 9th rank Wuzuan. A ruthless glint flickered in Boss Mo's eyes. In a world where there were people, there was a martial world. Some lived in peace, while others resorted to murder and theft. For someone like Boss Mo, as long as the price was right, he would dare to assassinate even a martial saint. All right, Yi Tianxiang decisively agreed, tossing 5 9th rank spirit crystals to Boss Missouri. Boss Missouri weighed the 9th rank spirit crystals in his hand, a sinister smile gracing his face. After retreating into the shadows of a tree, he vanished without a trace. Why Yi Tianxiang's heart raced. He had not even perceived how Boss Missouri had departed, nor did he know how he had found him. Cold sweat trickled down his back. With Boss Missouri's elusive abilities, it would be all too easy to assassinate someone the Qin residents. Qin Nianchu, having just let out a contented burp, felt utterly despondent. Beside him, Luo Xiaoro indulged in a feast, her face glistening with grease. Meanwhile, he could only bitterly consume medicinal pills, feeling nauseous as he barely reached the 4th rank. Fortunately, the Qin family possessed an abundance of 7th rank resources. Otherwise, he truly would struggle to sustain his cultivation. Luo Xiaoro glanced at the last piece of chicken leg on her plate, hesitated momentarily, and reluctantly offered it to Qin Nianchu. Master, why not have one? Qin Nianchu waved his hand. I cannot eat anymore. I simply cannot. Overjoyed, Luo Xiaoro stuffed the chicken leg in her mouth, mumbling incoherently. Master, if you wish to absorb spiritual energy, why not inscribe a gathering array on your body? That way, you could continuously absorb spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu jolted, smacking his forehead. How could I have forgotten that? Xiaoro, quickly wash your hands and inscribe one for me. No. 2, 1 on each side of my lower back. All right. Luo Xiaoro cleaned the grease off her fingers and proceeded to inscribe the gathering arrays on Qin Nianchu's lower back. Before long, 2 intricate gathering arrays were etched onto his skin. Instantly, Qin Nianchu felt a steady influx of spiritual energy gathering into his body from the air around him. At this rate, combined with daily consumption of medicinal pills, he should reach 5th rank martial artist status by the time of the Academy's grand competition. If all went well, he could likely refine 8th rank elixirs within a month. The 8th rank Gu Yuan Dan contained 10 times the spiritual energy of the 7th rank, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Xiaoro, what are you doing? Didn't you finish inscribing them? Qin Nianchu queried, sensing that Luo Xiaoro was still at work on his back. I'm just making some adjustments. Certain areas weren't inscribed neatly. Now it's perfect. Qin Nianchu didn't dwell on it further, donned his clothing, and decided to rest. Just as he settled down, Wang Qin approached. Young Master Qin, have you heard? The Academy is opening a new class to teach a new power system, which will be available to all students, recruiting those suitable. I wasn't aware. When did this come about? Qin Nianchu asked, somewhat surprised. Although Blue Star had numerous power systems, they had all been established over centuries. Launching a new power system would certainly require the approval of the Academy's higher-ups. Yesterday afternoon, a classmate passing by the principal's office overheard it. They say the new teacher is exceptional. Wang Qian gave a thumbs up, wearing a knowing smile that all men understood. Are you here to learn or to gawk at beauties? Focusing on improving your cultivation is the utmost priority, Qin Nianchu advised earnestly. Hey, young Master Qin. I am of average talent. The teachers say reaching the 5th rank would be impressive for me. The 5th rank martial artist would be nothing but cannon fodder in the outer realms. I'm even considering switching to the mecha department. If I can achieve a high synchronization rate with the Apostle Series mechas, I might actually contribute something on the battlefield. Wang Qian lamented. The martial arts of Blue Star were revered, while outsiders perceived other power systems as mere side paths. In a comparable ranking, martial arts combat power far surpassed that of other systems. The mecha system, however, was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Only those lacking strength who had no choice but to join the battlefield would pilot mechas. Regardless of any power system on Blue Star, they all ultimately serve the Outer Realms battlefield. As the saying goes, whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice. It's a good cat. In the Outer Realm battlefield, anyone capable of vanquishing the celestial demons was considered a valuable asset. Just then, Xiao Hu entered the classroom. Glancing at Qin Nianchu, he commanded, Qin Nianchu, step outside. Qin Nianchu, not wishing to argue, found the theoretical lessons quite dull anyway. As he exited the classroom, Wang Qian slammed his book down and stood up. Teacher Xiao, what is the meaning of this? What crime has young Master Qin committed? You want to expel him? If you're dissatisfied, you can join him outside. Xiao Hu retorted coldly. Fine, I can leave. I have no interest in attending your class. As Wang Qian spoke, he called out to the surrounding classmates, declaring, Teacher Xiao is unjustly making things difficult for Qin Xiao. As brothers, we shall stand with Qin Xiao. No sooner had his words left his lips than a dozen boys rose to their feet and exited in a procession. Very well, from now on, none of you shall attend my classes. Teacher Xiao trembled with fury. Just as Qin Nianchu contemplated a leisurely stroll, she noticed Wang Qian leading a throng of followers behind him. After inquiring about the situation, Qin Nianchu could only manage a wry smile, saying, What is the point of this? There are still assessments to come. Are you not afraid of Teacher Qiao's retribution? What is there to fear? Teacher Qiao has never paid us any mind. At worst, we can all transfer classes together. Wang Qian replied nonchalantly to that moment. A student shouted, pointing toward the playground, Look! The new teacher has arrived. The boys turned in unison, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. On the playground, a stunning beauty clad in a beige bodycon dress strutted towards the vice principal's office with a model's grace. With cascading waves of long hair and an S-shaped figure boasting golden proportions. Her smile directed at the throngs of students was utterly enchanting. My heavens, is she our new teacher? She is simply too beautiful. I must enroll in her class. Even if I cannot attend her lectures, I will audit them. Not a single girl in the entire academy could compare to her figure. Indeed, purity pales in the presence of allure. My heart has been stolen. I shall henceforth be the most devoted follower of the new teacher. Let us go, and find out how to register. Over a dozen boys surged forward, completely disregarding Qin Nianchu. She turned to gaze upon the new teacher approaching the playground. Her expression stiffened when she caught sight of the flirtatious glance thrown her way. What is happening here? In the vice principal's office, Zheng Yuanxian sat with several seasoned veterans, including some prominent figures from Jiangcheng. Luo Xiaoro, now back in her authoritative demeanor, demonstrated the power of ninjutsu to the captivated audience. Shock washed over the faces in the office. Zheng Yuanxian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Though he had confirmed the existence of this power the previous afternoon, witnessing it firsthand left him astounded. Despite being a half-step martial sage, he felt utterly powerless before a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. How formidable could she truly be? Clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, he inquired, If there are no objections, I shall announce this matter to the entire school shortly. Teacher Luo, do you have any additional requests? Leaning against the corner of a desk, Luo Xiaoro flashed a charming smile that nearly caused the stoic men to lose their composure. She extended a delicate finger, stating, I have but one request. Qin Nianchu must attend my class. Qin Nianchu? May I ask why? Zheng Yuanqian asked, intrigued. Recently, Qin Nianchu had gained notoriety in the academy for defeating the 5th-tier Yi Tianxiang with his 3rd-tier prowess. And the power he wielded was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, an idea struck Zheng Yuanqian. Could it be that Qin Nianchu was connected to this enigmatic woman? Luo Xiaoro replied with a slight smile. It's quite simple. All the ninjutsu Qin Nianchu knows was taught by me, as my disciple. He naturally must attend my class. Enlightenment dawned upon everyone present, and oh wonder, the previously unremarkable Qin Nianchu had suddenly become so formidable. He had a teacher of extraordinary strength. Luo Xiaoro's intentional gesture inadvertently clarified the source of Qin Nianchu's newfound power. That afternoon, when the announcement regarding Luo Xiaoro's ninjutsu class was made, the entire school erupted in excitement that it was not solely due to Luo Xiaoro's captivating beauty and figure. Many were aware that Qin Nianchu's ability to defeat the 5th-tier Yi Tianxiang was attributed to his training in ninjutsu. The public class, held in an auditorium capable of accommodating 2,000 people, was packed to capacity. Fortunately, Wang Xian had secured seats in advance. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Qin Nianchu and the others would be able to squeeze in. Hello everyone, I am Luo Xiaoro. You may call me Teacher Luo. I am delighted to see you all here for my class. As Luo Xiaoro stood on the podium, the auditorium erupted in cheers. Heavens, she is a goddess! I hereby declare that at Jiancheng Academy, no, the entire Jiancheng, Teacher Luo is the ultimate goddess. As long as I can attend Teacher Luo's class, I would fight in the outer realms after graduation. In the face of the boys' fervor, many girls wore expressions of jealousy. They had not anticipated the arrival of someone like Luo Xiaoro, who embodied beauty, physique, and strength, observing the fervent gazes of the surrounding men. Some envious girls, including Su Kexin, felt increasingly agitated. She had no desire to attend Teacher Luo's public class, but since Yi Tianxiang wanted to go, she felt compelled to accompany him. Watching Yi Tianxiang's infatuated stare at Luo Xiaoro only deepened Su Kexin's resentment. What is so extraordinary about her? Just a pretty face, flaunting her figure like a vixen. Her proportions are so exaggerated. She must have undergone surgery, perhaps even plastic surgery. Noticing Yi Tianxiang's unwavering gaze, Su Kexin reproached. Tianxiang, are you just like those other boys? So enamored with that vixen. Surely I cannot be outdone by her. Of course you cannot compare. Realizing he had misspoken, he turned to find Su Kexin's expression darkening. He quickly grasped her hand, saying, What I meant was, how could Teacher Luo compare to you? You are younger and more adorable. Most importantly, you understand me best. Hearing such sweet words, Su Kexin's expression softened slightly. That is more like it. However, Tianxiang, do you wish to attend her class? Of course, what I mean is the ninjutsu class taught by Teacher Luo holds significant value for reference. You also saw how Qin Nianchu, having learned ninjutsu, was able to match me. If I master such power, once I achieve martial sage status, wouldn't I be invincible? Yi Tianxiang hastily clarified that Su Kexin pouted. Fine, if that is the case, I support you in learning ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu observed the throngs of enthusiastic classmates with a headache. He mused to himself, what on earth is Xiaoro doing, creating such a commotion? Yesterday's mysterious behavior was all for the sake of becoming a teacher at the academy. Just then, Luo Xiaoro raised her hand for silence, her voice clear, yet carrying an authoritative tone that reached everyone's ears. Ninjutsu is a branch of the Qin Nianchu arts, with a rich history in our dragon country. However, with the resurgence of spiritual energy in Blue Star, the profound intricacies of Qin Nianchu have not been thoroughly researched. Specialization is key. In this academy, I will only teach ninjutsu. Among the myriad paths, ninjutsu is but one. It does not imply that it is superior to other powers. Ultimately, the essence lies in one's personal cultivation and understanding of power. The students in the classroom were taken aback. Heavens, ninjutsu is actually a branch of Qin Nianchu. How powerful must Qin Nianchu be? I seem to recall hearing the older generation mention it. But they said it was too difficult and thus overlooked. The power Luo Xiaoro had exhibited compelled them to take it seriously. After the initial excitement subsided, Luo Xiaoro continued, of course, I have also established this course to enhance your combat capabilities in the outer realms, ensuring your survival. However, learning ninjutsu requires innate talent. Next, I will teach you the hand seals for the 9-character true words that if you can master them within 5 minutes, you may enroll in my class. After a rigorous selection process, only 100 students were permitted to join Luo Xiao's ninjutsu class in addition to the preordained Qin Nianchu, Lin Wanner also qualified for the course. Yi Tianxiang, due to his exceptional talent, successfully passed the selection. Qin Nianchu's astonishment. Several of his classmates from class 4 who had left with him also managed to qualify, seamlessly facilitating their class transfer. On the playground, Luo Xiao's inaugural official lesson drew a significant audience. An inexperienced teacher commented, "In our class, we only have 40 to 50 students. Will she be able to effectively teach 100 students at once?" Teaching should focus on tailoring to individual needs. This is a new power system, and whether these students can grasp it remains uncertain. It could hinder their original power cultivation, leading to more harm than good. In my opinion, Teacher Luo should be more discreet, selecting around 10 students and dedicating more effort to one-on-one instruction. Luo Xiao listened to the teacher's remarks with confidence, a smile gracing her lips as she prepared to demonstrate her skills. Shadow Clone Technique. 100 copies of Luo Xiao appeared before the 100 students. The sight left everyone around stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. This an illusion? 100 individuals? Are they all puppets? Controlling so many at once should be quite stiff, right? Look, they aren't puppets. Could they all be the real body? To their astonishment, each of Luo Xiao's 100 shadow clones interacted with the students as if they were independent entities, even able to perform ninjutsu individually. Witnessing Luo Xiao exhibit such formidable power, the students who failed the selection wore expressions of regret. The teachers fell silent, utterly taken aback by the extent of Luo Xiao's abilities. If all 100 shadow clones could fight, wouldn't she single-handedly rival an entire army on the battlefield? Classmates eagerly engaged with the shadow clones of Luo Xiao, selecting the ninjutsu paths best suited to them. Qin Nianchu, however, stared blankly at the clone before him, asking, "So, what is going on?" "Classmate Qin, you ought to show respect to your teacher," Luo Xiao admonished with a straight face, as soon as those words left her lips. A distinct panic flickered in Luo Xiao's eyes. She anxiously glanced around and whispered, "Master, could you please give me some face? I am truly exasperated by you. I wanted you to keep a low profile. But now the entire Jiangcheng must be aware of it. What if someone investigates your background?" Qin Nianchu retorted irritably. Luo Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue, her charm only enhancing her cuteness. "Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. This way, I can accompany you every day. Besides, Master, you encountered an assassin yesterday. They certainly have even more formidable individuals seeking you out. That I must protect you." When the topic of the assassin arose, Qin Nianchu recalled the mention of Boss Missouri by the 7th-tier assassin, but he was unaware of Boss Mo's identity. But it was improbable that anyone would attempt to assassinate him without cause. With this thought, Qin Nianchu's gaze drifted toward Yi Tianxiang, who was humbly conversing with Luo Xiao not far away. As if sensing Qin Nianchu's scrutiny, Yi Tianxiang turned and met his gaze, his eyes glinting coldly. "Just wait, Qin Nianchu. Once I master the art of ninjutsu, I shall reclaim my honor." Little did Yi Tianxiang know, his defeat at Qin Nianchu's hands was not due to the might of ninjutsu, but rather because Qin Nianchu could continuously consume drugs to sustain his spiritual energy. In comparisons of the same tier, martial arts still held the upper hand. Chapter 36. Encountering assassination again in the modern world of Blue Star. The speed of information dissemination was astonishingly swift. By the afternoon, Luo Xiao had just initiated a ninjutsu class at Jiangcheng Academy, and by evening, the news had already reached the island nation of Fushan. Inside a wooden dwelling, a man clad in loose striped attire and sporting a handlebar mustache slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Baka! Jiangcheng of the Dragon Nation has actually established a ninjutsu course. Could it be that our secrets from Fushan have been leaked?" Before the mustached man stood another, dressed in a sleek black suit, whose expression was filled with trepidation. "Colonel Chiotan, our confidentiality regarding the ninjutsu of the great Fushan nation has been impeccable. They publicly claim it to be the art of Qin Nianchu. I suspect they may have acquired relevant teachings from a secret realm. Qin Nianchu. Then I shall see at the academy competition in 3 months which is superior, their Qin Nianchu or ninjutsu. Across the Pacific Ocean, in a technologically advanced room in the United States, a burly man dressed in camouflage military attire, with a blue prosthetic eye, stared impassively at soldiers training. Within .1 soldier approached and saluted. Lieutenant Peter Jiangqing of the Dragon Nation has officially announced the establishment of a Qin Nianchu system, which bears similarities to the ninjutsu of Fushan. Lieutenant Peter replied flatly, in the face of absolute power. All tricks are mere jests. Only formidable technology can save Blue Star in 3 months. Let them witness the prowess of our new generation of mechanical warriors. They must understand that we, the United States, are the true saviors of Blue Star. In Jiangcheng, after school at the academy, Qin Nianchu sat in the car, feeling exasperated. As soon as he entered, he seized Luo Xiaorou's cheeks and tugged at them. So you've taken the liberty of becoming my teacher at school. What else have you been concealing from me? Ouch, ouch, master, I was wrong. I just wanted to spend more time with you, Luo Xiaorou pouted, gazing at Qin Nianchu with a look of innocent distress that made it hard for him to remain angry. Qin Nianchu, still irritated, turned to Qin Kuei and asked, Uncle Kuei, were you aware of Xiaorou's actions? Qin Kuei looked perplexed. Young master, what do you mean? Did you not instruct me to arrange for Miss to attend classes with you? I did as you asked, didn't I? Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about what attending class entails? Wait, Miss didn't attend class? Qin Kuei queried. Somewhat confused, he had arranged for Luo Xiaorou to attend classes, but had not anticipated that she would revert to her true form to teach Qin Nianchu. He was entirely unaware of her ability to transform. Of course, it's class. I assure you, it is indeed class, Luo Xiaorou hastily interjected, casting a glance at Qin Nianchu. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Feeling a headache coming on, fine, as long as you don't botch things up. If you're going to teach, then teach properly. At that moment, the car door swung open unexpectedly. Lin Wanner entered uninvited, and upon seeing Luo Xiaorou, she immediately rushed over, embracing her and planting kisses on her cheek. Xiaorou, you're so adorable. I knew you would come today. By the way, our new teacher is also named Xiaorou. Do you two share the same name? Given the stark contrast between Luo Xiaorou's mature demeanor and her youthful appearance, Lin Wanna naturally did not connect the two. What are you talking about? I don't know. Nianchu, save me, save me, Luo Xiaorou exclaimed in fright, realizing that Lin Wanner was someone Qin Nianchu held in high regard, leaving her no choice but to endure. Qin Nianchu ignored Luo Xiaorou's pleas for help and instructed Qin Kuei to drive. On the roadside, Su Kexin glared venomously at Qin Nianchu's departing vehicle, secretly pinching her waist. She had been jostled by Yi Tianxiang's bicycle yesterday, and her rear still ached today. After Lin Wanner had her fill of affection for Luo Xiaorou, she turned to Qin Nianchu and said, Qin, did you learn your ninjutsu from teacher Luo? Sort of, Qin Nianchu replied with a hint of reluctance. Lin Wanner pouted, well, you didn't learn as well as teacher Luo. She imparts knowledge so effortlessly, while I find your teachings rather convoluted. The hand seals she taught us were incredibly simple. You should learn more from teacher Luo. Then you should ask her to teach you more. Luo Xiaorou interjected nervously. Not at all. Nianchu knows things that are far more profound. Unlike what your teacher teaches, which is quite elementary. It was a jest. All of Luo Xiaorou's skills were taught to her by Qin Nianchu, and she had no right to teach. Lin Wanner furrowed her brow slightly. Xiaorou, that's not quite right. If you don't master the basics, how can you learn more advanced techniques? Qin, we're essentially at the same starting line now. If you don't put in the effort, I will surely surpass you. Good luck with that. Wait a few hundred years and see if you get the chance. Once Lin Wanner disembarked, Luo Xiaorou sat beside Qin Nianchu like a docile little rabbit, secretly observing his expression. Mastered, how about I just give them a cursory lesson, teaching a bit of basic ninjutsu? Absolutely not. If you're going to teach, do it properly. If you can't produce results with these 100 students, don't even think about enjoying fried chicken in the future. Qin Nianchu threatened mildly. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaorou's face fell. Teaching ninjutsu was simple, but achieving mastery without innate talent was a formidable challenge. By the way, Master, I promised the vice principal that our class would participate in the academy competition in 3 days, using ninjutsu to compete. You must help us secure a place. Otherwise, our ninjutsu class will be looked down upon by the entire academy. Luo Xiaoro ventured tentatively. Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu turned and glared fiercely at Luo Xiaoro. I've realized you've come here to set me up. Haven to you. He had initially intended to participate in the academy competition, ensuring that Yi Tianxiang would not emerge victorious. After arduously reaching the 4th tier of cultivation, he had gained more power, but now Luo Xiaoro had restricted him to using only ninjutsu. Damn it. Yi Tianxiang was at the 6th tier. During the competition, he couldn't rely on drugs. Qin Nianchu had hoped to leverage the versatility of his own power to win, but now how could he fight? Don't worry, Master, I will discreetly assist you. Luo Xiaoro smiled sweetly. Qin Kui, who was driving, found their conversation bewildering. Teaching students? A competition? It all seemed nonsensical. He decided it was best to focus on driving without overthinking it. Suddenly, as they passed a fork in the road, an extremely chilling aura enveloped the 3 occupants of the car. From the shadows in the back seat, an additional figure emerged. Luo Xiaoro was the first to react, swiftly delivering an elbow strike and sending the shadowy figure crashing out the door. Qin Kui, sensing the sudden change, slammed on the brakes and halted the vehicle by the roadside. Qin Nianchu, his expression grave, exited the car to see Luo Xiaoro facing off against a figure obscured in shadow. The shadowy boss Missouri was shrouded in mystery, but he was currently very surprised. Ever since awakening his S-rank shadow abilities, he had never failed in assassination, managing to survive even in perilous form battlefields. Though his powers were somewhat niche on Blue Star, the S-rank rating granted him strength comparable to a half-step martial sage. His stealth capabilities far exceeded that of a half-step martial sage, to the point where even a martial sage would struggle to defend against him in the foreign battlefield. He had once successfully executed a covert assassination alongside a martial sage against a holy level demon. He had intended to stealthily approach Qin Nianchu's car, eliminate him, and depart without a trace. But unexpectedly, he had been detected upon entering the vehicle. This was his first failure. The little girl before him was peculiar. He could not discern her depth in the brief moment of their engagement. She had exhibited strength not inferior to his own. Boss Mo began to comprehend why the old Yin brothers had faltered against her. However, now that he had been exposed, he could not leave any witnesses. Otherwise, his information would be leaked, leading to repercussions for desertion, and his carefree life would be over. Chapter 37. My shadow connects to Hell. Qin Kui swiftly exited the vehicle, positioning himself protectively behind Qin Nianchu, eyeing the man shrouded in the shade with utmost vigilance. Despite his peak 7th-tier cultivation, he could not discern the man's true visage, as the surrounding shadows seemed to envelop the area in a shroud of darkness. Young master, be cautious. He is an ability user, likely of the shadow type, skilled in assassination, and extremely formidable. Qin Kui's eyes were filled with concern, his entire body tense. The ability user before him was at least of S rank. Compared to martial artists, an S-rank ability user was akin to a 9th-grade martial venerable and should be documented in Jiangxing. They would typically remain in the outer realms to contend with demons. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm the young master of the Qin family? Qin Kui bellowed, hoping that the reputation of the Qin family would intimidate the figure before him. Yet he squinted towards the petite girl beside him. Though she appeared to be merely a child, she emanated an unprecedented sense of danger, a threat of death causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It was his powerful instinct that had enabled Boss Missouri to evade death repeatedly in the outer realms. To deal with Qin Nianchu, it seemed he would first need to subdue this little girl. Luo Xiaoro regarded the man, lurking in the shadows, with a calm demeanor. She had numerous methods to deal with him. Summoning a few Shikigami would suffice to eliminate him in an instant. Now, neither side moved, both locked in a stalemate by the roadside. Suddenly, as the sun shifted, the shadows behind Boss Missouri elongated, gradually merging with Luo Xiaoro's shadow. Now was the moment. Boss Mo's gaze sharpened in the presence of shadows. He was invincible, capable of instantaneous movement within them. Shadow ability users were exceedingly rare. And as this was their first encounter, neither side could possibly comprehend the extent of their powers. Once he dispatched this little girl, Qin Nianchu would be nothing more than fish on a chopping block. The moment the shadows connected, Boss Mo vanished. In the next second, he appeared behind Luo Xiaoro, a black dagger aimed at her throat. This dagger, forged from a horn of a saint-level demon, was not something even a martial saint would dare confront directly. Just as it seemed Luo Xiaoro was about to meet a grim fate, Boss Missouri suddenly felt his entire body freeze. Unable even to blink, the shadow beneath his feet transformed into a quagmire, slowly consuming him. Luo Xiaoro turned around, her expression innocuous as she looked at Boss Missouri. "Oh, how did you end up in my shadow?" Boss Mo's eyes widened in terror. He had unleashed all his strength, yet remained immobile. Luo Xiaoro's next words sent chills down his spine. "Do you know where my shadow connects?" "It leads to hell." As her words fell, several grotesque arms emerged from the shadows, pulling Boss Missouri down into their depths. Qin Nianchu was astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammered, "Where did the assassin go?" Luo Xiaoro waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry. You want to play with my friends? By the way, Master, here is something for you." She handed Qin Nianchu the dagger and spatial ring that Boss Missouri had used. "Good stuff, but what a pity. The craftsmanship is quite poor. It's clearly made from low-grade artifact materials, yet only fashioned into a superior-grade celestial weapon. Uncle Koei, this is for you. In Blue Star. Weapons and equipment that are not artificially synthesized are classified into 4 grades: mundane, spiritual, celestial, and divine. Those synthesized from rare elements are graded from F to S. Qin Nianchu took the dagger, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Young master, is this really for me? This is a superior-grade celestial weapon. Uncle Koei, I recall you didn't have a suitable weapon, right? Just make do with this for now, although it's not much. We can find something better for you later." Qin Nianchu replied casually. Qin Nianchu was overwhelmed with gratitude, never expecting such a fine item would be gifted so readily. Superior-grade celestial weapons often required extensive combat at the 9th tier in the outer realms to acquire. Valued in the billions, with this weapon, he felt confident enough to confront even a 9th-grade adversary. His resolve to serve Qin Nianchu without reservation was only strengthened. Qin Nianchu returned to the vehicle and parked it before Qin Nianchu. As they got in, he couldn't help but glance at Luo Xiaoro once more. Initially, he thought she was merely a little sister figure to the young master, but he now realized this little girl was far from ordinary. She had silently dealt with an S-rank ability user. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nianchu finally asked, "Young master, is the young lady an S-rank ability user?" "Don't worry, I will keep it secret." In Blue Star, the cultivation methods for ability users differ from those of martial arts. When individuals awaken their abilities, they typically ascertain their rank, gaining immense power without the need for training. However, the downside is that without cultivation, it is difficult to improve unless they can absorb corresponding rare materials or endure life-and-death experiences. Thus, while there are many ability users on Blue Star, few can demonstrate combat effectiveness in the Outer Realms. An S-rank ability user like Luo Xiaoro, especially one as young as she, would undoubtedly be an unregistered anomaly. Qin Nianchu found Qin Nianchu's words peculiar, but dismissed them. Upon returning to the Qin family, Luo Xiaoro began indulging in fried chicken and hamburgers, seemingly perpetually hungry. After dinner, Qin Nianchu was once again dragged into alchemy. He could now concoct 3 batches of pills, even with his eyes closed. The materials for 7th-grade potions had nearly run out, but unexpectedly, he had received a substantial amount of 7th-grade materials from the Assassin S-Ring, forcing him to continue his role as a mere tool. Qin Nianchu hadn't anticipated the sheer wealth contained within Boss Missouri S-Ring. There were dozens of 9th-grade spirit crystals, various unknown items, and some high-grade materials, even exceptionally rare elemental crystals. Such elemental crystals could elevate an ability user's rank or enhance a corresponding spell's potency for mages. No wonder these individuals were so keen on murder and thievery. Slaying a fat sheep could lead to overnight riches. The following day, Yi Qianxiang arrived at the academy, keeping a close watch on Qin Nianchu. Boss Missouri hadn't sought him out all night, leaving Yi Qianxiang feeling uneasy. Rumor had it that Boss Missouri never missed a target. He shouldn't have taken this long. upon seeing Qin Nianchu enter the classroom and scathe. Yi Tianxiang's eyelids twitched violently. The fact that Qin Nianchu was unharmed meant that Boss Missouri was likely in grave danger. Yet how could a mere third-tier individual, even with a seventh-tier bodyguard, possibly defeat Boss Missouri? A deep-seated fear gripped Yi Tianxiang. Could it be that an even more formidable expert was protecting Qin Nianchu? He wondered if a scheme to hire an assassin to eliminate Qin Nianchu had been exposed. Qin Nianchu smiled lightly. When Boss Missouri was dispatched by Luo Xiaoro, he had the chance to inquire about the mastermind behind it all. Observing Yi Tianxiang's guilty demeanor, he didn't need to guess who was responsible. If he were seeking his own demise, he wondered if the heavens would still safeguard him. Noticing Luo Xiaoro, the elegant lady, entering the classroom, Qin Nianchu cast her a glance. With her strength, eliminating someone without a trace should be a simple task. Right? Luo Xiaoro understood his intention and, while cheerfully responding to the multitude of questions from her classmates, focused her mental energy on Yi Tianxiang. As Yi Tianxiang saw Qin Nianchu approaching him, his anxiety intensified. The overwhelming sense of danger made him feel as though he were prey caught in a hunter's sights. Qin Nianchu sat down next to Yi Tianxiang, a radiant smile on his face. Surprised to see me. What are you saying? I don't understand, Yi Tianxiang stammered, unable to meet Qin Nianchu's gaze. Don't understand. Boss Mo mentioned you're hiring him to kill me, just before he died. Qin Nianchu teased. Why? Yi Tianxiang's pupils constricted slightly. Although he suspected Boss Missouri might be dead, hearing it confirmed by Qin Nianchu was still shocking. His expression stiffened. That you're talking nonsense. There's no way I would hire someone to kill you. If I wanted to win, I would do it fairly. Qin Nianchu chuckled lightly. You know, being born into the Qin family has its advantages. For example, I don't need concrete evidence to confirm that you hired someone to kill me. As long as I believe it, it suffices. Oh, but don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianxiang felt an immense aura locking onto him, as if he could perish at any moment. This near-death sensation drenched him in cold sweat. No matter how he tried to muster his strength, he felt like an ant beneath an elephant's foot. That I will die. I will die. Could it be that Qin Nianchu truly dared to kill me in front of everyone? Fear flooded Yi Tianxiang's eyes. He wanted to scream, but found himself unable to produce any sound. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, slowly suffocating him. Suddenly, Su Kexin's voice broke through. Qin Nianchu frowned slightly. This foolish woman had appeared at the most inopportune moment. Tianxiang, speak. Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Su Kexin asked with concern, then turned a fierce gaze towards Qin Nianchu. What have you done to Tianxiang? Qin Nianchu warned, I suggest you mind your manners. Just because you're in the same class as Tianxiang doesn't give you the right to act recklessly. Tianxiang, please say something. Don't scare me. After scolding Qin Nianchu, Su Kexin noticed Yi Tianxiang's increasingly pale complexion and anxiously inquired. She rushed to grab Qin Nianchu. You need to help me see what's wrong with Tianxiang. Qin Nianchu shrugged off Su Kexin's hand, hoping that Luo Xiaoro would swiftly put an end to Yi Tianxiang. Su Kexin shot Qin Nianchu an angry glare before resolutely approaching Luo Xiaoro. Teacher Luo, please check on Tianxiang. Something ISNT right? Which student are you referring to? I just arrived and don't quite remember their names, and besides, you don't seem to be in my class. Do you? Luo Xiaoro smiled gently, deliberately stalling for time. Silently orchestrating the demise of an individual proved to be a rather intricate endeavor. Take tea that moment. Zheng Yinqian's cheerful laughter resonated. Ha! Teacher Luo, it appears that the students in your class possess a fervent enthusiasm for mastering ninjutsu. Even many from other classes are eager to audit your lessons. If it's convenient, perhaps you could extend the opportunity for other students to observe. Vice Principal, something seems amiss with Tianxiang. You must go and check. Su Kexin exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing Zheng Yuanqian's voice, Qin Nianchu realized that eliminating Yi Tianxiang had become an impossibility. Given their proximity, Zheng Yuanqian would undoubtedly notice, leading to complications. Indeed, fate seemed to be shielding Yi Tianxiang. First, Su Kexin appeared, and now Zheng Yuanqian had arrived. Should Luo Xiaoro continue, it was likely that even the reclusive martial saint principal might intervene. potentially provoking further reactions from the forces of destiny. He discreetly gestured, prompting Luo Xiaoro to suppress her aura. Help. Qin Nianchu is trying to kill me. Yi Tianxiang suddenly leapt to his feet, shouting. He seemed as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. His abrupt outburst drew the attention of those nearby. Zheng Yuanqian approached, casting a dubious glance at the two. Classmate Yi, what are you saying? How could Qin Nianchu possibly wish to harm you? He truly intends to kill me. He has hired skilled assassins to eliminate me. Yi Tianxiang pointed at Qin Nianchu in terror. Had Zheng Yuanqian arrived, even a moment later, he might have met his end. Zheng Yuanqian scrutinized Qin Nianchu, noting the absence of any discernible power fluctuations or murderous intent, hardly indicative of someone intent on taking a life. Observing Yi Tianxiang's frantic demeanor, Zheng Yuanqian expressed his displeasure. Classmate Yi. At Jianqing Academy, all students are under our protection. At IT is inconceivable that one could so easily be murdered. You cannot falsely accuse Qin Nianchu simply because of a disagreement. Moreover, given your current cultivation level, there must be some misunderstanding between you two, right? Zheng Yuanqian had initially intended to reprimand further, but was taken aback to discover that Yi Tianxiang had already reached the 6th rank. Such a prodigious talent warranted special cultivation within the academy. With a high probability of achieving the status of martial saint, on the other hand, Qin Nianchu had also attained the 4th rank. Although her rapid ascent from no cultivation to the 4th rank was impressive, it paled in comparison to Yi Tianxiang's accomplishments. Furthermore, Yi Tianxiang hailed from humble beginnings with limited resources, while Qin Nianchu came from a prestigious family, with an entire clan capable of providing her with ample cultivation resources. Thus, her current level was scarcely surprising. Qin Nianchu, maintaining her radiant smile, inquired, "Why would I wish to kill you?" Because Yi Tianxiang found himself momentarily speechless. He could hardly confess that he had made the first attempt on Qin Nianchu's life. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he continued, "Because you fear that my mastery of ninjutsu will surpass yours. You seek to eliminate me as a potential threat. Does this imply that you acknowledge your inferiority to me?" Qin Nianchu replied, still smiling, "In terms of ninjutsu, I may not yet rival you, but in martial arts, you are no match for me. Should anything untoward befall me before the academy competition, it would undoubtedly be your doing." Yi Tianxiang tried to leverage the presence of numerous students to instill caution in Qin Nianchu. "Yi Tianxiang, have you lost your senses? Do you suffer from paranoia? Qin Xiao merely spoke a few words to you, and you accuse him of wanting to murder you. Is your cultivation merely for show?" Wang Qian interjected, unable to contain his disdain. Ignoring Wang Qian, Yi Tianxiang fixed his gaze on Qin Nianchu, challenging, "Dare you face me in a duel at the academy competition?" "Ah, so you wish to challenge me again? Haven't you learned your lesson from our last encounter? At the academy competition, there will be no one to assist you." Qin Nianchu retorted with a mocking smile, "That I will undoubtedly triumph over you at the academy competition." Yi Tianxiang asserted confidently, exuding the aura of a 6th-rank cultivator. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish at the academy competition." Qin Nianchu shrugged. Though her cultivation level was modest, she possessed an instinctual acuity far beyond several ranks of martial saints. Just moments ago, she had sensed that the protection bestowed upon Yi Tianxiang by fate was waning. This suggested that, should fate no longer recognize Yi Tianxiang, she would be free to act against him. As long as Yi Tianxiang continued to self-sabotage, fate would not come to his aid. Zheng Yuanqian nodded in approval. "All right, I wish you both the best of luck and eagerly anticipate your thrilling battle at the academy competition." With that, he departed. Su Kexin, however, remained fiercely protective. "Qin Nianchu, I warn you, it would be wise not to act recklessly, or I shall not hesitate to take action against you. Are you threatening me? A week has passed, hasn't it? Has your Su family prepared the 10 billion to repay me?" Qin Nianchu inquired coldly. "I was blind at the time. Your happiness is of no concern to me. I am magnanimous enough not to demand interest. But if you do not return my money, I shall seize your Su family's assets to settle the debt." Qin Nianchu, resorting to such tactics again. "Are you attempting to force me into a relationship with you? I assure you, that is an impossibility. Do you think that a mere declaration of fate will compel me to act willingly?" you still refuse to reflect on why I harbor such disdain for you. Your actions only serve to intensify my aversion. Su Kexin's voice trembled with emotion, as if she were the one most deeply wounded. Chapter 39. Remaining behind for supplementary lessons, then be gone. Qin Nianchu retorted icily. What? You dare to tell me to leave? Su Kexin stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Before Qin Nianchu could respond, Wang Qian chimed in sarcastically. If Su Kexin tells you to leave, you should take her advice. Do you not realize how ridiculous you are, thinking that Qin Xiao holds any affection for you? Wang Qian had always maintained a good rapport with Qin Nianchu and had even received a 9th-rank spirit crystal. Almost considering Qin Nianchu a surrogate father. Seeing her in trouble, he naturally rushed to her aid first. Qin Nianchu gave Wang Qian a thumbs up in appreciation. Wang Qian, emboldened by Qin Nianchu's approval, continued unabated. Women like you, lacking both waist and substance, receive kindness from Qin Xiao, and we all witnessed it. Yet you chose to nurture a pretty boy instead. Now that Qin Xiao has lost interest, you still shamelessly pursue him? Do you think yourself a delicacy? Oh no, you're merely a piece of excrement. Only dogs would desire, scoundrel. Do you seek death? Su Kexin trembled with rage, her fists clenched as she prepared to strike Wang Qian. However, Yi Tianxiang abruptly restrained her. Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened. Kexin, ignore him. He is but a barking dog. Qin Nianchu seeks to manipulate you to undermine my resolve. Upon hearing this, Su Kexin regained her composure. Umph. You think I would fall for such a ploy? I will not be deceived. Qin Nianchu, let me make this clear. You will never have me. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Lin Wanner furrowed her brow. Approaching Qin Nianchu's side, Su Kexin, if you continue to speak to Qin classmate in such a manner, do not blame me for being unkind. Su Kexin scoffed. Lin Wanner, do not presume that your status as a Lin family heiress grants you any superiority. The Su family is no less than the Lin family. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that Qin Nianchu has pursued me for 5 years. What gives you the right to meddle in our affairs? Lin Wanner's expression hardened as she linked her arm with Qin Nianchu's. Simply because I am now Qin Nianchu's girlfriend. At this declaration, the classroom fell into stunned silence, with everyone gazing in astonishment at Lin Wanner and Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu herself wore a look of bewilderment. Wait, when did I ever acknowledge her as my girlfriend? He muttered softly. I SNT this a bit excessive. I appreciate your support, but there is no need to go that far. Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Lin Wanner was already Qin Nianchu's girlfriend. When he first encountered Lin Wanner, her serene demeanor had captivated him deeply, and he had been contemplating how to win her over, only to find himself outpaced by Qin Nianchu. Consumed by jealousy, he see that at the thought of why Qin Nianchu always attracted such exceptional women. Su Kexin, on the other hand, appeared pale as she stepped back. Impossible. You cannot be Qin Nianchu's girlfriend. Qin Nianchu has professed to love only me. I am well aware of that. This must be one of his tricks to use you as a decoy to irritate me. Qin Nianchu sighed. Su Kexin, I have already sworn an oath to fate. How else can I convince you? Su Kexin responded with a derisive laugh. Qin Nianchu, you are truly tiresome. The onlookers were left speechless. The situation had grown so evident, yet Su Kexin remained blindly confident, believing that Qin Nianchu still harbored feelings for her. Teacher Luo Xiaoro, unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer, rapped her desk. Students not from our class, please leave. We are about to commence our lesson. Su Kexin took a deep breath. Qin Nianchu, I am offering you a chance. Meet me after school to clarify this matter. With that, she turned and exited the classroom. Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened further. Su Kexin's insistence on having Qin Nianchu explain felt akin to a betrayal. Yet his phone soon buzzed with a message from Su Kexin. Tianxiang, do not misunderstand. I only want Qin Nianchu to explain to better control him. The one I truly like is only you. Upon reading this, Yi Tianxiang's expression softened. What did it matter if Qin Nianchu had pursued Su Kexin for 5 years? In just a few months, he had won her heart completely. What difference did Lin Wanner make? Once he achieved the status of martial saint, he could easily crush Qin Nianchu like an insignificant insect. No woman he desired would escape him. As the school day drew to a close, Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left her lips, Luo Xiaoro addressed the class from the podium. Qin Nianchu, I feel that your hand seals are somewhat incorrect. Come with me. I shall provide you with some extra instruction. The moment those words were uttered, all the boys in the class were filled with envy. Qin Nianchu, however, wore a gloomy expression and muttered, "What a hassle." Lin Wanner bit her lip and said, "I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot." With that, she blushed and exited to what Yi Tianxiang had initially planned to leave, but upon hearing Luo Xiaoro's remark, he shot a cold glance at the two, immediately sensing that the relationship between Luo Xiaoro and Qin Nianchu was far from simple. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he thought, I must see what lessons you are imparting. Reluctantly, Qin Nianchu followed Luo Xiaoro to the teacher's office. After school, the office was deserted. Luo Xiaoro casually opened a soundproof barrier, ensuring that their conversation remained unheard by outsiders. However, she failed to notice that Yi Tianxiang was lurking outside the window, concealed behind a tree. When Qin Nianchu entered the room, Luo Xiaoro leaped into his arms, her voice laced with sorrow. "Master, when did you start dating Lin Wanner? I had no idea." Qin Nianchu felt as if he were enveloped by a sponge. Struggling free, he quickly reminded her, "Xiaoro, this is school. Maintain some decorum. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us." From the tree outside, Yi Tianxiang was taken aback by the sight before him, and he never expected that teacher Luo would take such a proactive approach. Although he couldn't hear their words, it did not hinder his judgment that the two were involved in an illicit affair. His fists clenched, and his eyes narrowed with a cold glint. Yi Tianxiang couldn't fathom why such a powerful teacher like Luo Xiaoro would harbor feelings for Qin Nianchu. What was it about him that made him inferior? Yet, now that he had discovered this secret, he held the upper hand. The school frowned upon teacher-student relationships. She likes you. Just bear with it. With her around, I can avoid trouble from Su Kexin, and you must not use your position as a teacher to make things difficult for Lin Wanner. She has talent, so teach her well, Qin Nianchu advised. Luo Xiaoro reluctantly stuck out her tongue. I understand, but your relationship with Lin Wanner is a lie, right? Of course it's a fabrication if you teach Lin Wanner well. She wants to come to me for ninjutsu lessons, Qin Nianchu reminded. Yes, I understand that I will definitely not let Lin Wanner use that excuse to get closer to you, Master, Luo Xiaoro assured earnestly. All right, I will go see what Lin Wanner has to say. Wait for me in the car. Remember, do not let anyone discover your identity. Qin Nianchu instructed before leaving. Yi Tianxiang, seeing Qin Nianchu depart, quickly jumped down and approached the office door. After knocking, he pushed it open and saw Luo Xiaoro still in a daze. A smirk crept onto his face as he said, Teacher Luo, I have discovered your secret. Chapter 40. Teacher Luo, you wouldn't want others to uncover our secret, would you? What have you found? Luo Xiaoro paused, a murderous intent bubbling within her. Regardless of what this boy had uncovered, could she, the revered celestial sovereign of the heavenly seal continent, be threatened by a mere 6th grade student? Yi Tianxiang walked into the classroom without a care, closing the door behind him. Teacher, we respect you and admire you. How could you engage in such actions? He asked, feigning heartbreak. Luo Xiaoro was momentarily perplexed, her hands already gathering strength in secret. What do you mean? Your relationship with Qin Nianchu is rather unusual. I assent it? Yi Tianxiang questioned solemnly. How do you know? Luo Xiaoro asked, her suspicions rising as she was confident in her ability to conceal her feelings. I saw it. I witnessed you two embracing. Teacher Luo, Qin Nianchu is unworthy of you. He is nothing but a worthless scoundrel. Today, Lin Wanner publicly declared she is his girlfriend. You must see through Qin Nianchu's true nature. Yi Tianxiang asserted, adopting a tone of concern for her well-being. Yet his words ignited Luo Xiaoro's murderous intent. To insult her master was a crime deserving of death. Just as she was about to act, footsteps approached from outside the classroom that a hint of panic flickered in Yi Tianxiang's eyes as he quickly pulled Luo Xiaoro behind the curtains. Xiao entered the office, exclaiming, Oh no, I forgot the gift for Teacher Lu tonight. After grabbing his belongings, he hurriedly departed. I could see that moment. The two hidden behind the curtains were very close. Had it not been for Luo Xiaoro's layer of fabric, Yi Tianxiang would have nearly pressed against her. With eyes filled with murderous intent, Luo Xiaoro glared at Yi Tianxiang. who remained oblivious, captivated instead by her enchanting fragrance, feeling parched. When he saw her large, expressive eyes fixed on him, he couldn't resist the urge to lean in for a kiss. Luo Xiaoro kicked him away, demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" Were it not for her fear of the heavenly Tao, she would have killed him countless times by now. However, considering Qin Nianchu's warnings, she refrained from acting. Just as she had felt a surge of murderous intent, someone had interrupted. If she had truly acted, who knew how others would intervene? The heavenly Tao's protection was not to be underestimated. For the sake of her master, Luo Xiaoro forcibly suppressed her urge to eliminate Yi Tianxiang. He stumbled against the desk from the kick, but was unfazed, the lingering scent intoxicating him, fueling his desire for the woman before him. To him, the kick was merely a sign of her modesty. Clenching his fists, he earnestly declared, "Teacher Luo, I like you." Huh. Luo Xiaoro was taken aback. That why Yi Tianxiang continued, pouring out his heart, "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell for you. I only regret that my strength is insufficient to be the man who protects you. But please believe me, give me some time. 5 years, no, 3 years. I will become a martial saint. I will provide you with all the security you need." Luo Xiaoro's mind struggled to comprehend his sudden confession. Hadn't Tishi just kicked him? Was he a masochist? Yi Tianxiang pressed on, "Though Qin Nianchu is a wealthy heir, he is not fit for you. The man you deserve should be a martial saint. Everything he can offer, I can too. Do not belittle yourself. Teacher Luo, trust me. I will love you more than Qin Nianchu ever could. Teach me ninjutsu, and once I achieve the status of a martial saint, I will be invincible among my peers. Then, what do I have to fear from the Qin family?" Yi Tianxiang stated confidently. "No, I cannot do this. Qin Nianchu has already expressed his feelings for me. And no matter how much I like you, I cannot betray him." Luo Xiaoro feigned struggle, trying to suppress her amusement. "Teacher, believe me, I will undoubtedly love you more than he does. You must teach me ninjutsu, and once I reach the level of martial saint, I won't fear the Qin family at all." "Impossible. I cannot do that. Please don't pressure me. I've already committed to young Master Qin," Luo Xiaoro said, her delicate fingers covering her face as she pretended to be on the verge of tears. Seeing her pitiful demeanor stirred Yi Tianxiang's protective instincts. Why should Qin Nianchu have such a remarkable woman? What made him superior? He stepped closer, pinning Luo Xiaoro against the wall. "Teacher Luo, I won't tell anyone about your relationship with Qin Nianchu, but our secret that you wouldn't want anyone else to know. Would you?" Fortunately, there was no physical contact. Luo Xiaoro suppressed her urge to kick him to death, her eyes wide with confusion. "Our secret? Just now, behind the curtains, we embraced to hide from Teacher Qiao. You should have tacitly allowed me to kiss you. You were just unable to let go, right? A man and a woman alone in a room. Doesn't that raise suspicions?" Yi Tianxiang said with a wicked smile. That is not it." Luo Xiaoro feigned panic. But internally, she was struggling to contain her laughter. Where did this boy find his confidence? Did he not recall her earlier kick? It matters not. I shall patiently await my mentor's acceptance. However, at this juncture, I yearn to learn more about the art of ninjutsu from my teacher, so that I may possess the capability to protect them in the future. Would you be willing to impart to me the deeper mysteries of ninjutsu?" Esteemed teacher, Yi Tianxiang's countenance radiated sincerity, establishing a persona of one willing to strive for strength in order to safeguard the woman he cherishes. Yet, having lived for centuries, Luo Xiaoro was all too aware of such insincere intentions. His incessant claims of disconnection from Su Kexin were merely a ruse to maintain multiple romantic entanglements. While he feigned eagerness to learn, his true motive was to extract unique techniques from his teacher. The power he sought was solely for the purpose of exerting control over others. After a brief moment of hesitation, Luo Xiaoro replied, "I can teach you a unique ninjutsu technique, but you must promise me to study diligently and refrain from using it frivolously. Its potency is immense, and those who fall victim either perish or suffer grievous injuries." "Very well. Rest assured, Teacher Luo, I shall not wield it lightly unless absolutely necessary." Yi Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with fervor. With mastery of profound ninjutsu, would he not surely claim the title of the Academy's finest? Now heed my words. This ninjutsu has a mantra. The chrysanthemum withers. The chrysanthemum is wounded. Your smile has turned pale. Luo Xiaoro earnestly imparted this fearsome technique. Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu arrived at the rendezvous with Lin Wanner at their designated location. Lin Wanner, her cheeks flushed, inquired, "Did you truly take to heart what was said in the classroom this afternoon?" "How could I possibly take it seriously?" Qin Nianchu chuckled awkwardly. Lin Wanner paused, then sheepishly remarked, "It is good that you did not. You should have discerned that I was merely trying to assist you." Qin Nianchu waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. To her surprise, Su Kexin leapt out from around a corner. "Qin Nianchu, is this truly amusing? I knew you were merely putting on an act. And now I have caught you in the act. What the hell? What are you doing here?" Qin Nianchu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Chapter 41. The Academy's grand competition begins. "I knew you would be too prideful to come explain yourself. I was actively searching for you," Su Kexin declared triumphantly. After school, she had been waiting for Qin Nianchu, but when he did not arrive, she ventured out to find him, only to stumble upon this scene. Qin Nianchu managed a forced smile. "So, you overheard everything we just discussed?" "I heard it all too clearly." Qin Nianchu sighed and turned to leave. What was the point of explaining anything to this foolish woman? As expected, Su Kexin called out from behind. "Qin Nianchu, I know you have feelings for me. You have pursued me for 5 years. It cannot be so easily forgotten, instead of engaging in such a fruitless endeavor. You ought to reflect on your own shortcomings. If you could be as obedient as before, perhaps I would grant you another chance." Qin Nianchu paused mid-stride, longing to clarify, but ultimately abandoned the notion. Perhaps this foolish woman would come to understand in due time that Su Kexin cast a scornful glance at Lin Wanner. "What does it matter if you are the daughter of the Lin family? Qin Nianchu's affections lie with me. You shall never replace me." Lin Wanner shook her head in pity before hastily pursuing Qin Nianchu. On the journey back, Luo Xiaoro was once again playfully teased by Lin Wanner, as it seemed that girls had no resistance to all things adorable. However, this time, Luo Xiaoro maintained an air of remarkable composure. Once Lin Wanner departed, she eagerly exclaimed, "Master, Yi Qianxiang confessed his feelings to me." Qin Nianchu's heart sank momentarily, and he grasped Luo Xiaoro in astonishment. "What?" Luo Xiaoro grinned mischievously. "While you were with Lin Wanner, he rushed to the office to declare his affections to me." "Oh." Qin Nianchu looked at Luo Xiaoro with disdain. "You did not, perchance, accept his affections?" "How could I?" Luo Xiaoro quickly retorted. "I found it rather amusing, so I toyed with him that if you had not said to refrain from eliminating him, I would have severed ties with him long ago." "What is amusing about that? Isn't it rather dull?" Qin Nianchu frowned. "Master, you cannot fathom the multitude of sappy declarations he made. I was covered in goosebumps. He insisted he would become a martial saint and implored me to teach him advanced ninjutsu." Luo Xiaoro spoke animatedly. "And did you teach him?" Qin Nianchu raised an eyebrow. "That I taught him one." Luo Xiaoro raised her eyebrows teasingly and then whispered something in Qin Nianchu's ear. After hearing it, Qin Nianchu smirked. "You truly taught him a rather formidable technique. Let us hope he does not foolishly attempt to use it." A sinister smile crept onto Luo Xiaoro's lips. "Master, I actually hope he employs this technique during the academy competition. Speaking of which, Master, do you feel confident about the academy competition? If not, I could lend you one of my shikigami." "No need for that. We shall see when the time comes." Qin Nianchu pinched his temples. The spirit-gathering formation combined with continuous medication had already granted him the strength of a 4th-tier master. His control over spiritual energy had reached 5,000 points. Drawing upon memories of the past, he could even unleash techniques rivaling those of a 7th-tier master. However, using such techniques would deplete his spiritual energy, rendering him vulnerable if a single blow did not determine the victor to ensure a guaranteed win. He would need to devise a foolproof strategy that on another front, in a corner of Jianshan Academy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Shunke relentlessly repeated his punching routine. Sweat drenched his fitted green attire, each punch accompanied by streams of perspiration. Zheng Yuanxian approached him slowly. "Shaoli, give it up. Without talent, no amount of hard work will suffice. The principal has granted you admission to the school. Even if you cannot graduate smoothly, you may remain as a laborer. Aishinka halted his punches, fixing Zheng Yuanxian with a resolute gaze. Teacher Zheng, I refuse to be a laborer and why parents perished in the foreign realm. My conviction lies in exterminating the demons there to avenge them. Yet everything you are doing is futile. You possess no talent whatsoever. Even your synchronization rate with the simplest mechas is only 10%. Venturing to the foreign realm would only lead to your demise. Zheng Yuanxian shook his head. Aishinka clenched his fists, his determination unwavering. I understand that I lack talent, but I believe that with 100-fold, 1,000-fold effort, I can achieve vengeance in the foreign realm. I cannot possess the spiritual energy that those talented classmates have to enhance my abilities, so I shall strengthen my body to its fullest potential. I will strike 1,000 punches, 1,000 kicks, 1,000 blows. I firmly believe that one day, my physical prowess will allow me to slay the demons. Zheng Yuanxian may have been moved by Li Shunka's tenacity as he nodded. Very well. If that is the case, I will permit you to participate in this academy competition that I hope you will come to understand the gap between yourself and your more talented peers during this contest. Of course, if you manage to place within the top 100 of the academy, I will petition Jiangsheng Academy to initiate a gene modification for you. Thank you, Teacher Zheng. Li Shunka bowed deeply. Lacking talent, gene modification was his only path to strength. Utilizing technology to transcend the limitations of the human body and unlock boundless potential. Yet the cost was an astronomical 10 billion as a destitute student. He could never afford it. The academy competition presented an opportunity for Li Shunka. 2 days later, the Jiangsheng Academy competition commenced. The entire academy, consisting of 3,000 students, was filled with elites from across the nation. The minimum requirement for admission into Jiangsheng Academy was to become a first-tier martial artist before the age of 20. Naturally, there were exceptions for those with solid family backgrounds, like Qin Nianchu. Do not be deceived by the apparent simplicity of becoming a first-tier martial artist. For some, a lifetime of effort may yield only the status of an ordinary martial practitioner, never achieving martial artist status. Graduating from school required reaching the level of a fifth-tier martial artist. These students, once dispatched to the foreign realm, would form the backbone of the fight against the demons. The other ability categories within the academy were similarly evaluated based on this criterion. On the podium, Zheng Yuanxian stood elevated, flanked by other teachers, including the recently recuperated Lu Rushi. The rewards for this competition were grand. The first place would receive a choice between a top-grade immortal artifact or S-rank vibrating gold equipment. 10 9th-tier spirit crystals, a complete set of 9th-tier martial techniques, and a 9th-tier elemental crystal. The second place would receive a choice between a mid-grade immortal artifact or A-rank vibrating gold equipment. 10 8th-tier spirit crystals, a complete set of 8th-tier martial techniques. Rewards for places 5 to 100 were. Zheng Yuanxian eloquently announced the competition's rewards and rules, followed by a rousing speech that stirred the students below, igniting their competitive spirits. Achieving a noteworthy position in the academy competition would etch their names into the school's history, providing abundant resources for future cultivation and even granting them advanced military ranks should they venture to the foreign realm. However, Qin Nianchu's considerations were far from these accolades in his recollections. It was Yi Tianxiang who had clinched first place in the previous academy competition, showcasing his prowess as a 7th-tier master during the contest, and astonishingly breaking through to 8th-tier grandmaster during the finals. A true prodigy, capturing the admiration of all faculty and students alike that if all remained as expected, Yi Tianxiang should now be at 7th tier. How could he possibly secure victory? Contemplating this, Qin Nianchu cast a glance at Yi Tianxiang, who stood among the ranks. You wish to kill me. Even a millennium of training would not suffice. Chapter 42. Preliminary match and preparation for the academy competition. Jiangsheng Academy erected 20 competition arenas to prevent accidental injuries to students outside the competition during the event. Each arena was fortified with a defensive barrier constructed by 7th-tier Grand Magisters. The arenas themselves were built from exceptionally sturdy materials, making them resistant even to strikes from 8th-tier Grandmasters. Each arena was overseen by a teacher serving as a referee, ensuring the safety and fairness of the competitors. The competitors are chosen at random from all participants, with those ranked above the 5th tier exempt from the preliminary rounds. until only 1,000 students remain, at which point the semifinals will commence. In other words, Qin Nianchu must endure the arduous task of participating in at least 2 preliminary matches. While Yi Tianxiang can simply await the semi-finals, the competition begins. The various arenas come alive with excitement. Qin Nianchu glanced at the number he had drawn and waited by the 3rd arena. Lin Wanner approached him, inquiring, "How do you feel? Do you have confidence in passing the preliminary rounds? I believe I can advance directly to the finals." Qin Nianchu replied nonchalantly. Lin Wanner wrinkled her nose, retorting, "Such bravado. To enter the top 100, one must be at least a 7th-tier master. I would consider it a great achievement just to make it into the top 200." Qin Nianchu raised an eyebrow. Recalling that Lin Wanner had been eliminated by Yi Tianxiang in the semifinals during his previous life, "I advise you not to set your expectations too high," he suggested. "Are you looking down on me?" "I am, after all, a 5th-tier Grand Mage, and have learned a considerable amount of ninjutsu from teacher Luo. I will advance to the semifinals while you remain in the preliminaries," Lin Wanner said, somewhat displeased. "No, what I meant was, if luck is not on your side and you encounter some formidable opponents, it's best not to place too much hope on it. Please refrain from making any rash bets with others." Qin Nianchu clarified he had no desire for Lin Wanner to follow the same path as in his previous life, where she had offered herself after losing to Yi Tianxiang. Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Nianchu. "Are you suggesting that you want to make a bet?" she asked. "I." Qin Nianchu replied, somewhat bewildered. Lin Wanner confidently stated, "Then let's make a deal. If I advance to the semifinals, you must go on a date with me. If I make it into the top 200, not only must you agree to the date, but you must also fulfill one condition. If we meet in the competition and I win, you will be mine. I think a bet is fine, but one should maintain a calm mindset. Don't you agree?" Qin Nianchu said, tapping his cheek, that he certainly did not believe Lin Wanner would win. "Then it's settled." "Pinky swear." Lin Wanner extended her hand. Reluctantly, Qin Nianchu hooked his pinky with hers. Lin Wanner's face flushed a delightful shade of red. "Qin, I will definitely give it my all in this competition. If we do encounter one another, I want to hold back." "Oh," Qin Nianchu replied indifferently. That moment, the referee's voice rang out from the 3rd arena. "Contestant 2048, Qin Nianchu, please come to the stage." "Contestant 2047, Wu Yi, please come to the stage." Lin Wanner waved her fist at Qin Nianchu, urging, "You must give it your all." Qin Nianchu smiled and stepped onto the stage. Opposite him stood a robust young man clad in a camouflage vest. Wu Yi clasped his fists and announced, "Level 23, Martial Arts Department, Class 8, Wu Yi, please give me your guidance." Qin Nianchu politely returned the gesture. "Level 24, Martial Arts, no. Ninjutsu Department, Class 1, please give me your guidance." Students in the audience began to murmur. Despite being a senior, Wu Yi was only a 3rd-tier warrior. While the entire school was aware of Qin Nianchu's victory over the 5th-tier Yi Tianxiang in a duel that it seemed unlikely that Wu Yi could win. Not necessarily. During that duel, Qin Nianchu employed many treasures provided by his family and utilized gene elixirs to restore his energy. In this competition, the use of treasures and even medicine is prohibited, so the outcome is uncertain. Meanwhile, the exempt Yi Tianxiang arrived at the 3rd arena to observe, having been given 2 rounds off to see how much Qin Nianchu had improved, with the referee announcing the start. Qin Nianchu said coolly, "You may make the first move. If I strike first, you will have no chance." "Arrogant. We are both 3rd-tier warriors. What gives you the right to look down on me?" Wu Yi shouted angrily, launching himself forward with a powerful kick. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Qin Nianchu, a hand shot out, seizing Wu Yi's wrist, and with a swift maneuver, he was flung off the stage. Silence enveloped the surrounding students. It was quite common for a single punch to determine the outcome in the preliminary rounds that Wu Yi had charged forward, only to be sent flying from the arena. Contestant 2048, Qin Nianchu, wins. The referee promptly declared out Wu Yi, having fallen to the ground, struck the ground in frustration, unable to fathom how he had lost so inexplicably. Students below began to speculate. Is this a fixed match? Could it be that Qin Nianchu bribed Wu Yi? This loss seems too contrived at that moment. Wang Xian, who was also competing in the 3rd arena, stood up and exclaimed, "What nonsense! Qin Nianchu relies on his own strength. Does he need to fix a match? Yi Tianxiang, with a calm demeanor, added, Wu Es loss is not unjust. Qin Nianchu has already reached the 4th tier. This statement astonished the crowd. For being a waste of the Qin family with no cultivation to now being a 4th tier warrior in just a few days. Could it be that Qin Nianchu was actually a genius? Merely biding his time, Yi Tianxiang was somewhat taken aback by Qin Nianchu's progress. Yet he brimmed with self-assurance that him. Qin Nianchu was merely slightly stronger than the average person, hardly deserving of the title genius. In his eyes, the only true genius in the academy was himself. Yi Tianxiang clenched his fists, filled with ambition. After 2 days of rigorous training, when his turn came, he would astonish the entire academy. As Qin Nianchu descended from the stage, he gestured a victory sign to Lin Wanner, who smiled back, impressive, winning with a single move. Qin Nianchu waved his hand dismissively. Everyone says I can proceed directly to the finals. How shameless. You think you're soaring in the sky. But you're merely grounded. Even getting past the preliminaries would be a stroke of luck, Lin Wanner retorted. Nearby, Su Kexin, waiting for a match, chimed in with sarcasm and then approached Yi Tianxiang. Brother Tianxiang, are you here to cheer for me? Yi Tianxiang flashed a radiant smile. Of course, with your dedication, advancing to the semi-finals should be no problem. Soon, the announcer called Su Kexin's name. She was fortunate, as her opponent was a 1st-tier apprentice mage, capable of only the most rudimentary fireball spell. Due to the Academy's random pairing rule, each match featured opponents from various departments. Su Kexin stepped onto the stage, exuding the aura of a 2nd-tier warrior. In battles between warriors and other disciplines, warriors typically held the advantage, especially since Su Kexin was already a tier above. After skillfully dodging several fireballs, Su Kexin delivered a punch that knocked her opponent unconscious. Securing her victory, Brother Tianxiang, I won. Upon stepping off the stage, she excitedly leaped into Yi Tianxiang's embrace. Casting a provocative glance at Qin Nianchu, he chose to ignore it. However, another match on a nearby stage caught his attention. On the platform stood Li Shunke, whom Qin Nianchu had encountered before, facing off against a 2nd-tier warrior. Students in the audience began to mock. Zhou Su is so lucky to face a waste. Is this a school arrangement to fill the roster? He isn't even a 1st-tier warrior, yet he gets to compete. Perhaps he just wants to broaden his horizons. Too bad such good fortune hasn't come my way. Qin Nianchu frowned slightly, surprised to see Li Shunke participating on stage. Zhou Su smirked, saying, Classmate, just admit defeat. I don't wish to bully you. Even if you win, it won't be a fair victory. Li Shunke remained focused. Responding, Classmate, please give it your all. I am curious to know the extent of our differences. Give it your all? You aren't worthy. Since you're so polite, I'll allow you to lose gracefully. Zhou Su chuckled as he approached Li Shunke, unleashing a powerful punch infused with the strength of a 2nd-tier warrior aimed at Li Shunke's chin. Among the spectators, they expected Li Shunke, without any cultivation, to be sent flying, perhaps even breaking his jaw. However, to their astonishment, Li Shunke stood his ground, unyielding, with a peculiar expression directed at Zhou Su. Zhou Su, don't go too easy on him. If you can't even defeat a waste with no cultivation, we won't acknowledge you. Stop wasting time. Take him down quickly. Allowing him to remain on stage for even a second is embarrassing. Li Shunke's words infuriated Zhou Su. That classmate, you can try with your full strength. Zhou Su glared at Li Shunke, unleashing his full power as a 2nd-tier warrior. His fists and feet rained down on Li Shunke. Yet Li Shunke remained as immovable as a sandbag. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a person without any cultivation could endure such punishment? Or was Zhou Su merely acting? Zhou Su, can you handle this? If you can't, let me take over. Zhou Su's face flushed crimson as he desperately attacked, feeling as though he were striking against solid rock. Regrettably, he was only a 2nd-tier warrior. He would not learn martial techniques until he reached the 3rd tier. Otherwise, he could have easily defeated this individual. Thank you. I've already assessed your level, Li Shunke said politely after enduring the blows for a while. I could never lose to a waste with no cultivation, Zhou Su bellowed, launching a punch at Li Shunke. Yet, to Li Shunke, Zhou Su's movements were rife with openings. He reached out, landing a punch squarely on Josu's chin, causing the young man to roll his eyes and faint. Contestant 2011, Li Xinke wins. As the referee announced the result, the surrounding students fell into a stunned silence before erupting in an uproar that a person without any cultivation had defeated a second-tier warrior. How could this be possible? Could he, like Qin Nianchu, have trained in some extraordinary power? It seems he hasn't even used his full strength. Li Xinke descended from the arena with a serene demeanor. Perhaps sensing something, he cast his gaze in the direction of Qin Nianchu. After their eyes met, Li Xinke offered a polite smile. Meanwhile, on Platform 3, Qin Nianchu's name was once again announced. Contestant 2048, Qin Nianchu, please take the stage to face contestant 1438, Su Kexin. Chapter 43. Su Kexin weeps from defeat. It is said that enemies are often drawn together. Amidst so many competitors, it was inevitable that the two would confront each other. Qin Nianchu, you should concede, Su Kexin declared with an air of arrogance. The audacity of her words stunned everyone present. How could she dare to suggest such a thing? As merely a second-tier martial artist, how could she demand a surrender from a fourth-tier martial artist? Did they not know that Qin Nianchu had been pining after Su Kexin for 5 long years? He was indeed a steadfast romantic. Conceding was not out of the question. Alas, Su Kexin had always regarded Qin Nianchu as a backup option, her heart belonging to Yi Tianxiang, who was rumored to have already attained the 6th tier of martial arts. On the platform, Su Kexin basked in the whispers from the audience, her confidence swelling. She lifted her chin, taunting Qin Nianchu. Did you hear? Brother Tianxiang is now a 6th-tier martial artist. Even if you defeat me, you cannot surpass him. Why not be a gentleman and concede now? It will be better for us to part on good terms, or perhaps you should strike first. I'll allow you 3 attempts. If you can make me move even half a step, I will concede. Qin Nianchu replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. The students below immediately began to murmur, speculating that Qin Nianchu intended to concede in a manner that preserved his dignity. To surrender outright would be too humiliating. Allowing Su Kexin to make him move half a step was a clever compromise, maintaining his honor while appearing gallant. It seemed that Qin Nianchu still harbored feelings for Su Kexin. Beside him, Wang Qian frowned in discontent. What nonsense are you all spouting? Qin Nianchu's affection for Su Kexin was in the past. She squandered his genuine feelings, but now he's found true love with Miss Lin Wanner. All eyes turned to Lin Wanner, who was cheering for Qin Nianchu, her face flushed with embarrassment on the platform. Su Kexin narrowed her eyes, issuing a cold command. Qin Nianchu, this is your chance to prove your sincerity. You must let Lin Wanner know that your heart has always belonged to me. Although I favor Brother Tianxiang, we can still be friends. Are you finished? If you 1T strike, I'll 1T hold back. Qin Nianchu had grown increasingly disdainful of this arrogant woman. Humph, Qin Nianchu, so concerned with appearances, I'll give you 3 chances to exit gracefully. Lin Wanner scoffed. With a sharp cry, she launched a high kick aimed at Qin Nianchu's head. The audience gasped. Her attack was ruthless, targeting his vital points directly. She had clearly disregarded the agreed-upon terms. Indeed, the heart of a woman could be most treacherous. Yi Tianxiang, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. What do you know? Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. I end this competition. Su Kexin's fierce assault is entirely justified. Seeing Yi Tianxiang's formidable prowess, the students who had just been discussing the matter exchanged disdainful glances. Choosing not to argue further, on the platform, Qin Nianchu nonchalantly raised his hand to block Su Kexin's attack, showing that he did not even need to resort to ninjutsu to handle her. Su Kexin's expression turned icy as she landed, throwing a punch directly at Qin Nianchu's heart. He merely raised his hand again to deflect her strike. After 2 exchanges, Su Kexin was forced to be more cautious. It was clear that Qin Nianchu had no intention of yielding. Standing a meter away from him, she feigned innocence, asking, "This is the last strike. Are you certain you 1T let me?" This woman truly fought with lethal intent. Qin Nianchu frowned slightly as he raised his hand to swat away Su Kexin's leg. She immediately protested. "You're cheating." You struck back. His expression remained indifferent that I said I wouldn't move half a step. But I never claimed I wouldn't retaliate. 3 attempts have passed. Now I offer you a chance to concede. Or else I shall not hold back. I do like to see how you 1T hold back. Su Kexin stood defiantly before him, hands on her hips, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With a mocking smile, Qin Nianchu suddenly delivered a resounding slap across Su Kexin's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. The audience was equally taken aback. Did Qin Nianchu truly just strike her? If it were me, I would have done the same. 5 years of sincere affection wasted. Yi Tianxiang clenched his fists upon witnessing Su Kexin's humiliation. On the platform, Su Kexin clutched her face in disbelief, staring at Qin Nianchu. You actually dared to hit me? It is a competition. Fists and feet have no eyes, Qin Nianchu replied, grinning, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. This was his opportunity to strike back at Su Kexin. 5 years of torment flashing through his mind. He vividly recalled the past 5 years, where he had been nothing more than a loyal admirer, enduring endless humiliation at her hands. This was not merely about vengeance. It was about reclaiming his dignity. In the past, he had supported the Su family out of affection for her, only to find himself feeding a leech that drained his family dry. He remembered it all too well. Having been reborn, he had refrained from settling scores with Su Kexin, realizing that she was merely a foolish jester. The true adversary was Yi Tianxiang. Now, however, fate had placed Su Kexin before him once again. With another slap, he struck her face, followed by a barrage of blows. Wretched woman! Wretched woman! Wretched woman! With each slap, Qin Nianchu cursed vehemently, methodically transforming her visage into that of a swollen pig's head. The audience was left dumbfounded. Is Qin Nianchu truly this ruthless? If it were me, I would have slapped her to death. 5 years of sincerity met with betrayal. Who could endure such a thing? Well done. Such a woman deserves a lesson. Many in the crowd applauded, reveling in the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened, as Qin Nianchu's actions were tantamount to striking him as well. Just wait, Qin Nianchu, you better make it to the next round. I will settle both new and old scores with you. Lin Wanner covered her mouth in disbelief, taken aback by Qin Nianchu's resolute actions. Could it be that he was bidding farewell to his past? Was he proving to himself that he had severed ties with the past by publicly striking Su Kexin? Lin Wanner gazed at him, her heart racing. Nianchu, rest assured, I will never betray you. After several slaps, Su Kexin was left a disheveled mess, collapsing to the ground in tears. Qin Nianchu, how dare you hit me? You're finished. I will make sure brother Tianxiang avenges me. Her pitiful weeping drew laughter from the spectators. Qin Nianchu turned to the judge. Is it time to announce the winner? The judge promptly declared, the winner of this match is contestant 2048, Qin Nianchu. As he stepped down from the platform, he raised his thumb in triumph. Well done, Qin Nianchu. I've long wanted to slap Su Kexin. Qin Nianchu smiled at Lin Wanner, who nodded in understanding. Did I get it? Qin Nianchu, puzzled, asked, get what? Just then his name was called for the next match. Lin Wanner glanced back and said, it's my turn to compete. Come cheer for me if you have time. With that, she dashed off. Meanwhile, the defeated Su Kexin clung to Yi Tianxiang, sobbing, Brother Tianxiang, you must help me get revenge on Qin Nianchu. Of course, I understand. Yi Tianxiang looked at Su Kexin's pitiful state with disdain, his eyes filled with murderous intent as they turned towards Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu shrugged indifferently. Wang Qian, do you have anything else to do? Let us go watch Lin Wanner's match. I've had no luck. I've already been eliminated. Wherever you go, I shall follow. From now on, I am your loyal subordinate, Wang Qian said with a broad smile. Chapter 44. Lin Wanner's terrifying talent in the blink of an eye. Qin Nianchu and Wang Qian arrived at Platform 9. Clad in a deep blue mage's robe and wielding a delicate magic staff. Lin Wanner ascended the stage. Her gentle and sweet demeanor garnered cheers from many classmates below. Wanner, we support you. Go, Wanner. The young man opposite her was warned. If you dare to strike Wanner hard, be careful. We will deal with you. As one of the school's most popular figures, Lin Wanner commanded considerable attention. Her appearance signified the commencement of the semifinals. However, Lin Wanner was not competing in the ninjutsu category, but rather as a fire mage from the original magic department. In Blue Star, magic is a well-developed system of power, second only to martial arts. Yet, the most elite mages are found in the Western nations, where it is said that several ninth-tier mages have emerged. Magic possesses immense strength. but it also has notable weaknesses. It requires time for incantation, and the mage's physical body is quite fragile and on the battlefields of the Outer Realms, if a mage is given sufficient time to cast a forbidden spell. The destruction they can unleash is cataclysmic. Lin Wanner politely greeted her opponent. "Hello, I am Lin Wanner, a fire mage from Class 2 of the 4th Tier Magic Department." The classmates around were brimming with excitement. A fire mage versus a fire ability user. This competition promised to be quite thrilling. Zhang Lai, having reached at least level 5 to enter the semifinals, was not likely to be at a disadvantage against Lin Wanner, who was also a level 5 mage. In Blue Star, warriors held an absolute advantage over mages at the same level, as the strength of mages and ability users was relatively comparable. However, in one-on-one confrontations, ability users held a distinct edge over mages. Both employed elements to attack, yet mages required incantations, while ability users did not. It was only in the later stages, after mages could utilize forbidden spells, that the gap between the two began to widen. After all, mages were akin to artillery, whereas ability users could merely be considered martial warriors. As the referee declared the match to commence, Zhang Lai swiftly conjured a long sword formed from fire elements in his right hand, simultaneously summoning a fireball with his left as he charged towards Lin Wanner. This showcased the advantage of ability users. As long as they possessed sufficient spiritual energy, all their offensive maneuvers could be executed in an instant. With a sharp glint in her eyes, Lin Wanner grasped her staff and quickly began to chant. "Spirits of the wind, grant me swiftness." Mages could utilize any series of low-level elemental magic as long as they had an affinity for the elements. But to become a top-tier mage, one had to specialize in a single element. The swift wind spell Lin Wanner employed was merely a third-tier auxiliary magic. Her incantation concluded. A surge of wind elemental power enveloped Lin Wanner. Just as Zhang Lai's sword swung past her, she deftly propelled herself away, gaining a distance of several meters. However, Zhang Lai was not one to allow such evasion. Raising his left hand, he hurled the gathered fireball towards her. In retreat, Lin Wanner quickly resumed her chanting. "Spirits of fire, strike swiftly." Her specialization in fire magic enabled her to chant more rapidly and succinctly. Eventually, in the later stages, some mid to low-tier spells could be cast without any incantation. As Lin Wanner finished her incantation, a fireball larger than Zhang Lai's surged forth to clash with him. Boom! The collision of fireballs on the arena erupted in an explosion. The surrounding classmates could faintly feel the temperature rising from the arena. Nevertheless, Lin Wanner's fireball was evidently more refined. After the clash with Zhang Lai's fireball, the residual fireball continued hurtling towards him. Zhang Lai's gaze sharpened. Rather than retreating, he advanced, raising his flaming sword to cleave Lin Wanner's fireball in two. Lin Wanner reacted swiftly, attempting to create distance to continue her incantation. Yet suddenly, a fist-sized fireball struck her intended escape route. Zhang Lai coldly declared, "I will not grant you the time to chant," with his right hand. He held the sword at an angle, while his left hand continuously conjured fist-sized fireballs to bombard Lin Wanner. Although these fireballs were not immensely powerful, being hit by them would still be quite painful. Lin Wanner, exhausted from evasion, found herself unable to continue chanting. Below the arena, Qin Nianchu furrowed her brow. Zhang Lai is charging up for a big move. If Lin Wanner cannot find a way to counter this, she will lose once he completes his charge. Wang Qian, oblivious to the intricacies of the battle, looked bewildered. "Qin, how did you figure that out? Aren't you going to cheer for Miss Lin?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Lai ceased his assault. When they looked again, his flaming sword had inexplicably transformed into a blazing brilliance. "Lin, I apologize, but I will win this match," he proclaimed, tossing the flaming sword into the air. In midair, the sword morphed into dozens of identical swords, covering all avenues of escape for Lin Wanner in a fan-like formation. Wang Qian was left in shock. "Wow, that's incredible. Is Lin Wanner really going to lose?" Zhang Lai wore a smug expression. "Lin, you are impressive. Although we are both at level 5, I possess a greater advantage. Surrender, or else my flame sword array will strike down, and you will be injured." Lin Wanner bit her lip, her expression grim. Yet upon seeing Qin Nianchu below, her gaze turned resolute. "No, I have not lost yet." With that, She planted her staff firmly before her, just as everyone assumed Lin Wanner was about to struggle with her incantation. Her fair hands began forming seals. What on earth? Qin Nianchu's eyes widened in astonishment at Lin Wanner's hand gestures. Sensing the shift in the situation, Zhang Lai struck with determination. Flame sword array. The numerous flaming swords surrounding Lin Wanner came crashing down. Zhang Lai remained chivalrous. First, using the sword's position farther away as a warning, the flaming sword struck the ground. An explosion ensued, and a cloud of smoke billowed upward. Oh no! Zhang Lai is being ruthless. My Wanner. The boys lamented, their glares at Zhang Lai filled with fury. 2 seconds later, Lin Wanner's cold voice pierced through. Divine rapture. After the previous loss of control, Lin Wanner unleashed this ninjutsu once more. What the hell? This woman is reckless. Qin Nianchu cursed silently, ready to rush in for rescue, given Lin Wanner's level of power. Employing such a ninjutsu would only result in her being drained, just as before. Zhang Lai, seeing Lin Wanner still resisting, barked, if you refuse to concede, don't blame me. Flame sword array, annihilate. All the suspended flaming swords descended with force. Yet a peculiar event occurred. All the swords seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier, bouncing off and exploding in the arena as the smoke dispersed. Lin Wanner remained in her seal formation, her complexion pale, but her resolve unwavering. How was it possible? How can you still stand? Zhang Lai exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Wanner stubbornly smiled. I have not lost yet. Qin Nianchu had initially intended to intervene, but suddenly felt as though everything was within Lin Wanner's control. To her surprise, she realized that Lin Wanner's current execution of Divine Rapture was not the full version she had seen previously. It resembled a condensed version akin to what she had used, merely deflecting all attacks within a 1-meter radius. This shouldn't be possible. Qin Nianchu mused, perplexed. Qin, you find this curious, don't you? Lin Xiaoyu, in her mature attire, suddenly appeared by Qin Nianchu's side, drawing the attention of the surrounding boys. Of course, you taught me before. After all these years, I have mastered it. Lin Xiaoyu leaned in and whispered in Qin Nianchu's ear, revealing her signature playful grin. Her mature appearance left the surrounding boys mesmerized. Qin Nianchu frowned, eyes fixed on the arena. But even if Lin Wanner can control this ninjutsu, she still cannot win. She can only passively defend, and once her spiritual energy is depleted, it will be her defeat. That is not necessarily true. I told you she has great talent. Lin Xiaoyu stood confidently beside Qin Nianchu, both observing the arena. There Lin Wanner maintained her seal posture, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Zhang Lai. The incantation for her magic resounded. Spirits of fire gather the world's dust, accompanied by raging flames. Lin Wanner chanted slowly, pausing significantly between each line. As she chanted, a colossal fireball began to attract the surrounding stones, coalescing in mid-air. Holy moly! Qin Nianchu's eyes widened. She never expected that Lin Wanner could initiate magic while executing ninjutsu. It was akin to someone playing the piano with one hand while simultaneously playing the eru with the other, both producing different melodies. Lin Wanner's talent was indeed formidable. It's a level 5 meteor spell. I must not allow her to complete the incantation. Zhang Lai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If that basketball-sized meteor were to explode, he would surely lose. He began frantically conjuring fireballs to bombard Lin Wanner. A pained expression crossed Lin Wanner's face. Yet bolstered by divine rapture, she deflected the incoming fireballs one by one. Zhang Lai, undeterred, conjured a flaming sword once more, slashing toward Lin Wanner. However, the flaming sword met the barrier of divine rapture and was similarly repelled, sending Zhang Lai flying back several meters, with endless flames. Extinguish this place. As Lin Wanner completed her incantation, a massive meteor fireball, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled towards Zhang Lai. Chapter 45, Qin Nianchu vs. Kaboom. The arena erupted in smoke. The students below watched the arena anxiously, each questioning if Zhang Lai could withstand this blow. As the smoke cleared, Zhang Lai lay on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. The ground a meter away from him bore cracks from the impact of the meteor spell. This arena was specially constructed, capable of being damaged only by a 7th-tier master. To think that Lin Wanner, with a mere level 5 meteor spell, could cause such destruction. Had it struck him directly, he would surely have met his end. Suddenly, a staff pointed at him. Lin Wanner appeared pale, yet her eyes radiated unwavering determination. Holding her staff towards Zhang Lai, she asked, "Do you concede?" After a struggle in his gaze, Zhang Lai sighed in resignation. "I concede." Cheers erupted from the boys below. "Hooray! Wanner won." "I knew my Wanner was the best." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner relaxed, and as her staff lowered, she staggered a few steps before nearly collapsing. Suddenly, 3 figures leaped onto the arena. Qin Nianchu swiftly embraced Lin Wanner, raising a 7th-tier solidifying pill to feed her. Following closely behind, Lin Shulai and Lin Shuhua, upon seeing Qin Nianchu holding Lin Wanner, exhibited brief surprise that I was utterly astonished that this mere 4th-tier lad could surpass their speed. "Wanner, are you all right? Little sister, how do you feel?" Lin Wanner managed a faint smile. "I'm fine." She glanced at Qin Nianchu before continuing. "I have won, yes. You have triumphed. You performed admirably." Qin Nianchu nodded. Upon hearing Qin Nianchu's praise, Lin Wanner fainted with a smile adorning her face. "Little sister, what is the matter with you?" Lin Shulai inquired anxiously. Qin Nianchu reassured him. "Do not fret. She merely exerted too much mental and spiritual energy. I have already given her something to replenish her spiritual energy. After a short rest, she will be fine." Saying this, she entrusted Lin Wanner to Lin Shulai. Lin Shiheo then gravely addressed Qin Nianchu. "Thank you." Qin on the stage. The 3 dashing young men as concern for Lin Wanner sparked envy in many young women. "Wow, I envy Lin Wanner so much. If I had 3 handsome men caring for me, I would be willing to die instantly." Su Kexin, with a gaze full of jealousy, scoffed disdainfully. "Such pretense. She appears pitiful when there is nothing wrong. Unlike me. As long as I have Tianxiang, that is enough." With that, she affectionately leaned against Yi Tianxiang. However, Yi Tianxiang regarded the woman with a still swollen face with some distaste. He subtly stepped back. "You should go rest, as I also need to prepare for the competition." Not waiting for Su Kexin to respond, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Luo Xiaoro. "Teacher Luo, let us have a word." Luo Xiaoro shot a glance at Qin Nianchu, her beautiful eyes swirling momentarily before she followed Yi Tianxiang to the side. Yi Tianxiang, with a serious expression, inquired, "Teacher Luo, why did you teach Lin Wanner the Divine Realm technique, but not me?" Luo Xiaoro feigned a look of grievance. "Tianxiang, do you think I've been withholding anything from you? Each individual possesses their own suitable techniques. Had I taught you Divine Realm technique, you would not have been able to utilize it. Moreover, offense is the best defense. The techniques I've taught you are far superior to Divine Realm technique." Yi Tianxiang pondered for a moment and found her reasoning sound. Wink with a frown. Divine Realm technique was indeed purely defensive and not suitable for him. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianxiang earnestly regarded Luo Xiaoro. "Teacher Luo, if I manage to secure first place in the academy, would you consider dating me?" "Dating you?" Luo Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback, then smiled alluringly. "Then you should strive hard." The seductive manner of this woman stirred Yi Tianxiang's heart. Were it not for his considerable self-control, he might have acted inappropriately. Meanwhile, after descending from the stage, Qin Nianchu was immediately reminded by Wang Qian. "Qin, you are up for the match on stage 5." Qin Nianchu nodded and made his way to stage 5. This was his 3rd match and the first after entering the semifinals. It was likely he would encounter formidable opponents. Upon stepping onto the stage, he was surprised to find the imposing figure of Li Shunke, clad in a green bodysuit. Standing opposite him, Li Shunke politely clasped his fists. "Classmate Qin, please do unleash your full strength." "Very well. As you wish." Qin Nianchu nodded, eager to ascertain the extent of his pure physical training. The match commenced. After charging up, Li Shunke initiated the attack. Qin Nianchu maintained the hand seal of unlimited technique, refraining from countering. After parrying a few strikes, he realized Li Shunke's strength was roughly equivalent to that of a 3rd-tier martial artist. He thus moderated his own strength to engage in combat with Li Shunke. The two exchanged blows. eliciting fervor from the audience below. However, while the layman reveled in the spectacle, the discerning spectators began to murmur, wasn't Qin Nianchu already a fourth tier? Why was he not employing martial techniques? Li Shunke was quite impressive as well. Despite lacking cultivation, he had eliminated a third-tier martial artist in the second round of the preliminaries. Surely, this was his limit. It must be noted that Qin Nianchu had been devoid of cultivation at that time. Yet he had become so formidable now. Though he practiced ninjutsu, his martial arts skills were also remarkable. On the stage, Qin Nianchu was not avoiding martial techniques. Rather, he was simply not skilled in lower-tier techniques. From his exchanges with Li Shunke, he discerned that his opponent had also not gone all out. After a brief separation following a fist bump, Qin Nianchu smiled. Li, shouldn't you also unleash your full strength? Otherwise, you might find yourself losing this match. Li Shunke's expression turned serious. Classmate Qin, you are indeed impressive. I admire your journey from lacking cultivation to becoming a fourth-tier martial artist. While I may lack cultivation, this does not signify I am inferior to you. To show my respect, I am willing to exert my full strength, and I hope you will likewise respect me by doing the same. With that, Li Shunke removed his wrist guards. Bang! The heavy guards crashed onto the stage, the resounding noise startling the onlookers. What, these aren't just guards? Are they weighted belts? How much do they weigh? I would estimate at least 50 pounds. Moreover, Li Shunke had not only removed the guards, he shed wrist guards, a weight belt, leg guards, and shoes. Piece by piece, the weighted belts fell to the ground with a thunderous clatter. It dawned on the audience that in the previous two matches, Li Shunke had fought while bearing several hundred pounds of weight. For him, this was merely routine. He trained daily under a burden of 500 pounds, day in and day out, year after year, all for the pursuit of his conviction. Qin Nianchu had some understanding of Li Shunke and felt a wave of respect. Very well. In that case, I shall engage you in earnest. Thank you. After clasping his fists, Li Shunke suddenly vanished from his previous spot. With the weights removed, his speed reached an astonishing level, detectable only by those above the fifth tier. Qin Nianchu's expression tightened as Li Shunke reappeared at his right side. Delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his face, Qin Nianchu hastily raised his hand to block. The tremendous force sent him flying in an instant. Li Shunke again disappeared, reappearing behind Qin Nianchu, delivering another kick that sent him soaring. The audience below gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Li Shunke's overwhelming prowess. Could it be? This lad is so terrifying he is able to overpower Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu, a fourth-tier martial artist, and possessing peculiar ninjutsu, had previously defeated the fifth-tier Yi Tianxiang as a third tier. Was Li Shunke truly that formidable, or was Qin Nianchu simply lacking? On the stage, while it appeared as though Qin Nianchu was being tossed around like a ball, he sustained no actual injuries. The unlimited technique he had secretly activated effectively neutralized Li Shunke's strength. As long as Qin Nianchu possessed spiritual energy, he could easily suppress Li Shunke using unlimited technique. By doing so, Qin Nianchu sought to gauge Li Shunke's limits. After testing a few exchanges, he had a clearer understanding. Surprisingly, Li Shunke could unleash the power of a fifth-tier martial artist solely through his physicality. Unfortunately, without spiritual energy, he could not employ martial techniques. Otherwise, his combat prowess would be even greater. However, it was nearly sufficient. As Li Shunke launched yet another kick, Qin Nianchu steadied himself on the stage. The force field of unlimited technique enveloped him. Although Li Shunke's kick connected with Qin Nianchu's face, the invisible barrier thwarted any penetration. Below, Wang Qian, witnessing Qin Nianchu being pressured, clenched his fists nervously. Upon noticing the anomaly on stage, he excitedly exclaimed, "Look, Qin is about to counterattack. I told you Qin could not possibly be this weak. He was merely holding back, and now he is employing ninjutsu." Li Shunke, realizing his attacks were ineffective, quickly distanced himself to gather strength before bellowing. Raging lions dance. In an instant, Li Shunke's fists and feet created afterimages before Qin Nianchu. In a mere 5 seconds, he unleashed over 100 strikes, each punch carrying the force of a fifth-tier martial artist. Li Shunke, unable to employ martial techniques, had instead painstakingly developed his own combo. This was the conviction he had adhered to since the age of 7. 10,000 punches, 10,000 kicks, 10,000 strikes. Regardless of the seasons, come rain or shine, he was unwavering in his resolve to seek vengeance in the outer realms. Were an ordinary martial artist subjected to such a barrage, they would likely be rendered incapacitated. Yet under the nearly invincible, unlimited technique, Li Shunke's assault failed to inflict even a scratch. The only consequence was that Qin Nianchu felt a significant drain on his spiritual energy after completing his assault. Li Shunke stood before Qin Nianchu, panting heavily. His eyes were resolute, radiating an indomitable spirit. "You are truly formidable. If you can withstand my final strike, I shall concede." With this, Li Shunke drew his fist to his waist, and with a deep breath, it seemed he could perceive the surrounding currents converging upon his right fist. Qin Nianchu's expression grew serious. He sensed that Li Shunke's upcoming punch would be extraordinary. Chapter 46. After the match, come find me. Heaven and Earth. Emperor's Fist. This was the culmination of Li Shunke's years of arduous training, crystallizing into a single technique. The moment of striking, it even produced a sonic boom. The mere force of the punch generated shockwaves that swept across the entire stage. Boom! Li Shunke's fist collided with the barrier of Qin Nianchu's unlimited technique, producing a deafening sound that had some students covering their ears. Qin Nianchu was astounded to discover that Li Shunke's punch had instantly consumed 1/3 of his spiritual energy. Yet as long as Qin Nianchu retained spiritual energy, that punch could not breach his defenses. Li Shunke maintained his stance, relentlessly throwing punches. The clash of strength generated waves of force. Li Shunke let out a roar, a manifestation of his years of arduous training and pent-up frustration. Day and night of relentless effort. Could it be that he truly pales in comparison to those endowed with innate talent? Was his power truly only at the 5th rank? How could he seek vengeance in the outer realms under such circumstances? Must he face defeat even in the semifinals? No, I cannot lose. I must take my vengeance in the outer realms. Li Shunke's heart roared. Every ounce of his strength surged into his fists, his arms, unable to withstand the pressure, began to crack and bleed. Under the limitless technique, Qin Nianchu was astonished to find himself pushed back a step. The might of Li Shunke was remarkable. If he had also mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia, would not the limitless technique be powerless against him? Yet if this continued, Li Shunke's arms would surely be rendered useless. To prevent Li Shunke from becoming a cripple, Qin Nianchu's gaze hardened as he lifted his leg and delivered a kick to Li Shunke's abdomen. In his singular focus, Li Shunke had not anticipated Qin Nianchu's counterattack. The kick sent him flying 5 meters away. It took Li Shunke a while to rise from the ground. His expression was calm, but beneath his thick brows, his eyes bore a hint of despondency, which soon transformed into resolve. Li Shunke candidly admitted, "I have lost." Qin Nianchu approached and shook his hand, saying, "You are remarkable, yet I still surpass you. However, I will not give up. If 10 years of hard work is insufficient, then I shall toil for 20. If 20 is not enough, then 30. That I believe that one day I will become powerful enough to battle in the outer realms." Li Shunke replied with determination. The victor had been determined, and the audience erupted in a thunderous applause. Qin Nianchu and Li Shunke had delivered an exhilarating contest. "Well done, Li Shunke. You are already formidable, Li Shunke. You shall be my idol from now on. I acknowledge your strength." Qin Xiao is quite unfathomable as well. It seems he has not yet exerted his full power. From the observation building, Zheng Yuanxian meticulously watched Li Shunke's match and remarked to the nearby teacher, "Teacher Qiao, are there still slots available for genetic modification at the Jiangxing Academy of Sciences?" Teacher Qiao nodded. "Yes, but Vice Principal, genetic modification costs $1 billion. Zheng Yuanxian chuckled. "Given this child's efforts, we ought to grant him an opportunity." On the playground, after stepping off the stage, Li Shunke approached Qin Nianchu. "I am eager to know how much strength you exerted." Qin Nianchu smiled. "If I must quantify it, I would say around 30%. Li Shunke nodded, then smiled wryly. "It seems I have a long way to go in my training. You have not found the right direction. Although you lack spiritual energy, your innate talent is extraordinary. It is just that the Blue Star does not offer a suitable path for you." Qin Nianchu stated earnestly at Li Shunke's side. "Originally, The vice principal promised me that if I made it into the top 100, he would arrange for my genetic modification. I believe that after such an enhancement, I would become even stronger. Qin Nianchu immediately interjected. Do not heed the vice principal's nonsense. Genetic modification is a misguided path. Human potential is boundless. One only needs to find the direction that suits them. Thus, that after the competition, come find me. I possess a method suitable for your training. Really? Li Shunke looked at Qin Nianchu in astonishment, eagerly asking, how strong will I become after training? How strong? That is difficult to predict. Based on your current strength, opening one gate could grant you the prowess of a 7th-rank master. Opening 3 gates would equate you to a martial saint. If you could open 5 gates, even a martial saint would be swiftly defeated by you. Qin Nianchu mused with a smile. Li Shunke, astonished, blinked his eyes beneath his thick brows, and promptly knelt. Qin Xiao, I implore you to teach me. He harbored no doubts about Qin Nianchu's words, for both the academy and the Jiang family were well respected. Qin Nianchu hastily helped Li Shunke to his feet. Get up, don't rush, rest well first. Come find me after the competition. Li Shunke's expression grew serious. Qin Xiao, if you can truly impart such formidable techniques to me, I, Li Shunke, will owe my life to you. As Li Shunke walked away, Luo Xiaoro approached gracefully. Qin Nianchu, it appears you plan to teach him the 8 gates of Duanjia. Qin Nianchu smiled. Is he not well suited for this martial art? Luo Xiaoro furrowed her brow slightly. But you must know that reaching the final gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia comes at a great cost, risking life and limb. Is it worth sacrificing your life for strength? If it is to protect those dear to me, then sacrificing my life is a worthy cause. Qin Nianchu replied philosophically, casting a deep gaze towards the sky. Luo Xiaoro excitedly pulled Qin Nianchu into an embrace. I adore seeing you like this, Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. Let go, let go. We are still at school. Nearby, Wang Qian turned his head away as if he had not seen, while the surrounding boys could only gaze upon them with envy. On the 8th arena, amidst the cheers of numerous girls, Yi Tianxiang easily secured victory in the first match of the semifinals. His opponent was also a 7th-rank warrior, yet could not withstand even 3 moves against him. On the stage, Yi Tianxiang wore a devilish grin, inciting yet another wave of screams from the girls below. However, his gaze pierced through the crowd of girls to rest upon Luo Xiaoro, standing beside Qin Nianchu. Seeing her with Qin Nianchu stirred a sense of discomfort within him. The exhilaration of victory faded in an instant. He clenched his fists. Luo Laoshe, just wait. I will claim you rightfully. Meanwhile, unaware of Yi Tianxiang's thoughts, Su Kexin was below, fervently shouting with the other girls, Tianxiang, Tianxiang, the strongest in the universe, with the conclusion of the first round of semi-finals. A day of rest commenced. I in the car, the lowly-like Luo Xiaoro said. Yi Tianxiang said that if he wins first place, he want me to date him. Qin Kuei suddenly slammed on the brakes. What? That rascal Yi Tianxiang is too bold. How dare he covet our young lady? Young master, shall I find an opportunity to deal with Yi Tianxiang? Qin Nianchu sighed in exasperation. Uncle Kuei, just drive the car. It's nothing serious. Qin Kuei could only continue driving, grumbling, that brat Yi Tianxiang. How dare he? If he lays a hand on our young lady, I will not let him off. Qin Nianchu shot a reproachful glance at Luo Xiaoro. She stuck out her tongue and, after quietly casting a soundproof barrier, said, Master, you must work hard. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to date Yi Tianxiang. Will you? Qin Nianchu shot Luo Xiaoro a look of disbelief. Of course not, but shouldn't the master at least express a little more concern for Xiaoro? Perhaps something like, rest assured, I will never lose to him who are solely mine? Luo Xiaoro gazed affectionately at Qin Nianchu. Oh, regardless, I am certain I will not lose to him. Master is feeling jealous, isn't he? Indeed, Master cares for Xiaoro deeply. Rest assured, Xiaoro's heart belongs only to Master. No, meanwhile, in the vastness of the universe, a sleek silver shuttle, flawless and without blemish, floated silently. Several half-meter-sized silver droplets merged into the shuttle. It emitted a faint glow. Inside the shuttle, a woman of breathtaking beauty with long golden hair lay in slumber. Connected to what appeared to be neural pathways, a mechanical voice resonated. Exploration of the 669-star system completed, and matching genes found. Preparing to proceed to the 670th star system. Shuttle preparation, 3.2.1. Chapter 47. Yi Tianxiang vs. Lin Wanner Burp, Qin family. After downing a 2-liter bottle of cola, Luo Xiaoro let out a resounding burp that could shake the heavens and earth. Some servants of the Qin family stifled their laughter. Although Luo Xiaoro was somewhat ridiculous, her lowly appearance was simply adorable. Qin Nianchu, after tossing 2 7th-rank solidifying essence pills into his mouth, exasperatedly reminded her, "Hey, could you please be mindful of your image?" Luo Xiaoro unscrewed another bottle of cola and exclaimed, "I can't help it. Cola paired with fried chicken is simply divine." Qin Ke, standing nearby, wore an amused smile. "Young master, the young lady's abilities require a substantial amount of energy to sustain. It's perfectly normal for her to eat a lot." Having witnessed Luo Xiaoro effortlessly eliminate an S-class ability user, Qin Ke had always believed she was at least an S-class adept, if not SS. However, her voracious appetite was purely a matter of indulgence. Qin Nianchu grumbled, "The joys and sorrows of humanity are not the same. While Luo Xiaoro feasts heartily, I can only suffer through my medicinal pills." I even considered adding some flavor to the pills, perhaps making them resemble Ms. Qin Ke, somewhat concerned, asked, "Young master, when do you expect to reach the 5th rank? We are running low on materials for the 7th rank." At this point, Qin Ke felt a pang of regret. He had spent the last few days refining pills, only for them to be squandered by Qin Nianchu. If those pills could be taken to the outer realms, how many lives could they save? His expression turned astonished. 5th rank. The sudden advancement took him by surprise, as he had anticipated needing to consume thousands of 7th-rank, solidifying essence pills to achieve it. Luo Xiaoro, nibbling on fried chicken, mumbled indistinctly from the side, "This is quite normal. The Academy's competition generates a significant amount of spiritual energy, which is absorbed by the gathering formation, naturally accelerating the process." Qin Ke, astonished, inquired, "Young master, do you not encounter any bottlenecks when advancing?" Typically, one must cultivate sufficient spiritual energy and achieve new insights in a power before progressing. The higher the level, the deeper the understanding required. However, having traversed 9 worlds, Qin Nianchu's comprehension of various powers has reached an extraordinary level. He now resembles a vast pond, merely in need of spiritual energy to fill it. Of course, there are bottlenecks," he replied. "But did I not mention receiving a legacy from a great master? He imparted his insights to me. Thus these bottlenecks are not particularly challenging. Then how many pills do you need to advance to the 6th rank?" Qin Ke asked, trembling. "Approximately over 10,000, Qin Nianchu answered, feeling a headache from the question. "The ascent from the 5th to the 6th rank requires tens of thousands of 7th-grade solidifying pills. What an arduous task." Now, even the sight of Xiao Yuanyuan's items makes Qin Nianchu feel nauseous. Over 10,000? Qin Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. He currently cultivates only about 300 a day, not to mention that it would take more than a month to achieve this. Just how many materials would be consumed for that? Even the Qin family cannot withstand such expenditure, causing Qin Ke to feel a pang in his heart that let's just refine as many materials as we have for now. There's no need to rush. After the competition, we'll see if we can refine 8th-grade solidifying pills at present. Even if you can refine them, I cannot consume them, Qin Nianchu stated resignedly. Hearing this, Qin Ke let out a slight sigh of relief. As he spoke, Qin Nianchu handed over a set of alchemical insights to Qin Ke, saying, "Uncle Ke, study this for now, and I will teach you later." Qin Ke took the insights and began to study them earnestly. Meanwhile, in the Su family's training chamber, Yi Tianxiang absorbed 5 9th-grade crystal cores, and a surging aura erupted forth. Peak 7th-grade master, 200,000 in spiritual energy, were it not for his lack of comprehension in martial arts. Yi Tianxiang could have broken through to the 8th-grade grandmaster in one fell swoop. From the 7th grade onward, each level presents a vast chasm. To breach into the 8th grade, his capabilities would need to reach a terrifying 400,000. Not far away, Su Kexin dared to approach only after Yi Tianxiang reigned in his aura. "Congratulations, brother Tianxiang, on your breakthrough. It appears that the title of the Academy's best is yours alone. With a lofty yet humble demeanor, Yi Tianxiang replied, "The Academy is filled with hidden talents. I shall strive to ensure I have no regrets. Brother Tianxiang is so formidable. There is no doubt about it. If you ever face Qin Nianchu, you must teach him a harsh lesson. Ideally, render him incapable." Su Kexin's eyes glimmered with resentment. Although the swelling on her cheeks had subsided under advanced medical treatment, she still felt a burning pain. Qin Nianchu's derogatory remarks had caused her to lose face in front of her classmates. This woman finally realized that Qin Nianchu was genuinely severing ties with her Su Kexin's father. Su Changfeng walked in with a beaming smile. In competitions, it's best to know when to stop, and when dealing with the Qin family, maintaining a semblance of dignity is even more prudent as the patriarch of the Su family. Su Changfeng naturally had broader considerations. "Dad, you don't understand. Qin Nianchu is a despicable individual. He even pressured us to repay him 10 billion in funds." Su Changfeng frowned, hesitating for a moment before producing an A-grade vibrating gold longsword. "Nephew, this A-grade vibrating weapon was purchased at a great expense. I hope it can assist you. This longsword cost him 200 million, comparable to a top-grade immortal artifact. Parting with it for Yi Tianxiang pained him greatly. But the aura Yi Tianxiang had just displayed was so formidable that even Su Changfeng, an 8th-grade grandmaster, felt a chill. His daughter's words solidified Su Changfeng's resolve to cultivate a good relationship with this promising young man. Given the rift between the Su and Qin families, perhaps only Yi Tianxiang could turn the tide. Why Yi Tianxiang gratefully accepted the longsword. "Thank you, uncle. Your kindness will be etched in my memory, and I shall repay it in due time." Su Changfeng smiled contentedly. That was precisely the response he desired. Why Yi Tianxiang wielded the longsword, slicing through the air, and a powerful gust of wind swept across the training chamber, leaving 2 deep grooves. Though this A-grade vibrating gold longsword was not as formidable as the Midnight 7-star sword, it could still enhance his combat prowess by an additional 30%. Yi Tianxiang narrowed his cold eyes. "Qin Nianchu, await your reckoning. Should we meet in the competition, I shall surely bring you down." After a night's rest, Jiangshui Academy continued with the semi-finals. Lin Wanner eagerly approached Qin Nianchu upon his arrival at the academy. "Thank you for helping me again yesterday. Otherwise, my recovery wouldn't have been so swift. It's nothing. After all, I've helped you more than once or twice. Just don't repay kindness with enmity," he replied. Lin Wanner pouted. "Humph, don't take advantage and then act coy. Remember your promise to me. If I win 2 more matches, I'll make it into the top 200, so don't go back on your word." At that moment, an announcement rang out. "Please, contestant 521 Lin Wanner, proceed to arena number 9. Contestant 1888 Yi Tianxiang, please proceed to arena number 9. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Nianchu furrowed his brows. Just as in his previous life, Lin Wanner would face Yi Tianxiang in the semi-finals. "I'll be competing now," he said. Lin Wanner looked at him with anticipation. "Hey, be careful and don't push yourself if you can't win. Just admit defeat, don't get hurt, and certainly don't risk yourself." Qin Nianchu, unable to shake his concern, patted Lin Wanner's shoulder with a word of caution. Through this gesture, a flying thunder god mark was left on Lin Wanner, ensuring he could appear by her side instantly should she be in danger. This affectionate gesture brought a smile to Lin Wanner's face as she replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Even if Yi Tianxiang is strong, I still have my chances. Cheer for me." In arena number 9, the battle between the Academy's most admired students drew a large crowd, though Yi Tianxiang stood confidently on stage, hands clasped behind his back, upon Lin Wanner's arrival. He flashed a charming smile. "Classmate Lin, it's good to see you. Enough chit-chat. Let us fight." Yi Tianxiang, with a gentlemanly smile, replied, "I prefer not to lay hands on a lady, especially one as beautiful as you. How about this? I'll allow you 3 moves. If you can make me step back even once, I will concede." Some infatuated girls in the audience clasped their faces in adoration. Brother Tianxiang is such a gentleman. I like him so much. Even some boys nodded in agreement. Yes, that's more like it. Even if Yi Tianxiang wins, it's justifiable. On the platform, Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then I want to hold back." As Lin Wanner began to chant, A spear of blazing flames gradually materialized in the air. The audience gasped in astonishment at the sight of the fire spear, an astonishing 6th-level fire magic. The Crimson Flame Spear. How could Lin Wanner, who was only at the 5th level, wield 6th-level magic? A hint of pride crossed Lin Wanner's lips, realizing she had unexpectedly broken through after exhausting her mental energy yesterday. She was now a 6th-level magic sorceress to AS for Yi Tianxiang. Underestimating her would come at a price. In the realm of Blue Star, when a sorcerer advances, they only gain a slight increase in spiritual energy. This energy is utilized to sustain the physical body and call upon the mental energy within the sea of consciousness to unleash powerful magic, much like igniting the fuse of cannonball. The higher the level, the greater the power of the cannonball ignited. Sorcerers require elemental affinity and innate talent and mental energy, traits not possessed by ordinary martial artists. Lin Wanner's innate talent in magic is extraordinary. Given enough chanting time, it is not impossible for her, as a 6th-level sorceress, to cast 7th-level magic. The magic staff she wields is crafted from the rare phoenix nest wood, providing a special enhancement to fire magic. As Lin Wanner completed her incantation, a colossal fire spear hurtled towards Yi Tianxiang. His expression turned serious. He had underestimated her. He anticipated that Lin Wanner could harness 6th-level magic, facing the oncoming fire spear. He suppressed his instinct to evade. Fortunately, being at the peak of the 7th grade, expending a little energy should not be an issue. Why Yi Tianxiang drew the A-grade vibrating gold longsword gifted by Su Changfeng and slashed upward. A blue blade, 3 meters long, shot forth toward the fire spear. Contrary to expectations, there was no violent clash. Successfully neutralizing the attack bolstered Yi Tianxiang's confidence, and he nonchalantly said, "Classmate Lin, you still have 2 moves." The fiery blaze instantly enveloped the entire arena, the red flames even turning blue, surrounding Yi Tianxiang entirely. The intense heat caused spectators outside the barrier to retreat several steps. Yi Tianxiang raised his hand and swung the longsword, cleaving through the surrounding blue flames, leaving only scattered embers. He smirked, "Classmate Lin, you have 1 move left." Lin Wanner planted her staff into the ground and began to form hand seals rapidly. Fire release. Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. The magic instructor, Miss Daisy, watched in disbelief as Lin Wanner abandoned magic to employ ninjutsu. Could it be that Lin Wanner's ninjutsu prowess had surpassed her magical abilities? She had only practiced for a few days. Even Qin Nianchu couldn't comprehend the significance of Lin Wanner's actions. Fire Release. The Fire Dragon technique is at most a 5th-level spell in terms of power. Even 6th-level magic cannot harm Yi Tianxiang. What significance does using a 5th-level spell hold? As Lin Wanner completed her hand seals, a colossal dragon head roared toward Yi Tianxiang. Yi Tianxiang chuckled mockingly, saying, "Lin, don't waste your efforts. This move is even less impressive than the last one." However, an unexpected change occurred. The flames lingering around the arena suddenly surged toward the dragon head. As the blue flames converged, the dragon head transformed into a brilliant blue, and a long body of flames sprouted behind it. Watching from a distance, Teacher Daisy's face lit up with excitement. "It's a combination spell." "No, it's more powerful than that. It's a fusion of ninjutsu and magic. I always knew Lin was the most talented student I've encountered." It turned out that Lin Wanner's previous Inferno technique was merely a precursor to assist the Fire Release, Fire Dragon technique. The combination of the two resulted in a Fire Dragon on par with 7th-level magic, the Fire Ninja. Great Fire Dragon technique. Controlling both ninjutsu and magic simultaneously drained Lin Wanner's mental energy significantly. Unbeknownst to her, as a mere 6th-level magic sorceress, she had pioneered a new system of power combinations. Even Qin Nianchu was baffled by how she could drive ninjutsu through mental energy. In the arena, a massive fire dragon engulfed Yi Tianxiang. Under the immense pressure, he braced himself with his sword. After the dragon passed, Yi Tianxiang's clothing had been scorched, and a portion of his hair was singed away, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. Seeing that her strongest technique could not defeat Yi Tianxiang, despair flickered in Lin Wanner's eyes. Yet after glancing at Qin Nianchu below, her resolve solidified. Yi Tianxiang adjusted his hairstyle and smiled. "Lin, 3 moves have passed. If you do not concede, I will have no choice but to take action. Lin Wanner gritted her teeth and formed another hand seal, Shinra Tensei. Aware of Yi Tianxiang's swiftness, she decided to utilize this defensive ninjutsu first to create space for her magic. Upon seeing this technique, Yi Tianxiang narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled how he had been caught off guard by this ninjutsu during their previous duel, and he was curious to see if he could break through it this time. Soon, Yi Tianxiang approached within a meter of Lin Wanner. Looking at her tense expression, he whispered, "Miss Lin, how about we make a bet?" Lin Wanner frowned slightly. "What do you want to wager? I know you are eager to win. How about this? If I cannot break through this ninjutsu within 5 minutes, I will concede immediately. Conversely, if I succeed, you must agree to be my girlfriend," Yi Tianxiang said in a tone that only they could hear. Lin Wanner was taken aback. "What? You want me to be your girlfriend? What about Su Kexin? It's perfectly normal for someone of my caliber to have multiple girlfriends. Don't worry. I will ensure you are well taken care of. Once I become a martial saint, you will be one of the women I cherish most." Yi Tianxiang replied confidently, as if he were already a martial saint. The familiar scene unfolded again, but in his previous life. Lin Wanner had been reserved and stubborn. After Yi Tianxiang confessed, she had faltered, and even after the match, he had taken her into his arms under the pretext of not refusing her. Now, Lin Wanner bowed her head in silence. Yi Tianxiang was not in a hurry to make his move. In his eyes, with his charm, Lin Wanner would undoubtedly make the right choice. "You scoundrel!" Unexpectedly, Lin Wanner erupted. "Do you want to hear the nonsense you just spouted?" Her silence was not contemplative. It was a reaction to feeling insulted. Yi Tianxiang was momentarily stunned, and his eyes filled with panic as he threatened in a low voice, "Lin Wanner, don't be ungrateful. I can allow you to concede gracefully, but I can also humiliate you in front of the entire school." "Threatening me? Yi Tianxiang, let me tell you, the Lin family has never bowed to threats. If you are a man, speak plainly. With your demeanor, do you really think you are worthy of my being your girlfriend? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Are you worthy?" Now all the onlookers were aware that Yi Tianxiang had actually coerced Lin Wanner into being his girlfriend. Not far away, Lin Shuhai and Lin Shulai glared at Yi Tianxiang with murderous intent, furious that this brat dared to threaten their sister. Qin Nianchu, witnessing Lin Wanner's fury, felt relieved that this time it had not escalated like in the past. Otherwise, given Lin Wanner's character, she would have inevitably followed Yi Tianxiang, even if reluctantly. After losing Su Kexin, on the other hand, turned pale and flustered, arguing, "Impossible. I am Tianxiang's girlfriend. Lin Wanner is deceiving you. She is in cahoots with Qin Nianchu to tarnish Tianxiang's reputation." Unfortunately, her defense sounded feeble. The crowd was already buzzing with disparaging remarks about Yi Tianxiang. "I can't believe Yi Tianxiang is such a person. Scoundrel! How dare he threaten our goddess Lin? Yi Tianxiang, I will not let you off lightly. Ugh, how could I have liked such a scoundrel? I even cheered for him just now." Enraged by the surrounding chatter, Yi Tianxiang snapped, "Lin Wanner, you are asking for it." With that, his gaze hardened, and he swung his long knife toward Lin Wanner. Chapter 49. Violation of Rules. Bang. The A-grade vibrating gold long knife struck the protective barrier of Shinra Tensei, producing a violent clash. The effect of Shinra Tensei was to deflect all attacks, and Yi Tianxiang's strike was no exception. However, just as the A-grade vibrating gold long knife was about to be repelled, Yi Tianxiang's eyes glinted with ferocity. He forcefully suppressed the repelling force with his immense spiritual energy. Sparks erupted at the point of contact. Lin Wanner's complexion turned pale as her mental energy drained rapidly under Yi Tianxiang's pressure. "Break for me!" Yi Tianxiang roared. Bang! The A-grade vibrating gold long knife descended with overwhelming force, shattering the protective field of Shinra Tensei. Lin Wanner could only watch helplessly as the knife, with its razor-sharp edge, swung toward her. Although there were referees to protect the arena, at such close quarters, they could not intervene in time. Seeing the ruthless glint in Yi Tianxiang's eyes, Lin Wanner feared she would not only be injured but might also bear unsightly scars, potentially even on her face. "You dare? Yi Tianxiang, you are courting death." Outside the arena, Lin Shulai and Lin Shuhai rushed toward Lin Wanner in anger, but they were still too far away. Flying Thunder God Technique. Qin Nianchu, who had been closely monitoring Lin Wanner's match, prepared for any eventuality. Thankfully, he had left a mark on Lin Wanner before the match, allowing him to teleport to her side in an instant. Qin Nianchu's sudden appearance took Yi Tianxiang by surprise, but the malice in his eyes quickly resurfaced. He had initially intended to teach Lin Wanner a lesson, but now that Qin Nianchu had willingly walked into danger, why should he let the opportunity slip? Given that Qin Nianchu had intervened first, even if he accidentally harmed him, Yi Tianxiang could easily claim he couldn't control his strength. The A-grade vibrating gold-long knife swung down with even greater ferocity. Time was too short for Qin Nianchu to form seals or employ other ninjutsu for defense. His gaze sharpened as he raised his hand toward the blade of the A-grade vibrating gold-long knife, as if a gigantic shadowy hand were reaching for the blade. Brahma Palm. Why is martial art superior? After mastering various techniques, martial practitioners can unleash them almost instantaneously. In the chaos of battle, a moment could determine life or death. This technique was something Qin Nianchu had learned in the Ninth World, the Tianqian continent, that he had imparted it to Feng Ruolin. But at this moment, he could not replicate her ability to unleash a palm strike as massive as a mountain upon the opponent. In this critical moment, he had to counter Yi Tianxiang's long knife. The knife and palm met with a resounding clang, and arcs of energy danced in all directions as their powers collided. Qin Nianchu gripped the descending knife with all his might, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. That why Yi Tianxiang's eyes burned with fervor, determined to cleave Qin Nianchu into outside the arena. Luo Xiaorou's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on Yi Tianxiang, her fingers delicately poised in her spirit realm. Sensing Luo Xiaorou's fury, the nine-tailed fox grew restless. If this brat harmed Qin Nianchu, even the heavens would retaliate. She would ensure he was obliterated on the spot. Stop! The clash continued for a moment before the referee arrived beside them. Lin Shulai and Lin Shuhai also rushed over, glaring angrily at Yi Tianxiang. Why Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened, seeing he could not kill Qin Nianchu. He reluctantly retracted his blade. With a cold smirk, he said, "Teacher, I was engaged in a fair match with Lin Wanner. What do they have to do with this?" The upheaval in the arena soon attracted Zheng Yuanqian, Lu Rushi, and Daisy as well. Lu Rushi glared at Qin Nianchu, seething. Qin Nianchu's unauthorized intervention in the match should disqualify him from future competitions. This man had allowed Qin Kuei to injure her, and Lu Rushi held a grudge. Zheng Yuanqian glanced around. As he stepped onto the stage, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, as if lingering even a moment longer would lead to his demise. But just as suddenly, that feeling vanished without a trace. Below the arena, Luo Xiaorou, seeing that Qin Nianchu was no longer in danger, released her hand seals. Otherwise, even Zheng Yuanqian, a half-step martial saint, or the martial saint principle still in seclusion, would have faced instant annihilation. Teacher Daisy approached Lin Wanner, her expression somber. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanner shook her head, her concern directed at Qin Nianchu. Teacher Daisy stood protectively in front of the group and chided. "Yi Tianxiang, the match should have ended there. You had already won. Why did you not hold back? Had Qin Nianchu not arrived, would you have killed Lin Wanner?" Yi Tianxiang wore a look of disdain. "Teacher Daisy, your assertion is quite misguided. Lin Wanner possesses formidable strength, and I too am exerting my utmost. It is entirely normal for me to lose control over my power. I had no intention of harming Lin Wanner." Lu Ruo Shuang interjected. "Daisy, you cannot show favoritism simply because Lin Wanner is your prized student. This is a competition. Had it been in the outer realm, she would have perished long ago. Moreover, Yi Tianxiang has adhered to the rules throughout the contest. What does Qin Nianchu's entrance signify? Oh dear, oh dear. Of course, classmate Qin is merely being protective of the flowers. I recall that during the duel between classmate Qin and classmate Yi, did not teacher Lu also launch a sudden ambush?" Luo Xiaorou gracefully ascended the stage. "Silence. The past is the past. The present is the present." Lu Ruo Shuang regarded Luo Xiaorou, whose beauty and figure far surpassed her own, with evident hostility. Luo Xiaorou mockingly inquired, "So, is teacher Lu suggesting that you can break the rules, but classmate Qin cannot? Must it take a life for the school to come and clean up your mess?" Lin Shihao, keenly observant, declared, "This is a competition, not a battlefield that we do not complain about injuries in a normal contest, but should anyone attempt to deliberately harm my little sister, I will ensure you witness the might of the Lin family. This statement elicited a measure of trepidation in Lu Ruoshuang. Observing Luo Xiaoro defending Qin Nianchu, Yi Qianxiang felt a twinge of discomfort, casting an inquiring glance towards Luo Xiaoro, who, however, paid him no heed. Enough, Yi Qianxiang wins this round, Zheng Yuanxian stated calmly, then turned to Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu has received a warning for violating the rules. Another infraction will result in disqualification. Zheng Yuanxian's decision was final. Luo Xiaoro smiled slightly. The vice principal has rendered a fair judgment. We have no objections. Humph. Yi Qianxiang snorted as he stepped down from the stage. After casting a glance at Qin Nianchu, Luo Xiaoro followed suit. Teacher Daisy instructed the 4 individuals behind her. All right, you should also prepare for the competition. Lin Shihao and Lin Shulai expressed their gratitude towards Qin Nianchu. Thank you, Qin. Having exhausted herself, Lin Wana suddenly noticed Qin Nianchu's bleeding right palm and tenderly grasped it. Does it hurt? Qin Nianchu smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. Yi Tianxiang was astonished by the speed of his progress. He had not anticipated that even using the prajna palm, he would still manage to injure Qin Nianchu's hand. Yi Tianxiang too was taken aback. He had assumed that even if he did not kill Qin Nianchu with that strike, at the very least, he would sever a hand. To his surprise, it merely grazed his palm, indicating that Qin Nianchu was becoming increasingly formidable. Lin Wanner, filled with concern, immediately tore a piece from her garment to wrap around Qin Nianchu's hand. Biting her lip, she spoke sorrowfully. I'm sorry for causing you worry and for injuring you. Qin Nianchu affectionately ruffled Lin Wanner's hair. It's all right. You have performed admirably. Regarding the conditions we discussed, aside from the last one, I can agree to all. This sudden tenderness revealed Lin Wanner's youthful side. Her cheeks flushed, eyes reflecting both concern and joy. Lin Shihao and Lin Shulai exchanged awkward smiles. Let us head down first. Aha! It seems my little sister shares a wonderful rapport with young Master Qin. They ascended the stage promptly, yet Lin Wanner did not speak a word to them. The 2 men felt a twinge of jealousy, but were at a loss for what to do. It was evident to all that Lin Wanner harbored feelings for Qin Nianchu. Upon returning to the ground, Lin Wanner accompanied Qin Nianchu for bandaging, while Yi Tianxiang silently approached Luo Xiaoro once more. And although they appeared to be focused on the next match, Yi Tianxiang voiced his dissatisfaction. Teacher Luo, why did you speak in favor of Qin Nianchu? Did I? Luo Xiaoro replied with a faint smile. I am merely assisting you. Qin Nianchu's disqualification would not benefit you. If you can win against him fairly on the stage, would that not be preferable? Some matters are not beyond my control. Yi Tianxiang nodded. Rest assured, Teacher Luo, I will assuredly triumph over him fairly. As Yi Tianxiang departed, a cold smile crept upon Luo Xiaoro's lips. With her cultivation, she was already capable of glimpsing the heavenly path. After Yi Tianxiang had committed several detestable acts, she distinctly felt the divine protection over him waning. This was evident from the vice principal Zheng Yuanxian's reaction. Similarly, Qin Nianchu sensed the same. Both independently contemplated that if they could provoke Yi Tianxiang into committing further egregious acts, he might very well lose the protection of the heavenly path, bringing him closer to his demise. Just as Qin Nianchu finished bandaging his hand, an announcement echoed across the arena. Please summon contestant number 2048. Qin Nianchu to ring 6 to face contestant number 985. Lin Shihao. Chapter 50. What of buying off? When Qin Nianchu stood upon the stage, he and Lin Shihao exchanged intense stares for a moment. Qin Nianchu regarded Lin Shihao, thinking he was Wanner's elder brother, making it difficult to strike. Lin Shihao pondered similarly. He was Wanner's elder brother, making it difficult to attack. Furthermore, prior to his ascent, Lin Wanner had specifically warned him that if he harmed Qin Nianchu, she would never speak to him again. Some students below could no longer contain their impatience. Hey, the match has begun. Why don't you two make a move? You two aren't developing feelings for each other, are you? Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu and Lin Shihao exchanged awkward smiles. Qin Nianchu politely suggested, Brother Shihao, why don't you make the first move? Lin Shihao waved his hand. No, you have helped little sister so many times. How could I go first? You should go ahead. You first. No, you first. The referee, visibly exasperated, interjected. Please do not waste time, gentlemen. Commence the contest promptly, or both will be disqualified. Hearing this, Qin Nianchu stated earnestly, how about we both go at once? We must determine a victor. Lin Shihou nodded in agreement, though his eyes seemed to be calculating something. With a fierce shout, Qin Nianchu assumed an offensive stance, albeit one riddled with flaws. Lin Shihou, with a glint in his eyes, summoned the wind element to envelop himself, his body hovering in the air that he had long since broken through to an A-grade wind elementalist, his strength comparable to that of a peak 7th-tier master. And due to his unique abilities, he could FLYS both unleash their shouts. They darted towards the center of the stage. Yet, while Qin Nianchu maintained his punching stance, Lin Shihou struck a pose of defense, freezing in place at the center of the stage. This peculiar scene rendered the surrounding students breathless with anticipation. What are they doing? I have no idea. Perhaps they are engaged in a mental duel. A mental duel. Could it be that they have clashed in their minds 100 times, implying their realms are now so profound? Look, Qin Nianchu is moving at the center of the stage. Qin Nianchu relaxes fist. A crystal imbued with potent wind elements falling into Lin Shihou's hands. What is this? Lin Shihou's eyes widened. Although he sensed that Qin Nianchu intended to give him something, he never expected it to be a wind element crystal core. Qin Nianchu smiled. A 9th-grade wind element crystal stone. Consider it a tribute, Brother Shihou. Oh dear, young Master Qin, this is too much. We are in the midst of a competition. Qin Nianchu replied with a grin. Brother Shihou, your prowess is exceptional, and your advancement to the top 100 is well-deserved. However, I have observed that none of the prizes this time are suitable for you. Would you consider allowing me to take your place in the competition? The greatest boon for Lin Shihou would be the elemental crystal core. Other rewards could be provided by the Lin family. Winning, aside from the honor, was primarily about acquiring prizes to enhance oneself. If the rewards were not beneficial to him, then the 9th-grade wind element crystal core that Qin Nianchu offered would serve as the most advantageous option. Lin Shihou began to waver. Qin Nianchu whispered, Brother Shihou, after the Academy's competition, the Heavenly Ranking Tournament will commence, which represents the college's standings that it will not be too late to compete then. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Qin Nianchu knew that a more authoritative competition would follow the major contest, where the top 10 of the Heavenly Ranking would face off against masters from around the world, with prizes of even greater value. With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, Lin Shihou felt no need to persist. Suddenly, a cacophony of discontent erupted from the audience. Hiss, what does this mean? Do we not count? Are you throwing a fixed match? Are you directly buying him off? Lin Shihou, if you concede this way, we will look down upon you. Lin Shihou furrowed his brow. Are you confident in advancing to the end? Qin Nianchu smiled. I cannot be certain of reaching the end, but I will not allow Yi Tianxiang to win. Lin Shihou nodded earnestly. I can concede, but I wish to test your strength, to see if you have the ability to protect my little sister. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate a wind element ninjutsu. Brother Shihou, Qin Nianchu agreed with a nod. Lin Shihou retreated to a corner, adopting a defensive stance, somewhat astonished that there existed wind-based ninjutsu. Qin Nianchu called out to Lin Waner below. Hey, pay attention. You should be able to use this technique too. With that, he began to form hand seals at a leisurely pace. Since Luo Xiaoro had established a ninjutsu class in Jiangcheng Academy, he hoped that all the students in the class would learn to master more potent techniques. Wind release, great scythe technique. This ninjutsu required a fan to achieve its utmost effectiveness. Qin Nianchu did not possess a fan as a weapon. Instead, she wielded her palm as a substitute. As the hand seals were completed, she swept her hand outward. Instantly, a whirlwind formed within the arena. Qin Nianchu infused an immense amount of spiritual energy into the tempest, causing blades of wind to slice through the arena. The sturdy ground was marred with deep gashes. Lin Shihou's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qin Nianchu would unleash such a formidable wind element technique. If it were him, he would likely need a considerable amount of time to gather enough power to execute a skill of similar magnitude. He held his breath, using his own wind elements to counteract Qin Nianchu's assault. To his surprise, he found that he had expended 30% of his spiritual energy, yet the whirlwind continued unabated. Suddenly, Qin Nianchu raised her hand, dispersing the whirlwind, leaving behind a devastated stage. In a teaching manner, she explained, this ninjutsu can create a vacuum effect, rendering sound, flames, and even explosive techniques ineffective. Brother Shiheo, what do you think of this technique? Lin Shiheo, taken aback, had not realized how profoundly Qin Nianchu understood the wind element. The concept of vacuum effect was something he had never contemplated before. After nodding in acknowledgement, he solemnly declared, I concede. Upon hearing Lin Shiheo's admission, some of Qin Nianchu's supporters erupted in cheers, while his fellow supernatural students expressed their dissatisfaction. What? Lin Shiheo, you surrendered? You're an A-grade supernatural being. How can you be so cowardly? It's utterly embarrassing. Don't dare to claim you're one of us anymore. You are also a scion of the Lin family. Have you been bribed? Lin Shiheo looked down at the crowd and explained earnestly. No. Even if I fought seriously, I wouldn't have complete confidence in defeating Qin Nianchu. Just consider her earlier technique, wind escape. Great side technique. How many of you could withstand it? A hush fell over the crowd. Lin Shiheo then produced the wind element crystal core that Qin Nianchu had gifted him. Even if you claim I was bribed, I accept that. Who among you can present a 9th grade wind element crystal core? I would gladly call you big brother. Wow, a 9th grade wind element crystal core. I've heard it costs tens of billions and is priceless. Is young Master Qin so affluent? Forget Lin Shiheo. I would gladly accept it too. The crowd's sentiment shifted. After the two descended from the arena, Lin Wanner rushed over, eagerly offering a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Qin Nianchu's brow. Lin Shiheo, with an exasperated expression, remarked, Little sister, it's me who almost got hurt here. Not him. Lin Wanner shot Lin Shiheo a glance, saying, You've received such a valuable item. Don't act coy. Lin Shiheo chuckled awkwardly and earnestly said to Qin Nianchu, Young Master Qin, thank you. This 9th grade wind element crystal core is of great significance to me. I awakened my A-grade wind element ability at the age of 7. Yet I have not managed to break through to S-grade. With this crystal core, I have a substantial chance of advancing. Both the 9th grade spirit crystal and the 9th grade wind element crystal core can only be obtained by slaying 9th grade celestial demons in foreign realms. 9th grade elemental celestial demons are exceedingly rare, and their emergence often results in catastrophic casualties. The chances of encountering a wind element celestial demon are even slimmer, underscoring the preciousness of this 9th grade wind element crystal core. Coincidentally, Boss Mo's spatial ring contains such a treasure. With Qin Nianchu's battle with Lin Shiheo concluded, Yi Qianxiang's fight with Lin Shulai entered a heated phase that, in the previous life, Yi Qianxiang and Lin Shulai had not fought. But due to Qin Nianchu's rebirth, the course of events began to change. Lin Shulai harbored resentment over Yi Qianxiang's deliberate attempt to harm Lin Wanner. During their battle, he brandished the high-grade divine artifact. The Wujin spear provided by the Lin family to believe that, with his peak 7th grade master level, teaching Yi Qianxiang a lesson would be a trivial matter. To his astonishment, Yi Qianxiang unleashed power rivaling his own. After a brief respite, the two clashed once more. Unmatched dance of chaos. Thunder Dragon 100 slashes. The silver glint of the spear collided with the blue blade, and the audience could hardly catch sight of their forms. Only witnessing the sparks erupting from their fierce exchanges, the arena was perpetually illuminated by bursts of fire and electricity. The sheer force emanating from both combatants rendered the once sturdy arena utterly ravaged. The rebound of their energies caused the protective barrier to tremble ominously. When they finally separated, Lin Shulai leaned heavily on his spear, gasping for breath. Even though he was at the pinnacle of 7th grade mastery, he was on the verge of exhausting his spiritual energy. Had it not been for the high-grade divine artifact Wujin spear, he would have likely been defeated. In contrast, Yi Qianxiang appeared slightly winded but maintained a calm demeanor. However, his A-grade vibrating gold sword was riddled with numerous cracks, rendering it unusable. Lin Shulai sneered at this sight. Yi Qianxiang, you have lost. Without a weapon, you are no match for me. You must understand that lineage is a form of strength. You, a child of humble origins, cannot compare. Yi Tianxiang nonchalantly discarded his A-grade, vibrating gold sword, retorting, "You are mistaken. I will make you realize that even those born into humble circumstances can surpass you wealthy heirs." This proclamation invigorated a multitude of students from modest backgrounds in the academy. "Let me see how much confidence you possess to say such words." This was a technique I intended to reserve for the top 100 tournament. But I'll let you sample it. Starlight Piercing Spear. Lin Shulai concentrated the remainder of his spiritual energy into the Wujin spear. The dark spear tip, radiating resplendent light. Yi Tianxiang let out a cold laugh. "With your level, you are unworthy of facing my strongest technique. Behold my move, Tianxiang Dragon Flash." The two collided at the center of the arena. The clash of immense spiritual energies erupted in blinding brilliance, leaving the onlookers unable to open their eyes. They felt the ground tremble violently. Cracks began to form in the protective barrier surrounding the arena. The magic instructors, well prepared, swiftly reinforced the barrier to prevent any inadvertent harm to the surrounding students. As the dust settled, Yi Tianxiang and Lin Shulai stood back to back. The audience below held their breath, eager to witness the outcome. Suddenly, Lin Shulai spat out a mouthful of blood, barely managing to remain upright with the support of his spear. The victor was cleared out. Yi Tianxiang had triumphed. As the referee announced the victory, cheers erupted from the audience supporting Yi Tianxiang. Su Kexin even squealed with delight. "Tianxiang, I love you. Tianxiang, the strongest in the universe." Yi Tianxiang surveyed the crowd below with a smile, his eyes brimming with ambition. Defeating Lin Shulai marked his first true victory over a formidable opponent since entering the academy. He was determined not only to conquer all adversaries, but also to stand at the pinnacle of the academy. No, the pinnacle of the world. As Yi Tianxiang descended from the arena, Su Kexin immediately leaped into his arms, proclaiming her ownership, then glared at the surrounding girls who sought autographs. Yi Tianxiang welcomed them all, signing autographs and accepting gifts, all while discreetly reassuring Su Kexin, "Don't worry, it's just to appease them. My heart belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Su Kexin finally smiled, just as Yi Tianxiang had explained during the match against Lin Wanner. He had falsely accused her of compelling him to take her as a girlfriend, a claim Su Kexin wholeheartedly believed. Lin Shihao hurried to help Lin Shulai down from the stage. Lin Shulai, glancing at the worried Lin Wanner, forced a smile. "Little sister, I'm sorry I lost. I didn't anticipate Yi Tianxiang's overwhelming spiritual energy." Qin Nianchu produced a 7th grade solidifying essence pill and handed it to him. "Brother Shulai, I will find a venue for Wanner. You should rest well for now." Lin Shulai, trusting her words, swallowed the 7th grade pill, then gazed at Qin Nianchu in astonishment. What is this? Consider it a gene restoration agent." Qin Nianchu replied with a smile. "Thank you." Lin Shulai expressed his gratitude sincerely. Healing potions for spiritual energy are exceedingly rare. Though Lin Shulai possessed similar items, he could hardly bear to use them in competitions. Such items could be lifesavers on a battlefield, and he was surprised that Qin Nianchu had readily given him one. Su Kexin took Yi Tianxiang aside. "I thought you were all impressive, yet you couldn't even best my brother Tianxiang. Keep a low profile. Don't think your privileged backgrounds make you superior to." Yi Tianxiang cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shulai. "You are formidable, but you still fall short compared to me. You should understand that even if my family background is not as prestigious as yours, through my talent and effort, I will undoubtedly surpass you." Lin Shulai, hearing this, bristled with anger, yet the words of a defeated soldier held little weight. Lin Shihao clenched his fists, itching for a confrontation with Yi Tianxiang, but he understood that even his older brother was no match for him. Qin Nianchu scoffed, "What are you whining about, defeated soldier? If you are so impressive, how did you lose to me, a mere 3rd grade practitioner?" Su Kexin immediately retorted, "That was underhanded. In a fair competition, brother Tianxiang could defeat you with a single finger. What right do you have to speak? Is the 10 billion funding ready? Should I call my 5th uncle to collect it from your home?" Qin Nianchu shot a glare that silenced Su Kexin. Yi Tianxiang stood protectively in front of Su Kexin. "Qin Nianchu, I admit I was careless in our duel, but should the time come for us to compete again, I will ensure you comprehend the difference in our strengths. Otherwise, you will lack the qualification to challenge me in the future." Qin Nianchu wore a mocking expression and said, "Yi Tianxiang, do you know? You bear a striking resemblance to a certain creature." Wang Qin quickly chimed in, asking, "What creature?" "Certainly a toad," Qin Nianchu implied, suggesting that Yi Tianxiang not only coveted Miss Lin like a toad yearning for swan meat, but also boasted excessively. As if he could blow a cow into the sky, da-da. "You do understand," Qin Nianchu and Wang Qin bantered, leaving Yi Tianxiang's complexion a shade of pale. With a cold snort, Yi Tianxiang retorted, "You can't expect pearls from a dog's mouth. If you have the ability, meet me in the finals." With those words, Yi Tianxiang strode away, accompanied by Su Kexin. Following the conclusion of Yi Tianxiang's battle with Lin Shulai, the Academy entered the top 100 tournament. Due to the intensified competition, the Academy's spiritual energy consumption was substantial. The top 100 tournament was set to commence the following day. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Luo Xiaoro, munching on fried chicken, asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Didn't you say you disliked Lin Wanner? Why did you rush to her aid when she was injured, even at the cost of your own injury?" "That I was merely reducing Yi Tianxiang's strength. Think about it. The chosen one is sheltered by the heavens. If the one he cares about is by my side, doesn't that feel like I've snatched away his fortune? Moreover, you should have sensed that the heavens' protection over him has weakened. Once it diminishes to a certain extent, we need not worry about the heavens retaliating against him." Qin Nianchu explained earnestly. Luo Xiaoro smirked, her smile lacking sincerity, and remarked, "How a man's words are but deceptive lies that I ask that the excuse you concocted to woo the ladies? If you choose to interpret it that way, I shan't argue." Qin Nianchu shrugged. Luo Xiaoro tossed aside her chicken leg and playfully glared at Qin Nianchu. "Master, Xiaoro is upset. Do you still want to enjoy fried chicken?" Qin Nianchu issued a playful threat. Reluctantly, Luo Xiaoro glanced at the fried chicken on the table, then defiantly stuffed a piece in her mouth. "Humph, you always bully Xiaoro. I'll eat this and that until I've devoured it all." Her affection and respect for Qin Nianchu were deeply ingrained. Despite her current higher cultivation, she dared not defy him, resorting only to playful banter, ultimately taking out her frustrations on the innocent fried chicken. Suddenly, an explosion resonated in the room. Catching the attention of both, Qin Kuei stumbled out. Covered in soot, coughing amidst the smoke, Qin Nianchu asked gravely, "What happened?" Qin Kuei awkwardly replied, "Young master, I was following a recipe to refine an 8th grade solidifying essence pill, but the furnace exploded." Qin Nianchu slapped his forehead. "This isn't something to rush. Wait until I reach 6th grade, and I'll teach you that if you're careless, you might die mid-sentence." Qin Nianchu was astonished to realize he had already reached the pinnacle of 5th grade. Indeed, having a spiritual gathering array on his person was advantageous. He had absorbed the abundant spiritual energy from the competition, and it seemed the energy he had shielded Lin Wanner from had also contributed significantly. With several rounds of the top 100 tournament still ahead, if luck were on his side, he might even reach 6th grade by the finals. The following day, the top 100 tournament commenced, as Lin Wanner had mentioned. Those who made it to the top 100 were at least 7th grade masters, with Qin Nianchu as the sole exception. The Academy had hastily constructed 10 new arenas overnight, reinforcing them once more. Many believed that Qin Nianchu's entry into the top 100 was already an incredible feat, however. To everyone's surprise, he navigated through round after round with an array of ninjutsu and peculiar moves, advancing to the semifinals and becoming the unexpected dark horse of the Academy competition. Another dark horse was Yi Tianxiang, whose rapid progress as a new martial arts student was remarkable. Initially at the 4th grade, he ascended to the peak of the 7th grade. In just a few days, he had consecutively defeated senior students in the top 100 tournament, including several at the 8th grade grandmaster level. The other two finalists were a graduating brother-sister duo, Chu Jun and Chu Yuan. Their entry into the semifinals was well-deserved. Brother Chu Jun, at the peak of 8th grade grandmaster, was the top student of the martial arts department. Just a step away from the 9th grade, winning through sheer dominance and garnering the loudest cheers for champion. Sister Chu Yuan was an initial 8th grade grandmaster, but she was not a student of the martial arts department. Rather, she was a student of the Academy's mecha department, one of the pilots of the Apostle series mechs. The mecha department did not directly compete in the Academy's grand competition, as the cost of the mechs was exorbitant, and damage during the competition would be unwise to participate. The mecha department had to rely solely on their own strength, making Chu Yuan an anomaly. Notably, the siblings' father, Chu Xian, was the supreme commander of the Jiangcheng Combat Alliance, having reached the martial sage level for many years and reportedly surpassing it, that he was highly esteemed and the foremost combatant of the Jiangcheng Alliance. With such a formidable father, it was no surprise that his children were equally impressive. The matchups were announced. The first match was Yi Tianxiang versus Chu Jun, and the second was Qin Nianchu versus Chu Yuan. Qin Nianchu stared at the matchups in a daze. Wait, I'm up against Chu Yuan? Lin Wanner, standing nearby, asked with a hint of jealousy, Nianchu, you won't hold back just because she's a girl, will you? After Qin Nianchu had defended her from an attack, their relationship had evidently grown much closer, with their terms of address becoming more intimate. Qin Nianchu shook his head. In a competition, there are no distinctions between genders. He would decisively take down both siblings. After Yi Tianxiang's victory, not only did he secure various resources, but he also gained the favor of the Jiangcheng Combat Alliance due to the Chu siblings. That it was said that he later received personal guidance from the alliance's commander, Chu Xian. After being defeated by Yi Tianxiang, Chu Yuan developed feelings and soon became one of his women, demonstrating her formidable combat prowess and becoming his right-hand ally. However, influenced by their father, Chu Xian, the siblings were known for their integrity. Qin Nianchu recalled that when Yi Tianxiang had attacked the Qin family, Chu Yuan had refrained from intervening, even arguing with him to protect the Qin family before piloting a mech to leave. Technically, Qin Nianchu owed Chu Yuan a debt of gratitude for that incident, which had allowed him to escape Yi Tianxiang's massacre. Little did he know, his encounter with a saint-level demon began thereafter. Chapter 52. Explosive Ascendance. 1,000-year kill at the Jiangcheng Academy Arena. The thrilling battles had the surrounding spectators exclaiming in excitement, but on the teacher's platform, Lu Ruo, watching intently, displayed a glimmer of admiration in her eyes as she expressed to her companion, Zheng Yuanqian, Master, I initially thought it would take Tianxiang 3 years to achieve martial sage status, but it appears my timeline was overly cautious. That at this pace, he will undoubtedly attain martial sage within a year. Zheng Yuanqian regarded Yi Tianxiang with appreciation, acknowledging the young man as his disciple. Yet, as the Academy's vice principal, he maintained a level-headed demeanor. Noticing Zheng in silence, Lu Ruo, feeling anxious, added, Teacher, regardless of the outcome, we should nurture Tianxiang diligently. He is already on par with the peak of 8th grade grandmasters, and once he achieves martial sage status, he may very well become the foremost martial artist. This statement elicited a slight frown from Zheng Yuanqian, who fixed Lu Ruo with a disapproving gaze. Our blue star has only experienced a millennium of spiritual energy revival, with many of the secret realms and ruins we have uncovered clearly dating back over a millennium. Even Commander Chu Xian does not dare claim to be the foremost martial artist. How can you assert that Yi Tianxiang will surpass him? In our pursuit of power, we are but insignificant beings. As his mentor, you must guide him to maintain a humble heart. Yes, apprentice understands, Lu Ruo replied, her head bowed in shame. In the arena, after a clash, Chu Jun and Yi Tianxiang separated, the white martial robe of Chu Jun slightly tattered. With bright eyes and a scholarly demeanor, Chu Jun was not inferior in appearance to Yi Tianxiang, and he had a considerable number of admirers within the academy. Moreover, Chu Jun was humble and inherited his father's admirable character. He possessed a superior quality artifact longsword. Yet upon realizing Yi Tianxiang was unarmed, he refrained from using his weapon. Yi, you are quite formidable. If we were of the same realm, I might not stand a chance against you. Chu Jun acknowledged candidly. Having fought thus far, he had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Tianxiang, merely at the peak of 7th grade, could endure until now. Yi Tianxiang, clad in a blue martial robe, laughed heartily. Senior Chu Jun, even if you currently hold a higher realm than I doubt you could best me, but if you do not exert your full strength, the outcome will undoubtedly be my victory. His confidence stemmed from his exponentially higher spiritual energy. With a staggering 200,000 units of spiritual energy, even some mediocre individuals at the peak of 8th grade grandmasters would not possess such a quantity. Chu Jun furrowed his brow. Yi, do not be too arrogant. Remember, a competition is not a battlefield. Our teachers instruct us to hold back. There are many lethal moves I prefer not to employ. Is that so? Then, Senior Chu Jun, you should use them quickly. Otherwise, you may not have a chance. Yi Tianxiang taunted further, or perhaps you might as well wield your superior artifact. His overconfidence was bolstered by his consecutive victories in the top 100 tournament. Understanding Chu Jun, he knew that goading him would prevent him from resorting to his superior artifact, which would compromise the fairness of the competition, a self-imposed limitation. I can win even without using a superior artifact. Chu Jun's gaze sharpened as he raised his right hand, forming a sword gesture. In that case, let's see if you can withstand this move. Heavenly Destruction Finger. With those words, the battle escalated. Chu Jun, clad in a flowing white martial robe, seemed to move with the wind, his presence commanding attention. With a pointed finger, he unleashed a sword strike, conjuring a tangible shadow of a sword above the arena. The sword shadow stretched a width of 10 feet and a length of 100 feet. Descending with an overwhelming force, the tip of the sword sparked in the air, igniting fierce flames. The moment the sword shadow manifested, the protective barrier surrounding the arena shattered with a thunderous roar. A teacher from a spectator's stand exclaimed, "This is indeed the renowned technique of the Alliance's Grand Commander, the Annihilation Finger." It said that during the Masters' Conference, a single strike from it eliminated 3 Saint-level demons. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Zhang Yunqian's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, reinforced the barrier to protect the students. Several teachers from the magic department combined their powers, crafting a more formidable defensive barrier that enveloped the arena. Yi Tianxiang, undaunted, gazed at the descending sword shadow with confidence. Excellent. No wonder he is the chief senior. Yet he thought, it's time for a change in leadership. With a fierce shout, he spread his arms wide. Then, with a powerful clap, 2 colossal phantom hands appeared from thin air. Astonishingly, he prepared to catch the blade bare-handed. Boom! The massive phantom hands collided with the sword's body. Yi Tianxiang was electrified, his white robe rustling violently from the surge of power. The void quaked as the giant hands seized the sword, unleashing arcs of electricity that intertwined with the blade, forcefully arresting its descent. The air crackled with energy, and the descending sword's aura sliced a vast gash into the arena behind Yi Tianxiang. The surging electricity battered the surrounding arena, leaving it pockmarked and scarred. It must be noted that this arena had undergone multiple enhancements for the semifinals, making it difficult even for a grandmaster to leave a mark. Chu Jun's expression grew grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He felt he had exerted all his strength, yet he could not land that strike. Yi Tianxiang, with a wild gleam in his eyes, roared, "Break for me!" The colossal handprint in the void suddenly tightened. Boom! With a deafening crash, the giant hand shattered the sword's illusion. Chu Jun's gaze turned vacant. After mastering the Annihilation Finger, he had seldom encountered an opponent who could match him. And now his family's ultimate technique was being countered. Ha ha ha! Laughter echoed from Yi Tianxiang as he reveled in his victory, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet it did not diminish his arrogance. With a piercing gaze, he stepped back, shattering the ground beneath his feet, and brought his hands together, his index fingers slowly resting on his right thigh. This action appeared languid, yet it created a series of afterimages in the air. All while being executed with lightning speed, the initial stance formed. Stones around him levitated, and the air compressed towards his fingertips, causing the surrounding space to ripple with immense power. What an extraordinary technique. It looks incredibly potent. Lu Ruzhuang gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Both teachers and students around the arena were fixated on Yi Tianxiang, fearful of missing this formidable display. Luo Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with fervor. He*s really using it. Qin Nianchu, witnessing the stance, could only smirk wryly, casting a sympathetic glance at Chu Jun in the arena. Chu Jun felt the overwhelming might of this technique, and knew he had no choice but to draw his top-tier artifact for defense. It was terrifying. Even the initial stance was so shocking. Yi Tianxiang completed his charge, his eyes gleaming with determination. explosive surge, thousand-year kill. When Luo Xiaoro initially taught him this technique, he had thought it formidable just by its name. Yi Tianxiang further enhanced it with his understanding, dubbing it explosive surge. As the technique was unleashed, Yi Tianxiang surged forward like lightning, his foot shattering the ground beneath him, with a trail of sparks and lightning. He reached Chu Jun in the blink of an eye. Observing Chu Jun's defensive stance, Yi Tianxiang recalled Luo Xiaoro's advice. This technique must strike at the enemy's most vulnerable point from behind to achieve its utmost effect. With that in mind, as he approached Chu Jun, Yi Tianxiang suddenly slid to the side, attacking with lightning speed from behind. Chu Jun, initially expecting a direct confrontation like before, was taken aback by the sudden change in tactics. This was simply against the rules of martial honor. Realizing evasion was futile, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into a defensive posture behind him. Now, Yi Tianxiang's expression was fervent. With this strike, he would make his name. Chu Jun's back was right before him, the most unguarded and vulnerable point. With all his might, Yi Tianxiang acted without a second thought. The power gathering at his fingertips reached its zenith, and he had no choice but to unleash it. With an unstoppable momentum, Yi Tianxiang thrust out with his fingers. Chu Jun sensed Yi Tianxiang's intentions too late. Feeling the most vulnerable part of his back targeted, his face went pale, disbelief clouding his eyes. "What are you doing?" Chapter 53. The so-called verbal evasion. Stop it, you scoundrel. Realizing Yi Tianxiang's intentions, Chu Jun's pupils dilated in shock. Yet Yi Tianxiang showed no signs of stopping, his index fingers piercing forward without hesitation. Puff! Despite having concentrated all his spiritual energy for defense, that force effortlessly broke through his barriers, even piercing through his robe. Overwhelmed by an indescribable pain, Chu Jun's vision faded to white, and he collapsed unconscious. The overwhelming force sent Chu Jun's body flying like a cannonball, crashing against the protective barrier before landing lifelessly on the ground. Severely injured and unconscious from the brutal blow, he would likely carry a lifelong shadow from this moment. Yi Tianxiang raised his arm in triumph, declaring, "I have won." Yet the anticipated cheers did not resonate. The academy fell into a profound silence. As Yi Tianxiang looked around, he noticed the other students casting him peculiar glances. What had he just done? Did he just violate Chu Jun in such an indecent manner? How utterly disgraceful! Whispers spread among the students, each casting disdainful looks at Yi Tianxiang, seeing her brother defeated by such a shameless tactic. Chu Yuan clenched her fist, crushing a brick against the wall in anger. From the teacher's stand, Zheng Yuanxin glanced at Lu Ruzhuang with a cold snort. "Look at what your prized disciple has done." Lu Ruzhuang's face paled. She had never anticipated that Yi Tianxiang would employ such a despicable move in such an official setting. After a moment's pause, the referee announced, "The winner of this match is Yi Tianxiang." Hisses erupted from the audience. Why Yi Tianxiang had won, yet his reputation plummeted. Realizing this, he feigned calm as he descended from the stage, casting a dark glance at Luo Xiaoro in the teacher's stand. Amidst the crowd's jeers, Qin Nianchu distinctly felt the protective aura surrounding Yi Tianxiang diminish. As the destined child, Yi Tianxiang instinctively garnered favor, prompting those around him to subconsciously defend him. Previously, Su Changfeng had knowingly antagonized the Qin family, yet still succumbed to Su Kexin's persuasion, all for this reason. However, after committing such a disgraceful act before the public, there was no basis for favoritism. During the brief intermission, Yi Tianxiang sought out Luo Xiaoro backstage. "Teacher Luo, why did you teach me such a technique?" Luo Xiaoro smiled sweetly. "So, do you think it's ruthless?" "Teacher Luo, is this a matter of ruthlessness? How can I hold my head high in front of my classmates?" Yi Tianxiang questioned angrily. "Is this my fault? I taught you such a powerful technique, guiding you to attack from behind, but I didn't instruct you to violate Chu Jun." Luo Xiaoro replied, suppressing her laughter. Yi Tianxiang was left speechless by her retort, but he warned with simmering anger, "Luo Xiaoro, you'd best not conspire with Qin Nianchu against me. And if I do..." Luo Xiaoro retorted dismissively to why Yi Tianxiang's fury flared, but it dissipated with Luo Xiaoro's enchanting smile. She adjusted his collar and caressed his cheek. "If you wish to be with me, you must trust me. Everything I do is for your benefit. Although the way you defeated Chu Jun is disgraceful, you still achieved victory. Once you secure the championship, what else can they say? Yi Qianxiang clasped Luo Xiaorou's hand. Rest assured, teacher Luo, in the upcoming finals. Neither Qin Nianchu nor Chu Yuan are my match, that I will win honorably. Let us hope it's as he turned away. A look of disdain crossed his face. During the break, Luo Xiaorou approached Qin Nianchu, frequently complaining while wiping her hands with a tissue. I'm dirty, so dirty. What's wrong? Did you go off to give Yi Qianxiang private coaching again? Qin Nianchu remarked with a glance. But don't mention it. He touched my hand. It was so disgusting, I almost couldn't resist chopping it off. Luo Xiaorou complained. Who told you to provoke him? Qin Nianchu shot her a look. While wiping her hands, Luo Xiaorou asked with concern. So, Qin, do you feel confident against Chu Yuan? It's not a big deal. If worse comes to worst, I can always resort to verbal evasion. Qin Nianchu gestured an okay sign. Luo Xiaorou eyed Qin Nianchu suspiciously. You're not really thinking about taking Chu Yuan for yourself, are you? Why not? Qin Nianchu replied with a faint smile. However, he wasn't genuinely interested in claiming Chu Yuan, nor in getting closer to Lin Wanner. To Luo Xiaorou, it seemed Qin Nianchu had ulterior motives, desiring to enjoy the benefits of both. Yet how could Qin Nianchu, having traversed through 9 worlds and witnessed the myriad intricacies of human emotions, the warmth and chill, the joys and sorrows, ever indulge in frivolous affections? His ultimate aim remained to exploit every conceivable opportunity to suppress the heavenly path's protection over Yi Qianxiang, striving for a singular chance to eliminate him. The second match was scheduled for the afternoon, prompting the school to urgently reinforce the arena. During this time, a small incident occurred. The recently awakened Chu Jun, still dazed, staggered forward with his longsword, intent on attacking Yi Qianxiang. And no one could stop him. Ultimately, it was Chu Yuan, along with several teachers, who subdued Chu Jun and escorted him to the infirmary for further recuperation. On the arena, Qin Nianchu smiled and inquired, Chu Yuan, is your brother all right? Chu Yuan, with her short hair and prominent nose, donned a silver, high-tech battle suit that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Qin Nianchu continued with a smile. May I ask, if Yi Qianxiang were to employ that technique against you in the match, how would you respond? Chu Yuan paused for a moment, her expression darkening with a hint of menace as she replied, If he dares to use it, I shall summon the Unit 1 and crush him with a single step. Although the Academy forbade the use of mechas during competitions, Chu Yuan, as the regular pilot of Unit 1, possessed a specialized subspace ring to store the machine. Qin Nianchu sighed and shook his head. But that move from Yi Qianxiang is exceedingly difficult to guard against. By the time you notice it, you might already fall victim, much like Senior Chu Jun, who was prepared to defend yet still caught off guard. Chu Yuan furrowed her brow. What are you implying? Qin Nianchu smiled slightly. What I mean, Chu Yuan, is perhaps you could entrust this arduous task to me. I care not for rankings or rewards. You may have them all. My sole desire is to pin Yi Qianxiang down in the finals. Chu Yuan chuckled. While I am quite fond of your idea, how could you, being merely a 5th rank, possibly defeat a 7th rank master like Yi Qianxiang? You might not even best me, and in the finals, it would be you who gets pinned down. Qin Nianchu confidently replied, I have previously triumphed over Yi Qianxiang, who was 5th rank, with my 3rd rank strength. Even now, with me at 5th rank and him at 7th, I am confident of victory. Most importantly, I could never bring myself to harm such a beautiful girl like you, nor would I want you to suffer in the finals. His words made Chu Yuan's heart flutter. Despite her formidable strength and disdain for men, she found herself inexplicably moved by Qin Nianchu's remarks that a second glance at him revealed that he was far more handsome than Yi Qianxiang. Perhaps, as Qin Nianchu gradually altered Yi Qianxiang's fortune, the opportunities that once belonged to Yi Qianxiang subtly shifted to Qin Nianchu. Fortunately, their conversation was quiet enough that the spectators outside the arena could not overhear. Except for Luo Xiaorou, who was keenly observing Qin Nianchu's every move from the teacher's seat. Upon hearing his words, she huffed in displeasure. Men, on the arena, Chu Yuan was not swayed by Qin Nianchu's flattering words. She spoke earnestly. I care not for rankings, nor for rewards that I can relinquish the opportunity to you, but you must prove your strength to me. And as she added with a charming smile, you must provide me with what I desire. Qin Nianchu flashed a handsome smile. that is easily arranged. My family possesses an abundance of items. If you fancy anything, take it. Allow me to showcase my strength with a single technique, as well as express my feelings for you. Clearly, Qin Nianchu remained oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Chu Yuan's words. He took a few steps back to distance himself from her and retrieved a standard longsword from his subspace ring. Analysis, reconstruction, flashed through his eyes, reminiscent of binary data on a computer screen. This was a skill he had acquired in the Third World, a technologically advanced realm known as the Heavenly Mechanism Continent. It enabled him to digitize techniques he had witnessed and reconstruct them using his own abilities. Consequently, he was able to employ various restricted ninjutsu. With the reconstruction complete, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through Qin Nianchu's arm and into the longsword. And ancient patterns began to emerge on its surface. Bankai, Sunbun. As the reconstruction culminated, the longsword transformed into a flurry of pink cherry blossoms, scattering throughout the arena. Petals split and multiplied, soon enveloping the entire stage in a beautiful cascade of sakura. How enchanting! If only a boy would confess his love to me amidst this sea of blossoms. Below, several girls were entranced. After a moment of surprise, Chu Yuan's eyes glimmered with fascination. Girls are drawn to such ethereal scenes. And Chu Yuan was no exception, especially since it was a technique specifically crafted by Qin Nianchu for her. Su Kexin, however, cast a jealous glare at Chu Yuan, her gaze toward Qin Nianchu filled with complex emotions. When did this man become so remarkable? Had he used such a technique to confess his love back then, perhaps she would have accepted. Realizing the danger of her thoughts, Su Kexin quickly shook her head. Turning to the gloomy-faced Yi Tianxiang. No, I could never agree to be with someone as useless as Qin Nianchu, no matter how impressive he may seem. He can never compare to brother Tianxiang. My heart belongs solely to Yi Tianxiang. Why Yi Tianxiang scoffed. A trivial trick? Nonetheless, Qin Nianchu's display caused quite a stir among the teachers. What was this technique? If the previous eye technique was understandable as ninjutsu, what was this new technique? Why do I sense the presence of sword energy amidst these cherry blossoms? Zheng Yuanxian also gazed at Qin Nianchu in astonishment. It seemed that ever since their duel with Yi Tianxiang, this young man had continued to surprise them. He even vaguely sensed that Qin Nianchu might be stronger and more promising than Yi Tianxiang on the arena, although Chu Yuan adored the blooming cherry blossoms. She reminded him with a smile, Qin Nianchu, if this is a competition, such ostentatious techniques are of no practical use. Ostentatious? Qin Nianchu replied with a faint smile, raising a finger. The cascade of petals responded to his command, swirling around Chu Yuan. Her eyes widened as she suddenly felt a sharpness amidst the petals. Looking down at the ground, her pupils constricted slightly. The once sturdy arena floor was now riddled with intricate cuts. Unbeknownst to her, as the cherry blossoms coalesced into a massive rose before her, it transformed into shimmering lights and scattered. What remained on the arena floor was a gigantic rose sculpture. Qin Nianchu approached with a smile. Chu Yuan, do you like this technique? Chu Yuan nodded, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. Her heart raced as she realized this was an unprecedented feeling of affection, perhaps stirred by Qin Nianchu's charm. Lin Wanner watched the petals with envy and longing. Qin Nianchu continued, then can you grant me the opportunity to enter the finals? Chu Yuan smiled coyly, of course, but you still owe me what I desire. Qin Nianchu laughed heartily. That could be arranged, but I wonder what it is that Chu Yuan desires. Of course, it is you. Chu Yuan replied with a smirk that a powerful woman would not be shy or coy. After all, she piloted a mecha that demanded exceptional mental fortitude. Chu Yuan was bold and direct in matters of love. Her words left the audience in shock. Did Chu Yuan just confess? Wasn't Qin Nianchu the one who initiated this with his romantic cherry blossoms and the rose? How enchanting, a confession in the semifinals. How could such a charming boy exist? The girls gazed at Qin Nianchu, enraptured, wishing they were in her place. Qin Nianchu, however, was taken aback. You want me? Yes, with your directness, it would be rude not to accept. Wouldn't it? Chu Yuan smiled as she stepped closer to Qin Nianchu. What do you want me to agree to? Do you mean to concede? Qin Nianchu was utterly bewildered. Below, the crowd began to chant. Kiss her! Kiss her! Kiss her! Luo Xiaoro was the first to lose her composure, rising to shout. What are you all clamoring about? Silence! Her voice resonated throughout the campus, immediately silencing the uproar. Lin Wanner glared enviously at Qin Nianchu, her expression filled with resentment. Chu Yuan chuckled. Really? Must you be so blatant? After all, I'm a girl too. Senior, I think there might be a slight misunderstanding between us. How about we conclude our battle first and discuss this later? Qin Nianchu tentatively suggested. He had already sensed several icy glares directed at his back, particularly the glowering eyes of Luo Xiaoro. Continuing to flirt on the arena might provoke an outburst, whatever you say. The conquered woman was always particularly compliant. She raised her hand. Referee, I concede. Though the match lacked excitement, as Qin Nianchu descended from the stage, many boys gave him a thumbs up. After all, who wouldn't admire him for conquering Chu Yuan in front of the entire school? It was well known that Chu Yuan, a formidable 8th rank master, was renowned as the female Tyrannosaurus in her year. With her exceptional beauty, her suitors were numerous. She had declared that anyone wishing to be her boyfriend must first defeat her, which deterred countless MENAT present. Chu Yuan's concession is tantamount to acknowledging Qin Nianchu's prowess. Qin Nianchu's performance on stage has undoubtedly captured the hearts of many young women, possessing both strength and grace, alongside an air of romance. Who could remain indifferent? Coupled with Yi Tianxiang's previous blunders, numerous female admirers have shifted their affections toward Qin Nianchu with the conclusion of the second round of competition. The list for the finals has been finalized. Qin Nianchu vs. Yi Tianxiang. The finals are scheduled for tomorrow, allowing both combatants a well-deserved night of rest. Chu Yuan approached Qin Nianchu and earnestly urged, "You must give your all in the finals. Teach Yi Tianxiang a lesson on my behalf, and also avenge my brother. Remember to meet me for a date after the finals. Until then, I shall not disturb you." With little more said, Chu Yuan publicly planted a kiss on Qin Nianchu's cheek before departing, leaving Lin Wanner beside her visibly fuming. Wang Qian could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Qin Shao. Impressive. Impressive? It's not what it seems," Qin Nianchu replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. As he noticed the Lin family's 3 siblings glaring at him with predatory intent, he sheepishly attempted to explain, "Wanner, I assure you this is a misunderstanding. Can you trust me?" "Humph. Brother, second brother, let's go. It appears this fellow no longer needs us," Lin Wanner retorted, turning on her heel and leading Lin Shihao and Lin Shulai away. Lin Shihao glanced back at Qin Nianchu with a sigh, shaking his head in resignation, while Lin Shulai pointed at his own eyes and then at Qin Nianchu. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiaoro, now back to her lowly state, chose to ignore Qin Nianchu entirely, not uttering a single word to him along the way. In exasperation, Qin Nianchu attempted to console her, saying, "Come now. Why are you upset? Although circumstances have shifted a bit, I have successfully advanced to the finals. I am upset. I searched for you for hundreds of years, traversed countless worlds, and despite that, you didn't even kiss me or present a single rose. How could I not be angry?" Luo Xiaoro pouted, her expression forlorn. An idea struck Qin Nianchu. He fashioned a rose out of French fries and smeared it with ketchup, presenting it to her. "Does this suffice?" Upon seeing the unconventional rose, Luo Xiaoro's frown transformed into a radiant smile. "Now this is more like it. I love my master the most." She then carefully preserved the makeshift rose. With the young lady pacified, Qin Nianchu settled onto the sofa. Despite his advancement to the finals, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, a sense that something was amiss by entering the finals and intercepting Yi Tianxiang's fortune. Have I inadvertently altered the course of events? Qin Nianchu furrowed his brow, glancing around the vacant house, realization dawning upon him. In his previous life, during the finals, both his uncle and 5th uncle were present, even accompanying him to witness Yi Tianxiang's battle against Chu Jun. Yet in this life, since his 5th uncle and uncle had ventured to the outer realms for support, there had been no news. A surge of anxiety gripped Qin Nianchu, prompting him to instruct Qin Kui, "Uncle K, please call the command center and inquire about the situation in the outer realms. I can't shake this feeling of dread." An urgent mission? Qin Nianchu's foreboding intensified. This was a scenario that had not appeared in his previous life. Could it be that by intercepting Yi Tianxiang's fortune, he had also altered the original trajectory of events? Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the outer realms, The scene starkly contrasted with the illuminated streets of Jiangxing. Here, everything remained shrouded in a gray haze. Only the occasional explosion added splashes of color to the desolation. The Qin family's war division had gathered atop a towering hill, surrounded by devastation. Encircling the hill were 9 Apostle Series mechas, each comparable to a small mountain. The Apostle Series represents the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology, boasting formidable combat capabilities at a steep cost, clad in heavy blue armor adorned with green accents. The mechas are not only equipped with high-tech weaponry, but also possess a defensive capability known as the psychic force field, which demands exceptional skill from the pilot. While one may lack brute strength, unwavering mental fortitude is essential. Each mecha deployed on the battlefield requires a synchronization rate of 100% between pilot and machine to unleash combat prowess rivaling that of a 7th-tier master. A synchronization rate of 150 grants 8th-tier capabilities, while 200 achieves power akin to a 9th-tier martial sovereign. The theoretical combat power of the Apostle Series has surpassed that of the martial saint, contingent upon achieving sufficiently high synchronization rates. The 9 mechas accompanying the Qin family's war division all boasted synchronization rates exceeding 150 however. At present, these mechas lay in ruins. Some had lost arms, others were severed at the waist, and some had their cockpits pierced by massive spears, evidently rendered incapable of combat, along with their pilots facing grim fates 0.5 kilometers away. A horde of dark, ominous demons formed a long line. Leading them were over 100 fearsome demons, each the size of a mountain, all at the 9th tier. Behind them, countless 8th and 7th-tier demons followed. Among the ranks of the demons, 10 with bat-like wings floated in the air, slightly larger than average humans, adorned with intricate patterns and sporting sharp horns on their foreheads. These 10 demons represented the apex of combat power, the saint-level demons. Each saint-level demon possesses the capacity to wreak havoc, and their mere appearance inflicts devastating blows upon the human forces in the outer realms. The Blue Star Combat Alliance typically requires the combined efforts of several martial saints and incurs significant losses to eliminate them. In the past millennium, encounters between Blue Star and saint-level demons have been scarce, numbering less than 100. Thus, it was utterly shocking that the encircling forces around the Qin family's war division included 10 saint-level demons. Chapter 55. For the homeland, sacrifice one's life. The head of the hill, Qin Jinfeng, gazed despairingly at the approaching demon army. Behind him, Qin Nianchu's father, Qin Jintian, sat pale and bloodied on the ground, half of his body wrapped in gory bandages. Beside him, the second brother, Qin Jinhai, had lost an arm, while the fourth brother, Qin Jinghua, had his left eye bandaged, the surrounding area a gruesome sight. All 3 of the Qin family's saints bore serious injuries. The fifth brother, Qin Jinshan, angrily exclaimed, "This is clearly a trap. 10 saint-level demons? Who would believe such a tale? Could it be that the demons have mobilized their entire forces specifically against us?" Qin Jinfeng admonished. "Fifth brother, stay calm. We must not sow discord among our ranks." Observing the few surviving warriors around him, Qin Jinshan clenched his fists. These men were the elite they had painstakingly trained, comrades with bonds akin to brotherhood. Yet just moments ago, upon their arrival at the hill, the sudden onslaught of demons had decimated their ranks. The 10 saint-level demons could easily annihilate them, yet seemed to toy with them, allowing them to remain atop the hill for recuperation. Of the 3,000 troops that had set out, fewer than 800 remained. With a grave expression, Qin Jintian rose, gripping his long spear, the silver dragon's dagger that had accompanied him through countless battles now marred with chips and cracks. Its integrity in question, he surveyed the surviving soldiers, sorrow evident in his eyes, though he quickly masked it. With a tremor of his lips, Qin Jintian began, "Brothers, today, the Qin family's war division finds itself in a dire predicament, with survival all but impossible. But let us not forget, we are warriors, guardians of the peace back home. We fight for our homeland, and there is no need for our bodies to be wrapped in horsehide. Even if we perish today, we shall take down as many demons as we can. Understand that every demon we slay may save a brother or a descendant in the future. Each demon we eliminate reduces the risk of our loved ones being slaughtered." As Qin Jintian's words resonated, the demoralized soldiers began to rise. They turned their gaze toward the demons, their resolve cemented. 1 kill is a return on investment. 2 is a profit. Damn it. Qin Nianchu glanced at his brothers, who nodded in unison and stepped closer together. Brothers of the Qin family, it has been an honor to fight alongside you that I in the next life. Let us be brothers once more. As the final words fell, the 5 stalwarts of the Qin family pounded their right fists against their chests in unison. For the homeland, we sacrifice our lives. For the homeland, we sacrifice our lives. The soldiers moved in perfect synchrony. The hill imbued with a somber atmosphere. All eyes turned to the 5th brother, Qin Nianchu. The remaining brothers placed their hands on his shoulders, a gesture of trust and hope. Brother Shan, please deliver this letter to my wife. Brother Shan, I have a letter as well. Please take it to my parents and tell them I have been a disloyal son. Brother Shan, my daughter is 2 years old. Please tell her that her father loves her dearly. As he watched his comrades entrust their belongings to him, Qin Nianchu, a man in his 40s, could only let tears flow as he readied himself for battle. Prepare for combat. All units, ready yourselves. It is a fight to the death. With no hope for survival, all the soldiers knew that under the siege of the demons, there was no chance of returning alive. Yet they did not cower. Aware of their disadvantage, they resolutely chose to make one last charge, striving to create an opportunity for Qin Nianchu. Opposite them, a saint-level demon regarded the gathered warriors with derision, mocking in a flawless Dragon Kingdom accent. Humans are such laughable creatures, fully aware of their impending doom, yet daring to initiate an attack. As if they believe in that old saying, eggs colliding with stones. The holy grey demon beside him interjected, "Ah, number 38, you speak with great insight. It appears you possess a profound understanding of human culture." The demon who had just spoken nodded in approval. Names are an honor reserved for the elite demons, while they, the ordinary holy grey demons, are merely identified by numbers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern their numbers etched beneath the scales on their chests. Number 33, enough chatter. The Baron is about to descend upon this place. We must ensure there are no humans within this vicinity, warned the coldly assertive number 38. With that, he unfurled his bat-like wings and soared to the front of the formation, drawing forth a flaming longsword from the bony protrusions on his shoulder, pointing it forward. With a piercing shriek, the throng of demons surged toward the mountaintop in a frenzy. "Kill!" roared Qin Nianchu as he swung his lance. The 800 brothers behind him resolutely charged forth. Just as the 2 armies were about to collide, a sudden vortex formed in the overcast sky, followed by a fireball the size of a truck tire plummeting down. The fireball struck precisely between the 2 armies, creating a colossal crater that shook the very earth. This unexpected turn of events halted the advance of both sides. The vast crater separated the 2 armies, and they stood at the edges, gazing into the the center lay a fireball, glowing a scorching red from atmospheric friction, but slowly regaining a polished silver exterior after landing. "What is that?" Qin Nianchu asked, his expression grave as he glanced around. Yet, none of his companions could provide an answer, all shaking their heads in uncertainty. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the silver sphere, which abruptly levitated to the same height as the onlookers. 4 beams of green light shot forth from the sphere, scanning the surroundings in a sweeping motion. After 10 seconds, the green glow retracted, and a blue halo manifested on the side, facing Qin Nianchu. A mechanical voice announced, "Matching genes detected, match index at 95%. The silver sphere floated towards Qin Nianchu, the blue halo fixating on him like an eye. The mechanical voice resumed, "Information confirmed, preparing to send target location." "Be careful," Qin Nianchu exclaimed in alarm, having remained vigilant against the opposing demons. Moments ago, a 9th-grade demon had conjured a fireball the size of half a basketball and shot it toward him. He gripped his lance, bracing himself. His astonishment. A thin blue barrier appeared behind the silver orb. The enormous fireball crashed against the blue barrier, instantly dissipating into nothingness. The onlookers gaped in amazement at the silver sphere before them. Qin Nianchu was also taken aback, unable to fathom how easily this orb had thwarted such an attack without any residual energy escaping. Upon sensing the attack, a red halo appeared on the side of the sphere facing the demons. The mechanical voice then declared, "Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Energy index D-level. confirmed threat to target genes, executing second protection protocol. The blue halo before Qin Jintian chimed in. Shall the threat be eliminated? Eliminate. Qin Jintian commanded without hesitation. At present, it appeared that this silver sphere was aligned with them. Command confirmed. Executing elimination protocol. Warning. Insufficient energy. Initiating search for available energy. 3-level biotechnological creation detected. Executing synchronization. As the mechanical voice faded, 10 red beams precisely struck the severely damaged Unit 1. Simultaneously, a melody that seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul began to play. Chapter 56. Unit 1 goes berserk as the music played. Everyone felt their very souls quiver in rhythm. An inexhaustible power surged forth from the depths of their beings, awakening their most fervent fighting spirit. Qin Jintian felt a miraculous sensation as the wound inflicted by the holy gray demon on his abdomen ceased to fester. He tore off the bandages, witnessing the palm-sized wound healing at a visibly accelerated rate. This is astonishing. Could it be the music? Qin Jintian marveled. Healing abilities typically manifest in light attribute superhumans, of which there are exceedingly few. Otherwise, it would be the bishops from the West. Yet even their cardinal could not mend the injuries inflicted by a holy gray demon. Though his injuries had begun to heal, Qin Jintian remained cautious. The combat prowess of the demons across from them was still overwhelmingly superior. The power of the silver sphere, in a balanced confrontation, might alter the tide of battle, but for now, it seemed insufficient to make a significant impact. Suddenly, a startled voice broke through Qin Jintian's thoughts. "General, look behind you." He turned abruptly. The 9 severely damaged units began to move. Their elongated heads and eyes glowed a vibrant blue as they entered activation mode, soon transforming into a bloodthirsty crimson. Despite their battered forms, they struggled to advance, dragging their massive bodies along the ground, leaving long trails of blood. This hellish scene sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. One of the units, with only a leg remaining, stood at the forefront of the Qin family's war department, while another, with just one arm, crawled forward. Even the unit with all 4 limbs severed utilized its sharp head spikes to inch closer. The seasoned soldiers of the Qin family, accustomed to gore, felt a shiver of horror, yet a greater sense of reverence occupied their hearts. They could sense that these damaged machines still yearned to fight. The demons opposite them, witnessing the spectacle, faltered, some even retreating a step. Number 33 noticed a 9th grade demon stepping back and, in the blink of an eye, appear before it, effortlessly removing its head, holding the severed head aloft. He bellowed at the trembling demon, "Cowardly trash do not deserve to be my warriors. These are merely decayed bodies. What are you afraid of? Charge, tear them apart." Under the command of the holy grade demon, the surrounding demons surged forward once more, plunging into the gaping chasm between the 2 sides. The remnants of Unit 1 seemed to receive a similar command, charging downward as the soul-stirring melody played on. Qin Jintian, astonished, turned to the officer responsible for the Unit 1 communications. "What is happening?" The officer, drenched in sweat, frantically checked a military computer. "I don't know. This is too strange. All the pilots perished in the previous battle. And given the extent of the damage, movement should be impossible. Yet the synchronization rate is still climbing. 100%, 200.300. His voice quivered in disbelief. He had never encountered such an elevated synchronization rate before. A synchronization rate of 300% had only occurred once since Unit 1's creation. Now, all 9 units had achieved this remarkable synchronization rate. The officer struggled to maintain composure, his eyes wide with incredulity. All 9 units that have gone berserk. Looking up, he saw the 9 units engaged in combat with the demons within the pit. Despite their mutilated states, they exhibited strength rivaling that of the demon's .1 unit. Possessing only its legs, crushed a 9th grade demon beneath its foot. Upon the death of this demon, the unit bit down, and with the crunch of bones, its arms were formed. With arms now intact, the berserk unit became even more frenzied, effortlessly shredding 9th grade demons with each swing, while its strikes decimated numerous 8th and 7th grade demons. The more intelligent demons, realizing the threat posed by this unit, sought out other severely damaged machines and a 9th grade demon resembling a jellyfish, adorned with tentacles, misjudged a unit that had only one remaining arm as an easy target. Launching a tentacle at it.to its surprise, the unit caught the tentacle firmly with its remaining arm. With a powerful tug, the ninth-grade demon was yanked forward, its rotund head colliding with the unit's as they locked eyes. The unit bared its cold teeth, exhaling a frosty breath. The ninth-grade demon's pupils quivered in profound terror as it severed its own tentacle in a desperate bid to escape. The unit, seizing the severed tentacle, brushed it against its own dismembered shoulder. The tentacle expanded like foam, swiftly reforming into a new arm. With a grasp into the void, a diamond-shaped barrier appeared, cleaving the jellyfish-like demon in two. What if this is a psychic force field? How is this possible? Witnessing the battlefield, the officer was astounded. In his understanding, a unit required a pilot to utilize a psychic force field, yet these 9 machines clearly displayed no signs of having pilots. Who, then, was controlling these 9 machines? Could it be? The officer stared in shock at the silver sphere before him. In the pit, the damaged units continued to obliterate demons while simultaneously repairing their own forms. The unit that had once been reduced to just a head grew its body back after consuming a demon. The battlefield was tilting decisively in their favor. The Qin family warriors gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Feeling certain that no one would believe their accounts on Blue Star, the units, which could only exhibit the combat prowess of 9th-grade martial honors, had managed to hold back over 100 9th-grade demons and countless 8th and 7th-grade demons. The once vast crater was now filling with the corpses of demons, the battlefield reeking of their putrid blood. The tides of war had shifted dramatically at present. The 9 units of the initial machine are unilaterally slaughtering the celestial demons. Regardless of the injuries inflicted upon the initial machine by these demons, it is capable of recovering in mere moments. The 10 holy-level celestial demons watch in disbelief as the initial machine decimates their subordinates. Seemingly indifferent to the lives of these demons, they observe the initial machine with palpable curiosity, as if it were a novel plaything. As the battlefield becomes littered with the remnants of the slain demons. The 9 units of the initial machine find themselves immersed in a mountain of corpses. The 9 holy-level celestial demons take to the air and confront the initial machine, each selecting their opponent. Before the Qin family's battle department, a silver sphere pulsates with a crimson light, as if calculating something. Suddenly, the initial machine in the circular pit emits a heart-wrenching roar. The sound is deafening, causing the members of the Qin family battle department to cover their ears. Amidst the roar, the once mighty armor of the initial machine begins to shed in pieces. What is happening? Could it be under the influence of the celestial demon's sorcery? Without its defensive armor, would the initial machine's defenses not be severely compromised? The concerned Qin warriors inquired. If not for the fact that confronting holy-level celestial demons would lead to certain death, they would eagerly leap into battle. However, the officer responsible for liaising with the initial machine speaks gravely. No. I once worked in the Apostolic Mecha division of the Jiangxing Academy of Sciences that I heard that the armor of the Apostle series is referred to as a binding device. A binding device. The crowd is perplexed yet intrigued. The officer nods. Indeed, it is designed to restrain the power of the Apostle series mechas. The blueprint for the Apostle series were discovered in a secret realm, and they were developed in conjunction with the Human Completion Project, all of which is classified information. The Academy merely constructed the mechas according to the blueprints, but we are unaware of their operational mechanics. Much like how most people can drive a car without understanding its inner workings, the initial machine is not a purely mechanical construct. Rather, it is a bionic mecha crafted in the likeness of human proportions. Fueled by a crystal core, it relies on its pilot as its heart. Were it not for the absence of a soul, one might even say they could come to life. The binding device serves to prevent them from going out of control. Thus far, there has only been one recorded instance of the initial machine losing control. Qin Jintian's pupils constrict slightly. Are you suggesting that 10 years ago, in Jiangxing? His words trail off, for this is classified information. Officially, Jiangxing reported a riot that resulted in numerous fatalities, ultimately quelled by the combined efforts of 5 martial saints. The officer nods. Correct. The 5 martial saints jointly subdued the rampaging initial machine, which had achieved a synchronization rate of 300%. That as a prototype. The command was to preserve the integrity of the machine, preventing the martial saints from fully unleashing their capabilities, yet it was already evident how formidable the initial machine was. It merely consumed its pilot. Qin Nianchu turns his serious gaze towards the initial machine. So you mean to say that these 9 initial machines could indeed triumph over the holy-level celestial demons they face? In the circular pit, accompanied by a rousing and soaring melody, the 9 initial machines have fully shed the constraints of their armor. They absorb the essence of the celestial demons around them. Growing menacing bone spikes from their forms. The present appearance of the initial machines is far removed from that of high-tech mechas. They now appear even more terrifying than the demons themselves. Chapter 57. The annihilation fireball. The combat within the circular pit has fundamentally altered the perceptions of the Qin family battle department. The holy-level celestial demons, upon commencing their assault, enlarge their forms, yet still find themselves being ground into the earth by the initial machines. Their bat-like wings are torn asunder, and their horns are wrenched away, filling the battlefield with the haunting cries of the holy-level celestial demons. Accompanied only by the soul-stirring music. One holy-level celestial demon, who has remained uninvolved in the fray, stands frozen in shock, watching the carnage unfold before it, its wings forgotten in mid-flap, suspended in the air in a daze. This demon cannot fathom why the humans, who were just moments ago their prey, have turned the tables to hunt them instead. Could it possibly be due to the silver sphere that crashed in? The Qin family members, too, are rendered speechless by the spectacle. Qin Nianchu solemnly queries Qin Nianchu, "Third brother, in your prime, could you contend with these holy-level celestial demons one-on-one?" "I could probably manage, albeit at a great cost." He replies, "The prowess of the holy-level celestial demons is nearly on par with that of the martial saints." Qin Nianchu, the fourth brother, speaks with a hint of fervor. "Now I understand why those old-timers sought to support the scientific division in creating these devices. I previously thought they were squandering resources by producing only a handful, but it seems these machines are truly formidable." Qin Nianchu fixes a serious gaze upon the silver sphere before him. "I suspect that everything hinges upon this mysterious silver sphere. Is this a product of the scientific division's efforts?" Meanwhile, the uninvolved holy-level celestial demon has begun to grasp the significance of the silver sphere. It takes a step back, transforming its form into a colossal entity. Raising its arms, it gathers an immense amount of energy between its palms. Subsequently, 9 tendrils burst forth from its body, piercing into the already beleaguered celestial demons engaged in battle with the initial machines. These demons, having been thoroughly battered, are unprepared for such a treacherous ambush from their own kind. As the tendrils penetrate, their life essence is relentlessly siphoned away, coalescing into the energy fireball. Number 33. "What are you planning to do?" one demon asks in a panic. Number 33 remains silent, hastening the absorption process as the fireball above its head swells rapidly, soon reaching the size of a basketball court. The enormous energy fireball captures the attention of the Qin family battle department. And Qin Nianchu realizes that this celestial demon aims to obliterate the silver sphere. His eyes widen in alarm. "All personnel, prepare. Defense mode. Protect the silver sphere at all costs." The significance of a silver sphere is clear to all members of the Qin family battle department. They rush forward, forming a defensive line before the silver sphere, determined to prevent any harm from befalling it. The 4 heroes of the Qin family position themselves at the forefront. The silver sphere appears to sense the intentions of the Qin family, and its surface flickers with alternating blue and red lights. The holy-level celestial demon completes its energy gathering. With a furious roar, the colossal energy fireball hurtles towards the silver sphere. The holy-level celestial demons battling in the circular pit witness the approaching energy fireball and exclaim, "Number 33. What are you doing? This will destroy us all. For the sake of Lord Baron." Number 33 bellows, unleashing the fireball without hesitation, its own form diminishing and becoming feeble. The fireball hurtles forward, carving a long trench into the ground as it grazes the circular pit. Even before impact, the overwhelming aura generates a searing gale that sweeps through the Qin family battle department. "Stand firm. For our homeland, we shall give our lives." As the rallying cry echoes, the Qin family battle department channels all their strength. A seemingly tangible, massive shield materializes before the silver sphere. Boom! The fireball collides with the shield, releasing a surge of energy that radiates outward. The ground around them fractures and crumbles. The engaged initial machines raise their arms to shield themselves from the devastation wrought by the fireball's explosive energy. The already battered celestial demons, further weakened by their own kind siphoning, are torn apart by the overwhelming force of the fireball. Crack. The shield begins to fracture, the cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. In mere moments, the shield shatters. The members of the Qin family are thrown back by the backlash, each spitting blood as they are propelled away. Yet the fireball continues its relentless advance towards them. Should it strike the silver sphere, the Qin family battle department would be doomed. Suddenly, an initial machine positions itself before the silver sphere, followed by a second, a third. The 9 initial machines interpose their bodies in the path of the incoming fireball. They raise their hands, and layers of red diamond-shaped force fields manifest, standing resolutely against the fireball. It's a psychic force field. An officer from the Qin family exclaims. The psychic force field completely neutralizes the explosive energy of the fireball. The Qin family battle department, shielded by this protective barrier, feels no harm whatsoever. These initial machines are astonishing. Qin Jintian marvels. If the initial machines of the Blue Star could exhibit such strength, how could the celestial demons ever hope to prevail? The psychic force fields of the 9 initial machines combine to thwart the advance of the energy fireball. The silver sphere radiates a blinding red light. The initial machines emit a deafening roar. Their arms behind a psychic force field, shattering one by one. With a resounding explosion, the colossal fireball and the psychic force fields simultaneously dissipate, leaving behind a ground that appears as if it had melted into magma. Only the 9 initial machines, now bereft of their arms, stand defiantly before the silver sphere. Alas, as the fireball surged forth, all the celestial demon corpses within the circular pit were evaporated and obliterated. The initial machines have lost any means of recovery on the opposing side of the circular pit. The now emaciated number 33 gazes vacantly at the scene before it. It cannot comprehend how mere humans managed to withstand the annihilation fireball, which had harnessed the power of 10 holy-level celestial demons. Qin Jintian gazes at the disheartened celestial demons and murmurs. Have we won? We have survived. The remaining individuals have yet to grasp the gravity of their fortune. Suddenly, behind the last holy-level celestial demon, a colossal void vortex manifests. An overwhelming pressure emanates from within the vortex, enveloping the members of the Qin family. They feel as if the very sky is bearing down upon them. Alarm! Alarm! Sea-level energy index detected. The silver sphere emits a mechanical voice, its entire form glowing with a menacing red light. Warning! Warning! Activate emergency protocols. Cease all operations and protect the target genes. The terrifying pressure engulfs the Qin family members. Even before the enemy makes an appearance, they sense that this threat far surpasses that posed by the 10 holy-level celestial demons. Qin Jintian attempts to reach for the silver sphere, hoping to take it away, yet is repelled by an unseen force. The once battle-weary celestial demon, upon glimpsing the swirling void behind him, erupted with unrestrained joy. My Lord Baron! Suddenly, a violet-black arm emerged from the abyss, seizing the celestial demon with unyielding force. Following this, a figure emerged from the void, a colossal entity 10 times larger than the initial model, with a head as massive as a mountain and lips split to reveal sharp fangs. It bore a pair of dark green vertical pupils reminiscent of a hellish fiend. The single horn upon its forehead blazed with violet-black flames. Its form was that of a violet-black steed, with 4 powerful limbs that easily crushed the hardened ground beneath. This demon stepped forth from the void. A tail extending several meters long slammed against the earth, causing tremors to ripple through the air. In one hand, it wielded a gigantic trident, while the other clutched the 33rd celestial demon. That my Lord Baron, cried the captured celestial demon in fervent devotion, only to be crushed into a mist of blood by the Baron-level fiend's grip. Qin Jintian stood in shock, gazing at the monstrosity that had emerged from the void. What in the world is this? The voice boomed like thunder. I, Baron Bruta, demand that you, insignificant humans, welcome my arrival with your blood. Chapter 58. The barren demon despair hung heavily over the Qin clan's battle department. They had never encountered such a formidable demon. Even Qin Nianchu felt minuscule before this titan. It was clear that this was not a foe that humanity could hope to vanquish. Should this demon set foot on Blue Star, it would spell cataclysm for all humankind. They had believed that the celestial demons of the saint level were the pinnacle of their power. Yet here stood the demon proclaiming itself as Baron Bruta, effortlessly obliterating the saint-level demon. This revelation shattered humanity's understanding of the demon hierarchy. Had the power of demons truly transcended the saint level? Qin Nianchu's expression grew grave. Before such an overwhelmingly powerful entity, did they still have a chance to escape? He had thought himself a martial saint, capable of protecting his family, but now it seemed even that was woefully inadequate. Indeed, third brother, we must fight with all our might. Perhaps a miracle still awaits. Qin Nianchu, the fourth brother, turned his gaze towards the silver orb radiating red light. If a miracle were to occur, it could only stem from this very orb that had previously bestowed them with hope. But did the 9 disarmed initial models still possess the strength to fight? Baron Bruta's green vertical pupils scanned the Qin family, and with a mere glance, they felt as if they were being scorched by the flames of hell. In the presence of this Baron-level demon, the Qin family appeared as insignificant as ants. Boom! 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 Baron Bruta strode forward, each step causing the ground to tremble. The Qin family harbored no doubts that a single step from him could annihilate the remaining warriors of their clan. Qin Nianchu gripped his spear tightly, his gaze resolute. He glanced at the silver orb glowing crimson, its red circles flickering rapidly as if calculating something. Suddenly, the orb released 9 beams of red light that surged into the initial models before him. As the 9 beams flowed forth, the silver orb fell to the ground, its brilliance dimming. There was no time to dwell on the orb. Bruta had reached the center of the crater. The 9 initial models, infused with the red light, began to convulse. Their shoulders suddenly split, revealing a pair of wings formed from dense bone spurs that unfurled behind them. With a powerful flap, the 9 initial models soared into the sky. Circling above Baron Bruta like vultures, Bruta swung his trident in an attempt to swat them away, but to no avail. Annoying flies, I shall crush you one by one, in a fit of rage. Bruta unleashed a terrifying energy from the horn atop his head, yet the circling initial models adeptly evaded it. Qin Nianchu, astonished, turned to the officer. What is happening? The initial models can transform like this. I have no idea. I was reassigned to the Qin clan's battle department before I could participate in the core research of the apostle models. The officer's expression was one of confusion. He had believed himself well-versed in the apostle mechs, yet everything before him felt shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, the circling initial models underwent another transformation. Their limbs and torsos began to contract, coalescing into a sharp, spiraled spear, leaving only a pair of massive wings to sustain their flight. This is the Lance of Longinus? The officer's pupils widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. The true Lance of Longinus should be in the kingdom of Fushan. Qin Nianchu's voice was cold. What do you mean by the Lance of Longinus? Explain yourself. The officer explained gravely. I have heard that the blueprints for the Apostle Series mechs were discovered in a secret realm near the kingdom of Fushan. At that time, Fushan lacked the capacity for exploration, so they gathered elite forces from across Blue Star for reconnaissance. They uncovered the blueprints for the Apostle Series, the Human Completion Project, and an extraordinary artifact. The Lance of Longinus, to express gratitude for the assistance of other nations. Fushan publicly released the blueprints for the Apostle Series mechs while secretly concealing the Human Completion Project and the Lance of Longinus. Artifacts of this caliber are revered treasures in every nation. After a millennium of spiritual awakening on Blue Star, although still in its nascent stages, every nation has unearthed some of these extraordinary artifacts. Each possesses world-shattering power, with exceedingly stringent requirements for use. It is said that even a martial saint must be sacrificed. Such artifacts are never employed recklessly, except in dire situations. Meanwhile, the initial models transformed into lances of Longinus, piercing through Bruta's tail, limbs, arms, and body. Bruta let out a pained howl. Cursed humans, what have you done? How dare you injure the great Baron? Bruta attempted to pull the lances free, but intricate sigils surrounded them, binding him to the ground and temporarily sealing his power. Cursed humans! Do you think this will kill me? Once I break free, I shall slaughter you all. Bruta roared in fury, his vertical pupils fixed on the Qin family. This is our chance. Qin Jintian's gaze sharpened. With Bruta immobilized, it was the perfect moment to strike. If they could eliminate Bruta, humanity might seize a glimmer of hope. Qin Jintian gripped his cracked spear, preparing to advance. Qin Xinchenfeng held him back. Third brother, do you have confidence? Qin Jintian's reply was resolute. Even if I have no confidence, I must try. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xinchenfeng released him and produced a vial. This is a gift from Nianchu that fifth brother brought over. He said it can replenish spiritual energy. You should be at your best before the fight. The gene agent is gone, but this remains. Qin Jintian accepted the vial, inspecting the pills within with a frown. Trusting his family, he swallowed one instantly. His eyes widened, and he quickly consumed the remaining pills, and the vial. 50 grade 7 solidifying pills had perfectly restored his previously expended spiritual energy. Eldest brother, this truly works. It's even more effective than the gene agent. Did Nianchu send this for you? Qin Jintian's expression reflected astonishment. Nodding, he gripped his spear, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching the saint level, he had gained the ability to fly. He soared before Bruta, feeling immense pressure merely from proximity. Taking a deep breath, he aimed for the center of Bruta's forehead, powerful spiritual energy swirling around his spear. You insignificant ants dare to challenge me. Once I break free, I will kill you all. No, I shall consume each of you one by one. Realizing Qin Jintian's intent, Bruta, still bound to the ground, roared in rage. Focused and undeterred, Qin Jintian's eyes suddenly gleamed with star-like brilliance. He thrust his spear with explosive force. A glimmer of cold light surged forth. Then, the spear shot forth like a dragon. This was Qin Jintian's path. To ascend to the saint level, one must first comprehend the Tao. With the Tao manifested in myriad forms, Qin Jintian chose to enter the Tao with his spear. Before Bruta, Qin Jintian's spear transformed into a golden dragon several meters long, striking with unrelenting momentum towards the demon's forehead. How dare you? Bruta bellowed. With humanity's fate hanging in the balance, Qin Jintian hesitated not for a moment. His spear plunged directly into the demon's brow. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. The illusion of the golden dragon dissipated, and Qin Jintian's spear pierced Bruta's skin. However, the artifact spear merely broke through his hide. With a sound of shattering, Qin Jintian's spear could not withstand the relentless battle and shattered on the spot. How could this be? Qin Jintian's gaze went blank. The dragon gallant spear, which had accompanied him through countless battles, was reduced to fragments. Without a weapon, how could he kill the demon? Bruta's maniacal laughter erupted. Ha! Ant, you cannot kill me. Soon, you shall all perish. I will slaughter you, every last human. Bruta's colossal form began to writhe. The sigil surrounding the lances of Longinus flickered ominously. Yet suddenly, the lances seemed to emit a mournful cry. Chapter 59. Longinus. The kingdom of Fushan derived its name from the prominent active volcano known as Fubishan, which looms over their modest territory. Beneath Fubishan, 1,000 meters deep, lay the most clandestine research facility of the nation of Sunday. A panicked researcher explained, "Commander, we are assessing the situation. The lance of Longinus has been trembling irregularly since earlier, a phenomenon we have never encountered since its discovery 10 years ago." Before him stood a meticulously crafted vault. Towering 10 meters high, the crimson-hued Longinus lance trembled incessantly, resembling a colossal tuning fork, its two slender and sharp prongs vibrating with intensity. As the Longinus lance quaked, the sturdy vault began to manifest a series of fissures. The researchers shouted in a frenzy, "Quick! Reinforce the vault!" The officer's expression darkened as he coldly addressed the individuals before him. "You had better ascertain the situation immediately. This is a sacred artifact that cannot be compromised. Otherwise, prepare to commit seppuku in atonement." No sooner had he spoken than the Longinus lance suddenly breached the formidable vault, piercing through 1,000-meter-thick stratum with explosive force. The officer and the bewildered researchers stood frozen in disarray. Moments later, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire base. In the battle-scarred realm, Qin Nianchu hovered before Broda, his gaze vacant. Having entered the path with a long spear in hand, he found himself bereft of his weapon. The consequences were dire, either a loss of resolve leading to a fall from martial sanctity or a catastrophic decline in his abilities, rendering him powerless. Yet, in the face of the current predicament, such considerations paled in significance. Before him loomed a terrifying demon, and behind him stood the soldiers of the Qin family. Should he fail to vanquish this demon, the lives of his kin would be forfeit, and Jiangcheng would face utter calamity. There was no other option. Qin Nianchu forced a bitter smile, his eyes igniting with determination. Since I am without a spear, I shall become the spear myself. Flames of fervor ignited within Qin Nianchu's gaze. He sacrificed his very essence, unleashing a formidable aura. Third brother! No! From a distance, Qin Nianchu realized his brother's intentions and shouted in alarm. Yet, Qin Nianchu's aura surged, as if a chilling tempest enveloped him. Upon hearing Qin Nianchu's call, he turned to face the assembled soldiers of the Qin family, striking his chest with his right hand. For our homeland, I shall lay down my life. Qin Nianchu stood resolutely before the demon, akin to an indomitable warrior. Suddenly, a cacophony of sonic booms erupted in the sky, and a crimson light darted from afar, reaching Qin Nianchu in the blink of an eye. Wherever the red light traversed, the ground seemed to be cleaved asunder by a razor's edge. Qin Nianchu braced himself for a desperate struggle. In an instant, a red lance came to a rapid halt before him. The Longinus lance? Qin Nianchu's eyes widened in astonishment. This lance exuded an aura of divine authority. Its appearance, Broda's expression shifted to one of dread. Ant! How dare you? I shall slay you! It began to thrash violently. Qin Nianchu gazed intently at the Longinus lance. Feeling an inexplicable call from within, he extended his hand and grasped the lance. Instantly sensing a profound connection that wield the spear was to command countless weapons. This was not the Longinus lance, reminiscent of the initial model's bony protrusions. It had come from afar. Could this be the genuine Longinus lance, the sacred artifact hidden within Fushan? Qin Nianchu's eyes burned with fervor. Come forth. Regardless of the cost associated with wielding a sacred artifact, he harbored no fear if it meant vanquishing the demon before him. He channeled all his strength into the Longinus lance. The two sharp prongs intertwined in a spiral, forming an even more lethal spear. In that moment, Qin Nianchu's aura surged once more. Having initially intended to become the spear himself, he had discovered a new path, now further empowered by the sacred artifact. His martial prowess soared, breaking through to an unprecedented realm. Qin Nianchu felt as though he had seized control over everything around him. With the sacred artifact in hand, he could pierce through the very earth itself. Ant! How dare you? Humans, let us negotiate. Spare me, and I shall withdraw. Broda, once threatening, now began to plead for mercy, sensing the imminent peril emanating from his human. Qin Nianchu exhaled a plume of searing white vapor and assumed the myriad stances he had practiced with the lance countless times. This technique, Star Breaker, the lance shot forth, its tip piercing Broda's brow, erupting in a resplendent blaze. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, Qin Nianchu awoke with a start, sensing an overwhelming danger befalling his father, leaving him restless. Beside him, curled up like a kitten, Luo Xiaoro stirred, blinking sleepily. Master, what troubles you? Qin Nianchu furrowed his brow and exited his room, calling out, Uncle Kuei! Uncle K! At the sound of his name, Qin Kuei emerged from the adjacent room. Young master, what is your command? Have we established contact with my father? Qin Nianchu inquired gravely. Yes, I will reach out immediately. Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu felt a slight relief, as though the unsettling sensation had diminished. However, unbeknownst to him, chaos reigned across the Blue Star that night. The sacred artifact from Fushan had gone missing, and the Jiangxing Command Center was urgently mobilizing to the outer regions. 3 mechanized combat divisions from the United States were obliterated in the outer realm, resulting in the demise of 5 fifth-tier mutants. Meanwhile, Jiangqing Academy prepared for the grand finals of its intercollegiate competition, reconstructing a square arena of 100 meters on each side with exceptionally resilient materials. The surrounding barriers were infused with the powers of 3 sacred magisters from the academy, but on the day of the finals, the academy was filled to capacity, with numerous dignitaries from Jiangsheng attending to witness the event. Tianxiang, Tianxiang, the strongest in the universe. Nianchu, Nianchu, victory eternal. Even before the competition commenced, supporters on both sides began chanting slogans. While Tianxiang's faction predominantly consisted of commoners, representing ordinary students, while Qin Nianchu's side was largely comprised of affluent families or classmates captivated by his charm. However, the originally spirited chants gradually devolved into a war of insults. Strongest in the universe. Pa, you lost to our young Master Qin back then. Say that again, and beware that our brother Tianxiang will beat you to a pulp. Both sides pointed fingers and hurled insults. Pulp? You mother, I almost forgot about Yi Tianxiang's infamous technique, the explosive pulp. You've been on the receiving end. Haven to you. Did the pulp explode out? Explosive Tianxiang kill. More like explosive pulp, right? Tianxiang? Pulp? Good heavens, I can no longer regard Tianxiang with seriousness. Could Yi Tianxiang actually mean Yi Tian pulp? Qin Nianchu, make Yi Tianxiang explode. Yi Tianxiang supporters were left speechless, having been thoroughly insulted. Despite reaching the finals, Yi Tianxiang's performance had been abysmal. Were it not for his background as a commoner, he would likely have no supporters at all. As the competition commenced, Qin Nianchu and Yi Tianxiang ascended the arena simultaneously. Yi Tianxiang glared at Qin Nianchu. You are fortunate to have made it to the finals, but this is where it ends. Qin Nianchu chuckled after hearing the crowd's chants. Did you hear? They want me to make you explode. Humph. Sharp-tongued. I will show you that strength is the true measure. Yi Tianxiang retorted with a scoff. No sooner had he finished speaking than an aura emanated from Qin Nianchu. To his surprise, the spirit-gathering ray he had absorbed for several days allowed him to break through at this moment. He had ascended to the 6th rank of martial practitioners. Look, young Master Qin has leveled up. Ascending in the heat of battle, young Master Qin truly is a prodigy. Director Zheng observed with a solemn expression. Has Qin Nianchu gone from having no cultivation to reaching the 6th rank in just a few days? His training speed is nothing short of terrifying. Lu Ruoshuang, however, dismissed it, saying, all of this is mere trickery. In my view, he is no match for Yi Tianxiang, who has reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Some may spend their entire lives without achieving such a level. Despite his recent advancement, Qin Nianchu remained calm. It seems your chances of victory have diminished. We now share only a single rank's difference. Humph, so arrogant for someone just entering the 6th rank. I, a peak 7th rank master, can still kill you. Yi Tianxiang shouted angrily, creating distance between himself and Qin Nianchu. A long blade appeared in his hand. Crackling with thunder, a superior grade artifact known as the Thunderblade. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Draw your weapon. Zheng Yuanxian furrowed his brow upon seeing Yi Tianxiang wielding the Thunderblade, directing a glare at Lu Ruoshuang. Lu Ruoshuang chuckled awkwardly. Master, I thought the first prize was meant for Yi Tianxiang. He didn't a suitable weapon, so I lent him the prize weapon. With a teasing smile, Qin Nianchu retrieved the Zawujiaxing blade from his spatial ring, twirling in his hand. This is my weapon, but it's too trivial. I needed to deal with you. Yi Tianxiang roared, conceded, then prepare to die. Thunder Dragon Break. He leaped into the air, swinging the Thunderblade, which radiated with crackling lightning, aimed at Qin Nianchu. Chapter 60. The grand finals begin. Yi Tianxiang's strike bore the weight of thunderous might. His attack range encompassing half the arena. Coupled with the Thunder Dragon technique he acquired in the Secret Realm, he could unleash 5-fold damage even without the Zawujiaxing blade. That why Yi Tianxiang channeled 50,000 spirit energy for the strike, delivering a blow that amounted to 250,000 damage, sufficient to obliterate most 7th rank masters. Qin Nianchu observed Yi Tianxiang's descending blade, binary data flashing in his eyes. The simplicity of the technique was swiftly analyzed. Calmly, he formed a seal. Shadow clone technique. As clouds of smoke erupted, identical clones of Qin Nianchu appeared on the stage, indistinguishable at a glance. The shadow clones sprang into action, evading the surrounding surges of electricity and darting across the arena. On the Teacher S platform, Daisy smiled at Luo Xiaoro. Teacher Luo, your student possesses great talent. He has already mastered your shadow clone technique. The alluring figure of Luo Xiaoro tugged at the corner of her mouth and remarked, Indeed, all the ninjutsu spells she knows were taught by Qin Nianchu, and how could Qin Nianchu possibly be unaware? After observing the situation in the arena, Daisy anxiously inquired, Do you think Qin Nianchu has a chance of winning? A chance? Teacher Daisy, there is no way Qin Nianchu can lose. At this moment, Luan, overhearing this, let out a cold laugh and said, Teacher Luo, you seem overly confident in Qin Nianchu that it is impossible for him to win. Yi Tianxiang is a peak 7th grade master. Even if Qin Nianchu were to break through to the 6th grade at the last moment, their spiritual powers would still be worlds apart. You think this is like the previous match between a 3rd grade and a 5th grade? Luo Xiaoro smiled lightly. Is that so? Then, Teacher Lu, shall we place a bet? If you lose, you will become Qin Nianchu's servant. Very well. If you lose, you will be Yi Tianxiang's servant. I expect you to kneel and lick my feet every day. Lu Ruoyan agreed without hesitation. Daisy, feeling awkward, interjected, Teachers, it's merely a friendly competition among students. There's no need to take it so seriously. Lu Ruoyan scoffed and disregarded her, for she had absolute confidence in Yi Tianxiang. Furthermore, when she gifted him the Thunderblade, Yi Tianxiang had promised her that his foundation was far greater than she could imagine. Naturally, Luo Xiaoro brimmed with confidence in Qin Nianchu as well. Even if Qin Nianchu was not at his peak, defeating a 7th grade insignificant opponent should be a walk in the park, in the arena. Upon witnessing Yi Tianxiang unleash his techniques, Qin Nianchu realized that this fellow's spiritual power was nothing short of terrifying. However, with the protection of the heavenly path, it was not surprising that Yi Tianxiang possessed 200,000 units of spiritual power. Unfortunately, Qin Nianchu, at the 6th grade level, could only muster 20,000 units. A 10-fold disparity between them. Qin Nianchu desired to effortlessly crush Yi Tianxiang with a single move, but his strength simply did not permit it. Fortunately, he bore a spirit-gathering array inscribed upon him, continuously absorbing spiritual power, and he had long been prepared for this confrontation against Yi Tianxiang on the stage. Qin Nianchu's shadow clones were exceedingly nimble, while Yi Tianxiang swung his blade, shattering 3 of the shadow clones. Yet, Qin Nianchu did not allow these clones to retaliate. Instead, he maneuvered around the arena. Executing his prearranged plan, Yi Tianxiang wielded the Thunderblade, relentlessly eliminating Qin Nianchu's shadow clones, transforming the battle into a mere game of mowing down grass. Daisy sighed inwardly after observing this, noting that it appeared Qin Nianchu had not grasped the essence of Teacher Luo's shadow clones. These clones were stationary at certain positions on the stage, lacking the fluidity characteristic of Teacher Luo's creations. Upon hearing this critique, Luo Xiaoro merely smiled. Qin Nianchu's shadow clones were not stationary. They had their own intentions. After Yi Tianxiang had dispatched a dozen shadow clones, he bellowed, Qin Nianchu, are you a monkey? All you do is hide. Come out and fight me head-on. In response, the shadow clones on the stage simultaneously raised a middle finger towards him. How dare you? Coward! I can cleave through the divine realm, and you are certain to lose, Qin Nianchu. Infuriated, Yi Tianxiang's eyelids twitched, compelling him to continue eliminating the shadow clones. Yet the clones faced Yi Tianxiang's onslaught without retreating. Merely uttering, you truly have a thick face, demanding a 6th grade to confront you, a peak 7th grade. To defeat me, you need a few hundred more years of training. Yi Tianxiang's expression twisted with rage. Qin Nianchu, I will see you dead. Dragon Dance of Chaos. The wild dragon blade in Yi Tianxiang's hands danced furiously, slashing hundreds of times in an instant. A flurry of blade energy surged forth, stirring up dust across the arena. As the dust settled, Qin Nianchu's sardonic voice echoed. What you have unleashed is not the dragon dance of chaos, but rather the dragon's excrement. Yi Tianxiang's fury boiled over, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the shadow clones on the stage had been decimated by his earlier strikes, leaving only 3 Qin Nianchu figures standing in the center, one of which must undoubtedly be his true self. Yi Tianxiang cackled. Your shadow clones have been destroyed. Let us see how you will respond now. Qin Nianchu smiled nonchalantly. Allow me to show you something entertaining. With that, he raised his hand and pressed down at the center of the stage, and a radiant flow of spiritual power coursed along the intricate patterns etched into the arena surface. It was then that everyone noticed the appearance of an enigmatic design on the ground, the origins of which were unknown. Zheng Yuanqian abruptly stood up. Is that an array seal? With a shadow clones merely to inscribe the array on the stage. Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Nianchu knows array seals? That is impossible. Daisy curiously asked, what effect does this array seal have? As the array seal was activated, the spiritual energy surrounding the school surged wildly towards the stage, subsequently infusing into Qin Nianchu at the array's focal point. Qin Nianchu chuckled, to be honest, I do not particularly enjoy doing this. Inscribing such a large array can lead to trouble, but it should be fine for the duration of this competition. Qin Nianchu had initially intended to inscribe a large-scale spirit-gathering array to expedite his cultivation, only to have it obliterated by a bolt of thunder. The heavenly laws of Blue Star did not permit him to act in such a manner. By unconventional means, whatever you inscribe will lead to your downfall. Yi Tianxiang leaped into the air, the wild dragon blade slashing down with ferocious intent. Heavenly dragon flash. It is dragon excrement, Qin Nianchu corrected him, unfazed as he extended a palm. Then allow me to introduce you to this. The remaining two shadow clones swiftly approached, grasping something in Qin Nianchu's hand. Moments later, a glowing orb the size of a basketball materialized, revealing countless sharp air blades swirling within. This technique was called the Great Jade Spiral Sphere. As Yi Tianxiang's blade descended, the two shadow clones simultaneously hurled the orb forward. The Great Jade Spiral Sphere collided with the heavenly dragon flash, unleashing a tempest upon the arena, sending gusts of wind swirling. The two shadow clones shattered instantly, yet the Great Jade Spiral Sphere remained steadfastly lodged against the edge of Yi Tianxiang's blade. Yi Tianxiang, taken aback, could not fathom that the devastating heavenly dragon flash, capable of annihilating Lin Shihao, was being thwarted by such a seemingly trivial orb. Impossible! Yi Tianxiang roared, summoning all his strength to strike downwards. As the Great Jade Spiral Sphere was cleaved apart, a deluge of wind blades erupted forth, leaving numerous cuts across Yi Tianxiang's handsome visage, shredding his garments to tatters. Continuing his onslaught would surely result in significant injury. Yi Tianxiang's eyes narrowed as he leaped back, creating distance from Qin Nianchu. The 3 consecutive attacks had drained him of 100,000 units of spiritual power, and he was slightly breathless. Having initially believed he could finish off Qin Nianchu with a single strike, he was now faced with an unexpected delay. Yi Tianxiang squinted at Qin Nianchu and remarked, "You must not be in good shape either." To unleash such powerful techniques, and having previously utilized shadow clones, how much spiritual power do you have left? Me? Just 20,000, Qin Nianchu replied with a calm smile. Indeed, having advanced to the 6th grade, he possessed a mere 20,000 units of spiritual power. The earlier Great Jade Spiral Sphere had consumed 2,000 of his power, yet, due to his understanding of the technique, he had effortlessly achieved 5 times its usual effectiveness. However, the spirit-gathering array beneath his feet restored 1,000 units of spiritual power each second. As long as he remained at the focal point of this array, and his spiritual power continued to regenerate. He could not possibly lose. Then it seems you are destined to lose. I will unleash this ninjutsu with all my spiritual power. Yi Tianxiang's gaze hardened, and he brought his hands together. Even though he knew this ninjutsu was rather embarrassing, it was the best way to secure victory at this juncture. Qin Nianchu exuded an air of peculiarity. He must be met with overwhelming strength, a single decisive move to determine the outcome. As Yi Tianxiang began to gather his power, the air trembled and spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips. Surrounding debris began to fly, and the students below watched in trepidation, feeling a tightening sensation. Would Qin Nianchu be able to withstand a technique that even the 8th grade master Chu Jun could not endure? With such an affinity for explosive techniques, perhaps we should rename you from Yi Tianxiang to Chrysanthemum Xiang. How vulgar! What a disgrace! The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves, some of Yi Tianxiang's supporters displaying expressions of embarrassment. Qin Nianchu slapped his forehead in disbelief. Are you really going to use that? In response, Yi Tianxiang's deep, furious roar echoed. Explosive flash. 1,000-year kill. As Yi Tianxiang executed the 1,000-year kill with remarkable proficiency. It was evident that he had practiced it in secret. The power accumulated at his fingertips was restrained, waiting to unleash unspeakable devastation at the crucial moment. He burst forth, breaking the ground beneath him. And in an instant, he was behind Qin Nianchu. Die. Yi Tianxiang's eyes glinted with fervor as he thrust his finger forward. The audience averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight, as they anticipated Qin Nianchu's life being irrevocably altered by Yi Tianxiang's merciless assault. At the edge of the crowd, Chu Jun, witnessing Yi Tianxiang resort to this shameless technique, felt his blood boil. The grip on his cane tightened until it shattered, for it was this very move that had left him reliant on the cane. Subjected to the mockery of his peers, who labeled him the man who had been exploded by Yi Tianxiang. Despite his years of discipline, his gaze could not conceal the animosity brewing within. Seeing Qin Nianchu on the verge of repeating past mistakes ignited a deep-seated hatred within him. Why Yi Tianxiang channeled 100,000 units of spiritual power into the 1,000-year kill, a strike that was both unstoppable and awe-inspiring. To his surprise, just as he launched the attack, an invisible barrier blocked his path. Qin Nianchu's middle finger pressed against his index finger, having already unleashed the unlimited technique. He turned around, a look of disdain on his face as he stared at Yi Tianxiang, who was bent over in front of him. Surely you don't think that after I discovered your penchant for probing, I would remain unguarded? And even if I were, what of it? I can break through the Shinra Tensei. What does this matter? Yi Tianxiang's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he attempted to breach that final barrier. I want to even turn my back to you, and yet you still wish to probe? Qin Nianchu inquired, pressing his eyebrows together. To why Yi Tianxiang shouted stubbornly, who says probing is a necessity. At this proclamation, the audience collectively gasped. This Yi Tianxiang has truly lost his mind. No wonder he is known as Probing Xiang. For his unwavering obsession, I would dare to call him the strongest in explosive probing. However, the teacher's seat saw Lu Rushi covering her face, seemingly unable to recognize Yi Tianxiang, especially since everyone in the academy knew he was her prized disciple. Completely engrossed, Yi Tianxiang paid no heed to the murmurs from the audience. His sole fixation was to unleash this 1,000-year kill. Closer, nearer, he was certain he could break through this layer of defense. A frenzied gleam lit Yi Tianxiang's eyes, as if with this single move, victory would be his. Once he triumphed, who could possibly challenge him? Suddenly, slap! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the arena. Why Yi Tianxiang was instantly knocked away. The power from his fingertips spiraled out of control, shooting into the sky. Yi Tianxiang was sent sprawling to the side. Disbelief etched across his face. The surrounding spectators fell silent, utterly astonished that Yi Tianxiang had been so easily dispatched by a single slap from Qin Nianchu. Even more shocking was the sheer power of Yi Tianxiang's attack. Had any of them been struck by such a blow, they would likely be rendered powerless for life. From the crowd, Chu Jun exclaimed excitedly, "That was a splendid slap. This scoundrel deserved it." On the stage, Qin Nianchu chuckled derisively at Yi Tianxiang. When you learned this technique, did no one inform you that such sneak attacks, with all their power concentrated at the fingertips, would leave your defenses remarkably weak? Yi Tianxiang's expression turned vacant. He had solely focused on the brutal, destructive power of the technique, entirely neglecting its defensive shortcomings. That he wiped his swollen cheek and stood up. "Damn it. You were just lucky. But do you think you've won? I still have my secret weapon." The Thunderblade was once again his grasp. Why Yi Tianxiang radiated an overwhelming aura, electricity crackling around the Thunderblade. "Let me show you my true killing move." Thunder roars across the heavens. As Yi Tianxiang swung his sword, a purple thunderbolt surged forth along the swift blade's trajectory, hurtling toward Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu had already begun his analysis at the moment Yi Tianxiang initiated his attack, inwardly lamenting, truly the chosen one. This move could produce 10 times the attack power. It is known that the pinnacle martial arts taught in the academy only achieve a maximum of 3 times the effect, while some esteemed masters might reach around 5 times. A tenfold effect is something only found among sacred-level techniques. Had Yi Tianxiang unleashed this move with 100,000 spiritual power, even if Qin Nianchu managed to defend against it, he would have appeared quite disheveled. However, with merely 20,000 spiritual power, it was hardly a concern. Calmly and unhurriedly, Qin Nianchu formed seals, coldly declaring, "Earth explodes, heaven stars." Suddenly a multitude of stones rose around him. Intercepting the descending thunder of thunder roars across the heavens. Subsequently, to Yi Tianxiang's astonishment, a vast number of stones gravitated toward him, sealing him once more within a colossal stone sphere. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. As if Yi Tianxiang had already been defeated by this technique, in the teacher's seating area, Lu Rushi bit her lip, her nails digging into her flesh. The thought that if Yi Tianxiang lost, she would have to serve Qin Nianchu as a slave made her feel more distressed than swallowing a fly. Angrily, she rose and shouted, "Yi Tianxiang, break free! You cannot lose!" Simultaneously, outside the arena, Su Kexin also stood up and cried out, "Tianxiang Ge! You cannot lose!" She was unwilling to witness the man she admired being defeated by someone she considered beneath her. That why Yi Tianxiang, you cannot lose! With the cries of the two women, some of Yi Tianxiang's supporters joined in. Chanting, bang, 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 the sounds of collision echoed from within the stone sphere. One sound, two sounds, followed by a continuous series of impacts. The entire stone sphere began to tremble. Qin Nianchu frowned. He could distinctly feel his spiritual power dwindling rapidly. The energy he was gathering within the spirit-collecting circle being consumed at an alarming rate. The spiritual power within Qin Nianchu surged up and down like a fluctuating volume line. Break free. With a roar, Yi Tianxiang shattered the stone sphere and leaped out. Though somewhat disheveled, his momentum was soaring. Lu Ruiying's eyes sparkled. Did Yi Tianxiang break through? Is he now an 8th-rank grandmaster? Yi Tianxiang let out a long howl, boldly pointing his blade at Qin Nianchu. Did you think you were the only one capable of breaking through in the heat of battle? I can too. I am an 8th-rank grandmaster. With 400,000 spiritual power, what can you possibly use to contend with me? The arena erupted in astonishment. 400,000 spiritual power at the 8th-rank grandmaster level. How is that possible? Is Yi Tianxiang a monster? 400,000 spiritual power is virtually unheard of in the annals of Blue Star's history. Nearby, Chu Jun's eyes widened in shock. He had anticipated Yi Tianxiang's spiritual power to be impressive, but not this terrifying 400,000 spiritual power. Even in a normal competition, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. Beside him, Chu Yuan clenched her fists, anxiously watching Qin Nianchu on the stage. Yi Tianxiang's expression turned vicious. Qin Nianchu, have you thought about how you will perish? Noisy. Qin Nianchu frowned. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of stones surged toward Yi Tianxiang once more. Yi Tianxiang laughed maniacally. The same trick won't work on me. I will show you what absolute power truly is. 400,000 spiritual power made Yi Tianxiang unbearably arrogant. He swung his thunderblade, obliterating all the stones that approached him into dust. Qin Nianchu remained indifferent, simply maintaining the output of spiritual power for Earth explodes, heaven stars. Rocks continued to surge toward Yi Tianxiang. In the teacher's seating area, Lu Rushi smugly glanced at Luo Xiaoro. See, Qin Nianchu has exhausted his tricks. He only knows how to repeat this technique. Qin Nianchu is bound to lose. Just wait to become my slave. Is that so? Then you better watch closely. Luo Xiaoro remained unfazed, wearing a serene smile. Around the arena, Lin Wanner watched the stage anxiously, her fists clenched. Though she felt jealousy over Qin Nianchu's flirtations, she still felt compelled to cheer him on. Lin Shulai shook his head and sighed. Yi Tianxiang's talent is simply terrifying. With 400,000 spiritual power, Qin Nianchu has no chance of winning. Lin Shua attempted to offer some comfort, only managing a bitter smile as he said, "Little sister, don't worry. With so many teachers watching, Yi Tianxiang wouldn't dare do anything to Qin Nianchu on the stage." Yi Tianxiang laughed recklessly. "Qin Nianchu, let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Today, I will make you submit." He extravagantly expended his spiritual power, reducing the encroaching stones to mere dust. Chapter 62. A true man never looks back at an explosion. As Yi Tianxiang struck, a thick layer of dust enveloped his surroundings. Initially, he casually consumed his spiritual power to strike, But with each blow, his heart sank further. Each time he broke through, the earth explodes. Heaven stars, he was expending around 20,000 spiritual power. Logically speaking, Qin Nianchu's spiritual power should have been depleted long ago. Why was he still able to continue using this ninjutsu? Soon, Yi Tianxiang noticed the formation beneath him. Could it be that the array beneath his feet was peculiar, as if he had not moved from that spot at all? Though he sometimes appeared foolishly overconfident, his combat sensitivity was still intact. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a strike, sending a powerful blade of energy toward Qin Nianchu. Indeed, Qin Nianchu merely sidestepped, his feet remaining firmly planted. Something is amiss. Yi Tianxiang squinted, launching more strikes at Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu raised an eyebrow slightly, lifting a finger so that some stones intercepted the trajectory of the strikes, colliding with the blade's energy and transforming into dust. It seems you've already noticed? Yi Tianxiang coldly replied. Qin Nianchu, let us see how long you can maintain this. While continuing to strike to force Qin Nianchu to move, he infused spiritual power into his legs, carving deep footprints into the arena as he struggled against the pull of earth explodes. Heaven stars. Suddenly, Qin Nianchu ceased his ninjutsu. While Yi Tianxiang nearly lost his balance. Teetering on the brink of falling, he planted his thunder blade in the ground, stubbornly supporting himself, and sneered. Not continuing, realizing that this technique is ineffective against me. Qin Nianchu shook his head. No, rather, the materials are sufficient. Materials? Yi Tianxiang found this puzzling. Yet his anger overshadowed his curiosity. He sneered at Qin Nianchu. I have tolerated you for long enough. Don't even think about admitting defeat. With a swing of his thunderblade, he prepared to strike down. Suddenly, he felt something restraining his raised arm. Turning, he discovered that his right wrist was ensnared by a layer of sand. Qin Nianchu's voice rang out. Earth-style, sand-binding coffin. In an instant, Yi Tianxiang's hands, feet, neck, and waist were all bound by the surging sand, lifting him high above the arena. In the teacher's seating area, Daisy looked in astonishment at Luo Xiaoro. Teacher Luo? Does Qin Nianchu also know earth magic? On the stage, Yi Tianxiang found himself hoisted aloft by the sand, utterly unable to leverage his strength. The thunderblade in his hand cleaved through the sand and stone arm, sending ripples cascading outward, only to be swiftly mended. In a startling turn of events, a mass of sand enveloped Yi Tianxiang's right hand, forcibly dislodging the thunderblade from his grip. Regardless of how fiercely Yi Tianxiang struggled, the shattered sand seemed to restore itself with remarkable speed. A heap of sand, connected to the focal point of the spirit-gathering array, lifted Qin Nianchu before Yi Tianxiang. Slap! A resounding strike landed on Yi Tianxiang's cheek as Qin Nianchu exclaimed, "Weren't you just so arrogant?" This blow left Yi Tianxiang momentarily dazed. Overwhelmed by humiliation, his expression contorted as he hissed, "Qin Nianchu, I will kill you! I will kill you!" He thrashed desperately, but it was to no avail. Despite possessing over 100,000 units of spiritual power, he found himself utterly unable to break free from the flowing sand, as if he were trying to exert force while submerged in water. From the teacher's seat, Daisy suddenly realized, I understand now. Qin Nianchu has been using Earth Explosion Star to generate materials from Yi Tianxiang's own hand. The stones on the arena were far too sturdy. Had Qin Nianchu attempted to create materials on her own, it would have consumed a great deal of spiritual power. She exploited Yi Tianxiang. Luo Xiaoro cast a glance of approval. Slap. Another resounding slap echoed across the arena, silencing Yi Tianxiang. Recognizing his precarious position, he managed to compose himself, though his eyes seethed with murderous intent as he glared at Qin Nianchu, declaring, I refuse to accept this. If I had access to those formidable ninjutsu techniques, you would have lost long ago. Qin Nianchu scoffed. Do you truly believe that technique is impressive? Sand Binding Coffin is an S-rank ninjutsu, while Earth Explosion Star is classified as Super S-rank, that you've witnessed me use it numerous times. Yet you've failed to grasp it, haven't you? Her words caused Yi Tianxiang's pupils to constrict slightly. The genius he was. With an exceptional memory for techniques, he had attempted to mimic Qin Nianchu's use of Earth Explosion Star and Shinra Tensei, but it yielded no results. Qin Nianchu laughed. Let me enlighten you. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you oh, you think these ninjutsu are simple. Only a true genius can master them. Just because I can wield them does not mean you can too. Even if you practice for 100 years, it would be futile. You perceive ninjutsu as powerful, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that the best ninjutsu are those that can counter your brute force techniques. It was not that Qin Nianchu wished to lecture him, but rather to obscure her own intentions. The slight misstep in her treatment of Yi Tianxiang could attract the wrath of the heavenly Tao, a consequence she wished to avoid. Perhaps she had not anticipated that her words would plunge Yi Tianxiang into profound self-doubt. He roared in a frenzy, "Impossible! I am a genius. There is nothing I cannot master. I am the chosen one." The laughter of his peers resonated around him, mocking the desperation of a man on the verge of defeat. Slap. Yet another slap rang out. "Silence. This slap is in retribution for Chu Jun," Qin Nianchu declared coldly. Below the stage, Chu Yuan gazed at Qin Nianchu with admiration, sending a kiss through the air, indifferent to whether he noticed. Slap. Another strike followed. "This slap is for Brother Shu Lai. Losing to a wretch like you is truly disgraceful." This slap was for Wanner. For those who bullied her must pay a price. Lin Wanner, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush, her earlier jealousy dissipating as she regarded Qin Nianchu with newfound admiration. The consecutive slaps rendered Yi Tianxiang's complexion crimson. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his neck was a tapestry of grotesque blood vessels. "Qin Nianchu, I will fight you." After enduring multiple slaps, Yi Tianxiang's reason slipped away. His eyes were now filled with a frenzied intent to kill. He no longer needed to replenish his spiritual power. Turning his back to the podium, he prepared to claim his victory. Behind him, Yi Tianxiang struggled to break free amidst his screams. He leaped into the air, his clenched fist gathering all his strength, determined to obliterate Qin Nianchu. "Watch out!" Shouts of alarm erupted from the crowd below. Lu Ru, witnessing Yi Tianxiang's binding, felt despair wash over her. Astonished that Qin Nianchu had unwittingly given Yi Tianxiang an opportunity, she fervently shouted, "That's right, kill him!" Yet, Qin Nianchu showed no intention of turning around. With a mere lift of her right hand, the surrounding sand and stone ensnared Yi Tianxiang. Sandfall funeral. Clenching her fingers, a thunderous sound erupted, and the sand cascaded violently, sending the unconscious Yi Tianxiang plummeting from midair. Qin Nianchu stood at the edge of the arena, awaiting the referee to announce her victory. However, before Zheng Yuanqian could declare the match's outcome, Lu Ru stood up first, shouting, "This is unfair. Qin Nianchu cheated." Chapter 63. Is this a token of affection? Lu Ru's frenzied cries instantly captured the attention of the entire audience, as if she were privy to some hidden truth. Zheng Yuanqian rebuked her angrily. "Sit down and cease your nonsense." Lu Ru's eyes flickered as she glanced at Luo Xiao's mocking gaze. Growing more resolute as she shouted, "Qin Nianchu must have cheated. Otherwise, how could she possibly defeat Yi Tianxiang? A 6th-tier martial artist overcoming an 8th-tier grandmaster. How is that even conceivable?" Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to find merit in her argument. After all, such an occurrence had never transpired in Blue Star. Even victories by those challenging a single tier above were exceedingly rare. Standing at the edge of the arena, Qin Nianchu smiled lightly. "Oh, really? Then may I ask, Teacher Lu, how exactly did I cheat?" "I don't know, but you must be up to something. Furthermore, I heard you survived an encounter with a 9th-tier demon lord, which is suspicious." Lu Ru pointed an accusing finger at Qin Nianchu, exclaiming, "By the way, how did you survive your encounter with the 9th-tier demon lord? Did you learn the demon lord's wicked techniques? Are you an undercover agent planted among us humans?" Lu Ru said sternly to Zheng Yuanqian. "Master, I demand that Qin Nianchu be arrested immediately. For the safety of humanity, we must conduct a thorough investigation." "Nonsense. Sit down." Zheng Yuanqian could no longer contain his irritation. The Qin family has always been loyal and valiant on the frontier. How could Qin Nianchu possibly be a spy for the demon lord? She has clearly explained her encounter with the 9th-tier demon lord. And did Yi Tianxiang not also narrowly escape? Qin Nianchu smiled lightly. "It seems Principal Zheng is quite reasonable. Then he shouldn't have been able to defeat an 8th-tier grandmaster." Lu Ru persisted in her arguments. Qin Nianchu chuckled. "Teacher Lu, Could it be that you are so protective of Yi Tianxiang simply because he is your cherished disciple? Are you unable to bear his defeat? Or perhaps you wish to step down and fight for him yourself? A mere 6th tier. Do you think I fear you? Let me see what tricks you have. Lu Ru leaped from the teacher's seat onto the arena. Boo! The crowd erupted in jeers. The disciple lost. And now the master steps in? Is it a case of sending the old to face the young? This pair of master and disciple truly seemed shameless. Lu Ru's complexion turned pale as she shouted at the audience. Silence. If Qin Nianchu can defeat the 8th tier Yi Tianxiang, then winning against me. A 7th tier grandmaster should be easy. I want to test the authenticity of this young man. Boo! The jeers intensified. Qin Nianchu just fought. She's at a disadvantage. Isn't this bullying? In a match where everyone displayed their techniques. It's conceivable that Yi Tianxiang lost due to carelessness. What does it matter if the teacher steps in? Many in the crowd came to Qin Nianchu's defense. Qin Nianchu scoffed, if I am not mistaken. The Thunderblade is one of the rewards for first place. How could it possibly be in Yi Tianxiang's possession? With this statement, the crowd came to a realization. How shameless. Accusing Qin Nianchu of cheating. Yet you are the one who is guilty. It was evident that Lu Ru had covertly taken a Thunderblade to ensure Yi Tianxiang's victory. Lu Ru's expression darkened as she glared at Qin Nianchu with malice. I ask you, do you dare to fight me? Just as Qin Nianchu was about to respond, Luo Xiaoro descended gracefully onto the arena, her elegance captivating the attention of all, with a radiant smile. She addressed the crowd. Qin Nianchu is my student. It would not be right for you to bully her in my presence. Teacher Lude, if you wish to fight, I will gladly oblige. Oh, you think I fear you? I've long found you displeasing. Lu Ru assumed a fighting stance. Luo Xiaoro showed no sign of concern, sarcastically replying, Teacher Lu, allow me to remind you, Qin Nianchu has already won. According to our earlier wager, you are to become her servant upon losing. Even if you fight me, it will not change the outcome, and besides, you have no hope of winning. Hearing this, Qin Nianchu was taken aback. Have I just gained a servant? The audience was equally astonished. So, does this mean Lu Ru is now Qin Nianchu's servant? This situation had become quite entertaining. Lu Ru was surely unwilling to accept such a fate. Exposed in front of everyone, Lu Ru's eyes burned with fury. You insolent wretch! I will kill you! With that, she unleashed a fierce punch, the power of a 7th-tier grandmaster exploding forth. Luo Xiaoro frowned slightly, preparing to counter and bring this woman down. Suddenly, accompanied by the pressure of a half-step martial saint, Zheng Yuanqian landed on the arena. He blocked Lu Ru's punch and, after tossing her aside, bellowed, Everyone, stand down. Do not act recklessly. Master. Lu Ru's gaze was filled with resentment. As she sought to leverage their mentor-student bond, stand down. Zheng Yuanqian's voice thundered, clearly enraged. Lu Ru, unwilling to accept defeat, descended from the arena, her eyes glinting with a vengeful malice, as if she wished to see both Luo Xiaoro and Qin Nianchu suffer. Luo Xiaoro observed the woman's gaze, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Zheng Yuanqian approached Qin Nianchu, offering a slight bow as he earnestly addressed her. Classmate Qin, I apologize for my inability to teach my students adequately. Qin Nianchu shrugged, seemingly indifferent. While it was true that Zheng Yuanqian was Lu Rushi's mentor, he maintained an unwavering integrity as the vice principal. Zheng Yuanqian then turned to the assembly and declared, in this academy competition, the first place goes to Qin Nianchu. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience, yet Su Kexin's expression remained vacant. The girl she had previously dismissed as a mere waste, devoid of any true skill, had somehow secured the top position in the latest academy contest. Could it be that she had truly misjudged? Was the man who had devoted 5 years to her truly a dark horse? Could Qin Nianchu be even more outstanding than Yi Tianxiang? Zheng Yuanqian raised his hands to quell the surrounding excitement. The reward for first place includes 10 ninth-grade spiritual crystals, a set of sacred-level cultivation techniques, and 1 top-grade artifact, which you may collect from me after the competition, that I hope all students will take Qin Nianchu as a model for their studies and strive for excellence. Qin Nianchu chuckled. Vice Principal, could I receive the top-grade artifact right now? Zheng Yuanqian appeared slightly puzzled. With a flick of her wrist, Qin Nianchu summoned the Thunderblade in her grasp. I'll take this one. Yi Tianxiang, just regaining his composure, was nearly driven to fury upon witnessing this scene. His fists clenched as he realized that this scoundrel had again pilfered his weapon. Noticing Qin Nianchu's provocative gaze directed at him, Yi Tianxiang's anger surged, his temper flaring. For Qin Nianchu, the choice of weapon as a reward held little significance. She merely relished the sight of Yi Tianxiang's impotent frustration. As Zheng Yuanqian, Yi Tianxiang's grandmaster, intervened to mediate, it became evident that Yi Tianxiang had already offended Chu Jun, thus forfeiting a grand opportunity. The moment would soon arrive when those around Yi Tianxiang would abandon him, culminating in his downfall. On the arena, Zheng Yuanqian continued. With the conclusion of this academy competition, we now commence the new heavenly ranking tournament, lasting 2 months. The top 10 of the heavenly ranking will qualify for a global academy competition 3 months hence, where substantial rewards await those who achieve noteworthy placements. That I encourage all students to challenge themselves and bring honor to our school. With that, Zheng Yuanqian descended from the stage. Supporters of Qin Nianchu surged forward, lifting her up in celebration. Meanwhile, Wu Daoshang from the cultivation department hurried onto the stage, his eyes sparkling as he beheld the formation seals. He anxiously urged, Hey, be careful not to damage the formation seals. You all go celebrate down there. Go on. Qin Nianchu, overwhelmed by her classmates' congratulations, beamed with joy, announcing, Tonight at Yiping Xian, I, Qin Xiao, will cover the bill. Everyone is invited. The cheers from her classmates grew even more fervent. That evening, Yiping Xian was packed to capacity, with Qin Nianchu transforming the venue into a grand ball. Nearly all students from Jiangshang Academy attended, even those who were not her supporters, eager to enjoy a lavish meal at such an upscale establishment. Dining here cost as much as a commoner's monthly salary. The girls adorned themselves in exquisite attire, hoping to capture the favor of Qin Xiao or some wealthy heir, ensuring their future sustenance and access to superior cultivation resources. However, no matter how beautifully they dressed, they could not compare to the 3 radiant women at the event. Lin Wanner, resplendent in a sky-blue princess gown, exuded grace and elegance. Chu Yuan, in a backless deep-V evening gown, radiated confidence and allure, captivating the attention of numerous boys. Each of these women possessed their own unique charms, yet they paled in comparison to Luo Xiaoro, who entered the scene, clad in a qipao adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns. She embodied both poise and sensuality. An occasional playful smile from her sent all the men present into a fervor, some even bumping into one another in their dazed admiration. With these 3 women present, Qin Nianchu found herself quite occupied, as the ball naturally called for dancing. Chu Yuan was the first to approach Qin Nianchu, her eyes reflecting clear admiration. You performed exceptionally well today. My brother speaks highly of you. It's rare to hear him praise someone like that. Thank you. By the way, I mentioned before that I would forego my rewards. I'll give them to you later, Qin Nianchu replied with a polite smile. I have no need for the school's rewards. Just remember your promise to me, she added. Chu Yuan and Wanner exchanged amused glances, and Chu Yuan leaned in close, whispering, From now on, you're my boyfriend. Huh. Qin Nianchu was taken aback. Just as the song concluded, as he prepared to take a break, Lin Wanner approached, her cheeks flushed with courage. Initially hesitant, she gathered her nerve, spurred on by Lin Shulai and Lin Shuhua, and invited, Classmate Qin, may I have this dance for the next song? Chu Yuan, with a knowing glance at Lin Wanner, graciously stated, I'll take a break. You two enjoy yourself. It was Qin Nianchu's turn to dance with Lin Wanner. She shyly inquired, What is your relationship with Senior Chu Yuan now? Qin Nianchu grinned awkwardly. That it's a rather complicated one. That a minor detail. That be by the way. I say a little something for you. He produced a 9th grade fire crystal. Being a fire mage, this would significantly enhance her magic. Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with surprise at the precious gift, quickly followed by a bashful demeanor. Thank you. And this is for you. She removed an exquisite hairpin from her hair and handed it to Qin Nianchu. Oh, you really needn't be so courteous, he thought, pondering the utility of such an item for himself. Once their dance concluded, Lin Wanner blushed and darted away. Before Qin Nianchu could catch his breath, Luo Xiaoro approached with a radiant smile. Classmate Qin, I assent to time we dance together. Qin Nianchu smirked, Why are you joining the fray? Can I have a moment to rest? Luo Xiaoro gestured toward the throngs of girls fixated on Qin Nianchu. Do you really think they will allow you a moment of respite? Reluctantly, Qin Nianchu stood to prepare for a dance with Luo Xiaoro. Noticing the hairpin in his hand, she asked, "Did Lin Wanner give you that?" I gifted her a 9th grade fire crystal, and she gave me this in return. I have no use for it, Qin Nianchu replied, somewhat bemused. Luo Xiaoro raised an eyebrow, her smile enchanting. Master, congratulations on acquiring a token of affection. Chapter 64. Classmate Qin, shall we dance? I didn't mean it that way. Qin Nianchu gritted his teeth. Luo Xiaoro's eyebrows arched. So you have intentions toward Chu Yuan then? I distinctly heard her refer to you as her boyfriend. Not at all. I simply clarified the situation. Qin Nianchu vehemently denied. As Luo Xiaoro traced circles on his chest, her breath like fragrant orchids, she remarked, Master, from the time we arrived in the Tianyin continent, have you noticed you seem disinterested in women? Women merely slow my draw. Qin Nianchu replied, his smile icy. Could it be that it's due to your own shortcomings? Luo Xiaoro blinked her beautiful eyes. Uffed. Qin Nianchu felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. Observing his flustered state, Luo Xiaoro erupted in laughter, captivating the attention of many men nearby. In a fit of exasperation, Qin Nianchu threatened. You little brat, keep talking nonsense, and you'll never enjoy fried chicken again. Luo Xiaoro raised an eyebrow. Master, have you forgotten? I am now a teacher with a salary. I can buy my own fried chicken. Is that so? Then move out of my room. From this moment on, you owe me rent, Qin Nianchu retorted coldly. Luo Xiaoro paused, her expression shifting to one of sorrow. Master is bullying me again. I shan't say anything. As the music concluded, Luo Xiaoro feigned sadness and stepped aside. Several boys, witnessing her pitiful demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and were about to offer comfort when she shooed them away with a curt dismissal. Whether she was being delicate or willful, all of Luo Xiaoro's actions were dedicated to Qin Nianchu. No one else held that privilege. Yet, whenever Qin Nianchu found a moment of respite, girls would seize the opportunity to approach him. Classmate Qin, may I have this dance? Classmate Qin, could you dance with me? The fervent attention from the girls left Qin Nianchu nearly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a deep voice broke through the clamor. Classmate Qin, will you dance with me? Everyone turned to see Li Shunke, his brows thick and eyes earnest, staring intently at Qin Nianchu. The surrounding girls immediately regarded him with disdain. What? You want to dance with me? Qin Nianchu was taken aback. Li Shunke clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Yes, you promised me. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the girls. They looked at Qin Nianchu with pity. He twitched his lips, and after a moment's contemplation, he found it a suitable excuse. Grabbing Li Shunke, he politely addressed the surrounding girls. I apologize, but I have an agreement with Li classmate, so I must excuse myself for now. With that, he quickly led Li Shunke aside. What is going on? When did I promise to dance with you? Li Shunke's face flushed crimson. Not a dance, you said after the competition. You'd teach me the techniques to surpass the martial saint. I thought that only by dancing with you could I have a chance to discuss it. Qin Nianchu smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I'm truly amazed by you. However, I must thank you for helping me rid myself of those girls. You're welcome. Can you teach me now? Li Shunke inquired with a serious expression. Observing Li Shunke's stern demeanor, Qin Nianchu felt a mischievous urge arise within him. A subtle, wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he produced 3 volumes of martial arts manuals. Brave youth, which one do you desire? This Kuwait flower classic, or perhaps this 8 Gates of Duanjia, or even this evil-repelling sword manual? Li Shunke's round eyes scanned the books before he resolutely declared. What I seek is a method that surpasses the martial saint's techniques, that I shall learn whatever you provide. Seems that you really are dull, Qin Nianchu scoffed, handing Li Shunke the 8 Gates of Duanjia, while advising. Study it diligently. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. I will even generously teach you a technique called Inside Lotus Blossom. When practicing, you may only open up to 3 gates. Beyond that, you risk injury. Unless it is a true battle, do not recklessly open the 4th gate. Upon receiving the manual, Li Shunke's eyes widened in excitement as he eagerly asked, Will opening 3 gates allow me to defeat the martial saint? Qin Nianchu stared at him blankly. When you can defeat a 7th grade master in your normal state, opening 3 gates will approximately allow you to spar with the martial saint. Suddenly, Li Shunka clasped his fists together and exclaimed, "Adoptive father, from now on, my life belongs to you." Qin Nianchu stared at him in disbelief. "Who taught you to call me that?" Classmate Wang Qian said that Qin Shao has shown us immense kindness, and thus should be addressed as adoptive father. Li Shunka earnestly explained. Qin Nianchu waved his hand dismissively. After Li Shunka saluted and departed, Qin Nianchu reflected on how Wang Qian had been diligently attending to his needs and fulfilling every request. He had provided benefits to those around him, yet he had nearly forgotten this young man. Noticing Wang Qian glancing at him from a distance, Qin Nianchu beckoned him over, and Wang Qian hurriedly approached. "Adoptive father, did you call for me?" he asked, wearing a broad smile. Regardless of Qin Nianchu's wealth, strength, or personal charm, Wang Qian was completely captivated. He had long silently vowed to be loyally devoted to Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu placed his arm around Wang Qian's shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard these past few days. I don't have much to offer you, but take this knife." He handed Wang Qian the Thunderblade, the prize for winning the finals. Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, This is it really for me? This is a high-grade artifact." "I know, but I do not favor using knives. Take it. Train well, and improve your strength quickly so you can stay by my side. Here, take this demon-slaying sword technique and study it diligently," Qin Nianchu added, producing another set of martial arts manuals that a few days prior. During a moment of rest, Qin Nianchu had contemplated nurturing his trusted subordinates. While drafting techniques for Li Shunka, he had also noted down the potent methods he recalled from memory. A holy grade technique? Wang Qian was already moved to the brink of tears. Little did Qin Nianchu realize that his unintentional acts of winning hearts would lead to Wang Qian becoming the renowned demon-slaying sword saint years later on Blue Star. Wang Qian carefully tucked the items into a space ring, his resolve firm. "Adoptive father, I will go turn my thermal undergarments inside out." Qin Nianchu was taken aback, then kicked him lightly. "Get lost." With an anxious look in his eyes, Qin Nianchu, having sensed a previous ominous premonition, was eager to learn about his father's situation in the outer realm. Returning to the Qin family, Qin Nianchu blinked. Trouble, Chapter 65. Is this from the trash bin? Knowing that the remaining brothers had survived, the 40-year-old man wept tears of joy, though he regretted missing the breathtaking scene of Qin Jintian vanquishing the Baron Demon with a single shot. "Who plays rap with you? I'm asking about that medicine." "Uncle Wu, are you referring to the 7th grade Guyuan pill?" "I had Uncle Kuei refine it," Qin Jianshan replied. Qin Jianshan's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Kuei. "Old Kuei can refine this stuff?" Qin Kuei, scratching his head innocently, replied, "All of this was taught to me by the young master." "How is it?" "Useful. Extremely useful. The boss asked me to inquire whether this can be mass-produced." Qin Jianshan stepped forward, visibly anxious. Qin Kuei glanced at Qin Nianchu, who smiled. "As long as there are sufficient materials, we can mass-produce IT's no trouble. Our Qin Family's battle department has plenty." "This is fantastic. With this, our brothers will have doubled chances of survival on the outer battlefield, whether in combat or simply staying alive." Qin Jianshan's excitement was palpable. Qin Nianchu solemnly asked, "Uncle Wu, has something happened on the outer battlefield?" "I sense an unsettling feeling. Fortunately, although we lost many brothers, at least they survived the worst. However, your father." Qin Jianshan hesitated. "What happened to my father?" Qin Nianchu pressed. "Anxious. 3rd brother, he is not in life-threatening danger. He merely fell into a coma after a fierce battle and is currently receiving treatment at the Outer Realm base. Rest assured, the boss and the others are there with him, and the base is the best doctors. He will be fine," Qin Jianshan reassured him. "But my dad is a martial saint. How can he be in a coma? What did you all encounter?" Qin Nianchu's expression grew grave. Qin Jianshan's gaze flickered. "This you need not inquire further. This matter is a top military secret and cannot be disclosed to anyone. All I can tell you is that your father is safe." "Uncle Wu, you say my father has yet to awaken, but he is safe?" "No, you must take me to the outer battlefield. Perhaps I can help." Qin Nianchu insisted earnestly. "No, the outer realm is too perilous for you. It is not suitable, and moreover, the area is under strict lockdown." Qin Nianchu firmly shook his head. Suddenly noticing the little girl hiding behind Qin Nianchu, he exclaimed, "My goodness! Who is this beautiful little girl? This is... what? She can't possibly be your illegitimate daughter, right?" Before Qin Nianchu could explain, Qin Nianchu asked in shock. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu playfully clung to Qin Nianchu's arm and called out, "Daddy, who is this uncle?" Qin Nianchu's eyes widened. "Nianchu, could it be you have an illegitimate daughter this big, and we had no idea? Who is her mother?" Qin Nianchu pulled Luo Xiaoyu's cheeks, bringing her in front of him. "Uncle Wu, at my age, how could I possibly have such a big daughter? Then who is she?" Qin Nianchu pondered, realizing it was unlikely. This little girl appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. How old was Qin Nianchu when she was born? Uncle Wu. Hello, Luo Xiaoyu mumbled. Qin Nianchu instructed, "Rest assured, I will take good care of her." Qin Nianchu smiled, narrowing his eyes, and ruffled Luo Xiaoyu's hair, making it look like a bird's nest. "No, the Su family is a minor issue. However, Uncle Wu, you truly must let me go. I can be of assistance." Qin Nianchu insisted earnestly. Qin Nianchu spoke vaguely. "By the way, weren't you all participating in the Academy's grand competition? What was the outcome? I recall you reached first grade. Did you compete? Jiangxing Academy is filled with prodigies. It's about participation, not rankings." "Wait, what did you just say?" Qin Nianchu instinctively tried to console him. But as his mind caught up, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Nianchu secured first place? You've become a 6th grade martial artist?" He looked at Qin Nianchu in utter astonishment. Qin Nianchu slightly released the aura of a 6th grade martial artist. "Great, truly, 6th grade. In just a few days, you've gone from no cultivation to 6th grade. Even the top geniuses of Blue Star cannot compare. You truly are a descendant of our Qin family," Qin Nianchu stated seriously. "Uncle Wu, now that I'm a 6th grade martial artist, I have the capability to protect myself. Please take me to see Dad." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nianchu agreed. "All right, I can take you, but you must listen to my instructions and not wander off." "I want to go too. I want to go," Luo Xiaoyu chimed in eagerly from the side. "Teach." Luo Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, subtly exuding a powerful aura. Qin Nianchu's eyes widened in astonishment. This little girl? A supernatural being? Qin Kuei explained from the side. "Miss is an S-grade shadow, supernatural being." Pointing at Luo Xiaoyu, Qin Nianchu questioned Qin Nianchu with a strange expression. "Did you really pick her up from a trash bin?" Regardless, Qin Nianchu agreed to take Qin Nianchu and the others to the outer realm, that a spiritual-powered vehicle swiftly transported them away from Jiangcheng. In his previous life, Qin Nianchu had never ventured to the outer realm, only knowing that there were several entrances on Blue Star. Jiangcheng was merely one of them. After 2 hours of travel, they encountered a vast curtain of shimmering waves blocking their path. This curtain of waves was the gateway to the outer realm. With Jiangxing Base lying beneath in Longhua, there are 4 such entrances located in the north, south, east, and west directions, with Jiangcheng situated directly to the north. Since the revival of Blue Star 1,000 years ago, Jiangxing Base had never faltered. No demon had been able to breach its defenses, allowing Jiangcheng, located 500 kilometers away, to flourish even further. Jiangxing Base was heavily fortified, and as they drew near, fully armed soldiers began to conduct checks. These soldiers were all at least 5th grade martial artists. The atmosphere within Jiangxing Base was bustling, with armored vehicles frequently transporting soldiers through the curtain in the vicinity. 10 towering apostles, each standing 80 meters tall, were poised on the launch pads, awaiting commands. Point 2 of these mechanical giants vanished into the curtain as they stepped forward. In the operations conference room, the 4th elder, Qin Jinghua, was engaged in fervent discussions with several commanders. Qin Nianchu called out with a smile, "4th brother, look who has arrived." He chuckled awkwardly. Qin Nianchu hastily explained, "Uncle, please don't blame 5th uncle. It was I who insisted he bring me along. What's wrong with your eyesight?" "It's nothing," the 4th uncle replied. "Losing one eye has saved my life." Chapter 66. Jiangcheng Base. Qin Nianchu unleashed a 6th-tier aura, stating solemnly, "Uncle, I am not merely a civilian. I'm also a warrior of the Qin family." Qin Jinhai's eyes widened in shock. "Nianchu, you are actually a 6th-tier martial artist? Despite his astonishment, Qin Jinhai remained somewhat displeased. While it is commendable that Nianchu has reached the 6th tier, the doctors at the base are at their wits' end concerning third brother-esque condition. What can Nianchu possibly do? There is ongoing deliberation about whether to invite the Western Cardinal to assess the situation. Qin Nianchu declared earnestly, "Uncle, trust me. Allow me to see my father. I will surely find a solution." On the way here, Qin Jianshan had provided Qin Nianchu with a brief overview of the circumstances. Indeed, fourth brother, regardless of whether Nianchu has a solution, we have come this far. Shouldn't we allow the father and son to meet? Nianchu is already in his 20s. He has only seen third brother a handful of times. Qin Jianshan added his voice to the plea. Having already encountered Luo Xiaoro, Qin Jinhua finally found the opportunity to inquire about the situation. Luo Xiaoro obediently greeted fourth uncle. Qin Jianshan whispered a few words to Qin Jinhua, who then expressed his astonishment once more. "Is what you say true?" Qin Jianshan nodded affirmatively. Qin Jinhua scrutinized Luo Xiaoro from head to toe. "Very well, you may join us as well, but remember, you must follow orders." Initially, Qin Jianshan had harbored doubts about Luo Xiaoro, but upon witnessing her prowess en route, even the 9th-tier martial artist Qin Jianshan found himself immobilized, confirming her identity as an S-class ability user. Given that Luo Xiaoro was classified as a shadow ability user, specializing in assassination, her combat effectiveness could rival that of a martial saint in the Outer Realms, provided she utilized her skills wisely. However, since Luo Xiaoro was recognized as Qin Nianchu's sister and was quite young, neither public nor private circles within the Qin family had disclosed her abilities. Qin Jinhua quickly arranged for an armored vehicle to transport everyone into the Outer Realm. It was said that bringing non-combat personnel into the Outer Realm required intricate procedures. Yet the commander of Jiangchang Base, Chu Xian, had once been locked in a stalemate with a Super Saint-level demon in a sealed area of the Outer Realm for a decade, rendering both sides powerless against one another. Currently, the 3 major military factions in Jiangchang Base were the Qin family, the Lin family, and the Chu family, with Chu Xian absent and the Qin family's military faction being the strongest. Decisions were collaboratively made, albeit with the Qin family wielding the most influence. Here, the soldiers shared a common foe, with minimal intrigue or rivalry. Thanks to his official capacity, Qin Jinhua faced little opposition when leading his group into the Outer Realm. After donning lightweight, vibrating gold combat suits, Qin Nianchu and Luo Xiaoro boarded the armored vehicle, entering the curtain. This combat attire offered minimal protection against the demons, merely shielding the soldiers from explosive shockwaves. Passing through the curtain felt akin to traversing a mist. However, both Qin Nianchu and Luo Xiaoro frowned slightly. The sensation resembled that of navigating a dimensional passage. In other words, the battlefield in the Outer Realm was a connection to another space on Blue Star's opposite side. Upon entering the Outer Realm, the first sight was one of desolation, with terrain reminiscent of a desert wasteland. The sky loomed in a dim crimson hue, and the arid air bore no hint of a breeze. Within the curtain, there were no sprawling base complexes visible outside. The 10 apostles, along with several transport units, were trudging forward. Surrounding them were dense arrays of heavy artillery defenses if the demons had advanced this far. These fortifications would likely be rendered ineffective. Qin Jinhua cautioned, "Nianchu, everything I am about to divulge is military confidential. You must not disclose it to anyone outside." Qin Nianchu and Luo Xiaoro nodded solemnly. Qin Jinhua continued, "Due to the unique circumstances surrounding your father's coma, we are unable to relocate him. Thus, the base has urgently established an outpost nearby. It will take us approximately an hour to reach it. The demons can appear at any moment in the Outer Realm. Although this is our occupied territory, it does not guarantee absolute safety." "Yes, understood." Entering the Outer Realm meant becoming soldiers, with all orders to be obeyed. Qin Nianchu nodded in acknowledgement, his brow furrowed. The evident lack of spiritual energy in the Outer Realm rendered cultivation impossible. Compared to this environment, Blue Star felt like paradise. Perhaps this was also the reason the demons sought to conquer Blue Star. As they progressed, the remnants of battle were visible everywhere. Deep craters scattered about, with some demon skeletons buried beneath the sand. Approaching their destination, Qin Nianchu noticed a long convoy and the incessant sounds of construction. To his astonishment, a massive demon corpse lay ahead, devoid of its head. Soldiers, akin to ants, wielded plasma chainsaws, extracting materials from the demon's remains. The outer realm was barren, yet the demons were rich in resources. The higher the demon's rank, the more valuable the yield. Regrettably, the Baron-level demon's head had been obliterated. Had it remained intact, they would have acquired a Baron-level crystal core. Previously, a demon corpse in a round pit had been absorbed by the rampaging Unit 1. Otherwise, there would have been even more spoils. Alas, with the Baron demon vanquished, the 9 units that had transformed into the Lance of Longinus had also turned to dust. Qin Jinghua explained, "Nianchu, this is the Baron-level demon your father defeated. It can be said that this is the first demon of Super Saint rank that we have slain on Blue Star." His words were imbued with deep pride. Qin Nianchu felt a swell of pride for having such a father. Upon reaching the outskirts of the outpost, Qin Nianchu and the others disembarked. The 10 apostles and several reinforcements stood guard around the outpost. Upon entering, a number of Qin family warriors who were resting on the ground rose to their feet. Each bore wounds to varying degrees. Some had their arms bandaged and slung over their shoulders, while others, like Qin Jinghua, were missing an eye, and some had even lost a leg. These soldiers should have retreated to rest. But they remained steadfast, for their general lay in a coma. As long as the general did not leave, they would not withdraw. Should the demons attack, they would risk their lives to protect their general's safety. The warriors regarded Qin Jinghua and the others with solemnity. In the center of the crowd, Qin Jinghua halted and introduced, "Esteemed comrades, this is the son of our general, Qin Nianchu." Everyone stood at attention, their expressions filled with respect as they placed their right hands over their hearts, proclaiming, "For our homeland, we offer our lives." This was the heartfelt gratitude of the soldiers. Without Qin Jintian, they might have all perished here. Surely, the son of Qin Jintian deserved their respect. Qin Nianchu's expression turned grave as he mirrored their gesture. "For our homeland, we offer our lives." Witnessing these warriors who bled and sacrificed for the protection of their homeland, Qin Nianchu felt an even stronger desire to do something for them. Chapter 67. Additional update. Alchemy to save father. Proceeding further, aside from some hastily constructed shelters, 2 white dome structures, each the size of a basketball court, caught Qin Nianchu's attention. The 2 domes were situated closely, one at the neck of the Baron Demon and the other slightly to the left. Qin Jinghua remarked, "Nianchu, your father is in that room." Although the instruments indicate that all vital signs are normal, he has yet to awaken. Qin Nianchu nodded, glancing towards the left dome. Sensing something, "Uncle, what is in that room?" Qin Jinghua replied sternly, "That is classified information. It is best that you do not know for now to this point." Qin Nianchu refrained from pressing further. Soon, upon entering the room, he beheld Qin Jintian, suspended in the air, with his eyes tightly shut. One hand grasped the restored lance of Longinus, while the other end was embedded in the ground. Qin Jintian was connected to various lines, constantly monitoring his life signs. 3 medical personnel in white coats were diligently recording data. Qin Jinghua explained, "Nianchu, your father has remained in this state since defeating the Baron Demon. We have been unable to move him." Suddenly, the voice of Qin Jinfeng echoed, "Nianchu, what brings you here?" Accompanying him was the second elder, Qin Jinhai, who had lost a hand. "Why did you bring Nianchu here?" Qin Jinfeng's expression turned grave. "Fifth, what nonsense are you up to? And you, fourth, are you also indulging in this folly? We have ventured deep into enemy territory. What will we do if we encounter demons?" Qin Nianchu quickly offered a smile. "Uncle, second uncle, please do not blame fourth uncle and fifth uncle. I insisted on coming." His gaze shifted to Qin Jinhai. Concern etched on his face. "Second uncle, what happened to your hand?" Qin Jinhai shook his head. "It's nothing. Compared to those brothers who have lost their lives, I am fortunate to have only lost a hand." Qin Nianchu clenched his fist, contemplating whether there was a way to restore Qin Jinhai and the others. Qin Jinghua hastily explained the situation to Qin Jinfeng. Upon hearing, both Qin Jinfeng and Qin Jinhai wore expressions of astonishment. "Nianchu, you've reached the 6th tier? A genius. Undoubtedly, a genius of our Qin family." Qin Jinfeng approached the unconscious Qin Jintian's side, his voice tinged with sorrow. Little brother, awaken and behold. Nianchu has made remarkable progress. We once thought he would never cultivate, yet in just half a month, he has ascended to the 6th rank of martial artists. Jintian, awaken and see. Your son is here. Although Qin Jintian was not dead, his current state was akin to that of a living corpse. Deep down, Qin Jinfeng understood that it was already a tremendous feat to preserve a life using a transcendent artifact, and the chance of awakening was exceedingly slim. Qin Nianchu stood beside Qin Jintian, gazing upon the familiar, resolute visage that had remained unchanged for millennia in a past life. During a massive invasion by the celestial demons, Qin Jintian had perished in a foreign realm. Qin Nianchu had not even had the opportunity to bid him farewell. Others may not have known, but Qin Nianchu was born in that very foreign realm. His mother had been engaged in a bloody battle with Qin Jintian when she went into labor. Despite Qin Jintian's valiant efforts to carve a path through the bloodshed to protect Qin Nianchu, he could not save his beloved wife. Driven by a desire for vengeance, Qin Jintian had fought relentlessly in that foreign land. Nevertheless, Qin Nianchu harbored no doubts regarding his father's love for him. He remembered his father's words. Nianchu, I am sorry. Your father cannot be there to watch you grow to my only wish is to slay the celestial demons and avenge your mother, ensuring you never have to tread the battlefield of that foreign realm. Qin Nianchu was acutely aware that his father fought to protect him in that distant land. He grasped Qin Jintian's hand. The doctors were at a loss, but he believed he could find a solution. The inheritance from the Pill Saint had endowed him with a modicum of medical knowledge, an ancient art of healing that defied the logic of the technologically advanced Blue Star. As he examined Qin Jintian's pulse, his spiritual energy penetrated to uncover the underlying issues, to ensure absolute certainty. He turned to Luo Xiaoro and instructed, come over and assess the situation. Luo Xiaoro, a revered figure from the Tianyin continent, was a paragon of strength, her cultivation level comparable to that of an emperor. Her prowess would allow her to discern the problem with greater accuracy. However, the divergence in their energy systems prevented her from administering any treatment. Qin Jinhai, concerned, queried, what purpose does it serve to have this young girl look? Qin Jinfeng waved his hand dismissively, signaling Qin Jinhai to remain silent. Luo Xiaoro stepped forward to take the pulse and then gently touched the nearby Longina spear. With a grave expression, she stated, the life force is stable, yet the spiritual energy is depleted. The surrounding environment lacks spiritual energy for absorption, and the energy required for recovery is being siphoned by this weapon, which is why Uncle cannot awaken. Qin Nianchu nodded, affirming, I share the same assessment, that it is evident that with sufficient spiritual energy, my father could awaken. Qin Jinhai furrowed his brow. We administered a gene restoration serum to the third brother, yet it had no effect. Qin Nianchu replied sternly, the gene restoration serum can only recover a few hundred units of spiritual energy, while my father possesses millions as a martial saint. This amount is utterly insignificant, barely sufficient for the weapon's consumption. Qin Jinfeng inquired, are you suggesting that we require a far greater reservoir of spiritual energy for the third brother to awaken? Would the 7th grade Gu Yuan Dan you previously gave to the 5th brother suffice? The situation of Qin Jintian was akin to a car with a dead battery, needing a jump start to revive. Administering the gene restoration serum would be as futile as using a mere 5th grade power source to revive a vehicle. Qin Nianchu's expression turned grave. The 7th grade Gu Yuan Dan can restore 20,000 units of spiritual energy, yet would still be ineffective for my father to ensure his awakening. We would need at least an 8th grade Gu Yuan Dan. Qin Jinfeng, now anxious, asked then, Qin Nianchu, do you possess the means to refine an 8th grade Gu Yuan Dan? Qin Nianchu nodded. With my current capabilities, I should be able to attempt it. Qin Ke, who had been following closely, expressed his delight. Young master, are you truly confident? Despite Qin Nianchu's prior warnings against recklessly attempting to refine 8th grade Gu Yuan Dan, Qin Ke had secretly tried several times, each ending with an explosion. If even he, a 7th grade master, faced such challenges, it would be far more difficult for Qin Nianchu, who was only at the 6th grade. Qin Jinfeng remarked, if we require a device resembling a cauldron for refining, We have gathered fragments of the barren celestial demon as horn. One piece, pierced by the Longinus spear, resembles a furnace. Perhaps you can utilize it, but are you certain it will work? Qin Kuei affirmed confidently. Master, trust in a young master. He has surpassed his former self. Qin Jinfeng nodded and led Qin Nianchu and the others to a storeroom. Inside lay a section of black horn, featuring a circular hollow. Perfectly suited for alchemical purposes, Qin Nianchu tapped the horn, satisfaction evident on his face that he solemnly addressed Qin Jinfeng and the others. Uncle, second uncle, fourth and fifth uncles, I must focus entirely on the refinement process. I kindly ask you to guard the perimeter, with Uncle Kuei and Xiaoro remaining by my side to assist. Though the four elders found the notion of Qin Nianchu practicing alchemy quite astonishing, familial bonds compelled them to trust him. Qin Nianchu prepared the materials and reiterated the steps to Qin Kuei. Uncle Kuei, your task is to ensure the temperature reaches 5,000 degrees without deviation. I will handle the rest. Xiaoro, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, you are responsible for our safety. Luo Xiaoro nodded affirmatively. With that, Qin Nianchu added 8th grade fire spirit grass and other combustible materials into the horn. As Qin Kuei infused his spiritual energy, the temperature of the alchemical furnace began to rise rapidly. The flames transitioned from red to white, then to blue, ultimately stabilizing. Recognizing the opportune moment, Qin Nianchu's gaze sharpened as he enveloped the 8th grade crystal core and other rare materials in spiritual energy, sending them into the furnace. Under the intense heat, the materials began to melt. At this critical juncture, Qin Nianchu focused entirely, leaving no room for distraction. This was the most crucial step, as the materials had to be divided as they melted. The 8th grade Gu Yuan Dan demanded strict ratios for each ingredient, and Qin Nianchu was tasked with the division of 50 portions. All must be completed in the fleeting moments of the materials melting, and he had to ensure that none of the medicinal properties were scorched by the searing heat. This presented a tremendous challenge for both his mental and spiritual energies. Just then, the base was pierced by the shrill sound of alarm bells. Alarm! Alarm! Celestial demon invasion detected. All personnel to level 1 alert. Chapter 68. Celestial demon assault. The piercing alarm echoed through the outpost. The corpses of the barren celestial demons, even in death, radiated immense energy. An irresistible allure for the lowly celestial demons wandering the foreign realms, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood in the ocean. Countless 7th, 8th, and 9th grade celestial demons surged toward the outpost, their numbers overwhelming and suffocating. This sight left the newly arrived reinforcements in stunned silence, while the seasoned 800 soldiers, having faced despair before, stood resolute. They pounded their right fists against their chests and gazed defiantly at the approaching horde of celestial demons, declaring, "For our homeland, we shall offer our lives." Without the need for any commanding voice, they took their positions at the forefront. The unwavering resolve of these 800 warriors inspired the others, who echoed, "For our homeland, we shall offer our lives." This declaration had never been a mere slogan. Upon entering the foreign realm for battle, every soldier had cast aside thoughts of life and death. They quickly regained their composure and began fortifying their positions under the commander's orders. Qin Jinfeng immediately directed his 3 brothers. "Each of you take charge of a direction. Prepare for battle." Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, for no saint-level celestial demons emerged among the oncoming horde. Within the outpost remained Qin Jinhai and Qin Jinghua, both martial saints, along with several dozen 9th grade martial lords. They might yet stand a chance against these celestial demons. Point 10 apostle mechs were the first to raise their particle guns and open fire on the advancing demons. 7 of these mechs boasted a synchronization rate of 150%, possessing the strength of 8th grade grandmasters, capable of wielding power comparable to 9th grade martial lords with the aid of advanced weaponry. The remaining 3 achieved 200% synchronization, inherently possessing the might of 9th grade martial lords, and their weaponry only augmented their strength. Fueled by 9th grade spirit crystals, the apostle mechs could engage in battle for an hour, wielding specially crafted massive particle guns, each shot consuming a 7th grade spirit crystal. The particle bullets unleashed upon the swarm of celestial demons were akin to artillery shells that a single explosion could obliterate several 7th-grade demons. While the unfortunate 8th-grade demons struck in a vital area could also be dispatched with a single shot, though 9th-grade demons could withstand a hit. Additionally, the outpost was equipped with 4 makeshift quantum cannons. These cannons, powered by 9th-grade spirit crystals, could unleash a crimson projectile capable of devastating an area the size of half a football field. The damage in the central zone could annihilate even 9th-grade celestial demons. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and they had managed to bring only 4 that some mages from the War Department began chanting spells, summoning meteorites that plummeted from the sky into the oncoming tide of celestial demons. Regrettably, the sheer number of approaching celestial demons was staggering, potentially numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The outpost had unleashed its full firepower, yet they could not impede the momentum of the charge. Before long, the fastest of the celestial demons breached the front line. These demons, grotesque and fearsome, resembled alien creatures. The first 3 apostle mechs were swiftly overwhelmed. The screams of their pilots echoed over the radio. And in mere moments, they were torn apart. The remaining 7 mechs drew their high-frequency particle blades and engaged the celestial demons in close combat. However, the towering height of 80 meters made them conspicuous. And even the 3 mechs with 200% synchronization could not endure for long. The station warriors clashed with the celestial demons. Techniques flew through the air, and roars filled the surroundings. An 8th-grade warrior, having just severed the head of a 7th-grade demon, turned only to have his abdomen pierced by the deadly limb of a 9th-grade demon. Little 5, damn it, beasts, I shall fight you all to the bitter end. A 9th-tier warrior dispatched several surrounding 7th-tier demons and charged forward to slay a 9th-tier demon, yet failed to rescue his comrades. A razor-sharp blade struck, and half of his body was lost. Some warriors had their upper bodies clamped in the jaws of a demon, yet they still summoned their last breath to thrust their long swords into the demon's neck. The blood of the warriors stained the already crimson ground an even deeper shade of red. Fortunately, Qin Nianchu noticed in time and unleashed the martial sage's profound essence, annihilating the threat and averting greater casualties. In just a brief moment, the area around the outpost had transformed into a scene akin to hell itself. Soon, it became apparent that some demons, upon breaching the defenses, were not in haste to engage humanity, but instead rushed with increased speed towards the direction of Qin Nianchu. A warrior shouted, "Protect the general." In the midst of the bloodshed, Qin Nianchu also sensed something amiss. Seeing the defenses crumble, he urgently commanded, "Everyone, retreat and protect the general." The mages stationed further back were the first to arrive near Qin Nianchu's chamber. They began chanting incantations, coalescing into a solid defensive barrier. However, facing the oppressive horde of demons, they harbored no confidence in their ability to withstand the onslaught. One by one, warriors retreated, their gazes resolute, vowing to safeguard Qin Nianchu with their lives. Qin Nianchu glanced towards the nearby room, his expression filled with shock and fury. Nianchu is still in the warehouse. Nianchu, Qin Nianchu's eyes widened in anguish, desperate to rescue, but was restrained by Qin Nianchu. "It is too late," Qin Nianchu lamented, his heart heavy as he regarded the room where Qin Nianchu resided. In mere moments, the area around the storeroom was swarming with demons. Even if a martial sage intervened, it would only lead to certain death. Qin Nianchu trembled. "Second brother, if Nianchu perishes here, how can we face third brother? I will save Nianchu." With only one arm, Qin Nianchu's gaze was unwavering, raising his spear to charge forth. Yet, something strange occurred. All the demons seemed to disregard them, whether those sheltered behind the defensive barrier or the surrounding structures. The densely packed demons surged past the crowd, converging upon the corpse of the barren demon. Once in proximity to the body, they began to devour it. Some demons even fought amongst themselves for a piece of flesh. The lower-tier demons lacked intelligence. Their instinct was to consume and kill, relentlessly growing stronger. Inside the protective barrier, everyone dared not breathe loudly, merely watching as the throngs of demons rushed by. Qin Nianchu inhaled deeply and instructed, "These demons' target is the barren demon's corpse. We now have a chance to retreat." Upon hearing the order, all hastily retreated, abandoning the outpost. Qin Jinhai asked in alarm, "Eldest brother, what about third brother?" Qin Jinshan's expression was sorrowful. Once these demons consume the barren demon's body, a stronger entity may emerge. We cannot hold our ground. Remaining here will only lead to the needless sacrifice of our warriors. Qin Junhai clenched his fists. Qin Jinfeng, controlling his emotions, reassured, third brother currently exhibits no energy response. Perhaps these demons will not notice him. If we disguise him well, maybe he can survive. This was the eldest son, over 60 years old, comforting his brothers or perhaps himself. Where the demons tread, not a blade of grass survives. For over 1,000 years, humanity has paid dearly for their painful lessons. Their encounters had long since evolved into a life-and-death struggle. Yet now, there remained no other option. They could not move Qin Jintian and could only abandon him. "Yes, second brother, lead the other warriors to break through." "Understood." Qin Jinhai solemnly accepted the command. Qin Jinshan anxiously inquired, "Eldest brother, and you?" "I will remain to protect third brother. Perhaps I could secure a glimmer of hope for him." Qin Jinfeng's eyes reflected resolve. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from behind. A terrifying holy-level pressure emanated from the corpse of the barren demon. Qin Jinfeng's eyes widened in terror. A demon has advanced to the holy level. Everyone, prepare for action immediately. In the warehouse, Qin Nianchu and Qin Kuei were wholly absorbed in alchemy. Even upon hearing the alarm, they could not afford to be distracted. Luo Xiaoro approached the door, peering outside. Her brow furrowing at the sight, she raised her hand, setting up a barrier that concealed the presence of those within the warehouse. Even if demons lingered nearby, they would remain oblivious to the people inside. Suddenly, the pressure from the holy level demon made Luo Xiaoro's expression grave. As she spoke, the bracelet on her left wrist transformed into a yin-yang banner, resting in her hand. Her right hand had already grasped the talisman. With a serious demeanor, an aura akin to that of a deity inadvertently radiated from her. Luo Xiaoro cast the talisman into the air, where it ignited and burned to nothingness, then pointed her left hand with the yin-yang banner forward. The space outside the warehouse suddenly rippled. Qin Kuei, who was adjusting the flames, could hear the sounds of battle outside. The cacophony of demon roars unsettled him further. The fleeting shadows of demons at the warehouse entrance made him realize the gravity of the situation. The demons were breaching in. Yet upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Luo Xiaoro, Qin Kuei was taken aback. He had never anticipated such an overwhelming presence from her. For a fleeting moment, he felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness. Moreover, the incantation she recited puzzled him. Did she possess some bizarre power? Suddenly, accompanied by tremors in the ground, a massive beast's leg, covered in black scales, blocked the entrance to the warehouse. The ensuing horrific pressure made Qin Kuei feel as if he were suffocating. "Uncle Kuei, focus," Qin Nianchu urged. He seemed entirely unconcerned about the chaos outside. Her words snapped Qin Kuei back to attention. If the area was swarming with demons, escape would be futile. Moreover, their masters would not easily abandon the young master. Should danger arise, he swore to ensure the young master's safety at all costs. Outside the warehouse, Qin Jinfeng commanded the breakout. Suddenly, nearby spatial fluctuations drew their attention. A terrifying pressure surged forth from the disturbance. Qin Jinfeng's complexion paled. He recalled the emergence of the barren demon. It had also carried such a dreadful pressure. Was another barren demon about to appear? If so, all would perish here. "Look! What is that?" A soldier pointed skyward. A colossal black dragon's head emerged from the spatial rift. Ikati opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of purple-black flames upon the demon horde. Wherever the flames passed, the demons met their demise, turning to ash as if they were mere cotton igniting. The intense heat radiated even from dozens of meters away, making it unbearable for everyone, even shielded by the barrier. Then, another dragon's head emerged, exhaling a chilling frost. The demons caught in its breath instantly froze, shattering into fragments. The freezing breath continued, and yet another dragon's head appeared. It spewed forth a dark green liquid, which caused the demons to dissolve into pus upon contact. Flames, frost, and poison surged in alternating waves. Countless demons fell before this onslaught. But it did not end there. As the ground shook, the eight-headed serpent emerged from the spatial disturbance, dragging its 8 massive tails. Its enormous form resembled a mountain, and the 5 dragon heads that followed unleashed bolts of lightning and fierce winds upon the demons. Inside the protective barrier, the warriors were left in a daze. What is this? The 8-headed serpent. Isn't this a deity of the Fushan kingdom? The appearance of the 8-headed serpent immediately captured the attention of many demons. The multitude of demons that had not climbed atop the Baron's corpse redirected their charge towards the 8-headed serpent. Yet these lower-tier demons appeared as mere ants before the serpent. With a simple shift of its body, countless low-tier demons were crushed at a sweep of its 8 massive tails, accompanied by tremors in the ground. Flattened yet more demons into pulp. However, the sheer number of demons, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was overwhelming. Even with the one-sided slaughter by the 8-headed serpent, time was still consumed. The Baron's corpse had all but vanished under the relentless gnawing of the demons. Suddenly, several holy-level demon auras surged into the sky. The 9th-tier demons consumed the essence of the Baron demon. 8 holy-level demons emerged. The enormous bat wings behind them were the most conspicuous feature. Demons at the 9th tier began to exhibit intelligence. Upon reaching the holy tier, their intelligence became akin to that of ordinary humans. The 8 holy-level demons quickly congregated, flapping their enormous wings as they scrutinized the 8-headed serpent with predatory gazes. 8 holy-level demons. Could the 8-headed serpent handle this? Qin Nianchu's gaze held concern. It was evident that the 8-headed serpent had come to assist them. The serpent expelled countless energies from its mouth. All cleverly avoiding the warriors, Qin Zhenfeng issued a command. Everyone, prepare for battle at any moment. Assist the 8-headed serpent. Simultaneously, the 8 holy-level demons launched an assault on the 8-headed serpent. Newly ascended, they were bewitched by their suddenly surging powers. Entirely unaware of the serpent's terror to them, the energy contained within the 8-headed serpent seemed sufficient for them to ascend once more. Tempted by power, they recklessly charged forward, only to find themselves caught in the serpent's jaws. With a few gulps, all 8 holy-level demons were swallowed whole by the 8-headed serpent. Inside the protective barrier, just as the warriors prepared for battle, Qin Zhenfeng stood frozen in disbelief. Some warriors had jaws dropped to the ground. He just swallowed the 8 holy-level demons. The celestial-grade demons, to him, are merely a snack, are they not? If they were to confront these 8 celestial-grade demons, they would most likely face utter annihilation. Yet now, they have been casually devoured by the Yamada no Orochi. The sense of shock washed over the crowd, as if their minds had momentarily crashed. Some warriors even slapped themselves, as if to confirm they were not dreaming. Suddenly, the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi raised to the heavens in a thunderous howl. The sound was deafening, sending tremors through the souls of all present. The remaining demons, feeling a primal dread emanating from their very essence, began to flee. Qin Nianchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, the demons are actually running away. This is unprecedented. In the millennia of battling demons, he had never heard of them retreating in fear. They had always been emotionless killing machines. Qin Zhenfeng's expression turned grave. Was the battle recorded? It was recorded from start to finish. Qin Zhenhai nodded. Each battle was an invaluable experience. The warriors meticulously documented everything to aid humanity in developing better strategies against the demons. Suddenly, the Yamada no Orochi turned its gaze towards the defenders within the protective barrier. The warriors instantly tensed up, not daring to breathe that a creature capable of annihilating 8 celestial-grade demons could easily deal with them. The sheer power displayed by the Yamada no Orochi filled all the warriors with trepidation. However, after merely glancing at them, the beast dragged its mountainous form back into the undulating space. Notify the command center. Dispatch reinforcements with haste. Establish a defense within a 10-kilometer radius of the outpost. Commands were relayed, and the remaining warriors, bereft of time to mourn, sprang into action. The demon assault had halved the number of defenders at the outpost. With over 200 of the surviving 800 having perished, the entire outpost resembled a scene ravaged by a storm, suffering countless losses. Nevertheless, Numerous demon corpses remained on the battlefield. Collecting materials from them might help mitigate these losses. Qin Jinfeng commanded. If not for Qin Jitian being unable to move here, the silver sphere that had fallen would have been impossible to transport. Qin Jinfeng even contemplated abandoning the outpost deep within enemy territory. In the warehouse, Luo Xiaoro sighed with relief, her yin-yang banner transforming into a wristband. With a flick of her right hand, 8 celestial-grade demon cores appeared in her grasp. Good, I'll reward you with the rest. She seemed to muse to herself, 8T that moment. Qin Nianchu's gaze sharpened, and 20 golden orbs flew from the alchemical furnace, enveloped in spiritual energy to 8th grade, solidifying essence pills. Completed. Chapter 70. Give me a day's time. 20 golden pills, each the size of a broad bean, landed on a plate, radiating a gentle glow. Qin Kuei collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, hastily consuming a 7th grade solidifying essence pill, which alleviated his pallor somewhat. Qin Nianchu examined one closely, frowning slightly. Uncle K, you were distracted earlier, which caused a slight deviation in the furnace's temperature. The pills produced can only be considered ordinary, not even high grade, let alone perfect. Qin Kuei asked with concern, so are these pills ineffective? Crafting these 28th grade solidifying essence pills had nearly cost him his life, and to have the results diminished due to his momentary lapse would be deeply regrettable. Qin Nianchu shook her head. It's not that they are ineffective. The ordinary 8th grade solidifying essence pills can restore 100,000 units of spiritual energy, while high grade can restore 200,000. And perfect ones can restore 300,000 naturally. The higher the grade, the better the materials that 100,000? Qin Kuei's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but smirk. The gene solutions produced by the Academy cost 30 million a vial, only restoring 5,000 units of spiritual energy. This was an entire 20-fold increase. Qin Nianchu tossed an 8th grade solidifying essence pill to Qin Kuei. Uncle K, you should break through to the 8th grade first. The better you control the heat in the future, the more and better pills you will produce. Qin Kuei accepted without objection, swallowing the pill and closing his eyes to absorb the spiritual energy within. He had nearly achieved the 8th grade Grandmaster level through his own efforts, but his foundation had been damaged during his time in the Outer Realms, leaving him stuck at the peak of the 7th grade. With opportunity within reach, he could not afford to give up 8T that moment. Luo Xiaoro approached Qin Nianchu, hands outstretched, presenting the 8 celestial grade cores before her. Qin Nianchu accepted them without hesitation. Celestial grade cores were exceedingly rare. There had only been a handful in the Dragon Kingdom over the past millennium. Whether for alchemy or artifact forging, they were exquisite materials. Lacking a suitable weapon at present, Qin Nianchu planned to consider crafting one for herself when the opportunity arose. After 9 realms of experience, her skills in alchemy and forging were already superb. Observing the beaming Luo Xiaoro, Qin Nianchu inquired, "Does summoning Little 8 require a significant expenditure?" Luo Xiaoro smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight. "No problem. I'll even throw in a tender beef dish for you." Qin Nianchu readily agreed, eager to step outside and assess the situation. Qin Jinshan entered with a worried expression. "Nianchu, are you all right?" Qin Nianchu shook her head. "Uncle Wu, what about you? Is my father safe?" she asked anxiously. Qin Jinshan's expression softened. Third brother's find out of Yamada no Orochi suddenly appeared at the outpost, annihilating most of the demons, with only a few escaping. "Nianchu, you cannot imagine how astonishing that Yamada no Orochi was, but there is footage. If the elder brother agrees, I can show it to you really? What a pity." Qin Nianchu replied, her lips tugging into a faint smile as she cast a glance at Luo Xiaoro, who playfully stuck out her tongue like a tea that moment. Qin Kuei, having exited the warehouse, suddenly exuded the aura of an 8th grade Grandmaster. As he opened his eyes, Qin Jinshan exclaimed in surprise, "Old Kuei, you've reached the 8th grade?" Qin Kuei stood respectfully. "Thanks to the young master's 8th grade solidifying essence pill, my internal injuries have healed completely, and I have successfully advanced to the 8th grade. Uncle Wu, I just heard that the Yamada no Orochi has appeared outside. Are you referring to the deity from the Fushan Kingdom?" Qin Jinshan nodded. "Yes. Indeed, that deity from Fushan Kingdom. Strangely enough, in recent days, The super sacred artifact from Fushan have arrived here, and now a deity like the Yamada no Orochi has also come. Could there be a connection between this place and Fushan Kingdom? Qin Kuei exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Xiaorou. He vaguely recalled Luo Xiaorou mentioning something about the Yamada no Orochi's appearance. Could it be that the arrival of the Yamada no Orochi was related to this little girl? And that fleeting, terrifying pressure. Qin Kuei found Luo Xiaorou increasingly mysterious. However, since she was recognized as Qin Nianchu's sister, he decided to feign ignorance. Qin Nianchu solemnly declared, "Uncle Wu, the 8th grade pills have been refined. Let us go see my father." She walked towards the warehouse exit. Upon witnessing the devastation outside the warehouse, Qin Nianchu's fists clenched tightly. He had anticipated a grim scene, but the reality was even more harrowing than he had imagined. The once orderly outpost lay in ruins, with scarcely a few intact structures remaining. Surviving warriors gathered the fallen comrades, but finding a complete corpse was nearly impossible. Luo Xiaorou followed closely behind Qin Nianchu. Her expression grave as Qin Kuei stepped outside, his pupils dilated. He had participated in battles in the Outer Realms before, but this was the most brutal he had ever witnessed. The Qin family warriors he had conversed with only moments ago now lay lifeless, their heads placed aside. Damn those demons! Qin Kuei's fists tightened, his eyes filled with unquenchable hatred. Qin Nianchu stepped forward, gently closing the eyes of a fallen warrior, remorsefully whispering, "I'm sorry." Qin Jinshan approached and patted Qin Nianchu's shoulder. "This is not your fault." "Blame those demons." Qin Jinshan did not comprehend the true meaning behind Qin Nianchu's apology. Gazing at the fallen warriors scattered across the ground, Qin Nianchu regretted not instructing Luo Xiaorou to summon her Shikigami at the first sign of the demon attack. Perhaps then, the warriors at the outpost would not have had to make the ultimate sacrifice. Resolute, Qin Nianchu strode directly toward the room where Qin Jintian was located. Qin Jinfeng was seated inside, resting, while several doctors were busy tending to the wounded. This room was protected by a barrier, suffering almost no damage. "Listen, wait until you become a qualified warrior before coming here," Qin Jinfeng admonished sternly. Qin Nianchu gazed earnestly at him. "Then grant me 1 day's time. After 1 day, regardless of whether my father awakens, I shall depart." Qin Jinfeng regarded Qin Nianchu's unwavering determination, ultimately conceding, "Very well. I shall grant you 1 day's time. But if any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must leave immediately. No exceptions." Qin Nianchu nodded, moving to Qin Jintian's side, producing an 8th grade solidifying essence pill to administer to him. Qin Jinfeng, having sustained injuries as well, would find the 8th grade solidifying essence pill ineffective at present. After examining his father's condition, Qin Nianchu frowned slightly. The Longina spear is severely siphoning off his spiritual energy. We must administer the pills all at once. Otherwise, the spear will absorb most of the energy. Henceforth, we shall give him 1 pill every 2 hours. She produced 18 solidifying essence pills and handed them to Qin Jinfeng. "Uncle, once these 18 pills are administered, my father will surely awaken." Qin Jinfeng, holding the pills in a daze, queried, "Didn't you agree to stay for a day? You could personally feed the 3rd brother the medicine." Qin Nianchu shook her head. "Father's condition isn't critical, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Uncle, I now require a substantial amount of 7th grade materials. Whatever you have, send them all to the warehouse. Also, all the injured who are beyond help should be brought to the warehouse as well." Qin Jinfeng asked nervously, "What do you intend to do?" "Alchemy, saving lives." Qin Nianchu's expression was grave. Chapter 71, Alchemy. Saving lives. The alchemy warehouse was one of the few intact rooms, second only to where Qin Jintian resided. Given its vastness, it could accommodate a considerable amount of items. Most of the clutter had been cleared out, with one side filled with the 7th grade materials requested by Qin Nianchu, while the other side was arranged with beds. Before entering, Qin Nianchu instructed Luo Xiaorou, "If there is another attack from the celestial demons, summon the spirit beings to eliminate them all. I do not wish to see any more lives lost." Luo Xiaorou nodded solemnly. She then addressed Qin Kuei, saying, "Open several more furnaces. Uncle Kuei, your sole task now is to refine the 7th grade Gu Yuan Dan. Produce as many as you can. and disregard everything else. Qin Nianchu nodded and proceeded to a corner of the warehouse where the previous alchemy furnace was located. He then retrieved several crucibles, categorized the materials, and began his work. Subsequently, Qin Nianchu approached an injured soldier whose face was ashen, with a severed left arm bleeding profusely, that a nearby doctor explained. He was injured by a 7th-grade celestial demon. The wound won't stop bleeding. Unless we summon a bishop from the west or a light-type esper to cleanse the toxins, he will bleed to death, that we have no other means to end the outpost. Doctors were already scarce, and being dispatched to assist Qin Nianchu left him somewhat disgruntled. He could not believe that a mere youth could accomplish anything significant. He would rather utilize this time to aid soldiers in need. The injured soldier weakly uttered, "I understand my condition. Doctors, please attend to the other brothers. I'll manage for a while." "Hold on, I will not allow you to die." However, 10 minutes would suffice for him. He moved to the alchemy furnace and ignited the fire. 7th grade Duanshu vine, 7th grade blood crystal, 7th grade demon bone powder point, one by one. The 7th grade materials were fed into the furnace, and under Qin Nianchu's skilled technique and meticulous control, soon 30 perfect 7th grade Bai Chuang Dan were produced. The Bai Chuang Dan, a formula from the legacy of the Dan Saint, could heal a multitude of wounds, staunch bleeding, and to some extent expel toxins from injuries. The perfect grade 7th grade Bai Chuang Dan proved effective against wounds caused by 8th grade celestial demons. Qin Nianchu fed one of the refined pills to the injured soldier. The doctor furrowed his brow. "Is this a painkiller?" "It won't have much effect. At this rate of blood loss, he will soon be senseless." Qin Nianchu offered no explanation, merely unwrapped the bandage on the soldier's arm to cleanse the wound. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. The formerly profusely bleeding severed arm not only ceased to bleed, but began to heal gradually, with fresh skin sprouting where it had been severed. The soldier's complexion visibly brightened. How is this possible? The doctor stood astounded. The soldier touched his severed arm, his eyes filled with astonishment. "The bleeding has stopped? I am alive." Qin Nianchu smiled gently. "Rest well. You will feel quite weak over the next few days. Young Master Qin, I will forever remember your life-saving grace." The soldier rose to bow deeply. Originally awaiting death, he now faced merely the loss of an arm. With a prosthetic, he could continue to fight. Qin Nianchu helped him to his feet. "You should go out and recuperate. Make space for other soldiers in need." "Yes." The soldier saluted and departed. Seeing this, the doctor hurriedly called out, "Young Master Qin, there is another case just like this one. Can it be treated as well?" "No problem. Let us cleanse the wound first." Qin Nianchu approached, examined the injury, and administered the pill. Before long, the barely conscious soldier revived with a look of astonishment. The injuries deemed untreatable by Blue Star technology had been miraculously healed by a single small pill. However, the 30 pills were swiftly depleted. Qin Nianchu instructed the doctor, "Gather some personnel to help. Tally the number of soldiers with such lacerations. They need not be sent here. Just arrange them in one location. If the medicine runs short, I will refine more." Time was of the essence. The more pills he could produce, the more lives he could save. Outside the warehouse, Qin Jianshan anxiously watched the entrance, having been sent away by Qin Nianchu to avoid disturbances. Qin Jiantai, who had just reported the situation, approached with curiosity. "Fifth, what are you watching? Nianchu hasn't exited yet." "Nianchu is saving lives," Qin Jianshan replied, his expression peculiar, as the youngest among the Qin family's 5 heroes. He had spent the most time with Qin Nianchu. Given his understanding of Qin Nianchu, who had never even glanced at a medical book, how could he be saving lives? Back in Jiangcheng, it was rumored that Qin Nianchu had received a legacy from a big shot. Was it truly so miraculous? Just then, soldiers healed from their lacerations began to emerge. Despite their amputations, they appeared in good spirits. These men had been carried in on the brink of death due to blood loss. Qin Jianshan quickly called over one of them. "Yet, are you all right? What happened inside?" The soldier's gaze was filled with respect. "Young Master Qin is saving lives in there. He is truly a divine physician. All our lacerations caused by the celestial demons have been healed." "All healed?" Qin Jianshan exclaimed in astonishment. The soldier displayed his severed arm, smiling gratefully. "Fifth Master, look, it's just an arm. I won't die." "No. Second Master, I request a prosthetic to continue fighting." Until the celestial demons are vanquished, I shall not retreat, the soldier declared resolutely. Well done. Rest well. Qin Nianchu patted the soldier's shoulder. The soldier saluted and departed. Qin Nianchu gazed in shock at the warehouse. Nianchu has become so formidable now. At that moment, a doctor rushed out. Quick! Gather all soldiers with lacerations together, tally the numbers, and prepare for wound cleansing. We need more hands. Qin Nianchu exchanged glances with Qin Nianchu. Let us go help. After another 10 minutes, Qin Nianchu produced 507th grade by Chuangdan in one go. However, due to the sheer quantity, he could only guarantee that 70% of them were of perfect quality. He handed the pills over to the doctor for distribution. Next, he examined soldiers with other injuries. The assisting doctor transitioned from initial disdain to a gradually growing respect. This doctor also possessed strong organizational skills, quickly categorizing soldiers in the outpost who could not be treated. Among them, the majority suffered from lacerations that could not be staunched. The celestial demon's attacks inflicted such effects, continuously damaging the flesh around the wounds. Unless there was a suppression of level, those injured were left with only the waiting death. Next were the spreading toxins and chronic burns from frostbite, caused by special attribute celestial demons. These left the doctors helpless, and the afflicted soldiers in immense agony, slowly awaiting their demise. In previous battles, soldiers suffering such attribute damage often resorted to suicide, seeking a swift end. After assessing the injuries, Qin Nianchu refined several hundred by Jiedan soldiers who ingested the pills found their attribute injuries healed in moments. Though it was merely a small pill, it saved their lives. While Qin Nianchu's medical knowledge was limited, the secret formulas of the Dan Saint's legacy were astonishingly effective. The outpost was filled with voices of gratitude. Old Zhang, I thought I was done for. I never expected to lose only one hand, that I was poisoned by frost. I even contemplated suicide, yet a single pill cured me. Young Master Qin is truly a divine physician. As the day passed, Qin Nianchu did not take a single sip of water, tirelessly refining pills and saving lives. Under the miraculous effects of the pills, hundreds survived in the outpost. Yet, Qin Nianchu could not muster a smile. The outpost still bore the weight of over 100 deceased soldiers. They had fallen victim to the 9th grade celestial demons at present. Qin Nianchu lacked the ability to refine perfect grade 8th grade pills to save these individuals. That night, witnessing the bodies of the fallen soldiers being cremated one by one, Qin Nianchu felt a profound sorrow. Qin Zhanfeng approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder with a reassuring gaze. Nianchu, you have done exceptionally well. Other uncles soon joined Qin Nianchu, recognizing all that he had done for the soldiers. Nianchu, if it weren't for you, countless more soldiers would have perished. Nianchu, you did your utmost. That is just how the battlefield is. Nianchu, take a moment to rest. You've worked hard all day. Go spend some time with your father. Qin Nianchu nodded. Dragging his weary frame, he made his way towards Qin Jintian's room. Suddenly, he sensed something and glanced toward a nearby building with a torn white curtain. Through the shattered window, Qin Nianchu seemed to glimpse a faintly glowing silver sphere. Several staff members busily worked around it, repairing everything in sight. Qin Nianchu halted, a sense of familiarity washing over him regarding the silver sphere, as if he had seen it before. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nianchu turned and walked toward the room housing the silver sphere. Chapter 72. You should be my woman suddenly. Qin Zhanghua appeared, blocking Qin Nianchu's path. Nianchu, that area is a top secret. You cannot go there. Qin Zhanghua's expression was serious. The emergence and effects of the silver sphere were entirely classified. This high-level gag order forbade even family members from discussing it. Qin Nianchu nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation as a descendant of a military leader. After confirming the situation of his father, everything seemed to be improving as he had anticipated. It was merely a matter of time before he regained consciousness. However, he found himself unable to converse with him for the time being. In the secluded room, with no outsiders present, Qin Nianchu had the rare opportunity to express some of her innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, within the training chamber of the Su family in Jiangsheng, Su Changfeng was exerting all efforts to cultivate the potential future martial saint. Providing Yi Tianxiang with every possible resource for his training at AKT school, Yi Tianxiang and Su Kexin were inseparable, their burgeoning relationship well known among their peers. Unfortunately, Yi Tianxiang's performance in the Academy's grand competition had been dismal, and Su Kexin's past indiscretions resurfaced. Their reputation among fellow students was far from that of a golden couple. Instead, they were seen as a scandalous pair. After absorbing the remaining 5 ninth-grade crystal cores, the high-level resources obtained from the secret realm had been depleted. This had merely propelled him to the pinnacle of the 8th grade. With 600,000 units of spiritual energy, he stood unrivaled in the academy. In his previous life, by this juncture, Yi Tianxiang had already gained fame as a prodigy in Jiangcheng, receiving the attention of various influential figures, with a continuous supply of coveted training resources, unlike his current predicament filled with anxiety. Alas, the existence of Yuan Liang was a cruel twist of fate that, while Yi Tianxiang opened his eyes, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. He was on the brink of becoming a 9th-grade martial master. With his spiritual energy poised to double, he refused to believe that his absolute advantage of over 1 million units of spiritual energy could be outmatched by Qin Nianchu at that moment. A savage glint flashed in his eyes, and an uncontrollable bloodthirsty killing intent surged in his mind. The spiritual crystals were the core products of the celestial demon, containing its power and, naturally, its bloodthirsty nature. Among the multitude of cultivators in Blue Star, few could extract spiritual energy directly from these crystals. Even when absorbing energy from them, one could only draw from crystals of the same realm, often taking several days to do so. Cultivators needed to refine the impurities from the crystals through their own cultivation to avoid being influenced by the celestial demon. The solidifying essence pill that Qin Nianchu refined had concentrated the essence of the spiritual crystals, eliminating the impurities and thus posing no side effects. Why Yi Tianxiang's exceptional talent provided him with certain advantages, and the techniques learned in the secret realm significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. Yet he overlooked the consequences of such reckless absorption of spiritual energy. The previous master of the secret realm had also mutated due to excessive intake of spiritual crystals. In his past life, Yi Tianxiang had faced no such tribulations, shielded by the will of heaven. Even when problems arose, powerful figures or new techniques would come to his aid. Unfortunately, that was not the case now. The rampant brutality in Yi Tianxiang's mind became nearly uncontrollable. Tianxiang, how are you? Su Kexin, dressed in a sailor outfit, stood nearby, her eyes filled with concern. Come here. Yi Tianxiang clutched his head, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. Tianxiang, are you all right? Su Kexin approached without caution, only to be suddenly seized by Yi Tianxiang. He leaned in, greedily inhaling the scent of the delicate woman from her fair neck. Didn't you say you liked me? You've severed ties with Qin Nianchu, and everyone knows we're together now. You should be mine. Tianxiang, please don't do this, that I'm scared. Su Kexin timidly tried to evade him. Until now, Yi Tianxiang had always been courteous, so why this sudden frenzy? What are you afraid of? I will treat you well. As he spoke, Yi Tianxiang tore apart Su Kexin's clothing. She retreated, covering her remaining modesty with her hands. Although she had long considered giving herself to Yi Tianxiang, this was not how she envisioned it. Gazing at Yi Tianxiang's bloodshot eyes, Su Kexin felt an overwhelming fear. She even thought that if it were Qin Nianchu, she would never be so crude. Seeing Su Kexin's timid expression and her fair skin only fueled Yi Tianxiang's madness. He exhaled a breath of scorching air, his handsome face bearing a hint of ferocity, after deeply inhaling the torn fabric. He gazed at Su Kexin with wild eyes. Kexin, you smell so good. You should have been mine long ago. In an instant, he appeared before her. With Yi Tianxiang's speed, Su Kexin had no chance to escape. Her hands were seized, her beautiful figure laid bare before him. Tianxiang, please don't do this. You're hurting me. Su Kexin pleaded desperately while Yi Tianxiang remained unfazed, just as he was about to claim her. A furious shout echoed. You scoundrel! What are you doing? Su Changfeng stood at the door of the training chamber, his eyes ablaze with rage. He had anticipated that his daughter would become involved with Yi Tianxiang, but not under these circumstances. Any father witnessing his daughter being treated so disgracefully would be filled with unbridled fury. Su Changfeng unleashed a powerful strike toward Yi Tianxiang, his 8th grade master powers unrestrained in his rage. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Tianxiang merely raised a hand and sent Su Changfeng crashing against the wall. "Dad!" Su Kexin cried out in shock, struggling in anger. She kicked at Yi Tianxiang in fury. "What are you doing?" "He asked my dad." "Why are you doing this?" "Yi Tianxiang, shut up." Yi Tianxiang turned to glare at Su Kexin. The blood-red hue in his eyes instilled fear in her. Su Changfeng, struggling to rise from the ground while clutching his chest, was astonished. He was at the pinnacle of the 8th grade, while Yi Tianxiang had only just entered that realm. How could he have been sent flying with a single strike? Did he subconsciously hold back? "What do you want?" Su Changfeng demanded. "What do I want?" Yi Tianxiang retorted mockingly. "I merely desire this woman." With that, he licked Su Kexin's neck as if savoring a delectable dish. "Dear nephew, you are too impatient. Kexin will eventually be your woman. You should not act this way. Everything you have is given by the Su family. If you marry Kexin in the future, all of the Su family's assets will belong to you." Su Changfeng warned half in threat, half in coaxing. Yet Yi Tianxiang erupted in laughter. "Huh, what has your Su family given me? A place to cultivate? A broken blade? Or this foolish woman? Everything I possess is earned through my own efforts." Yi Tianxiang clenched his fist, his bloodthirsty intent intensifying. Noticing Yi Tianxiang's abnormality, Su Changfeng warned cautiously. "Yes, you are correct, but Tianxiang, you are in a state of turmoil. Put Kexin down, and let me examine your condition." Yi Tianxiang shouted in fury, his voice deafening. "Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. I've never felt so comfortable. Let me tell you, I will become a martial saint in the future. Kneel and submit to me. And I might consider granting you a place, but for now, I intend to enjoy this woman." Suddenly, Su Changfeng turned to a corner, shouting, "Qin Nianchu, why are you here?" In the moment, Yi Tianxiang was distracted. Su Changfeng gathered all his strength to attack again. In his view, Yi Tianxiang had already lost his sanity, and he needed to be subdued first. "You're seeking death." However, Su Changfeng underestimated Yi Tianxiang's prowess. Although both were at the pinnacle of the 8th grade, Yi Tianxiang's innate talent far surpassed Su Changfeng's. As Su Changfeng approached within a meter, a massive hand descended from above, slamming him into the ground. Yi Tianxiang stepped forward, placing his foot on Su Changfeng, a cold smile creeping across his lips. "You thought you could sneak attack me? You're seeking death." Seeing the murderous intent in Yi Tianxiang's eyes, Su Kexin struggled frantically. "Why, Yi Tianxiang, you've gone mad. He asked my dad. Have you forgotten how good he's been to you? You lunatic!" Slap. Yi Tianxiang struck Su Kexin across the face, silencing her instantly. With a wicked grin, he glanced at the fallen Su Changfeng and then back at the pitiful Su Kexin. "You're right. I will cherish you, or perhaps right in front of your father." As the fist thundered towards Yi Tianxiang, he suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Su, do you not comprehend the intent behind my actions?" Su Changfeng's fist halted mere inches from Yi Tianxiang's face, the fierce wind from his strike tousling Yi Tianxiang's hair. Furrowing his brow, Su Changfeng questioned, "Your intent?" With a serious demeanor, Yi Tianxiang replied, "I am acutely aware of the gravity of my transgressions, yet all that I do is for your sake. If you deem me unforgivable, then I, Tianxiang, only seek death." He strove to suppress the urge to resist, feigning a demeanor of nonchalance that a look of skepticism crossed Su Changfeng's face. "Are you not lost in madness? Did you not speak those words intentionally? Uncle Su treats me like a son, yet Su Kexin is my heart's true love. Were it not for you, I would not utter such disingenuous words or commit such egregious acts." Yi Tianxiang's eyes were earnest. Su Kexin gazed at him in confusion. "You did all this for my father?" "Kexin, forgive me for startling you. My aim was to expedite your father's breakthrough." Yi Tianxiang looked at Su Kexin with guilt. Articulating his thoughts more plainly, realization dawned on Su Changfeng, and he quickly reined in his imposing aura, lifting Yi Tianxiang. "Noble nephew, I have wronged you," Yi Tianxiang declared with righteous fervor. "If it truly allows Uncle Su to ascend to greater heights, I would willingly perish beneath your hand." Su Kexin, still bewildered, asked, "Father, I do not understand. Why is this so?" Su Changfeng explained, my daughter, I have stagnated at the pinnacle of the 8th rank for several years, unable to break through due to a lack of opportunity. However, witnessing your distress earlier ignited my fury, allowing me to ascend to the 9th rank, all thanks to noble nephew Tianxiang, who has acted with utmost sincerity. Suddenly enlightened, Su Kexin looked at Yi Tianxiang with joy. So, brother Tianxiang, you were deliberately, intentionally provoking me. You did not truly wish to harm me. Yi Tianxiang nodded gravely, even delivering a hard slap to his own face. Kexin, I apologize for the distress I caused you. That I understand that anger serves as the best catalyst for a breakthrough, and the person Uncle Su values most is you. Only in this manner could he achieve his breakthrough. I am sorry. You may strike or scold me as you wish. You are the love of my heart, and seeing you endure such pain hurts me more deeply than you can imagine. His heartfelt apology melted Su Kexin's heart, and with tears in her eyes, she shook her head. Brother Tianxiang, I harbor no resentment. My heart has long belonged to you, that I simply desire a more perfect way to offer myself to you. As long as you are unwilling, no one can compel you. I shall grant you everything you desire. Yi Tianxiang's gaze was profoundly sincere, capable of ensnaring any woman. Su Changfeng rejoiced, exclaiming, ha ha ha, this was merely a misunderstanding. And clarity brings relief. I was pondering how Tianxiang, with his innocent heart, could commit such an egregious act. Now that I have reached the 9th rank, our Su family shall hold a place in Jiangqing. Rest assured, noble nephew, I will devote myself to aiding you in achieving the rank of martial sage. Thank you, uncle, for your nurturing. Tianxiang shall forever be grateful. Why, Yi Tianxiang clasped his fists in gratitude, maintaining a subtle smile. He felt a rush of crimson upon glimpsing the fair thigh beneath her coat. Once Su Changfeng and Su Kexin departed, he exhaled a sigh of relief, observing the indentation left in the ground by Su Changfeng's support. Yi Tianxiang scoffed. The 9th rank martial venerable, yet merely beneath my heel to the outer domain outpost. As the appointed time arrived, Qin Nianchu and others boarded the armored vehicle in preparation for departure. Qin Jinfeng, standing by the vehicle, cautioned, Nianchu, what you have witnessed here is confidential. You must never divulge it. Based on your contributions to the War Department, you could indeed be awarded military merit. However, your current presence here does not comply with regulations. Once you become a formal soldier, your uncle will make amends. Uncle, it is of no concern. I merely wish to contribute more for everyone. Rest assured, I fully comprehend the significance of military secrets. By the way, are you truly not keeping Uncle Kuei here? Qin Nianchu inquired, glancing at Qin Kuei, who sat nearby. Now an 8th rank grandmaster, Qin Kuei not only possessed considerable combat prowess, but had also mastered the refinement of 7th rank solidification pills. His presence on the front lines could provide a steady supply of these pills to the soldiers. Yes, I understand. Now, we shall take our leave. Qin Nianchu waved her hand, and the armored vehicle slowly exited the outpost. Surrounding soldiers spontaneously gathered to bid them farewell. For our homeland, we shall lay down our lives. The soldiers saluted in unison. In just a day's time, Qin Nianchu had earned the respect of all. After a full day of activity, Qin Nianchu felt utterly fatigued. A yawn triggered a chain reaction, causing even Luo Xiaoro and Qin Kuei to yawn. Having refined over 100 batches of pills overnight, Qin Kuei was barely able to provide each soldier at the outpost with 10 pills, leaving him utterly drained. Luo Xiaoro remained ever vigilant against the incursion of demons upon returning to the Qin residence. Qin Nianchu and her companions collapsed into a deep sleep. With the opening of the heavenly ranking at Jiangqing Academy, the atmosphere throughout the academy was thick with the spirit of combat. Students frequently challenged one another, striving to improve their standings on the heavenly ranking. Lu Ruo Shuang intends to expel you for your unexplained absence. After the pre-ranking results were announced, Yi Tianxiang was already making waves within the academy. Sister Chu Yuan said if she does not see you again, she will strike me down. The academy from Fushan Kingdom has sent several individuals to our academy for exchange, and the vice principal is seeking you. Also, Qin Nianchu raised her hand to interrupt. Speak one matter at a time. Chapter 74. The heavenly ranking competition. Suddenly, students began rushing towards a fighting platform. Qin Nianchu seized a passerby and inquired. What is happening? Li Shunke is challenging Zhang Haonan, who is ranked 500th on the heavenly ranking. We're going to watch the match. Qin Nianchu raised an eyebrow, contemplating how proactive Li Shunke had become. Has he already mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia? Is he ready to issue challenges? Wang Qian, do you know this Zhang Haonan? I have heard of him. He is a senior 2 ranks above us and a 7th rank grandmaster. Let us go and take a look. Intrigued, Qin Nianchu set off towards the platform. Notably, during the Academy's grand competition, she had estimated Li Shunke's previous limits to be around the 5th rank. How was it possible that in just 3 days he could challenge someone of the 7th rank? Boss, I still have not finished my sentence. As they walked, Qin Nianchu responded, Wang Qian, you should have informed me about the absence issue sooner. Lu Ruo Shuang is waiting to catch you. She claims you violated school rules and intends to expel you. Shouldn't you explain this to Principal Zheng? Explain what? That woman cannot expel me just because I did not attend for 3 days. Qin Nianchu halted her steps, laughing dismissively. Wang Qian suddenly began signaling. And upon noticing Qin Nianchu's lack of awareness, he quickly stood at attention and greeted. Hello, Teacher Lu. Lu Ruo Shuang had approached Qin Nianchu's side unnoticed. With fiery eyes, she glared at Qin Nianchu. What did you just say? Say it again, and see what happens. Rolling her eyes, Qin Nianchu turned and smiled. Teacher Lu, how delightful to see you. I merely meant that you should take better care of yourself. You are considered one of the younger female teachers in the academy. Yet you appear to be the oldest. Furious, Lu Ruo Shuang retorted. Qin Nianchu, you have been absent without reason for 3 days. You had better provide me with an explanation that I will not let you off lightly. Why should I explain anything to you? I am not one of your students. Save your breath, and pay attention to your skincare. Those crow's feet are becoming quite pronounced, continuing towards the fighting platform. Qin Nianchu dismissed Lu Ruo Shuang's ire. Qin Nianchu, I will definitely find a way to discipline you. Just you wait. Lu Ruo Shuang stood frozen in place, seething with frustration, instinctively rubbing her eyes as she struggled to maintain her composure. Around the platform, a considerable number of students had gathered. Although Li Shunke had yet to cultivate any powers, he had been ranked at the bottom since the heavenly ranking opened. However, in just 3 days, he had begun to challenge others, now aiming for the 500 spot. Wang Qian explained, after the heavenly ranking commenced, students were re-ranked, and challenges cannot be declined. Otherwise, it is seen as conceding defeat. Winning a challenge allows one to assume the loser's rank. Aside from Yi Tianxiang, Li Shunke is the most active in challenging others. Qin Nianchu asked with curiosity, Yi Tianxiang's rank must be quite high, right? Why would he not challenge me directly? Wang Qian replied, Boss, the heavenly ranking is not based on the previous competition results. It is a pre-ranking determined by all instructors' comprehensive evaluations, after which students are allowed to challenge. Thus, Yi Tianxiang's rank should also be commendable. Qin Nianchu pressed further, so Yi Tianxiang's rank should be relatively high. Wang Qian answered, somewhat exasperated, yes, it is indeed high that I have heard that his pre-ranking is within the top 10, but Yi Tianxiang arrogantly declared he would forfeit his rank. Starting anew, insisting that only true strength could withstand the test of fire, as a result. Under Lu Ruo Shuang's instigation, he discarded his rank among the top 100 and intended to claim his position after challenging the person ranked 101. Qin Nianchu smirked. It seems Yi Tianxiang has become quite unpopular. Indeed, originally those who advanced to the top 100 could directly claim their ranks, yet now they must still compete. Behind the scenes, Yi Tianxiang has faced severe criticism, earning him the derogatory nickname Tian Shi, with Shi referring to a rather unsavory term. At this point, Wang Qian exhibited a certain schadenfreude, as he harbored a profound dislike for Yi Tianxiang. Qin Nianchu chuckled softly. The worse Yi Tianxiang's reputation became, the more pleased he felt, as it signified that the heavens were gradually withdrawing their protection from this individual. If Yi Tianxiang were to become the target of everyone's scorn, he might even consider sending him off himself. By the way, what is my current ranking? Qin Nianchu inquired curiously. 3088, the very last place. Over the past 3 days, everyone has been vying for ranks, and you weren't present. However, on the preliminary leaderboard, you are ranked 29th. This ranking took Qin Nianchu by surprise. Having secured first place in the academy competition, she could hardly believe she was only 29th. Were those ranking the competitors using their toes? Never mind, IT matters little to me. Yes, they spoke. The match on the arena commenced. Shunka remained as polite as ever, clasping his fists. Senior Zhang, I look forward to your guidance. Zhang Haonan replied earnestly, studently. I admire your audacity to challenge me, a 7th grade master, despite lacking cultivation. However, you must understand that the master level is a clear dividing line. Do not let a few initial successes lead to self-inflation. Yes, if I lose, I shall certainly reflect upon myself. Li Shunka responded with utmost respect. Then allow me to demonstrate the might of a 7th grade master. Zhang Haonan roared, unleashing the aura of a 7th grade master. He drew his hands to his abdomen, gathering energy before suddenly striking. Fury rock break. The students below gasped in astonishment. Was this truly a 7th grade martial technique? Zhang Haonan seemed excessively serious towards someone without cultivation. Did he not? It was said that Zhang Haonan had diligently practiced this technique, achieving a 3-fold increase in its power. Would Li Shunka not be obliterated in a single blow on the arena? Zhang Haonan's fist surged forward, forming a gigantic shadow of a fist. Li Shunka felt the force of the strike and frowned slightly, just as the shadow was about to crash into him. He pressed his right thumb against his tan zhong acupoint. Open the door! With a fierce shout, Li Shunka's round eyes suddenly sharpened. A fierce aura emanated from his entire being. He thrust both hands forward, firmly receiving Zhang Haonan's fist shadow. As the shadow dissipated, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Haonan on the arena widened his eyes in disbelief. Even among 7th grade masters, few could easily withstand his ultimate technique. How could a mere novice withstand it? Below the stage, Qin Nianchu nodded in approval. A sound judgment. With his original strength, he could not have withstood this strike. However, by opening the door, his power doubled, and his perception became sharper, making it entirely reasonable for him to endure it. Moreover, it seems he has made considerable progress over the past 3 days that on the arena. Li Shunka adjusted his breathing slightly. Senior Zhang, do you possess any other more formidable techniques? For Li Shunka, the challenge was not merely about ranking, but rather about bettering himself. Arrogant, I refuse to believe that a dignified 7th grade master cannot defeat you. Brash youth, Zhang Haonan, enraged and embarrassed, advanced to engage Li Shunka in close combat. Unfortunately, he could not fathom the solid foundation of Li Shunka's basic skills. In terms of martial arts, there were likely few in the academy who could rival him. Zhang Haonan relied on the pressure of his rank, unleashing punches with speed and strength that gradually forced Li Shunka to the defensive, mistakenly believing he had gained the upper hand. Observing the numerous openings in Zhang Haonan's stance, Li Shunka did not wish to prolong the fight. With only one door opened, he could not claim victory over Zhang Haonan. Seizing an opportunity to evade, he created distance, pressing his fists downward. Resting door. Open. With a sharp gaze, he charged forward, his fists and feet becoming mere shadows. Zhang Haonan was taken aback, unable to comprehend Li Shunka's speed. In a mere moment of distraction, he was sent flying by a single punch. Zhang Haonan was defeated, and Li Shunka ascended to the rank of 500 on the leaderboard. Yet, despite his victory, Li Shunka felt no joy, only a sense of regret. Below the stage, Qin Nianchu waved at him. Little Li, there you are. After being away for a few days, you performed admirably. Your progress is remarkable, is it not? Qin Nianchu praised it. I must thank you, Qin Shao, for bestowing upon me such a formidable technique. Over the past few days, I have been training rigorously with the resting door, and I have even doubled the weight I am carrying. Initially, I struggled to adapt, but I am much better now. Li Shunka replied with a serious demeanor. Qin Nianchu smirked. You are indeed relentless. While others treat ultimate techniques as treasures, you use them for daily practice. Speaking of which, having won, why do you not appear happier? I have yet to encounter an opponent worthy of me opening the life door. The technique you taught me, Lilianhua, requires the opening of the life door to be utilized effectively. I am eager to see its practical application. Chapter 75. Seek your own fortune. Li Shunka's character could be described as persistent in a positive light. or stubborn to a fault in a -1. Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu quickly waved his hand. What do you wish to contend with me for? If I were to hold back, you would surely be displeased. If I do not, we might both end up in the hospital. By the way, how many doors can you open now? I believe I can reach the resting door. The subsequent 3 doors are rather esoteric, and I have yet to fully comprehend them. Qin Nianchu smiled wryly. Well, if it's merely a competition, there is no need to go all out, all right? Once I devise a method to enhance your recovery, you can then attempt to open the 4th door. Otherwise, it may severely harm your body. Qin Nianchu genuinely did not anticipate Li Shunka's rapid progress. For them to spar, Li Shunka would need to open at least the 4th door, which would already incur some physical toll. Qin Nianchu deemed it unnecessary. Wang Qian chimed in. Little Li, Qin Xiao is our leader. As his subordinates, how can we dare to spar with him, regardless of your strength? The leader will always remain the leader. I Shunka nodded. Brother Wang is correct. I shall continue my training. After saying this, he walked away with utmost seriousness. Wang Qian teased. Does this kid's mind only revolve around training? With only a few years in the academy, he should seize the opportunity to experience life. Shouldn't he pursue some senior sisters or junior sisters? Yet, with someone so persistently focused, would any girl even look his way? Qin Nianchu replied earnestly. Focus is essential for achieving greater success. You must acknowledge that Li Shunka possesses great talent. In just 3 days, he has managed to open 5 doors. He is indeed an exceptional genius in physical arts. Wang Qian scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I have yet to even reach the entry level. I have only just reached the 3rd level myself. Upon hearing this, Qin Nianchu's eyes widened. The Demon Slayer sword technique is considered a rather advanced technique. He recalled that when he initially learned it, it took him an entire month to reach the 3rd level, yet this kid managed to achieve it in just 3 days? Damn! Could it be that everyone around him is a genius, while he alone is the most mediocre? At that moment, a figure clad in a blue robe, Lin Wanner, approached from a distance. Accompanied by a beautiful girl, I had to handle a few matters, and it was inconvenient to bring my phone. Wang Qian immediately greeted with a playful tone. Hello, sister-in-law. You too. Lin Wanner smiled shyly, not denying it. She turned to Qin Nianchu and said, I see. Nianchu, you must work hard. Thanks to the fire crystal you gifted me, I am now a level 7 archmage. Teacher Daisy has praised my rapid progress, and I am now ranked 389 on the leaderboard. That's so. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. At this moment, Lin Wanner tugged at the girl beside her. By the way, this is my best friend, Zhou Qianqian. She wishes to speak with you. Zhou Qianqian, wearing a short skirt and t-shirt, had an attractive figure and decent looks. Hello, Qin. I want to let you know that Wanner has been thinking about you while you were away these past few days. I would like to ask for your phone number. Wang Qian's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if Lin Wanner was truly so open-minded as to share her leader with her best friend. Qin Nianchu looked at Lin Wanner, astonished. Do you not mind? Zhou Qianqian quickly clarified. Qin, you misunderstand. I'm not asking for your number. Wang Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be that she wants mine? You could simply ask me. No, I heard that Li Shunka and Qin have a good relationship. Could you provide me with Li Shunka's phone number? Zhou Qianqian smiled slightly. Qin Nianchu suddenly understood. Oh, I see that, but I do not have his number. Saying this, he gave Wang Qian a pat. Go fetch Li Shunka. He hasn't wandered off too far. All right. Wang Qian wore a disgruntled expression. He had just claimed that no girl wanted Li Shunka. Yet here was a girl actively seeking his number. Qin Nianchu gestured to Zhou Qianqian beside him. This student wishes to obtain your number. I Shunka frowned. No, I only have one number. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Qin Nianchu kicked him lightly. You fool, she is asking for your phone number. That makes it even less possible to give it. I have used this number for a long time. This left the surrounding individuals speechless. Zhou Qianqian chuckled. Li Shunka, hello, my name is Zhou Qianqian. Could you share your contact information with me? What do you need my contact information for? If you wish to challenge me, we can do it now. However, I will not go easy on you merely because you are a girl. Li Shunka replied with utmost seriousness. The crowd collectively gasped. This Li Shunka was truly a paragon of the ironclad male, capable of snapping even the strongest of bonds. However, it seems that Zhou Qianqian holds him in even higher regard. I was hoping to chat with you more in the future and learn a thing or two. I even wanted to invite you to dinner another day. Why wait for another day? Can't we do it today? Besides, I'm quite busy. I have training every day, Li Shunke replied with a serious expression. Wang Qian slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Heavens, how can such a guy attract girls? Qin Nianchu, unable to bear it any longer, delivered a swift kick to Li Shunke's rear. Recite your phone number. Li Shunke, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied to Qin Nianchu, Boss, your kicking technique is flawed. It doesn't maximize power. Recite the number. Yes, the number is... After Li Shunke finished reciting the number, he added, If you don't invite me to dinner, I shall take my leave. With that, he walked away without giving Zhou Qianqian a moment to ponder. This left a few people in utter confusion. Qin Nianchu, with a helpless expression, turned to Zhou Qianqian and said, I apologize for the embarrassment. My brother isn't the brightest. Perhaps you should consider someone else. Wang Qian quickly straightened his posture and cleared his throat, indicating that he was a better choice. Zhou Qianqian chuckled lightly. No need. I quite like a man like Li Tongxue. My mother always said that men who are straightforward have no ill intentions. If we were to be together, he would be very obedient. I won't chat with you for now. I'll treat you all to dinner another day. Saying this, she hurried after Li Shunke, calling out along the way, Li Tongxue, wait for me. Tonight, I'm treating you to dinner. Qin Nianchu rubbed his forehead. Odd up misfortune at home. Lin Wanner smiled slightly. Nianchu, how about I treat you to dinner tonight as well? It would be best if we could also invite Xiaorou. Just as she finished speaking, Chu Yuan approached with a beaming smile, glancing at Wang Qian beside her. Wang Qian, how about a little respect and call me sister? Ah, good day, sister. Wang Qian chuckled awkwardly. Noticing Lin Wanner's displeased expression, Qin Nianchu felt a tightening in his scalp. Senior Chu Yuan, what brings you here? Am I interrupting something? Or are you secretly planning something with Lin Wanner? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with a hint of sharpness. If to assert her claim, she cast a provocative glance at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner, unfazed, retorted, Sister Chu Yuan, your words seem a bit misguided. Qin Nianchu has no need to hide anything from you. Besides, he just promised me that we would dine together tonight. Chu Yuan smiled, her aura unwavering. Has Qin Nianchu confessed to you? I wasn't aware. It's merely a tactic from the competition. However, Qin Nianchu has explicitly stated that he would be responsible for me. Lin Wanner maintained her smile as well. The tension between the two women crackled in the air, as if sparks were about to ignite. Qin Nianchu, treading carefully, interjected, that I believe there might be some misunderstandings between us. Both women turned to look at Qin Nianchu simultaneously, their glares filled with hostility, prompting him to immediately fall silent. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yuan and Lin Wanner each took an arm of Qin Nianchu. Darling, you promised to go on a date with me. Qin Tongxue, you agreed to dinner tonight. My two brothers are eager to express their gratitude. Qin Tongxue, my cat could do backflips. Let's go see. Wang Qian shook his head in despair, knowing there was nothing he could do. Boss, wish you luck. Chapter 76. Remember to call me Daddy, all of you. Stop. Not far away. The fierce-looking Luo Xiaorou approached, her brows furrowed as she strode in an imposing pair of 20-centimeter black high heels. Luo Xiaorou angrily questioned the two. What sort of decorum is this, engaging with boys in such a manner within the academy? Lin Wanner, somewhat intimidated, explained, Teacher Luo, I merely had some questions for Qin Tongxue. Chu Yuan, however, boldly interjected, Teacher Luo, we are all 20 years old. What's wrong with dating? The school has no regulations against it. Are you two dating? This is merely a competition for affection. No one cares what you do privately. But making a spectacle of it is simply embarrassing for yourselves. Reflect on that. Luo Xiaorou reprimanded, then grabbed Qin Nianchu by the collar. Come with me. You still have training to complete today? Without considering whether Qin Nianchu was willing, she dragged him away. Lin Wanner looked at Qin Nianchu with concern. I hope Teacher Luo won't make things difficult for him, after giving Lin Wanner a disdainful glance. Chu Yuan skeptically remarked, Your thinking seems rather simplistic. Teacher Luo appears to have a tendency to compete for affection. Does she? Lin Wanner replied, her gaze innocent. Luo Xiaorou led Qin Nianchu around a corner. He quickly struggled free. That's enough. Luo Xiaorou grinned playfully. Hey, didn't I do well? Did I just rescue you from a dire situation? Very well. What brings you here? Qin Nianchu asked, puzzled. I came to find you. I nearly forgot. You need to accompany me to the principal's office. Luo Xiao turned and led the way. What is going on? Am I about to be expelled? Qin Nianchu hurried after her. Luo Xiao chuckled. No, but it's not about that. You know how some representatives from Fushan country are coming to our Jiangshang Academy for a friendly competition? I recommended you that. I told you not to create trouble for me. Qin Nianchu scolded, though after a moment's thought, he found it reasonable. Having finally suppressed Yi Tianxiang's luck, he couldn't afford to give him another chance. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office, where several teachers were present, their gazes converging on the pair. Lu Rushi and Xiao, who displayed evident disdain, while Wu Daosheng from the cultivation department regarded Qin Nianchu with fiery enthusiasm. Lu Rushi coldly stated, perfect timing. Let's discuss Qin Nianchu's flagrant disregard for school rules. 3 days of absence. I thought it would be as simple as expulsion. Unexpectedly, Wu Daosheng stepped forward in opposition. What? Expulsion? Lu Laoshi, even if you have a bias against Qin Tongxue, you shouldn't abuse your power. He's the top student from the Academy's grand competition. Other schools would fight to have him, but it's merely 3 days of absence. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? Lu Rushi retorted angrily. Wu Daosheng, do you even hear yourself? 3 days of absence is just a minor issue. If it were a company, 3 days would be grounds for dismissal. In the military, disappearing for 3 days could land you in a military court. Even if expulsion is excessive, at the very least, a major demerit is warranted. A demerit in the academy could directly impact future promotions on the battlefield. Those with major demerits might not even hold leadership positions. Wu Daosheng countered. Lu Laoshi, do you hear yourself? A major demerit? Is that necessary? A talent as exceptional as Qin Tongxue and not attending school is quite normal. With his capabilities, how many teachers in the academy could instruct him? Can you? Lu Rushi was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Hu chimed in, Wu Daosheng, that statement is flawed. Without rules, there can be no order. If every student flaunts their talents like this, how can the academy maintain discipline? Enough of the bickering, Luo Xiao interjected coldly. During the academy's grand competition, I observed numerous shortcomings in Qin Nianchu. Hence, I took him for special training. Lu Rushi glared at Luo Xiao. Teacher Luo, how could you do this? You haven't even informed the principal. And what about the students in your class while you were absent for 3 days? So what? Punish me if you must. I don't care. Besides, Lu Laoshi, have you forgotten something? You lost a bet. Now Qin Tongxue is your master. Is this how you speak to your master? Luo Xiao challenged. Lu Rushi's face flushed red. That was merely a joke. It shouldn't count. I could take it seriously. Can you not handle losing? Is this how you set an example as a teacher? How can you expect to nurture good students? Luo Xiao taunted. You little brat. Do you wish to fight me? Lu Rushi erupted, her aura flaring with the force of 7th-rank master, her furious demeanor resembling that of a protective hen. You think you're worthy? Not a chance. Lu Rushi scoffed, her eyes glinting. However, I can step outside and discuss this with you. Very well. Let's discuss. Who's afraid of whom? Lu Rushi stormed out of the office. Just as Luo Xiao was about to follow, the men in the office became agitated, but before they could intervene, Luo Xiao silenced them with a glance. Everyone sit down. This is a matter for us women. It has nothing to do with you. Rest assured, I won't bully her. Luo Xiao's commanding presence left no room for dissent. Even Zheng Yuanxian, who was merely trying to defend a student, could only smile sheepishly. The atmosphere in the office grew awkward. Finally, Zheng Yuanxian cleared his throat and addressed Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu, how about you represent our academy at the upcoming exchange event with the students from Fushan country? Qin Nianchu shrugged. If you discussed it with teacher Luo, I have no objections. Zheng Yuanxian nodded. That's great. Thus, the representatives for this exchange will be Qin Nianchu, Yi Tianxiang, Chu Yuan, Chu Jun, and Lin Shuhua. The list bore the name of Lin Shihao, which took Qin Nianchu by surprise. During the competition, this second son of the Lin family, possessing a grade A wind-based ability, was merely at the level of a 7th-tier master. Ranking modestly within the academy, it appeared he had achieved a breakthrough. Behind her, Lu Rushi entered with hollow eyes. Upon seeing Qin Nianchu, she immediately knelt. Master, I concede, and from now on, I shall be your servant. I will do whatever you command." The crowd gasped in shock. Xiao Hu rushed to support Lu Rushi, exclaiming, "Teacher Lu, what are you doing? Is it necessary to kneel before him?" Lu Rushi muttered with vacant eyes. "I have lost. I am now a servant. Is there anything I should report to my master?" Xiao Hu, filled with anger, confronted Luo Xiaoro. "What have you done to her?" "Nothing much. Just reason with her." "It's commendable that Teacher Lu can acknowledge her mistakes," Luo Xiaoro replied with a beaming smile, which inexplicably unnerved Xiao Hu. "You have gone too far. We are all colleagues. Must you be so ruthless?" Xiao Hu retorted angrily. Luo Xiaoro smirked. "Is this too much? Teacher Lu lost the bet herself. She can not only call Qin Nianchu master but even father. Let us hear her say it." Lu Rushi lifted her gaze to Qin Nianchu, her eyes momentarily struggling before she prepared to speak. Just then, Qin Nianchu stepped outside. Lu Rushi's face turned bitter as she sank to the ground, and before she could even feel relief, Luo Xiaoro whispered with a smile in her ear. "Qin Nianchu's words do not mean you are free. As long as he has demands, you remain his servant. Remember to call him father when you meet next time." Lu Rushi's pupils dilated in shock, while Luo Xiaoro laughed heartily as she walked away. "You brought this upon yourself," Daoist Wu remarked before hurriedly pursuing them. "Qin, wait for me. I have something to consult you about." Upon catching up to Qin Nianchu, Daoist Wu began to inquire about the previous formation. In the realm of cultivation, due to incomplete techniques and prolonged training times, this formidable power system had withered significantly on Blue Star, even devolving into a support role at times. Daoist Wu, already in his 60s, had only reached the late foundation building stage, possessing strength comparable to an 8th-tier master. Fortunately, many formations in the cultivation sect provided combat assistance, allowing them to maintain a presence within the academy. Ultimately, Blue Star was still in the early stages of spiritual energy recovery. The lack of spiritual energy content hindered cultivators' progress. Otherwise, a powerful being at the Mahayana stage could likely drain the surrounding spiritual energy within 100 miles with a mere breath. After listening to Qin Nianchu's explanation, Daoist Wu sighed. "The younger generation is indeed formidable. I never expected someone so young to possess such understanding of cultivation. Alas, our cultivation sect is too weak. Otherwise, I would wish to take you as my disciple." Qin Nianchu chuckled softly. "Daoist Wu, it is not that the cultivation sect is too weak, but rather that it has yet to reach its peak. Foundation building is merely the beginning of seeking the Tao. Once you attain the nascent soul stage, you will realize that the martial sage is but a triviality." This statement left Daoist Wu shaken. "I have toiled for 60 years to reach foundation building, and that is merely the start. How powerful must true cultivators be?" He suddenly perceived that this seemingly 20-year-old youth exuded a wisdom that could only be distilled over millennia. As they approached the training ground, a palpable aura of menace enveloped them. Most students surged toward the platform. "Look, Yi Tianxiang is about to compete with Chu Jun for a ranking on the celestial list." Chapter 77. Securing second place on the platform. Yi Tianxiang appeared relaxed. "Senior Chu Jun, I didn't expect you to seek me out so soon." Chu Jun snorted coldly. "You've already defeated everyone in the top 10. You haven't occupied the ranking. Merely waiting for me to challenge you, of course. We will have our battle. I just wanted you to rest a bit longer," Yi Tianxiang replied with a teasing glint. Chu Jun's face darkened with anger. "You won with underhanded tactics. That is hardly honorable. Let us have a proper fight." Yi Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with joy. He had awaited this very declaration. "Very well. I hereby announce my withdrawal from the ninjutsu class. From this moment on, I will no longer employ any ninjutsu, and I hope all students will similarly compete without using ninjutsu during the Celestial List contest." Chu Jun was momentarily taken aback. "I never made such a demand." Yi Tianxiang laughed. "Isn't your implication that ninjutsu is dishonorable? Fear not, I will not resort to it, and I will win openly." Below the platform, some students echoed in agreement. Yes, the Celestial List competition should not involve ninjutsu. It is indeed too underhanded. Most students who lacked the qualifications to learn ninjutsu found this decision beneficial, as it would eliminate some competitors. However, a student from the ninjutsu class could only seethe in silence. Merely a petty trick. Furthermore, for Qin Nianchu, prior reliance on ninjutsu stemmed from his low cultivation level. Now at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, he had an abundance of techniques at his disposal. Moreover, for most, the ultimate goal of becoming a martial sage marked the culmination of a lifetime. For Qin Nianchu, it was merely the beginning. Unexpectedly, the demise of the celestial fiend had released a vast amount of spiritual energy, which would typically dissipate quickly due to the unique environment of the outer realm. By chance, Qin Nianchu possessed a spirit-gathering array, allowing him to absorb a considerable amount of this energy before it vanished on the platform. Chu Jun drew forth the high-grade artifact, Junzi's sword, and coldly declared, "This time, I will not hold back. We will determine the victor with a single strike." Yi Tianxiang surprisingly brandished his second-place prize, the low-grade artifact Pan Long Blade. "That suits me just fine. No need for any unnecessary theatrics." Chu Jun unleashed the aura of an 8th-tier master, his entire being emanating a fierce energy. With the enhancement of spiritual power, the Junzi sword radiated a brilliant sword light. Heaven's annihilation. Chu Jun thrust his sword forward. An 100-meter-long golden sword materialized in the air, intricate patterns visible along its blade, exuding an overwhelming force directed at Yi Tianxiang. The surrounding students retreated in alarm as the sword appeared, its golden radiance sliced through the air like a blade, with the high-grade artifact amplifying its potency significantly. The platform soon bore numerous cracks, that why Yi Tianxiang remained unhurried, slicing with the Pan Long Blade. Dragon Slayer, a similarly enormous blade, emerged above him, exceeding 100 meters in length. Its blue blade coiled like a dragon, with clear patterns visible, electric arcs dancing around it, creating massive craters wherever they struck. Boom! The long blade and sword collided mid-air, unleashing a wave of energy. Students watching had retreated a considerable distance, yet were still buffeted by the force of the shockwave. Meanwhile, Qin Nianchu stood calmly as if unfazed, though his right hand was unknowingly clasped tightly together. Chu Jun's expression grew serious, sweat beading on his forehead as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the sword. Yi Tianxiang, gripping his blade, appeared at ease. Observing Chu Jun's struggle, he laughed heartily. "Senior Chu Jun, concede. In the same realm, you are no match for me. I possess 600,000 units of spiritual power. What can you possibly contend with?" Chu Jun's eyes widened in shock. A genius himself, he believed that his 30,000 units of spiritual power at the pinnacle of the 8th tier made him exceptional. He never anticipated Yi Tianxiang to have double that. Seeing Chu Jun falter, Yi Tianxiang gripped his blade tightly and shouted, "Break for me." In the air, the Pan Long Blade slashed down violently, shattering the golden sword. On the platform, Chu Jun's sword was sent flying, embedding itself into the ground nearby. In an instant, Yi Tianxiang had the Pan Long Blade poised at Chu Jun's throat. "Senior Chu Jun, you have lost." Chu Jun's gaze reflected a hint of emptiness. He had always been the top student of the academy, a paragon of excellence, the descendant of a renowned general. He held himself to high standards, never daring to slacken his efforts. Previously, in the academy competition, he believed he had lost to Yi Tianxiang due to carelessness. His dismay. This time he had genuinely lost, powerless to retaliate. The disbelief in Chu Jun's eyes was palpable. 600,000 units of spiritual power. How could that be possible? If Yi Tianxiang were to reach the 9th tier, wouldn't that mean he would possess over 1,000,000 units of spiritual power? How terrifying. How could such a formidable individual exist? Chu Jun was left severely shaken. No one dared to voice dissent. Why Yi Tianxiang had defeated each contender in succession. The top 10 had all faced him once, making his victory indisputable. Many believed Yi Tianxiang should claim the top spot on the celestial list. At that moment, Yi Tianxiang pointed the long blade towards the crowd, his voice booming like thunder. "Qin Nianchu, when shall we duel to determine the first place on the celestial list?" The crowd turned their gaze to Qin Nianchu, a sudden realization dawning upon them, and oh wonder Yi Tianxiang did not occupy the first position. It was due to Qin Nianchu's presence. After all, during the academy competition, Qin Nianchu had triumphed over Yi Tianxiang. However, during the preliminary celestial ranking, More emphasis was placed on students' cultivation levels. With Qin Nianchu only at the 6th tier, he had been ranked 29th, a position granted largely due to his previous first-place achievement. Otherwise, he would have fallen far lower. Even so, many students were dissatisfied with Qin Nianchu's ranking, believing he had relied on opportunism during the competition, questioning how a 6th-tier martial artist could possibly defeat an 8th-tier master based on true strength. Only after canceling the rankings for the top 100 did this discontent subside. Qin Nianchu smirked playfully. The second on the celestial list wishes to challenge the last place, a reversal of roles to fight the lowest rank. Yi Tianxiang snorted. Do you dare accept my challenge? Qin Nianchu shrugged. Why should I accept? This rhetorical question left many people in stunned silence. Yi Tianxiang furrowed his brow. The Academy's regulations state that one cannot refuse a challenge when initiated. It is one thing for a lower-ranked individual to challenge someone of a higher rank, but how can you expect me, ranked 2nd on the celestial leaderboard, to accept a challenge from you? Who is at the bottom? Qin Nianchu's words rendered the crowd speechless. Yi Tianxiang bellowed in anger. If that is the case, then I shall claim the top spot on the celestial leaderboard. If you are pleased to take it, so be it, as long as everyone acknowledges it, Qin Nianchu replied nonchalantly. Her words struck a nerve with Yi Tianxiang that he had been defeated by Qin Nianchu, and if he could not best her, his claim to the top rank would lack legitimacy. Yi Tianxiang leaped off the platform and approached Qin Nianchu. What must I do to have a match with you? When I feel like it, she retorted. Besides, isn't it splendid for you to be in first place? Yi Tianxiang shouted from behind. Qin Nianchu, you cannot evade this. You will eventually have to face me. For you are my arch-rival. I shall leave the top spot vacant for you. If you refuse to battle me, the Academy shall have no first place. Arch-rival, how that you are not worthy. Qin Nianchu mocked, shaking her head as she turned to leave. Yi Tianxiang glared at her retreating figure. Su Kexin hurried forward to console him. Brother Tianxiang, do not pay him any mind. Qin Nianchu's previous victory over you was merely a stroke of luck. She surely will not dare to challenge you again. You have claimed the top spot on the celestial leaderboard, and no one can dispute that. She then called out to Qin Nianchu. Qin Nianchu, listen here. Didn't you demand 10 billion from me? My father is already a 9th-grade martial master. If you have the guts, come to my house and collect. Su Kexin was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to intimidate Qin Nianchu, but did not expect him to respond so boldly. Noticing that the woman seemed somewhat anxious, Yi Tianxiang grasped Su Kexin's hand. Do not worry. I will be with you tomorrow. If he dares to come, I will ensure he pays for it. Su Kexin blushed and replied, with Brother Tianxiang by my side, I fear nothing. Observing her delicate demeanor, a flicker of crimson flashed in Yi Tianxiang's eyes as he grinned mischievously. I have been so good to you. Do you not feel the need to show your appreciation? How do you want me to show it? Su Kexin retorted, her face flushed. Yi Tianxiang's breath grew increasingly heated. His cultivation surged. The wicked fire within him became increasingly difficult to suppress. Meanwhile, a private jet arriving from Fujiyama landed at Jiangcheng Airport. Descending from the aircraft were seemingly 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women. When the last man, sporting a small mustache, stepped off the plane, he murmured, Commence operations. We must locate the clues for the Yamada no Orochi and the Lance of Longinus. Should there be any interference, eliminate. As shadows flitted beneath the plane, they seemed to be mere remnants of clouds in the sky. The mustachioed man then approached the welcoming party with a beaming smile. Thank you for the trouble. I appreciate your efforts in receiving the 6 of you. That it is our pleasure, our honor to welcome Mr. Meichuan Kazu. We are excited for Fujiyama Academy's exchange in Jiangcheng. The welcoming man replied with a warm smile, albeit with an underlying wariness in his eyes. Chapter 78. How you treat it is how it treats you upon returning to the Qin residence. Qin Jintian placed his phone aside, activating a holographic projection of himself. Qin Nianchu gazed at her father's image, her heart swelling with emotion. Dad. Qin Jintian nodded, his expression composed, concealing his brilliance as he had entered a new realm. Yet the tender gaze he cast upon Qin Nianchu remained unchanged. Son, I am aware of everything you have done. You have performed admirably, and I am incredibly proud of you. Thank you, Dad, Qin Nianchu replied, her heart trembling slightly. Even after traversing through 9 worlds over a millennium, receiving her father's approval filled her with immense joy. In the holographic image, Qin Jintian regarded Qin Nianchu intently, suddenly stating, "You must have faced considerable hardships of late, correct?" Qin Nianchu paused, an ache swelling within her heart. The struggles she bore were too deep to articulate. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Could it be that her father had overheard her words while he was in a coma? "Yes, Dad, I understand." Qin Nianchu nodded in comprehension, with a grave demeanor. Qin Jintian cautioned, "Moreover, recent events will surely provoke a reaction from Fujiyama. They will likely send someone over. You must be vigilant, for our Qin family is surely among their targets." "Yes, Dad, I have heard that Fujiyama Academy is sending people to Jiangsheng for an exchange." "I will remain alert," Qin Nianchu assured him. Qin Jintian gazed at her with a hint of reluctance. "Son, once you become a qualified warrior, come to the outer realm. It is the destiny of our Qin family. For the sake of our homeland, we shall sacrifice our lives." As Qin Nianchu saluted, Qin Jintian concluded the call. "They should arrive in another hour or 2, Qin Jintian remarked. "That is splendid. I shall prepare dinner for them." Qin Nianchu replied, delighted as she headed into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, a tantalizing roasted chicken was presented at the table, its golden, glistening fat whetting one's appetite. Little Luo Xiaoro caught a whiff of the aroma, her gaze fixating on the roasted chicken as drool pooled in her mouth, ready to devour it. Qin Nianchu, occupied with other preparations, heard the commotion and coldly warned, "If you dare touch that roasted chicken, I shall treat you the same way." Luo Xiaoro's actions froze momentarily as she shot Qin Nianchu a defiant glance, then licked the chicken's rear end with a smirk. "Oh, you dare," she challenged. Qin Nianchu's lips twitched as he produced a fried chicken leg he had prepared earlier and stuffed it into Luo Xiaoro's mouth. "You are young, and yet so unruly. What nonsense are you thinking?" "Oh, you dare? You can't go back on your word." Even with her mouth stuffed full of chicken leg, she could not be silenced. Once Luo Xiaoro finished the fried chicken leg, she could only watch longingly at the roasted chicken on the table. Her heart heavy with despair, she had been waiting to savor Qin Nianchu's culinary delights, her mind lamenting. Indeed, the greatest distance in the world is having gourmet food before your eyes, yet being unable to partake. "Master, I feel as though I must see my great-grandmother." Qin Jintai and Qin Zhonghua could not help but chuckle. After sampling a sumptuous feast, they praised Qin Nianchu profusely. However, Qin Nianchu's smile was strained. Seeing that his second uncle, Qin Jintai, had lost an arm and his fourth uncle had lost an eye, he could not bring himself to smile. Within the inheritance of the Dan Sage, there existed formulas for reviving the dead. Yet with Qin Nianchu's current strength, he could not accomplish it. He silently vowed that once he reached the saintly level, he would immediately refine pills to restore their bodies. That be why the time dinner concluded. It was already quite late. Upon closing the door, he felt something was amiss. Turning around, he found the alluring Luo Xiaoro, clad in a sheer garment, reclining on the bed, her figure leaving little to the imagination. With a sultry expression, she gazed at him. "Master, does the matter regarding the roasted chicken still stand?" Qin Nianchu's lips twitched. "If you continue to act recklessly, you shall leave in a way." Luo Xiaoro immediately transformed into a cute little girl. Pouting adorably, "Master, how can you say such a thing? I have been waiting for you. Do you prefer me like this, or in this form for your enjoyment?" As she snapped her fingers, both forms of Luo Xiaoro appeared before Qin Nianchu, chiming in unison. Or perhaps both at the same time? Qin Nianchu struggled to maintain composure, stepping back. "Xiaoro, be more reserved. If you insist on this, I shall have no choice but to send you away." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall simply walk out like this?" The sultry version of Luo Xiaoro smiled enticingly. "In a way." Qin Nianchu quickly blocked her, fearing that her appearance would lead to misunderstandings. He nervously implored, "Xiaoro, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil." "Master, I am quite calm. Xiaoro has been searching for you for centuries. My heart has long belonged to you. Why can you not treat me with the same tenderness as you do with Lin Wanner and Chu Yuan? Seeing you grow intimate with them makes me feel so distressed. I cannot allow them to get ahead." The two Luos Xeris drew closer, pressing against Qin Nianchu. "Ah, Xiaoro, you misunderstand. I was merely accommodating them. If you continue like this, I shall genuinely become angry. Qin Nianchu felt the tension in his body. Presently, he was no match for Luo Xiaoro in terms of strength. If she did not comply, he would truly be at a loss. Then tonight, you will have to deal with me first. With a wave of her hand, Luo Xiaoro erected a barrier. Her fiery gaze indicated that she intended to claim Qin Nianchu for the night. Chapter 79. Forget it. Let be destroyed. Knock, knock, knock. Qin, are you there? Lin Wanner's voice echoed. Luo Xiaoro's expression turned to one of alarm as she reverted to her little girl form. Why is she here? Qin Nianchu looked equally bewildered. I have no idea. Luo Xiaoro's eyes flared with anger. Honestly, why is she coming over so late? What does that woman want? I will go out and have a word with her. Qin Nianchu quickly intervened. What will you say to her? Look at how you are dressed. You must know that sharing a room with me would leave me in a position where I could never clear my name. What shall we do now? Luo Xiaoro inquired with displeasure. You should hide for now that I will ensure she leaves as soon as possible. Qin Nianchu pushed Luo Xiaoro into a wardrobe after tidying up the clothes slightly. He proceeded to open the door. Wanner, what brings you here at this late hour? Not welcomed. Lin Wanner responded with a shy smile that of course not. Qin Nianchu replied awkwardly. Then why don't you invite me in for a while? Lin Wanner's gaze held a hint of melancholy. All right. After entering the room, Lin Wanner surveyed her surroundings. Nianchu, I didn't expect you to be so tidy. It's nothing like my two brothers' rooms, which resemble a dog's den. And there's a fragrance that the scent of women's perfume. Lin Wanner suddenly paused. Qin Nianchu, are you living with a woman? How could that be? It's probably just a maid who sprayed some perfume while cleaning my room. Qin Nianchu nervously explained that, oh, that makes sense. Lin Wanner nodded, then inquired. By the way, where's Xiaoro? I haven't seen her. That girl, she's already asleep. Children tend to sleep early, so let us not disturb her. Qin Nianchu glanced at the wardrobe while hastily changing the subject. So what brings you here so late? I actually have nothing much to say. I just felt that it's been several days since I last saw you. And suddenly wanted to chat out, of course. I meant about the ninjutsu hand signs. Teacher Luo said I should consult you more. Lin Wanner explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. Inside the wardrobe, Luo Xiaoro muttered indignantly. Pa? Shameless, when did I say that? Is that so? Then what is the problem? I actually think this could be discussed at the academy. Qin Nianchu just wanted to hasten Lin Wanner's departure. Lin Wanner shook her head. I didn't intend to interrupt you. But if I can't figure it out, I want to be able to sleep tonight. That's fine. Let us begin now. Qin Nianchu nodded. This hand sign. I always feel it's not standard. If I go a bit faster, it goes awry. Can you guide me through it step by step? Lin Wanner's face grew even redder.